Hiburan tak berhenti dengan Astro One.
Kini kami kembali.
Mega Live Show.
Wow.
Bergabung meletup.
Komedi mencuit hati.
Tak ada ke pelawat yang nak tengok saya.
Drama memikat jiwa.
Abang janji abang takkan buat lagi.
Hiburan sekeluarga termasuk sukan dan animasi. Berita hebat.
Masih kena jangan tak?
Kini anda boleh akses Prime Video untuk 2 bulan tanpa charge tambahan. Stream dengan Astro One.
Stream segala terbaik bersama Suka. Semarakkan semangat dengan aksi bertaraf dunia.
And they're out to the race. Now is the time to go. Now is the time to attack.
Serta pemburuan kegemilangan wira-wira kita.
Saya akan buktikan pada awak saya layak untuk jadi suami awak.
Drama-drama terhangat terus memukau imajinasi anda.
Maafkan saya, kita dah tak ada.
Stream sukan live dan hiburan terbaik di Suka.
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When HomeBois won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because HomeBois has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trofi baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
Aku yang binakan roster HomeBois dengan Bang Abe, dengan Bang Botak sekali. Sebetulnya aku ada try banyak di tim di MPL Malaysia. Dan time tu HomeBois lah yang paling bagus buat offernya kan. Cumanya waktu itu yang udah fix Izanami aja. So dari situ aku dengan Bang Abe hari-hari kita try out player. Terus yang kedua fix itu 2 EVOS. Veldora dengan Ivan, lalu Imal, yang terakhir Mel Kitty.
Saya pun season 11 rookie. After that season 12 delegate, terkeluar dari MPL. And then saya macam hilang dari scene MPL.
It's EVO's Legend.
Dari awal aku kan di EVOS kan awal. Terus aku langsung diganti ya. Terus di HomeBois aku kan lihat trial potensial timnya, jadi aku try HomeBois. Yang gue tahu tuh Chessman masih bikin jadi analis dulu. Kebetulan Erpang tuh trial di kita juga. Pas kita lihat Erpang, wah ini kayaknya oke lah, oke worth to try lah.
To talk about it even more, we got 3 imports on one team that is currently undefeated in MPL Malaysia. 3 total. One of them, our boy Erpang, Veldora, and Van Strong. The 2 EVOS rejects, the 2 EVOS failures that have never really performed well on EVOS, but now are finding a lot of success on another team.
Kalau pendapat tentang statementnya Mirko, menurut aku mungkin terlalu jahat ya, bahasanya buangan ya. Di MPL Indo mungkin kita tak dapat banyak kesempatan, tapi sebab MPL Malaysia dan sebab HomeBois, akhirnya alhamdulillah aku, Erpang, dengan Vel, dengan Van Strong boleh buktikan lah.
Aku tak expect kita sama sini, kita semua dibuangan semua rasanya. Aku, Veldora juga, Erpang juga, Chessman, Mel juga kan. Terus sebelumnya Izanami sama Emal juga, maksudnya recordnya juga nggak sebagus lah itulah. Kita banyak yang dibuang-buang lah. Kita juga realize lah ya, anjir kita semua hampir buangan semua. Cukup jujur, gue nggak expect sampai di titik ini. Ya semoga kita konsisten aja.
There's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
With our lineup for the past 3 seasons, maybe this is the best one. On our first season, the crowd's favorite is HomeBois. Then the second one, we're kind of shaky. We go to lower bracket, we lose a lot of games. So I think this is the best one. My thoughts on this bracket is I don't really like it because imagine if we already secured our slot for MSC, then we need to wait 2 weeks again. We don't have momentum. We will only play 1 day for finals. Then our enemies that we're going to fight on finals, they have momentum, right? And we don't have much before that.
So you'll go to lower bracket?
No, we'll still take it. No choice. We still need to take it so we can secure our MSC ticket.
For AERO, kita orang ada beef sikit dengan korang. Buat korang curi 1 point daripada kita orang kat regular season. Just careful lah dekat playoff.
Good luck guys! Just destroy each other. See you at upper bracket.
They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
To all the fans that never expected us to even reach playoffs in the first place, I think you guys shouldn't underestimate us because there's a reason why we're not getting swept by all the strong teams. So expect that we will be strong in playoff.
Untuk test yang 2-1 kita orang selalu dapat tu, saya tak kisah pun. Asalkan kita orang dapat menang first game tu, kalah 1, menang 1, kalah 1, dan menang game yang kelima.
Maybe it's a curse, but for me, it's a strength of our team. Considering that week 5 to week 6, we have the momentum of 3-win streak. Even though it's all 2-1 and not against the top teams, I think it's still really confidence booster for us. So anyone we meet in playoffs should be ready against us.
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus, kata simat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara,
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moontar. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience 0 frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity A350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends Esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rapamuda, MESF, PSM.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-15 fasa yang kedua. Nama saya Poji dan saya side reporter anda untuk sepanjang musim ini. Sebelum kita mulakan MPL kita untuk kali ini, izinkan saya untuk meminta semua yang berada di sini dan juga di rumah untuk 1 minutes of silence sebagai tanda penghormatan dan juga doa kepada semua mangsa nahas kemalangan PAS UPSI. 1 minute of silence bermula pada sekarang. Saya doakan semua yang terkesan diberikan kekuatan dan untuk terus kuat dalam kehidupan ini. Tetapi perjuangan harus diteruskan. Perjalanan MPL akan tetap berlangsung. Dan sekarang lower bracket semi-final. Inilah perjalanannya untuk memilih siapa yang bakal layak ke pentas grand final untuk esok hari. Sesiapa sahaja yang menang untuk perlawanan hari ini akan mendapat kelayakan untuk pasukan yang kedua ke EWC di Riyadh. Korang dah bersedia ke untuk match kali ini semua? Bagi anda yang berada di rumah, jangan risau. Anda tetap pentas kebanggaan kami. Anda tetap sebahagian daripada kami. Jadi kepada anda yang berada di rumah, jangan lupa untuk scan QR yang berada dekat bawah ni untuk dapatkan hadiah istimewa daripada MLBB. Dan sekarang saya rasanya caster kita dah pun bersedia untuk perlawanan ini. Dan tanpa kita lengahkan mangsa, langsung kita terus ke pentas caster untuk dengar apa pendapat mereka tentang match kali ini. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Poji. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Phase 2 of the MPL Malaysia Season 15 playoffs. We're in the penultimate day where 3 teams remain, but today we will see dreams shatter once more. 3 teams playing today: HomeBois, DxO, and AERO Esports. 1 ticket to EWC. Enjoy SRG OG Esports in the grand finals. My name is Husky. Alongside me, I have Sadafa for play-by-play, and I have my analyst, Kid and Q. How are you guys feeling? Starting with you, Sadafa.
Feeling very, very excited. You know, we're all well rested. We've had some time to really think about what is going to happen in Phase 2 of the playoffs. These teams have been given the opportunity to really prepare and consider the strategies that they're going to need to bring to the table in order to claim that final slot from Malaysia directly to MSC.
I'm on the opposite side. I skipped out on Phase 1. I had a nice long break and I was playing a lot of ranked games with the new Infinix GT30 Pro. And let me tell you, if you're ready to carry like a pro, the Infinix is the best brand of smartphone who happens to be sponsoring us here at the MPL MY for our playoffs and the rest of the season to get yourself up to snuff like the rest.
Absolutely. Comes with all-day full FPS system, no frame drops, smooth and stable gameplay allows you to carry like a pro, just like our players on stage. Now we gotta address the elephant in the room right off the bat, right? Because the whole world has been waiting for this. Alongside with MPL ID's playoffs happening this weekend, we gotta talk about DxO and AERO Esports. Two teams with very different identities, but walking the same parallel storyline. Relegation, different identity changes, team swaps, the arrival of new players, the revival of old DXS carrying the hopes of MAL, AERO Esports, a rebrand from the old Red Esports, and right now both of them have one more chance in this best of 5.
It really is a surprise once again to see the state that we are in for this season of MPL MY, because when the season started, no one would have believed you if you told them that AERO Esports and DxO would be in the top 4, would be facing off in the lower bracket semi-finals. But lo and behold, that is the reality that we face ourselves in right now. The New Bloods clash for the right to face the mighty HomeBois in the lower bracket finals. A single best of 5 will determine if they're able to make it to the top 3.
I'm not gonna lie, I have to agree with you guys in most opinions online. Nobody would have expected both of these teams to actually make it this far, considering, you know, their history and alongside with their track record with veteran players. Even I wouldn't have imagined that they make it out of phase number 1. But the fact that they are here, right, we have to give them consolidation prizes. The real test is what happens after, because not only do they have to play against each other today, they still have HomeBois in that lower bracket. And it seems to me that HomeBois as well as SRG is still a cut above the rest, no matter which way you look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look back at the track record between these two teams when they both faced off against HomeBois, surprisingly enough, DXS was the one that was able to push HomeBois the full distance, right? All 5 games in phase number 1. And there was a world where DXS could have been the one waiting in the lower bracket finals, but alas, they will have to play the long way like they always have had in the regular season. No. I gotta ask you too, I'll start with you, Gideon. When the season started, where was DXS and AERO in your ranking?
Definitely not within the top 4, right? I mean, let's look at the rankings and that'll probably give you a better idea of what exactly I would imagine it to look like. Because for me, I really thought that Vamos was going to make it a lot further. Same goes for MV. Vamos in particular, MV, it's like, okay, a repeat of history, but the fact that they lost 3-0 against DXS was pretty shocking, right? Which goes to show that the landscape, and especially in our current metagame, I think not only for our playoffs, but for playoffs around the world that have been happening for the major regions, like ID, who's currently concurrently happening even today, is what's been shocking me. This meta has started to push aggressive teams and high-burst mages, high-burst assassins, high-burst marksmen as well into play, causing a lot of not only very confusing styles of play, but more so at a drop of a dime, you could lose everything.
It opens up a lot more flexibility in the way that you want to approach the game, but it also means that it's that much more important to ensure that there is a certain sense of balance in your team composition, because if even a single piece of the puzzle is missing, all of a sudden you find yourself playing off the back foot right from the beginning. And we have seen a lot of games this season, not just in MPL MY, but in other MPLs as well, be determined right from the draft.
Yeah, it's not just big regions, major regions like PH and Indonesia, even regions like the Mekong qualifiers, right? A lot of these games are decided from the draft onwards, which in of itself is a pretty shocking. So as much as we've heard coach like Arcadia say that this meta is a lot more flexible, the draft is even more important to open up options for the rest of your team. We actually also got to talk to Arashi regarding the state of MPL MY and his thoughts. So let's hear what our boy Arashi Bryden has to say.
Hello everyone. So for question 1, I think teams in MPL Malaysia performed as expected or close to it, with the exception of HomeBois. I think out of nowhere, HomeBois went on a on a bit of a improvement spike, and I think we're, over in Indo, we're pretty happy about that. But by all means, everything is pretty much so-so. We knew the strong teams and the weaker teams already, and nothing too crazy has happened. Honestly, I think considering that they're a rookie team, right? They can be labeled as a rookie team. I think it's impressive that they're able to perform well. However, I think we haven't really seen anything too crazy. I don't think they've really shattered expectations and went and really went into the radar of everyone just yet. But I really hope that they'll improve even more and have a good run. That's a straight up no, man. I'm sorry, but the run that Team Liquid ID went on is not normal, and it should not be viewed as such. That was a crazy run that made no sense. So many factors had to kind of come together to make that happen. I don't think we're gonna see anything quite like it for a long time, dude. Maybe something close, but to match our top Team Liquid ID's run from rookie to champion, I think that's crazy, dude. Like, so many things have to come together for that to happen, and it's not gonna happen for a long time. I think he brings that Indonesian aggression, right? Brawl server, as always. He's always been a more composed, aggressive jungler, if that makes sense. He doesn't really go all out and aggressive. He knows when to really turn up the aggression and when to actually just, farm and rotate and be in the right place at the right time. So obviously there's a bit of bias because he was an RRQ player. So I think he's doing great. I think he can do even more, and hopefully he does even more. Hope for the best for him. I think HomeBois, right, has like the momentum, quote unquote, but with a bit of the orange bias, I gotta go with AERO, man. I think the black alien is gonna show up big in that match.
Thank you very much to the #1 Kingdom supporter, Arashi. Great thoughts, decent, conversation that we were able to have with him, and I love the insight, especially the one where we asked him whether DXS can replicate what TLID did last season, where they went from MDL rookies to world #2. DXS, I mean, we still have a long journey to go, but personally, I think the fact that DXS has made it to top 4 and are 2 games away from MSC is in of itself impressive.
Well, I think at this point, the question is how much greed can they go for, right? How much greed is good this time? They've already shattered a lot of expectations amongst the local scene at the very least. Hey, they've made it this far. Every consecutive win after that is just sheer profit.
Yeah, it's just a bonus on top, basically, at this point, because DXS has already made it so much further than any of us would have given them credit for. Remember, this is a team that actually dropped one of their first games against Ocean Black at the start of the season, and many of us already had our expectations set in stone when that happened. We thought DXS wasn't going to be able to make it particularly far, and yet they have proven all of us wrong time and time again. It wouldn't be the first time in MPL MY that a rookie team has a chance of going up to the champion position, but the path there is definitely a lot more difficult.
Yeah, shout out to Team Huck back then, who was also the one that really made history, but we also need to look at the rise of the rookies from both teams. We got Reza and Zekif from AERO, Kimin and Siska from DxO, some of them candidates for highlights of their roles or players of their roles, but any particular players you're looking at?
Well, obviously I'm looking towards Reza specifically. He's been doing such a good job. I think now the question is how polished can he come into this game. Zekif as well has been a huge standout when it comes down to the support section. Yes, maybe his calls sometimes can be a little irrational, but overall, he's very, very solid when you need him to get multiple, like, big key boy moments, sort of, I need 3 people to get caught. He's like, yes, sir, I'll get you right now, here on a dish for you, nice and hot.
Yeah, I agree. I am a big fan of Zekif. I feel like he has already risen up in one of my favorite players just in his first season alone. So you have to give a lot of respect over to him. But at the same time, you cannot count out the rookies from DXS as well. I think Siska has been a very stable performer throughout the regular season, and Kimin had a little bit of difficulty keeping up. But in phase 1 of the playoffs, we saw huge improvement from this player to the point where many of us wondered, was there some kind of time skip happening? Because there actually wasn't a break, and yet Kimin looks playoff ready.
And it's not just Kimin, but the rest of DXS, right? Throughout every single game that we've seen them play, they come into the next game better and better and better. They just keep on evolving, which is such a rare quality for a team, let alone a rookie team to have. Also, credits to the veterans, Rasi Storm, we've got Theo and Backdoor behind the scenes as well. But today, they have to face off against AERO Esports first before they even can consider about the rematch against HomeBois. So let's take a look at what AERO Esports has in store for us. Here are the main 5 of the team that is about to fly high and above. We have Kim in the mid lane, Hazel, jungle, Zkif, Rome, Kusei, goal lane, and this time they will field Reza in the XP.
Oh boy, this team, it's interesting, right? Because playoffs has a magical way of turning some players and some teams around entirely, showing off what they're fully capable of. And I think this time, with Zkif as well as Kim really working at the helm, ensuring that, hey, if we're going to create a kill zone for ourselves, let's draft towards our strengths and make sure that we can help Hazel get what he wants done. Because at the end of the day, Hazel, he wants to 1v1 your jungler at the end of the day. If he has a Hayabusa, he's going to headhunt. And that's what the entire team needs to kind of activate. You can trust Kusei in some of these team fights. He is aggressive, but that's when you're ahead. When you're behind, we've seen Kusei really struggle and sometimes go a little too far out of the way, which is when Reza comes in to say, don't worry, let's stay in our lane and we can win this game.
Yeah, a lot of complementary characteristics between the players. But for DxO, I want to hear your thoughts on this because they have Stoem, they got Keemin, Rasi, SkyZ, and Siska, some of the candidates for rookies of the season. You talk about Siska just now. I want to hear more on that.
Yeah, Siska is a very interesting player which has that flexibility of playing into a more aggressive position or playing more of a utility sandbag. His team is able to rely on him to fill in the gaps depending on the compositions and strategies that they want to play. And because of that, they are one of the few teams that is able to flex that Fredrin into the jungle position with a damage EXP laner like the Masha, like the Benedetta that we've seen before. Keemin has been able to fill in that gap of adjusting depending on what the team needs. And of course, we can't count out everyone else as well. Rasi and Stoem bring a level of leadership. As Guy said, he got 2 savages.
Let's see if we can get a 3rd savage in this one because both teams are ready. So let's welcome our gladiators, AERO and DXS onto the stage.
Still standing tall after a 3-1 defeat to SRG, they're looking to bounce back in style. With Zkif and Kim, the dynamic duo, leading the charge with creative angles, alongside their reliable jungler Hazel and finishing power of Kosei. Get ready, because they're determined to bring another upset to this eventful playoffs. Fly high with AERO Esports!
From underdogs to contenders, they've soared through the brackets with fearless plays and undeniable fire. With every game, they've gone stronger. With every win, they've silenced the doubters. They're not just here to play, they're here to fly straight to MSC. Get ready for the fearless newcomers. This is DxO!
And now we introduce the brains behind the teams, the coaching staffs, and of course the league ops. Franklin will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. For the side of AERO, we have Coach Bam, and for DxO, it's Coach Theo and Backdoor. And let's keep it going with the fist bumps between both teams, as well as handling out of the armband, who will be worn by both team captains, who will lead the team's movements and strategies in the game. This is a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. Ini gaya kita. This is Malaysia sportsmanship. This is MPL Malaysia. Let's rock and roll.
Oh, good luck to both of our teams as they man up at the battle stations this time round, especially in the lower bracket semifinals. First pick selection has been taken by AERO Esports. Now, this big question of blue side, red side has definitely been shaken up with the past couple of playoffs we've seen in this week alone, whether it be from MPL ID or MPL PH. No one has a true idea of which side is stronger at this point, as we see the delta getting closer to 50%.
I think it's a very good state for the meta right now because back then everyone can agree that blue side is always better. You get the first pick advantage, you get to force red side to ban priority heroes. But I think it's also credits to teams willing to make trades, right? Red side is willing to make trades, trade key heroes, and then they get something for themselves as well. We've seen teams like Onyx Indonesia find success on both sides with gacha picks, Kaja jungle on red side, but also strong blue side openings. Coming into this, I think AERO on blue side might actually not be that bad, considering that they have always wanted to get priority in the lane.
That's assuming if we're playing standard, right?
That is assuming, because we've seen a lot of teams try out different things, and this has been the longest gap in a playoffs that we have ever had here in MPL Malaysia. So we have no idea what kind of changes, what kind of adjustments, what kind of different strategies these teams may have prepared for during the break, and that means we have to keep our minds open.
Looking at the power distribution here. Now, here's a couple of theories that I don't know whether it's going to fly, because Gold Lane feels very cemented in terms of its overall role, and not to mention certain picks that will go over to both Skyzen as well as Kusei. Kusei, we can see that from his blue graph, right? We see an average damage and as well as an average DPM, just higher than Skyzen. However, Skyzen is the guy who comes in with a Wanwan, not exactly known to be like the Maniac King or even the Savage King, but he's putting out numbers out there. He's also getting savages. He is weaving through. And not to mention, I actually played with Skyzen with the Dean in a ranked game. This kid, he's not messing around. You make a mistake, you're dead.
I think the biggest surprise to me was the fact that we look at both games, and sure, maybe Skyzen's stats is skewed a bit because of the games he played, but Kusei having just slightly overwhelmingly more numbers, higher numbers compared to Skyzen. But when you look back at the track record, I personally feel like Skyzen is a lot more consistent in what Kusei has brought to the table, especially in crucial moments. And in this game, it's going to be even more important with how Skyzen has improved over the seasons.
But I will also say that there are definitely flaws under the hood here. While it is true that Skyzen has been a little bit more consistent than Kosei overall, Kosei also plays a safer gold lane. There are times when DXS has been known to overheat, and we've seen that most clearly in Skyzen, specifically where when he gets that 1-1, when he feels like he's going to win the lane, where he's going to be able to carry, we have seen him drop lives very early on, which is something that definitely should not happen.
Oh yeah, I think hopefully in this game we're not going to see any solo kills happen towards the gold side of the map, right? I think that's what we're most nervous about. If Skyzen is able to find that first blood on you, if not solo kill you in lane, the game's pretty much done for. And I think even from Kusei's side, we've seen games where he falls behind because he gets solo kill, he makes a mistake in lane, and then it's kind of open and closed book. Nothing you can really do. He doesn't scale to that point that you need him to, and even so, like you mentioned, the overheat, that also applies to Kusei as well, especially during team fights, not during the laning phase. So there is pros and cons here, and I think that after this 2-week break, I want to see how much influence these coaches have taken into consideration when it comes down to Baxia, for an example, going into the jungle more often than just holding it as a support roamer.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was also thinking not just Baxia but the Fredrin, right? These two picks are picks that DxO could just get their hands on whenever they want to. But for the side of AERO, we haven't really seen Hazel play any sort of a utility tank jungler. Ever since his entry into MPL MY, he has been the Hayabusa guy, right? The Hayabusa, the Lancelot, the full-on assassin. We've seen his highs, we've seen his lows, but up against DxO, who are just a bit more flexible than AERO overall on paper, I wonder what Coach Bam has done to adjust to that.
Push comes to shove, since this is a best of 5, there's a very high likelihood we might even see a Baxia versus Lancelot matchup here. I think it's one of the few times that Lancelot might have a slight advantage, assuming that you don't have a terrible early game.
There's definitely a possibility. Lancelot has been picked up a lot more in other MPLs compared to here in MPL Malaysia, so if anyone's going to do it, it is going to be Hazel. Hopefully, we get to witness some of that flexibility, some of that adaptation, because after 2 weeks, we finally return to the MPL MY stage for Phase 2 of the playoffs. Let's find out what's been cooking behind the scenes in the draft for game number 1.
Wow. Already in it, already locked in.
Not a surprise for the Baxia, and locks out the Kimmy pick as well. We've seen teams still be a bit headstrong. They see Baxia, they pick Kimmy, and then they work around it. But now DXS, this also locks out the Fredrin, Gatot, Hylos pick. I think Baxia first pick is such a strong asset to have.
It's good, but it's also a strong flex pick, and I think that's the biggest issue right now, because Kalia is still wide out in the open. I think, the biggest problem that everybody was having was, what do we do with the relationship of dealing with Kalia on the blue side and then having Kimmy alongside it, right? You can't have everything. DXS, they're going to go for the Loyi. Really great pick here. I think Dang, super safe. for DXS.
Yeah, this is a great opening. I mean, immediately when the Baxia was picked up, I was already checking the bans. Is there a Loyi banned out against the... Honestly, both these mid laners play a pretty mean Loyi, Kim being the more specific one, but both of the heroes that DXS has drafted here are specifically targeted to also remove from the hero pool of AERO Esports. These are literally Zkeef and Kim's signature picks.
Yep. And I wonder how much influence does MPL ID playoffs have on our region coming into phase number 2. Kalea, Kimmy for AERO, very direct picks, very honest opening. But there's also another pick that I was looking at, but not anymore. I was thinking if that Angela influence is going to come true, because Alter Ego did show us that when they play against BTR. Not this game.
That's true, but I don't think it's necessary as of right now. Not until we see more from DXS, right? Because if we're talking about raw sustain, like long fight, short fight, it feels like AERO has kind of got that down. Now we do see that the Fredrin is going to get picked into AERO here.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure whether I agree with this or not, because regardless, you're already in a losing matchup with Baxia. Do you want to scale for the late game? Sure. Could you have gone for a link? Also possibly, but that also narrows your options. There is a possibility that Fredrin gets thrown into the EXP lane, assuming that Baxia gets flexed on over and Hazel gets his traditional, assassin jungler.
We also have to see if that Matilda becomes an option for DXS, right? I personally wouldn't be looking at Matilda all too much. There is an argument against that. With the Lucas now banned out by DxO, they're starting to take out AERO's kind of that jungle option, right? Maybe the idea is we force this Baxia to go in the jungle, we get ourselves better side lane matchup, and then we win from that point onwards.
I think it's tough, unless you're taking a high mobility, like a Benedetta sort of style of jungler, when you've already locked in the Badang and as well as Fredrin as potential flex picks at this point. I feel like maybe the Ling might just be a little bit safer. You just concede the early game, right? It's really difficult to deal with Kaleo Baxia, and especially when you have to go for another flex pick, which could get banned out. Benedetta, one of them. Secondary got taught most likely for AERO.
Yeah, I was already looking at the Benedetta for the side of DXS, so it's very smart of AERO Esports to remove that from the pool, because even though Fredrin and Badang are both flex picks in this case, picking them both together means that you are still going to be locked into a very specific approach to the game, where you just have these beefy boys in the front, kind of CCing, slowing down the fight to set up for those yin-yang reactions. Now you really need that DPS, and the knowledge of that is something that AERO Esports can play with.
That's the Masha ban. I was thinking if AERO is going to consider the Masha ban, because it is one of Siska's heroes too. Like you said, they can still put Badang into Rome and the Fredrin jungle. There is the Harif up. The 1-1 is also still available for DXS.
Alright, no, it's banned out. First banned out from the side of AERO. I mean, Coach Bam is making sure that signature picks are taken out of the equation.
There is Moskov.
There is Moskov, I agree with you. But here's the thing, we don't really know what AERO is trying to build, right? Like Kimmy Kalian as well as Baxia can kind of fit into anything at this point of time. There's no clear direction, knowing that AERO most likely is going to scale. It's going to have pretty much full early game dominance unless they have a direct answer. So it's unless they pick Gatot now, or they're looking for a marksman matchup that's worthwhile. CC, in this particular case, they're making a blind call.
Yeah, just to keep it safe as well, right? Like you have a hero that can do well in lane alone, but I personally was looking at a glue or something. But then there's the Yishun Shin and the Harif.
Okay.
Alright, Black Alien saw White Alien do it, and now
right
he's
off
like...
the bat, we were wondering what kind of interesting strategies would be prepared by these teams during the break, and we immediately pop off with a Hazel Yi Sun Shin. Now, this is still risky though, because what AERO has effectively done now is put themselves into a triple marksman composition. A lot of damage, yes. Baxia provides solid frontline, but they are overall very, very squishy. It really does come down to whether or not they will melt this Fredrin and Badang before all that CC becomes a problem.
I don't know. I feel like there's just a lack of damage at this point. You have the Bruno for late game scaling, so yeah, DXS, they just have to use the Badang, Fredrin, and CC as a way to kind of manage the aggression in the first 8 minutes of the game, and then you're hoping very much that SkyZ is going to hard carry this, because if Kimmy gets too far ahead, Fredrin can't play the game. Loyi needs to find some really, really good picks, because you're up against Kalia, so I'm expecting Purifies on all sides. Whoever doesn't have a Purify, which in this case most likely is CC or Fredrin, they're going to get picked off, and that's where they're going to play towards the map.
Yeah, and I think at least for the bright side of AERO Esports, that they have lane prio in the mid lane, right? Mid lane you get the prio, and then this Baxia and Kalea can start moving around. Maybe you start disrupting DXS's plan.
Oh no.
There's going to be a Baxia roll. EXP, yeah.
I was really thinking that Khalil was going to take EXP at this point just to have like continuous pressure, but I guess not. Hey, it's them. It's up to them.
Hey, why not, right? You may as well test the waters. This is going to be a best-of-5 series after all. Ladies and gentlemen, we jump into the land of dawn for the lower bracket semi-finals. Our very first game of the playoffs phase 2 in MPL MY Season 15. It's going to be AERO Esports versus DxO.
Right off the bat, the first question is how fast can AERO move, right? They are going to have priority mid. They are going to have quick moving heroes like Lee Sun-shin, Baxia, and Kalea. How much do they want to push the envelope? Because Rasi just spots out the purple buff clear. The DxO, they're going to rely a lot on Rasi to track down AERO.
Yeah, pretty much. I think at this point it's about predetermining where the jungle starts are going to be. And now that they've kind of figured that out, I'm pretty sure that Zekiv noticed the movement of that last minion as they were contesting for Little Wanderer, that they know that Keemin is on this top side. These early game battles are basically a no-go for DxO unless they get like one incredible pick-off where nobody else from the side of AERO Esports is around, which shouldn't be the case. And based on the emblems as well, it's very clear that they want to just push out the waves, instantly look for an invade, and find spaces in DxO to really slow down Keemin.
I think it's just looking at the emblems itself, you can tell that AERO Esports wants to play a more aggressive game. There's a lot of more bulky emblems on the side of DxO, even the concussive blast on the jungle Fredrin, which is fairly uncommon, but he knows his job. Now a skirmish happening, Keemin gonna be stuck between 4 members. Here comes the Baxia, Reza picks up the first blood, and Zekiv flickers to safety.
Yeah, 1v1 bot.
SkyZ trying to go for Kosei, but here comes Hazel. Flicker comes in, Rasi misses! Hazel given free reign to slice down SkyZ!
And this is what I'm talking about. AERO Esports just went out in multiple interactions in the earlier stages of the game. And Hazel, honestly, it's pretty funny because as he's playing the game, DxO's want to be like, hey, we're going to catch him off guard. Pops his ult. Well, doesn't really matter anymore, right? He can guarantee engagements and more importantly, guarantee battle spells.
A lot of engagements happening on the map. Storm gonna be poked down quite low. Traction Pulse just barely misses. But we can see Keemin is on the turtle.
It's not gonna be easy. I think AERO Esports, they probably will want to contest this. Here they come.
They're trying to go for a 2-man knockup. Keemin secures the turtle. Fist break comes out, gets cancelled straight away. Rasi needs to get away. Diversion comes in. Freezes Draft does good damage, but Keemin will still fall. Here comes the ENG reaction. Double kill for Storm as he melts down AERO Esports.
That's good stuff for Storm. Rasi able to dodge the engage from Zekiv. We immediately see AERO Esports draft come into fruition, right? They're getting early kills, but Storm's diversion to back his team up was great, getting some trades in return. Although, I would say Keemin's appraisals would have dragged that fight off for longer than AERO Esports would have liked. They get the turtle, and throughout all of that early aggression, DxO, they end up with no deficit at all.
Which is pretty good. I think that DxO right now, it's about positioning, right? Making sure that your front line stays as your front line, making sure that the main damage dealers of Hazel as well as Kim are taken out first, if not zoned out from these fights. AERO have a very particular formula. We need Reza, we need Zekiv to be in front. Oh, SkyZ though.
They trying to challenge SkyZ with the Zaman Force. Does manage to poke him out, but nothing too notable yet. Here comes the rest of AERO. Rasi gonna get picked up here. The Badang in some trouble. Stuck between 4 members. Hazel picks up the kill.
Hazel is so fast with this Lee Sun-shin. His rotations are out of this world. Diversion.
Storm not able to catch Kosei. Now he's a little bit too far forward. Tidal Strike gets the 2-man knockup, but AERO will not overcommit.
It's a Purify from Storm, just in case, even though there is no Tsunami Slam, but better be safe than sorry. Still, equalize in terms of gold. Siska is starting to win out that XP lane too.
Now you can see how AERO Esports want to kind of utilize their composition, right? Gain that priority, use a couple of wombo combos. You have Hazel's ult, you have Kim's ult ready to go, making sure that whoever you pick off with, specifically with Tsunami Slam, is going to die, right? The question is, how do you actually prevent the reinforcements from coming in? That's the problem dealing with Storm on this low. He has to be proactive on this map. He always needs to be there in time to at least get a trade back against AERO. If not, this game is going to snowball out of control.
Well, they do have tools for that. Remember, Hazel does have access to that Mountain Shocker, so they are able to get vision when they need to. Here comes the diversion. Reza gonna scout it out. Tsunami Slam gonna find Storm in the back line. Loi is gone. Turtle secured by Keemin. Zaman Force comes out though. AERO Esports surrounding the X from the flank. They've taken out another, and Vengeance will not save Siska. It is a 5-man dive. Keemin trying to escape, but you cannot run away from AERO Esports.
Not really sure if that was worth it for DxO. Consolation prize, they are going to get a lot of gold funnel into Skyzer in his bottom lane, but again, they trade the top tier 1 for that. They somehow got the turtle as Hazel retreat too early, even though he was 2 levels ahead. Storm not having Purify just now was basically a death sentence when ZK got on top of him. All things considered, silver lining. DxO are not too far behind, but here comes Hazel.
Oh, can he land this? Looking for SkyZ, does land it, forces the Purify out. He's gonna chase him under tower! Lands the killing spree! Here comes the diversion though! Rossi and Storm looking for revenge! They'll find the shutdown!
Big shutdown goal. That's a 4-1 Hazel going now. And Storm, he's eating good. He's getting a lot of gold going over to himself.
In the mid lane, Tsunami Slam gonna be picking up Keemin. He dashes back into the tower, but here comes Reza, not allowing him to escape. Rossi buying some time, zoning away AERO.
Okay, good stuff, good stuff. That's what we want to see, continuous back and forth. Because regardless of how bad the score looks, 9-3, it's only a 500 gold deficit here. That's not that bad for DxO. Second turtle, obviously a bit of mistake coming in from Hazel's Son, but he makes up for it, right? Gets a kill down on the bot side of the map, making sure that SkyZ is now 0-2. Yes, technically he does have a little bit more money than Kusei, but that's only for the time being, right? They got a lot of plating on the top side. They cracked open tier 1. They've already started to push into that bot side as well, and they're forcing DxO to make a move first, which is ideal for AERO.
Yeah, Rossi just got his Thunderbelt. AERO Esports were thinking about making a move down bottom, but they called it off in the last second. Top tier 1 goes down in favor of DxO, and that's the lane that Siska wants to free himself from, and now he has accomplished that objective. But it goes back to what you said early on, Gideon, that this draft of AERO, they're going to be way faster than DxO. Hazel, he's always going to be ahead in terms of level.
I mean, for now, but does it really matter? Oh, hold on.
Reza already scouts out the turtle. Fist crack being used doesn't really cause much effect. Now first comes out Hazel! Steals the turtle away! And now here's Esports looking to chase. ZK will flicker back. Reza gonna be stuck instead. Siska going forward! Here comes the diversion. Once again, Storm a bit too far forward by yourself there, sir. Surrounded! Yin Yang reaction does some damage, but it's not gonna be enough. The rest of DX cannot back him up.
Way too ambitious. I thought someone was going to follow him in. If Siska or SkyZ follow, I'm pretty sure they would have gotten a few more.
Look, if SkyZ went in and he was in 1-1, that was a savage right there.
That was 100%.
he was prepping for it. He could see the angles. But obviously, with the way that things are going, I was about to mention that, hey, if Hazel has a level lead, what is it going to matter if he misses Retribution? This time he doesn't. He gets the third turtle of the game. Big whoop for AERO Esports. At this point of the game, right, we need to start snowballing out of control. We need to not only deny DxO, but take away territory from them.
Ouch, look at the damage from Kim. Catching a 3-man traction pulse. Kosei gonna focus on finishing off the tier 1 bottom. This guy having to jump away, but SkyZ being jumped on by Reza. The taunt comes in, Keemin will keep him safe, but Tsunami Slam gonna be catching Rossi in the front line. He flickers back to safety. Siska buying space, cuts the current call out, locks him down. Yin Yang reaction finishes off Reza.
That's how you play pogo stick. Just push and pull. You see the constant juggling of aggro from DxO. Siska hops out, Keemin hops back in, and Stone just keeps on proccing the duality onto AERO Esports. And that punish really stops the aggression of AERO Esports.
It really does. I'm surprised they even got away with it. I was thinking that AERO Esports, yes, they currently are at 1.5. They basically 3x their 500 gold lead previously against DxO and took away their bot tier 1s. But at the same time, I really thought they could get a couple more picks onto DxO. So many people walked away with 1 HP. I'm thinking whether or not AERO Esports is feeling a little nervous about some of these fights and how close it is, despite having a winning draft. At this point, I'm hoping that AERO, especially for their tanks, are more aware, right? Big damage comes in when Hazel is in position, has his ult. Kim must have his passive to deal some significant damage in these early fights.
Yeah, that's a diversion from DxO. So they instantly get to the Lord Pit and just good scouting from Stolen.
Oh! Traction Paul's gonna drop Storm down to 10% and he's melted by Kosei with the Salmon Force. Here comes the Tsunami Slam, they pick him up, Keemin melted away as well, but Kosei gets caught by Siska. DxO still trying to fight back, but Hazel going ham with the double kill. And they're not letting anyone go. It's a triple kill, a wipeout for the Black Alien as AERO Esports runs over DXS.
Stone didn't press his Purify. I don't understand why. You get caught, just press the Purify and walk out of it. He saved it for whatever reason. His team gets wiped out. Now AERO has finally got the first meaningful lead, and Storm this time, this Purify finds the kill on the Kim somehow, but they lose the Lord. The price that DxO had to pay for that, it's not worth it.
Well, I don't know. I think that not purifying in that particular position isn't the worst in the world. Because at the end of the day, right, his main idea is, if I lose my battle spell, I gotta make sure that Kusei loses his. And they got that. They got his Purify out. So now, for the next 20 seconds, well, 27 seconds, DxO have an opportunity to try and punish Kusei, assuming he shows up.
Like they're gonna try and do so. Okay, Zeke doesn't try to force that. The Lord is coming out.
All right, gotta be on the defensive this time around. They'll probably miss their window at this point with a 4.7k lead. AERO Esports in full control of this game because Keemin 4 levels down. This man is starved. This man is asking for another bowl of porridge, please.
He has been forced into a very, very supportive position this game. Concussive Blast Fredrin still not very common. And you can see the impact of that. Lord starting to crash in mid. Traction Pulse doesn't catch anyone. Reza looking for an engage. He finds Keemin, knocks him over. Zaman Force comes out. Rasi gets picked up. Reza's melted away though. Fiskrai comes out. He flickers back to safety. The EXO successfully hold their base.
Pretty good defense overall. Like Keemin, he was in the red zone for the longest of times. Managed to get his ult off, but I thought that Zeke would just grab him back and they finish him off, but apparently that wasn't the case, so they ended up losing Reza, but they did get the mid inhibitor. It's still a plus for AERO. Now they're sitting at a 6k goal advantage over DxO.
Let's quickly look at where this advantage is coming from. Oh my god, literally nearly double his farm.
Whoa!
4 items to 2. Good luck, sir. Malefic Roar on the way, and that blade armor isn't gonna mean anything.
Oh, Hazel's just running Storm down. Is he gonna get it? He just picks him up like he's picking groceries.
See ya! Bye-bye, into the shopping cart. Don't care how much it costs, you're going in. Kusei with that 3rd item. This should be game, set, and match soon.
If they just win one more fight, this could be it for AERO. Skyzat finally hitting one of his item spikes as well, the Malefic Gun, the extra range. Because even in all these fights, sure, DxO loses the fight, but Skyzat, he's been able to put some good number in. And the person that's keeping him away, funnily enough, is Kim with his fully charged Stardom Beam. So we see DxO in the next fight, if they can just buy a bit more time, get Rasi and Kimi into a better state to stay in these fights longer, I think Skyzat has a very, very good chance of bringing it back for the team.
Well, what they need is specifically Skyzat to get a maximum distance crit with his basic attack alongside with the duality coming in from Storm. That's pretty much the only way they can catch off Kusei. Keep in mind, he still has Purify. We did see something similar happen earlier as they were taking that mid inhibitor. He got put down to 12% of his HP. 12% in 2 hits. So, Kusei, if he's a little, a little frivolous, tries to get caught again to bait out his own Purify to Zaman Force, that might not go as well as you think it might.
The issue here, though, for DxO is that even if they do burst down Kosei instantly, AERO Esports has 3 marksmen, basically. They have all the damage they need, and the longer the game goes, the more that damage builds up. DxO plan with this comp of slowing down fights is becoming less and less viable.
True, but here's the difference. Kusei can fight on a dime. Hazel needs a bit of a setup, and he needs to go in and out of the fight, right? He needs to maximize his distances so he can get maximum amount of damage. Yes, he's really far ahead. I know, I'll give him credit for that, but he's also just as squishy. Kim, on the other hand, he's kind of doing negative damage at this point in time. He hurts everybody else. Keemin is kind of out of the picture. Siska can buy a little bit of time with that vengeance, so you have a guaranteed window.
Well, let's see if they're able to make that window work out, because the bottom inhibitor will fall. They are able to melt down the Lord pretty quickly. Reza collides with Keemin and he melts instantly! Unstoppable for Hazel. The yin-yang reaction basically does 0 damage to AERO Esports, and now they're whittling down the base. The top inhibitor will fall as well. DxO runs in, Fizzcrack finds 2, but it's not enough. Double kill for Kosei. AERO Esports have a single highway to victory, and they will take game number 1.
That's why you say fly high with AERO. They not only fly high, but they fly fast. Supersonic speed right to the base of DxO for game number 1. A draft that wanted to go fast and disrupt DXS's game plan. Bore fruits in under 1 minute, and they never looked back.
I mean, these guys know how to fly planes, let me tell ya. Unfortunately, DXS, with the draft that they have, they can't force out the aerodynamics, right? It's very straightforward, one-way ticket. We're going to book it straight to MSE. We secure this series, and right now it's looking very good if this draft keeps up with this. This Baxia needs to get banned out. It needs to be shifted. If not, at least take the Kalia on your own side. At least have disengage mechanics.
I think DxO, they were really gearing towards playing to their own style, right? They were not looking to match AERO's aggression, they were looking to stop AERO and play to their own terms. But as the game progressed, we see more and more moments where AERO Esports, they just kept on stepping on the gas, and DxO at one point, they just could not hold the fort.
Yeah, I think DXS tried to play it safe, tried to keep the draft open as possible while stealing away comfort picks from their opponent, but it wasn't quite enough. We got a quick mic check for you guys to check out, so let's have a look at what they said in game number 1.
Flicker barang. Sama. Ako aman. And sorry. No ulti GG, no ulti. Don't rush. Yeah, no ulti GG. Just kill. Nice one. Good game.
Cold-blooded, like the netizens like to say, Hazel is going to bring them to MSC because he's a jungler, Badara Dingin, cold-blooded jungler. But I gotta say, you know what's sadder? The Keemin brought the Winter Crown but never got to press it.
Yeah.
Could have bought precious seconds, but it's these small moments that really make the difference between winning and losing a game.
He was looking to try and like alt Winter Crown. That was what he was trying to go for. That's why he didn't use it at all. Unfortunately, just no time to use it, got blasted down anyways, but that was definitely complete outdraft here coming in from AERO side. Coach Bam has done some good work, not only with the players, but in the drafting section. I think that Theo has to take a step back and really think about this, right? Because again, I think new hot pick that we've seen coming out from MPL ID, this Baxia is starting to become a real problem, especially if you're going to be like, we don't want to participate with you. We're not going to take any of the power picks. Like we saw, Kalia gets let through, Baxia gets let through, Kimmy gets let through, and I think that is a very deadly trifecta.
But you also can't really blame him too much. He actually did quite like when they opened with the Loyi and Badang on their side, because this is a pretty safe opening, allows you to play pretty flexibly, and steals the comfort picks away from AERO Esports. Unfortunately, they did end up giving away a lot of options because of that. And even smarter from the side of Coach Bam is that the first 3 picks that he's shown doesn't directly reveal what the draft wants to do either, which is why DX ended up being forced into a Fredrin situation, because they had to keep the draft as open as possible.
I think that could be one way to look at it, but I also felt like that Fredrin was a trap, right? Like Gideon did mention, it locks them into a very specific playstyle. I personally would have gone the Onyx ID way. Onyx ID way, you need to pick that Masha third, you have that Loy to play. Maybe that would have shifted, opened up a lot more options for DXS. Sure, Fredrin might get banned, but at least Keemin now has that Link as an option, which was also brought up in game 1. But rice has become porridge, like Chinese people like to say, so we have to look at our MVP for game number 1, which will be Hazel, whipping out the Yi Sun Shin and finally giving our Korean jungling marksman his first win in MPL MY.
Hey, they call him the Black Alien for a reason. Deadly jungler, Yi Sun Shin, 4-level diff, well, 3-level diff at the end of the game, but he was coming up at 1,002 GPM,
wow.
9-2 and 10 on a Yi Sun Shin. Again, super farm heavy jungler. The only time he's relevant when he has his ult, and when he has his ult, finds the gank every single time.
He probably saw the white alien do it yesterday, and he's like, I'm gonna do it too.
I'm gonna show you how much better. It's the yin and yang of our RQ, you know what I'm saying? He's so Kingdom. It's like, call me up, Kingdom, one more time.
We might both be aliens, but there's still some differences happening here, and this is the Hazel difference, making a huge impact already for AERO Esports. 100% kill participation as well, 1000 GPM. Like you guys mentioned, this is a farming-based jungler, requires some snowball under their belt, and it's quite cooldown dependent as well. If played correctly, DXS definitely had tools to play around the timings of Hazel on this YSS, but he moved so quickly across the map and played so fast that he did have double of Keemin's net worth at a certain point, and by then the game's basically done.
And you saw, like, prior to the first turtle, he already showed up bot and got a solo kill. On the SkyZ, and you look at the total net worth. This is just disgusting. So the entire game, majority of the goal lead the AERO has, all front-loaded on a Hazel.
Oh yeah. That's why Hazel was sipping on that 100+ at the end of that game. Is I'm gonna have 100+% of your farm came in. 14,000 by the end of this game. My goodness. And it's a 13-minute game, so it's considerably short compared to the other games we've seen across the world. Overall, this really is just a drafting issue. The items, sure, I can talk about them, but it's kind of like whatever at this point because DxO just did not have the right tools to manage them. I think at this point, you're putting a lot on Storm, but they need to diversify from going into third pick into that Fredrin, right? And I think, here's the thing. AERO Esports, I think they've caught on to a couple of patterns from Coach Theo. Number one, third pick seems to be very jungle oriented. Pick number 4 is where they're expecting the shock factor to come in, which is why we saw both Benedetta and as well as Masha get banned out in that second phase.
Yeah, and usually for DxO, we've seen the changes in how they draft on red side. Usually they would initially open up Keemin's hero and then they realized that, okay, maybe that's not a thing. Then 1-1 became a popular pick. And then Coach Bam was like, oh, no 1-1 for you. Let's see what else you got. Then DxO falls back to safer pick and tries to use the third pick as a bridge into the second phase. I personally feel like third pick has to be a powerful pick that you could instantly protect with your next 2 bans, which wasn't really the case in game 1.
See, that's the thing. That's why I was like, when I saw Kimi on the other side, it's like, how badly
do you want the Fredrin?
You know?
Because it felt like a safe pick. It felt like we don't really know what exactly their comp wants to do yet. We want to maybe slow down these fights. So let's pick up the Fredrin. You know, we can play a damage EXP laner, and that should allow us to maybe match the Baxia somewhat. But like you guys mentioned, third pick on red side is a super powerful draft position because it is a hero which you can immediately ban counters for in the second ban phase. And DxO wasn't able to maximize the use of that.
It's pretty shocking. Maybe it's just a minor oversight from DxO. Maybe they wanted to come into the series and be like, hey, let's play something comfortable. Let's see what AERO has in store. We've seen DxO play fast, but with how fast AERO play in game number 1, DxO has a lot to adjust to. Look at the Hall of Famers off from AERO Esports. Rich Guy and the carry going over to Hazel. Sandbag for Reza. And the best wingman, of course, a good old Kim.
Good old Kim. You know what? My biggest issue is the fact that CC got locked in. Why?
CC4.
Yeah, CC4. Why? How good is this pick for Siska? And that's where I felt. As soon as I saw that CC, Coach Bam, well done. Hats off. You completely outdrafted them. He read them like a book, phase 1 coming into phase number 2. And again, these are all just signifiers. Coming into game number 2, I'm assuming that Theo is like, you know what? We're going blue side. This red side kind of sucks right now.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I feel like DxO needs to put themselves in a position where they can control the draft somewhat, so they can at least enter the land of Dawn on their own terms, right? This is a team that we know to be able to come back from difficult situations, but they're not able to do so if the game ends too quickly. And when we look at the highlights, AERO Esports were doing everything in their power to make sure that happened.
Now, the beauty of this draft coming in from AERO and why it's so specifically good for Yi Shin, because Yi Shin, most of the time when you're up against a tank jungler, right, the only advantage that you have against it is that you're faster, right? So you can steal away jungle camps a lot quicker. You can maneuver around the map faster than your opponent. But that's not the case when you have 3 lanes that can all hard shove and push out really, really fast, right? When you have that momentum with you with your mid trio, then you can kind of do whatever you want. Steal jungle, call the side lane a little bit later. You can buy that extra bit of time, but more importantly, with that turtle ship, this is where it gets dangerous, right? No matter who has Purify, you don't necessarily have to engage with the Tsunami Slam. You can guarantee a battle spell first and then send Zkif in, or the opposite way around.
Yeah, and this is what we kind of made out of from the draft itself with AERO Esports. They have great lane priority. Even if you say, okay, Bruno Harib, neutral in the opening, Kim, once he shoves up that mid lane, he can start moving with Zkif and Reza. And that's why they caught DxO by surprise in the first minute in that mid lane, and then a transition to bottom to kill off Skyzen. So many things happening that I think DxO were just not prepared for, and for the rest of the game, they were trying to continuously adjust to AERO, but at one point, AERO just outpaced them.
I think this is a great example as well to really demonstrate why we said that Badang and Fredrin reveals how you're going to play, even though they're both meant to be flex picks. The speed of your rotation is really, really slow. You have no prio on these heroes. You know that the Yi Shin already clears faster than you, and then they have Baxia and Kalea as well. So there's no way you're really matching that speed on the map. And since Fredrin also went for the tank emblem instead of like Impure Rage, he's even slower at clearing. It's no way to match AERO.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of which, what's the time? Because I think, yep, the time is right because the crowd is filling up the stadium. And if you don't have a Fairy Watch just yet, this is your chance to get one. The official Mobile Legends Esports Watch, Fairy crafted in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Fairy also comes with a mythic pendants for mythic players. It features the first ever official MLBB jewelry collection, the luminous Mia jewelry, suitable for both men and women. And if you want to get the mythic pendant, you have to prove that you are in mythic rank. Because if you are not, no pendant for you.
Yep. Don't forget, follow them on their TikTok. They have multiple ways of verification. Go hop on over. Oh, man, I can't stop thinking about that first draft. What a mistake that was on red side. Really, really unbelievable here. But that's just, you know, testing the waters, feeling out just a little bit. Because right now, based on everything we've seen so far, those first 3 bans are really gonna suck on red side. Like, it doesn't really get rid of the power picks out of the way. Loyi was left open for a good amount of time, and I felt like more so the onus was on DxSoul to ban out the power picks than it was on the opposite end.
I personally think it's not entirely that. I feel like DxSoul have chances to get some power picks for themselves. Maybe Loyi plus a Kalea, right? Or not Loyi Kimi, but Kimi plus 1. I think they have opportunities, but they chose the safer route because they did ban out power picks like the chip, right? So I think, again, they just decided to play slightly safer and they gave away more power picks than they should have.
Well, here's the relationship, right? You get Baxia first pick. If you pick Kimi and Kalea, that's kind of playing the 2-for-1 in favor of the Baxia no matter what role that it goes to, right? So that's why they kind of want to step away. And I honestly, considering how Zeke played on this Kalea, it makes sense that him getting that Kalea to make sure that he gets full value on it is... It's just too much. I think too many power picks for the side of AERO is just too much for DXS to handle.
Yeah, I agree. I think, like you said, the Baxia has to go. But we also have the Beyond the Arena for Zeke, right? Hailing from Johor, he started his journey very early on and eventually joined Sunfrost's guidance under DXS, improved in the Tier 2 scene, didn't qualify for MPI during MAL Season 1 because he lost to Barracuda in the best of 5. So it came in the second season. He did join Todak Legion, finishing second in the playoffs, but no promotion. Well, thanks to Todak, he left the team, and then eventually he joined DXS.
I mean, this kid has been working hard. He's been grinding hard. But now in MPL Season 15, with AERO, it's interesting because now he's starting to compete with the big names. He's starting to compete with people like Zorn, people like Yums, for an example. And that's a very high bar to actually compete with since we don't very often see him on the traditional Cho.
We don't actually, but he has been able to etch out his own mark on history. We've mentioned in the past many players who want to compete with the old veterans, but very few of them have been able to gain acknowledgement from the other side as well. Both Yums and Zorn have spoken very highly about Zeke, and when you look at his history and how far he has come just in his very first season of MPL, it really is a stellar record.
He even beat his own idol, right? He idolizes Zorn, well, knocks them out of playoffs during the Phase 1, and now he's here, still continuing to surprise us. He's also one of the biggest reasons how SRG OG beat, how they beat SRG OG in the regular season, at least taking that 1 game off. We also talked to Coach Bam about Zeke, and he said that Zeke is the most improved player on the team, and some PH teams even asked about him during scrims, because when he first joined AERO, Coach Bam told him that he cannot act like a kid in MPL, and by the second week, he became more professional.
He just locked in.
He just locked in.
That could mean a lot of different things. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean by acting like a kid? It's like, coach, trust me, I'm sick on Angela. Give me the Angela, coach, please.
No, it's more like, Zeke, if you're in MPL now, you need to learn how to do taxes.
or maybe Coach Bam is like, Zeke, stop saying things like chat. or like tong sahor. That's not how you should act in MPL.
You need to clear the comms, Zeke. You can't be saying the brain rot over the call.
You can't be like chat, let's go. Like, who's starting the fight?
Oh, that's too funny.
Sometimes I forget he's a rookie, man.
Yeah, you really do, because he's got a lot of veteran habits in his play, right? The opportunities that he sees sometimes, and also just the raw micro mechanics. Okay, you don't have to pet him. You calm down. We know he's good. He doesn't need the extra flavor.
Oh, that's very interesting. A very interesting scene we saw there. I'm suddenly reminded of all the games where we're able to like interact with creatures in our games, you know, like Pokemon, for example. You can pet your Pokemon, make him feel happier.
Yeah, I mean, the Tamagotchis. Yeah. I mean, props hats off to Coach Bam, right? This is the only team that has like one coach on the stage, and Coach Bam has been really carrying a lot of that way. It's not his first season in MPL MY either, so the fact that he stuck around, you know, and is able to bring AERO to this stage, I think AERO fans are going to be feeling very happy, having a lot more faith in AERO's performance. And this also plays to the narrative of, I think that we talked to, well, the MPL team talked to the PH players, and a lot of them, actually no, all of them, felt like AERO is going to make it to MSC.
That's the thing. I don't know what scrims have been looking like, but apparently it's been really good. Whether it translates onto stage, after that first game, AERO fans rejoice. They are inspired with confidence with the level of play that they're seeing. And especially after Hazel gets 1,000 GPM game number 1 in technically a not that great matchup for him, it works out.
I already had the slight thought in my mind that AERO Esports felt like they could go to MSA, but after witnessing their performance in game number 1, that feeling is becoming more and more confident. It's just whether or not they can continue pushing that energy forward to the finish line as we jump into the draft for game number 2.
Yeah, we gotta take it one step at a time, one game at a time for AERO, because even after this, whoever wins still has a potential 5 more games to play against HomeBois later on. So for Coach Theo, the bans completely shift. Now they ban out the Luoyi, Badang, and a Fanny blue side. Whereas AERO, I don't think they need to change much, right? You still take out the 1-1 comfort, the Joy for safety, and the Masha ban. I love that from BAM.
I like it. I like it a lot because now we've got a whole bunch of different problems. This time around, DXS are thinking whether or not they should go for the Baxia opening. It's not like it's a bad opening here, but the major issue is whether or not you're going to have enough follow-up, if not a secondary power pick that can supplement this Baxia so that it gets crazy. That's why we see Baxia and Angela sometimes.
The chip is also open, so they would go for that also.
Of course,
it's chip.
Of course.
It was banned by Coach Theo in game 1.
Yep.
But
it's a power pick.
Yeah, I mean, but the 3 picks that AERO got are still open, right? Kalea, Kimi, Baxia.
Yeah, there's a lot of good choices for AERO Esports here, but I think Chip is fairly safe in this situation since Badang has already been taken off the table as well. That does limit the amount of AoE that you might have to deal with. AERO Esports, looks like they're going for the Hariphobias. Very classic opening on red side.
Complete shift. Okay, so no one is touching the Baxia just yet. I think if you're DXS, you probably don't want to touch the Baxia now.
I think it's still doable. It's still doable because Kimi is in play. Having a tank is always great. Again, Baxia just absorbs so much damage. It's a ridiculous amount.
Unless you take Moskov or Granger here.
Yes, you can take Moskov or Granger, both of which are not too bad. I think at this point, if you're in DXL's position, you're thinking about like synergies, things that kind of work in pairs. If not, you're setting up for the second phase.
Baxia can still work here. It counters both of the picks on AERO already. Kalea could still be an option. I do agree that maybe going for a marksman like Granger or Moskov here or the Kimi could also work out pretty well. Yep, they'll go for it. Baxia, Kimi alongside the chip.
Okay, I mean, I swear, if they pick,
hey, I'm telling you, it's a possibility, very high possibility as well.
Hazel will be like, no, coach,
no, please, give me Shunshin.
Wow, this is bold. This is so bold.
It really is extremely bold because now it's a matter of timings for the ult. It's gonna be tough, right? You're gonna have to be using the Mountain Shocker to open the map when you're trying to figure out where Chip is. But Chip has no obligation to use his ult. He can even just sit around his shortcuts and mess around with the portals just to make people feel nervous.
Because of that, it's ideal to have a roamer that is able to somewhat keep track of Chip as well, so that you have a rough idea of when the Mountain Shocker would be the most effectively used, rather than just popping it and hoping that you get the timing correct.
As a hero, I'm thinking about the Tigro also could be a Z-Kiv hero here, right? I mean, if you want just big raw AoE into to do with the chip, then the Tigre is an option, but then it comes with its own sets of problems, right? Yes. Where he gets completely ran down by the other 2 picks of DXS. Aside from that, what else can you play in the
Hylos?
Hylos is probably like the Gatot is an option, but then again, there's a Baxia on the other side.
I think that the Hylos should be banned out by AERO, to be fair. I think it not only gives a better matchup specifically to Phobius in these cases, but at the same time, it denies the opportunity for Theo to be like, I can kind of run you down with the Kimi alongside it.
Yep, what if you ban the Hylos? There's a glue 4-5 for DXS. If they put the Baxia jungle, that is.
But both mid laners technically have a bit.
Yeah.
We're assuming that Kimi is going to go in there, but there's still the possibility of farms just coming out within the second phase, which again, I think most EXP laners are a little uncomfortable when that, especially with no mid laners shown. It's I'd rather not put a target on my head.
They don't ban the Hylos, they ban the CC instead, which makes me feel like there is a possibility of 4th pick Hylos for AERO Esports here. And then if the glue does actually show up from DXS, then the Faramis last pick is wide open for them as well. Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right, DXS is reading forward.
It's very direct. AERO knows what's coming. And they are going to take the glue away.
Oh.
Glue roam, I guess.
Joking.
They are willing to take that risk.
That's pretty funny. Pretty funny coming in from AERO. I would like to see how Zkeef is going to play this out, unless they've got some like really deep pockets here. Either or, DXS, it should be a high loss on their side. They can technically go for Vexana as another means, but the problem with Kimian as well as Vexana is they don't do too well into Yisha and Shin. He can kind of like slide through your CC, not to mention that turtle ship really, really hurts and forces you to take the Purify. If not, it guarantees a flicker.
I kind of feel like this Kimi has to be mid. They don't have much physical damage just on DXS.
Oh, also
no CC. I mean, unless you go Benedetta, that could be a way. Benedetta maybe into like a... Then there is something to work with. But Irritel Hayabusa, I think this works so much better. Good mix of damage, higher mobility this time compared to game 1, and a far-star response from AERO.
Deadly, deadly stuff. Okay, so it's a matter of inches, right? As much as the laning phase doesn't seem the best in the world, it's not the worst. For the EXP side, I don't think things are going to change too much. Reza, he has to play just a slow early game, especially when you're up against that Boxia. Get hit by too many spells, too bad, you lose the lane. That's just the way it goes. The glue is where it gets really interesting. I need to know whether he takes Concussive Blast or not, because it makes a huge difference in the laning phase, right? When you start comparing it to your opponents, it's clear that Kimian doesn't exactly have the best targets in the world. If you're dealing with Zkeef, out of the question. With Reza, I hope he's alone. But with Hazel, Kim, and as well as Kuse, he's got plenty of options to kind of weave through, assuming that his laners can get him that space in the first place.
It's about whether or not that space can be created. Those options, are they viable or not for DX Seoul? This is a team that has been able to push many of their rivals all the way in full series. And right now, they are one game behind, eager to reclaim lost ground as we return into the land of dawn for game number 2 between DX Seoul and AERO Esports.
The DXS village has finally all checked in at the stadium as you hear the roar from the crowd itself. And this time, because you have Heemin on an assassin, jungle clearly should be almost identical for both teams. But I do wonder how well is this glue roam going to play. I mean, we've seen it once from HomeBois into SRG OG game 5 in the upper bracket. That one didn't go that well.
Yeah, unfortunate. Zkeef accidentally, I mean, you got the initial reset. You probably want to wait a little bit longer, but that's totally fine here. I'm surprised because from DX Seoul's early start, Kimian needed a leash and almost finished roughly about the same time as Hazel by himself. Retry battle already won. That's one short win for AERO, and at this point, they continue to push on forward. I'm not sure how this is going to play out because looking at Glue specifically, he brought the Concussive Blast. So yes, they are fighting specifically for mid prio, but then where do they kind of bleed into? It feels like both lanes are kind of dead to a certain degree.
You do have a fast jungler and mid laner, but the roamer is the one that's a bit more sluggish, a bit more slow. I bet Coach Dio saw that glue ping and was like, I didn't believe he's crazy enough to do it. Why would you take glue?
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked as much as you are, but at this point, I think as much as AERO is able to get that mid prio, they do need their tanks to kind of stand in the way to block angle, specifically from Kimian, quad shadowing into their back line.
They're gonna go on Siska. Here comes Kimian. He's setting it up for the ult. Not gonna commit to it on Kim just yet, but the Dark Wave gonna knock up Siska. A bit of miscommunication there. His team a bit too slow to follow up. Flicker forced out on Kim. Rasi has to use his own as well. He's walked too far.
That is so weird. I thought Kimian would at least commit a shadow kill. If you don't get a kill, you might get a battle spell out or something and then you back off. Might have ended up baiting Siska into his death. So slightly weird interaction. I guess good news, he still have shadow kill for the turtle. But AERO, they're going to be at the turtle pit already.
Yeah, I kind of understand the sentiment because Kimian saw that this technically isn't a kill angle. Oh!
Here, gonna be okay. Pops the split. Here comes Siska from mid lane. He's not level 4 yet. Reza going in with the Infernal Pursuit on top of Rasi. Dropped him the 50%. This guy inside the turtle pit is gonna be 50-50. Hazel wins it out. Reza loses his life in exchange. Zkeef forms the front line.
Hey, Kimian, you can't do that. You shadow What did the shadow kill when he went onto the golem of all things? What?
Look, it happens. You gotta be fast. You gotta be fast, you know? You only have certain windows, and you can see that both Zeke and Reza, they're not sure when the quad shadow is gonna come out, right? So they're kind of like, they're trading against their opponents, waiting for the right moment, and they're looking specifically at the turtle. The lower it gets, the more likely they need to walk up to block those shadows in the first place. And, well, I mean, the golem kind of did the work for him.
So, I mean, they still got the turtle at least, right?
At the very least.
Yeah, it's just like game 1 where there's not much of a goal advantage, but AERO Esports continues to play in the fast manner that they've shown us in game 1. Sure, Glue is slower, but Zeke is always moving ahead. And I'm surprised that he's been able to outmaneuver Rasi so far.
Yeah, I think Rasi, he needs to find some angles in. We need to see that chip ultimate being used sometime soon to get them back and at least give them a very clear direction of how they want to engage in these fights.
Even though Glue is on the slower side, he is tanky enough to just kind of walk around the map without worrying too much about getting picked off. So that's actually a very good tool of keeping track of this chip alongside the Mountain Shocker to make sure that AERO Esports never really get ambushed. And by picking off Siska at the very start of the game, they already give Reza a bit of an advantage in a lane that should ordinarily be a bit difficult for Phobius to win out.
Yeah, that was the case, but then Siska got the kill back onto Reza, so he kind of smoothens it out. AERO coming to the top lane.
Yeah, Rasi has not been opening up the map at all. He's just been waiting for opportunities and looking for windows, waiting for SkyZed to get his farm as well. But again, this is, it's not really doing much, which is not great for DxSoul. Knowing that Hazel is already going to have an EXP lead over Kimin, it's just going to extend further and further if they kind of let nothing happen.
Oh, Feather Airstrike comes out, Rasi goes in, gets stunned, isn't able to drop the shortcut on top of Farsa. And that is quite wasted. Kimin goes in on top of Reza, tries to secure the turtle, will be able to take it away for DxSoul, takes the portal back. Siska for some reason goes into mid lane, gets knocked up instead, while the grab jumps on Rasi. Siska making some bad positioning mistakes here.
That was so funny. Reza ran into the portal and shows up on top of Siska, and Siska dies because of that. More fights.
Rasi, that's just too far forward, sir. He's gonna get melted by all 5 members of AERO Esports. Kimin looking for a chance, but he doesn't have ultimate, and Feathered Airstrike will also zone Storm away.
I think maybe Siska kind of forgot how the portal works. Not only does he take the teleport, but other people can also take the teleport too, and they all go to the same converge on the same spot. It's not like you're going back to different spots.
Yeah. I think some teams who might not have played with Chip too much needs to remember that people can take your portal, and when you use your portal, the best case scenario is that your opponents are not near you, or else they could, enjoy the same luxury.
It's very much a cartoon situation where you think you've escaped, but you forget that your opponent can also use the same path. Rasi,
what?
Oh, he gets picked up inside the tower. Oki Shadow kill on top of Hazel, finishes him off, but the portal is taken. Kim too far forward. It's a double kill for Kimin, but Storm will be traded. It is a 2 for 2.
Dang, I really thought Hazel was about to get out of there scot-free. Unfortunately, Shadow Kill still in range and no Traceless to dodge out of it. That being said though, I feel like this composition, especially with Hazel on Ziyi Jin, it kind of suits them.
Yeah, I think so too, right? Hazel can play fast. This mid tier 1 should be fine. Kimin here as well.
Looking for it, he does get stunned. This guy gonna roll in once again. Traction pulls in 1, but Feathered Airstrike zones them away. The Dark Wave knocks up the Baxia, and Siska falls once again.
That's Reza 1, Siska down 0-2 at this point.
Yeah, this guy is not having a good time at all. I would say at least that that chip portal bailed SkyZed from the top lane, because he was about to get sandwiched by AERO.
Oh my god.
Oh, Rasi.
Had to hold my breath there for
very close.
Super, super close. This next turtle definitely falling into the hands of AERO. At this point, they're trying to extend it out because Hazel's already out farming Kimin at this point. Yes, he did give it a shutdown, but it's only 300 gold difference. Nothing that he can't come back from. At this point, I think that AERO, when they're looking to get their second item power spike, I'm not sure how far Hazel is along his item path.
I don't think you should take it, right? Yeah, this turtle is non-contestable. And Kusei now is going to start becoming a problem, right? Fed of Heaven up probably would go for the
Holy Crystal.
Holy Crystal
yeah.
next.
Even though there's not a big lead in gold on Hazel, there is a pretty notable one on Kosei. So it's not the Yi Sun-Shin as the main threat. Kimin almost gets sniped, but oh no! Directed ball! Locked them down, but Kimin is traded! Kim willing to give his life for that one. Rasi too far in the backline, drops down the shortcut. Hazel picks up the kill and dashes away. Storm gonna be stuck inside the Zaman Force. Kosei runs him down, and the background slowing down the rest of the Skyzed. Crushed under the weight of Reza as AERO Esports steamrolls their way through the mid lane.
But why?
Oh, well, there need not be a reason why. This is just another stamp. Another stamp in the ticket. This train is not stopping anytime soon. They don't need to be aerodynamic anymore. Look at this. They do negative damage. Hazel on this pick, this Yi Sun-Shin pick, is so good. Why? Yes, technically is an import. Yes, he hasn't had as much practice time with his entire team compared, you know, right from the beginning of the season. He wasn't really there, which is why this pick is so good. It's very independent. In these 1v1s, he can make decisions on the fly. Hey, does anybody know what? Just pop your ult. Any problem you have, pop your ult, and you will get all the information you need to make the correct decision 90% of the time.
Yeah, it all started with a daring flicker from Kim, right, to try and pick off Kimin. It snowballed into, I don't know, I feel like DXS, they're starting, that inexperience is starting to show a little bit. These calls are becoming more and more erratic, where they were taking fights that they shouldn't have been taking. They could have cut the losses, but here they go.
Another shortcut. They're gonna go on Reza, but the Infernal Pursuit. It looks like DXL is just not going for this. The flicker used by Rasi, and they're still chasing him down. They are turning the tides, and they're still.
Wait, it's the portal.
What cartoon am I watching right now?
It's no way! No way! He still had the shortcut up. That's so bull!
Here comes another Ogi Shadow kill. Hazel drops low, but they're not gonna be able to pick him off that time.
Yo,
I'll give it that one. I'll give it that one.
Dude, it's a Scooby-Doo chase scene. They're running through the doors. They're showing up in different corridors.
Well, now they're all fighting for one thing, though. The Lord dropping low. Hazel already low on HP, but Keeman cannot enter. It goes over to AERO Esports while the rest of his team is holding the front line. Ziska melted down yet again, and the rest of DX trying to escape. Not so lucky for Rasi. He is another casualty.
God, this game is so unplayable now. Unless we see Keeman find some really isolated targets to assassinate them and get some of that bounty back. DXL, they're getting curb stomped right now by AERO. And honestly, Hazel, he's entered the Matrix at this point. He's been put down to below 50% of his HP and has still claimed kills and outplayed the members of DXL.
He's soloing Lord at 10% HP. 10%! Gets the Lord and still was able to walk out of it. I can't believe it. I don't even want to say that this Glue Roam was a good pick, but because of how good AERO are playing, this Glue Roam is actually a big problem.
It is.
Like Siska and Rasi cannot walk up.
The coordination from AERO Esports has been so clean so far. Feathered Airstrike does so much damage. Lord collides with the mid inhibitor, and the tower will fall without much fight from the EXO. They cannot find the spacing because this guy's already so weak at this point. AERO Esports are satisfied with that.
I don't know how they're going to come back from this 8.2k goal lead. And look at Rasi, he's so far up, but all your minion waves are pushed in. You have to travel across half the world to even get a potential flank, and that is not the angle that you want to look for. A concealed play from AERO, here they go.
They're diving in once again. Reza gonna jump on Siska straight away. Zaman Force, look at Rasi as well. The rest of them are backing off Rasi, trying to find a shortcut, but what do you even do in this situation? This is now a problem. They found him. Shortcut drop down. Hazel just dashes away from it. Everyone comes through, and they all get melted. They're all running into the grinder. AERO Esports are just waiting for their prey to run into their hands, and they will get the triple. They will wipe out the EXO and take game number 2.
The Coach Steel is losing his mind right now behind the scenes with how that game has transpired. We kind of predicted that AERO is going to have the upper hand as the game progressed. But halfway through, DXS just derailed and they never got back on track.
No. Something's different here. Something's different. They're not getting the same kills. They're up against a jungler who's been outplaying them a majority of the game. This is not an out they can play for anymore. They have to target somebody else. They got to get Fuse. They gotta take Zkeep out of the question now. That glue pick, yes, it came out of nowhere, but it's not impossible to play around. And I think that's what they were missing in this game. A clear direction. Even Rossi, he's not using his shortcuts. He's not. We haven't even seen him use all. How many ults did we see this game? 4?
Dude. Honestly, the best ult usage was the one that he used to escape.
Pretty much.
Exactly.
Honestly, AERO Esports was using his shortcut better than his team was. I feel like that was the name of the game we were looking at here, and DXL really needs to figure something out soon. We got another short mic check for you guys to check out for the end of game number 2. We'll continue this conversation a little bit later.
Extend ayah. Endable. Just get always. Look good. Sini. Sprint. I can pro. No damage. Mati. Nice one. Beat ball.
Honestly, I don't know what's more painful, the fact that your tank didn't walk through the shortcut or because the assassin walked through the shortcut first. Either way, 2-0 now in favor of AERO Esports. One more game and they will proceed to lower bracket finals to face off against HomeBois for that last slot into MSC, which will be happening at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh in less than a month actually. Well, at least the wildcard starts in less than a month. But for DXS, where do we start, right? After game 1, we said we gotta go back to the drawing board. But after game 2, I think the drawing board is just part of the steps that they need to take.
Yeah, they gotta.
It's a big problem here.
Layman's terms, they gotta stop sucking, right?
They gotta get good.
They gotta get good. You know, I know I don't. Usually I would have a more like very precise way of playing the game, or at least a couple of things I can bounce off of them. Not this time. This one, they clearly had no real idea where the advantage was, and without clear direction, there was no way to kind of speed up the game if they don't know where they were going in the first place.
It feels like the XS is playing drafts that are slightly unfamiliar, but at the same time, I gotta give props to AERO Esports. I feel like they prepared really well for this particular matchup. And Hazel gonna be given MVP for yet another game on that Yi Sun Shin. I'm pretty sure this squad has identified how DXL wants to play the game. And by moving so quickly that they're not able to adjust, the game just falls right into their hands.
I mean, it's so free for him, right? Not only is he outplaying his opponents, but he has an individual jungler that lets him be independent, right? We've seen the team play 4 and 1 with him on the opposite side of the map, picking up farm when the team needs to clump together. This particular game is so different from game number 1 because at least in game number 1, they forced them into that 4 position. Here, he can kind of move. They've got all winning lanes. He's got tanks from the mid lane to kind of protect that river line. And from his side of the jungle, he's stealing whatever he wants to. Worst comes to worst, pop that ult for pure utility, if not jungle clear.
Yeah, he wins one more game with Yi Sun Shin and gets the MVP. He's gonna get a Korean citizenship at this point. With how good he's making Yi Sun Shin look.
He's listing off the national treasures, right? They have Kimchi, they've got Faker, and then they've got Hazel on Yi Sun Shin.
Maybe BTS, right?
Yeah,
We don't want to offend the army.
Of course.
Some of them are they're probably listening in. But yeah, this game is a train wreck. Game 1, DXL were able to keep up to a certain degree, but game 2, it was just off the rails. I think Rasi, like you pointed out a couple of times, Gideon, just does not have a direction, right? We didn't get to see the utilization of this chip. No big flank maneuvers, no creative movements, no off-tempo plays, and even the ones we saw, Rasi had to throw himself underneath a tier 2 to make it happen.
They need to come with cheese gank angles. I was expecting Rossi to kind of help out with the early leash and then maybe look for like a side quick lane gank, get an instant like advantage here. But AERO Esports, they called it really fast, right? They use double mid lane duel in the mid lane, let Hazel kind of do his buffs by himself, and then quickly invade to get the instant information.
I really like that they rotated to the EXP lane first as well, because this game, the battle lines are really determined by the state of both frontliners on both teams, right? The roam and EXP lanes play a very important role to deciding how fights are going to start here. And Rasi is actually quite dependent on Siska to open up the map so that he can decide which is the best flank angle to attack from. AERO Esports knows this. That's why they immediately go and gank this Baxia, not allowing Siska to open up the map and allowing Reza to join them more easily. Because of this, the portals never could come down where they wanted them to. They just had to force it out desperately.
It's very unfortunate that Rasi spent a lot of time just getting his movements mirrored by Zkif, which when it shouldn't really be the case for a big part of this early game. But it's also a good time to talk about the pillar of DxO, right? For me, a big part of it, I always have to believe, is Siska, right? He has a good game. DxO naturally gets to translate into that. But for 2 games in a row, especially game 2, Siska did not get to play the game at all. And then the rest of the team, they want to do their own thing. Storm on the Kimmy, Skyzet on Iratel, they all have their own businesses to attend to. But then you have this Baxia that needs to help out Rasi to frontline, to form that battle line. And he goes down like 3 times in the early game. It just makes life with DXS even harder.
I think it not only does it make it harder, but it makes it like pretty unplayable because he's pretty much your only out in this game to actually have a clean team fight. If not, you're playing your traditional front to back, which is not exactly what DXS want to do in the first place, especially when AERO Esports have completely outranged them in a majority of situations, especially with Feather Airstrike at any moment. It is not like mutually, what do they call it? Mutually insured eradication. No, there's a different word.
Destruction.
For that. Destruction. Mutually insured destruction, but more so, somebody's holding the nukes and you kind of have to like walk around it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I feel like this is another case of AERO Esports also kind of winning out in their draft. They already had the direction going into the game. They knew what they needed to do as well. The third airstrike provides zone control, and we did question the glue roam. This is a hero which is not normally played in this position, not very good at starting fights, which is typically what you want the roam to do, but is very good at standing there and stopping your opponent from getting past him, and that's all AERO Esports needed him to do this game.
Yeah, I mean, AERO cannot keep getting away with these kind of picks. YSS third pick, red side, got away with it, and insane stuff. Hazel once more, our rich guy, but this time the carry goes over to Kim on his Farsa, Siska as standback, and best wingman for Zkif as a glue roam.
Oh, I think what it really comes down to is that Coach Baum is just ruining Theo's day. If Theo is the OCD kid, Coach Baum is the guy who's just messing with his shoes, putting it off kilter ever so slightly, and that is enough, right? Because again, we saw that they wanted to go for the glue in game number 2. It's very obvious, right? It's blaring. It's like, yes, I get rid of the counter pick. I'm going to get glue for myself. They've already picked their EXP laner, and now it's gone. What do? Not much of an answer after that.
It's actually a funny interaction here when you point out how the coaches are interacting in the draft, because it does feel that way. In fact, it feels kind of like a Roadrunner, Wally, Coyote kind of situation where Coach Theo is preparing everything possible to catch Coach Bam in his tracks, to try and counterplay, and it is blowing up in his own face.
I mean, we did see a little bit of it with Rossi trying to make that big escape, right? Running through the corridors, jumping through different doors, Roadrunner, Coyote all over again.
Yeah, I had a feeling that when Coach Bam picked the glue, he looked over at Theo and he was like, huh? Huh?
He's already in his power pose. Huh?
You wanted this?
Coach Theo just thinking, we banned the Faramis, they pick Hylos, we pick glue.
Yeah, and then Coach Bam stands up, snaps his finger at Theo, shows him the phone, and he's like...
he locks in the glue and both coaches just look at each other.
God, that would have been so funny if the cameraman actually caught that and they're doing that on stage. We don't know for sure. But coming into game number 3, we need to see something a little different from Coach Theo's side. It seems that the draft seems to be a huge problem in this game, especially for DxO. I mean, even the team fights seem really, really awkward here. It feels like AERO have a very good formula against DxO. They know what the first rotation looks like because that early invade. I think right now, DxO, more than anything, must prioritize getting priority over that mid lane rather than focusing on their side lanes. I'm sorry, Crusade. You were not going to win out that matchup against that Harith anyways. Even if you did have the Granger, sure, you might have a little bit of a chance. But other than that, it was pretty unwinnable.
Yeah, I think overall that it goes back to the very, very basics of the current meta, right? It demands you to have priority over the mid lane. Even if you don't get priority, you catch up, right? You don't lose the priority and then you are like, what, 30 seconds slower. It's unacceptable right now. And DxO, they need to start with that. And I think that would translate into the overall construct of the game a lot better. Even if you don't have a clear direction in the beginning, at least they can match up with AERO's movements, which they have struggled to achieve.
Yeah, AERO Esports are just straight up outpacing DxO right now, and we have seen this pattern before. DxO only really loses games when they are out-tempoed in this particular way. I do think so. We need to see a shift in the draft where if you're not able to figure out a way to outpace AERO on your own, go for heroes that create that space naturally instead of trying to force certain chemistries.
Yeah, I think there's two ways, right? Either you match their tempo, you get priority over them, or you give a priority, but you create a safe vacuum for yourself where they cannot take advantage of that, which in this case, I think DxO maybe tried to go for option number 3, didn't work out. But then in game 2, there was no options at all, right? The only safe haven was Siska, and that didn't work out.
Well, there's another way of looking at it, right? I do agree with you that they need to create that vacuum, but I think that Coach Bomb is taking that away from them. Because if you are going to create that vacuum, who are you going to create it for? And in this case, 90% of the time you see in the regular season, it always boils down to Kusei, right? That's why we're seeing the Granger bans. That's why we're seeing the Harith getting picked up very, very early on. When we've seen DxO just be like, well, you know what? We can I guess lock in the Wanwan if we had to, but it's banned out this time. So what are we gonna do? Make sure that Kusei can't play his comfort heroes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very tough for DxO. It's not done just yet, right? If we know DxO for anything is that they are masters of full series, maybe we'll get that reverse sweep. You know, the good old what the bigger troopers had to go through in MPL ID.
Hey, I don't know. They're also masters of only playing 3 games as well.
Oh, you're right. There's only one way to find out. But if you guys have not heard about this just yet, we have a new hero that's going to be coming to the land on pretty soon. You can get it for free as well between 18th of June to 4th of July. It's the Celestial Empress, Zetian. Coming down into the mid lane, if you have not seen her kit yet, do just go and search up on the internet. It's a pretty cool kit. If you ever wonder, where's the Shin ultimate? Well, now it's with her. It stuns you. It gives you movement speed. And it's overall a great hero. Glory to KD Riverland.
KD Riverlands. Woo!
KD Riverland.
Yeah. All right. I'm glad you had to take that ad read. If I said it for the very first time, it would have been bad. It would have been so bad.
It really is a can I copy your homework situation though.
Miss ZTN. ZTN.
Yeah. When I first saw the trailer, I was like, I can't wait for the name to get butchered.
Yeah. I mean, so many MPLs have butchered it already. And to be fair, MPL ID did a not bad one.
Did not bad. You know, the first one I heard, not for Zetian, but for Chang'e.
Oh my God.
Yes. Remember Chang'e?
Chang'e?
If you say Chang'e one more time, putting it to the grinder.
I remember we had difficulty with Suyo back then too.
I mean, Suyo is okay. I mean, it's not that bad. But I want to hear how Poji pronounces the name of the new hero in the courtside interview. Poji, take it away.
Hello, apa khabar semua? Terima kasih sekali lagi kepada caster yang handsome-handsome sekalian. Dan sekarang saya, Poji, berada dekat sini. Kita tengok hype-nya, crowd yang menyokong untuk kedua pasukan yang tengah bermain sekarang itu, AERO Esports dan juga DxO. Tapi saya difahamkan ada sekelompok pelajar yang datang sangat awal. So kita nak pergi tanya diorang lah, diorang ni daripada mana, studianya dekat mana. Okay, how are you bang? Assalamualaikum. Apa khabar? Jemput bang. Apa khabar bang? Boleh. Dua-dua boleh. Dua-dua handsome. Nervous. Okey, tak apa. Okey, ini untuk abang. Okey, jom kita ke depan sikit. Kat belakang kita agak-agak kecil tempatnya. Jadi, okey. Okey, siapa nama abang dan abang? Daripada mana? Nama siapa?
Hello?
Okey, sudah. Okey, kita tak apa. Normal. This is normal ya guys. Relax. Nama pada mana?
Nama saya Muhammad Azizan bin Mustafa dari Indonesia.
Abang, nama siapa?
Nama saya Sherry.
Indonesia juga?
Ya.
Kita ada 2 orang pada Indonesia. Student ke dua-dua student?
Ya.
Wow. Belajar dekat mana? Indonesia juga?
Belajarnya di sini.
Belajar di sini. Jadi datang hari ni sokong siapa?
Saya mah Hazel.
Hazel. Kita nampak dia macam nervous sikit. Abang sokong Hazel juga?
Ya.
Okey, memang daripada Malaysia ke Indonesia ke Malaysia, sokong Hazel all the way ke ataupun macam mana? Ataupun ada sokong mana-mana tim lain ke dekat Indo juga?
Hazel juga.
Hazel?
Ya.
Ini memang the real fan untuk Black Alien kita.
Ya.
Okey, boleh tak kongsi dengan saya kenapa abang sokong Hazel dekat dalam AERO Esports?
Kerana mereka ada ganteng-ganteng gitu, lepas tu mainnya agak baik, strateginya pun agak bagus gitu.
Weh, mantap. Okey, untuk abang pula kan, abang okey. Kalau abang boleh kongsi dengan saya lah kan, macam abang ni dia cakap sebab minat Hazel handsome, ganteng semuanya kan. Tapi untuk Hazel kan, abang rasakan apa yang membuatkan dia dekat dalam AERO Esports tu nampak kuat? Maksudnya AERO tu sendiri.
Bagi saya tu strateginya.
Strategi.
Ya.
Dari segi gameplay dia macam mana? Baik.
Memang baik.
Hui, okay. Okey bang, kalau bolehlah nak sampaikan kata-kata semangat dekat Hazel lah. Hazel tengah padang kita. Hello Hazel. Apa benda nak cakap kat dia?
Terusin. Semangat gitu.
Semangat gitu.
Semangat. Jangan apa orang panggil terganggu emosinya.
Terganggu emosinya. Okey abang, anything nak cakap dekat semua fan Malaysia dan juga fan Indonesia yang tengah menonton dan juga turut menyokong AERO Esports hari ni. Yang ada Hazel dekat dalam tu.
Apa?
Semua untuk fan dekat Malaysia, Indonesia yang menyokong Hazel.
Terusin sokong Hazel ya. Jangan tukar-tukar gitu.
Jangan jadi lalang.
Yes.
Kita terasa sebab kita lalang. Tapi tak apa, kita saja bukan doakan untuk AERO Esports, tapi pada masa yang sama, kita doakan juga untuk mungkin ada comeback daripada DXO. Mungkin 2 berbalas 2 selepas ni, kita tak tahu. Tapi terima kasih kepada anda berdua yang datang daripada jauh, sanggup menyokong MPL Malaysia dan juga AERO Esports. Dan sekarang tanpa kita melengahkan masa, player dah pun bersedia dekat atas tu, kita nak throw dekat caster kita. Tanpa kita melengahkan masa, terima kasih, let's go.
Thank you very much, Poji, and also our Indonesian supporters. The kingdom or the empire has struck twice against DXO. Hazel supporters in the house, and one more game before AERO Esports books their ticket to the lower bracket finals and puts themselves one step closer to MSC. Let's take a look about at AERO, right? Because previously, before AERO was known as AERO, they were known as Red Esports back in Season 14. These are the stats on your screen, and funnily enough, despite Red Esports, having decent stats, compared to AERO, they're not too far apart, but the performance level is miles apart.
Oh yeah, I mean, Coach Mom, he's looking back at them and it's like, actually, that's kind of true. Our stats are pretty similar.
When you look at the numbers here, there's not a lot of difference, but when you compare play styles between these two seasons directly, it is massively different.
It's a completely different roster too, right? We have Sensui, we have Ao back there, Grace played on Red Esports for a while. Even Dinesh, when he came in from MAL, he was under Red Esports, but now Coach Bam, he's looking at the screen right now, he realized that what a far and long journey it has been. Last season, they knocked out JP9ers 3-0 in the play-ins, and they lost to SRG in the lower bracket. And right now, they're back in the same spot like they were in Season 14.
Well, at least you can go back over and just be like, hey, I coached that team 6% better than last year. Sorry, last season. Even so, I think that right now, AERO Esports, compared to when they were Red, I think there was just too much to deal with in Red Esports. Now, with a lot of the burden, the alleviation, as well as all the controversies kind of cleared up in this rebranding, I think now that the players are feeling not only comfortable, but a sense of familiarity, which is why you see staples like Kim come back and still trying to support this new rebrand.
Yeah, they definitely feel a lot more directed as well and eager to break their record from last season. DXO, this is their first season, so let's compare them with a team that did a very good performance in their debut as well. And yeah, the numbers are a little unfair.
Dude, that's so dirty. Season 10 is when we did see Team Hawk actually come into the scene, and more importantly, so shock the world on that same season, going all the way and being a representative. This is the comparison that we're hoping that DXO will try to compete with Team Hawk with. If they win, if somehow reverse sweep this game and then beat the HomeBois, then I think these stats are comparable. And I think they'll be looking a lot better because it's close now, but if they win these next couple of games, it'll be that much greater.
And also because back then we had slightly more games to play. We didn't have, BO5s for the entire playoffs and also all of that. Team Hawk
also didn't have SRG.
We also didn't have SRG. We had Todang, right? Todang was they lost to Team Hawk. But they were still announced as champions, though, I believe by Sith for like 3 seconds. Good old time.
Somebody's gonna pull out that clip. That clip was too good.
I was trying to find it, but I couldn't find it. I need to search more.
It's the best example that the people can use to say that MPL is scripted.
we almost leaked the script.
We nearly broke the third wall there. Just, oh no, it's happening. All right, 22 more seconds until the game actually begins. Right now, DX, I'm looking at Keeman's face. He's a little stressed about the situation. He's like, okay, we want to go a little bit further, but if we drop the ball here 3-0, that's not going to leave it a good enough impression, especially since this is rookie season. He's got to like bring this together, make it close.
Because we've seen moments of him struggling, right? When they first played MV in the regular season, he had a rough series. He was not getting anything done. Come playoffs, he was styling on MV, on Uni. But right now, he's back in that same spot, just like in regular season, right? Assassins didn't work out, Tank didn't work out, and when both sides of the aisle are collapsing on you, what is the third option? We just have to find out. Joy gets led through, and AERO, they just snatch it.
Wow, Coach Tio actually went for a Yi Sunshin ban in the first phase there. Heavy respect, but letting go of a hero like Joy is arguably even worse.
Like the question is the Yi Sunshin worth banning? Or is there a workaround?
This is where it gets really, really tough, right? Because it is clear that the core part of AERO's strategy is to make sure that, at least for Hazel, he gets a hero that is independent, right? Whether he would be extremely slippery or is able to open up the map to kind of make his own decision. Joy fits that role of he gets to be independent. It's very hard to catch unless DXS has an answer. And in this case, they're going to get the Kolia. Are they going to pair it up with a high burst? No, they're going to pair it up with at least Luo Yi. Not bad, but still punishable.
So they go back to a more macro-centric draft, right? It feels like this has been the theme for the entire series for DXS, right? Game 1 to Game 3, the draft revolves in some way around moving around the map faster, right? Having off-tempo plays, having potential to make off-tempo plays. I think Game 1 was a better demonstration of that with the Luo Yi compared to the chip in Game 2. Now this Masha is an option for third pick if DXS wants it.
I think they pick a tank here. It's either they pick a tank or they look for something that can actually compete with the Joy as well.
Experience
Bedrin
the euphony of
is one way, so they take the Granger instead. Okay.
Very, very interesting. Keeping things as open as possible. I was also thinking that the Masha might show up here since we already know that it combos well with the Luo Yi, and it would definitely get banned out in the second phase. But they try to keep it open for now. We still do not know what the jungler and EXP laner for DXS is going to be. And Siska has been having difficulty in that matchup up until now, so maybe they're trying to play for that side.
I suppose. I don't know. I was thinking whether or not to kind of predetermine what your burst is going to be. I mean, Ranger is okay, but I think it's too safe, especially in the current position. Let's see what they're trying to set up for, because now the Gatot, the counter picks towards the Kalia are going to get taken off the board.
There's always the Beatrix as a fail-safe, right, for DXS.
That's what I was thinking.
Even if, let's say, Beatrix doesn't go through, I think at least you open up more options for your marksman and jungler. I think, you know, if you can, maybe you grab the Masha, or perhaps they look at the Bandetta if it doesn't get banned out, because Masha is already banned out.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Because at this point, we can kind of guarantee that Kimi could go into the gold lane. Worst comes to worst, I don't know. I think right now the relationship is whether or not you get access to Phoveus without the glue.
But Phoveus is banned out as well. It's banned out in phase 1.
Yeah, so that means that just leaves glue at this point, right? So that was that big relationship. And now the question is whether or not they even want to take that as a consideration, because something needs to stop this Joy, and Badang has already been taken off very smartly by Coach Bao.
I want to say Franco, but there's already Kalea, right? Exactly. Kalea XP is not going to work here.
Maybe they could still go Baxia?
But then crowd control is now heavily reliant on Kalea.
Exactly. Now, initially I thought maybe if they go for Baxia instead of the Granger slot, there could have been an opportunity if Kalea wasn't part of the first two picks. Or if not, it's up in the air, right? Yeah. Unless you can guarantee a decent matchup for Kalea to the EXP side. And Blue gets locked down. Let's see whether Kimi is going... Is AERO going to compromise their damage profile to ensure a counter against the glue?
You could take that and then a CC? Farm is CC and then you could Badang for ZK if he plays a mean Badang.
It's alright, I suppose.
It's not the worst.
It's not the worst, yeah.
This is the Hilda Iratel. Keeping it straightforward. Again, another draft that goes fast.
It not only goes fast, but there's a pretty good way to punish their opponents. I think at this point, it's pretty difficult, right? Because now the real question is whether or not you want to have Kalea in as your supporter, right? There could be a possibility of Blue going into that support, just like we saw in the previous game. Dolan to speed things up to kind of keep pace against AERO. It's tough.
It's tough.
Riz, he's gonna have a field day.
Yeah, you see the shoulder pad for Coach Steel on the key. I mean, it's like this game, just play your best, right? Like, there's a lot of burden because You can't really play Suyo, sure, the Suyo burst with Kalea, but then there's too much magic damage profile from AERO. I guess Nolan is his best choice, but he gotta play the best damn Nolan game of his life.
Yeah, unless we see Siska really zone out every member for the side of AERO, unless we see big plays coming in from Rasi, proactive plays to force these Purifies out. Hazel, he can kind of do whatever he wants to do unless threatened. So unless we see some resistance from DXS from minute number 1, this should be an AERO game.
One thing's for sure though, the first couple minutes of the game are going to be the most important. Who is able to get that momentum? Who is able to get their foot through the doorway first? Will AERO Esports be able to secure a clean series to move on to the lower bracket finals? Or will the Dark Horses push them to their limits one final time? Let us find out in the land of Dawn.
Both junglers starting parallel. Actually, no, inverse jungling. Both of them on the orange buff opening. So Hazel is going to end up on the top side of the map. Can't believe we are already at this stage. Reza having a lot of pressure on top of him. That's a flicker out, so was able to get some intel for himself, but at least DxO forces something out of him.
Yep. I mean, you can see that Keeman trying to go for at least the clear. Oh, Storm. Oh boy. Hopefully he doesn't lose the wave EXP. He managed to secure at least one minion here, but the second one I think he might get zoned out.
Yeah, he needs Rasi to help him.
This guy in some trouble though. He's stuck between 3 members. He has to flicker out. Rasi now gonna be the one stuck outside. Hazel chases him down. Wall comes out, but he's under the tower. AERO will not force it. Yin Yang reaction does a lot of damage, but both mid laners will also survive.
Okay, at least there's some resistance, like what Gideon wanted from DxO, right? They're trying to, they are trading a lot of the health bars. They're using it as resources to make sure that AERO Esports gets stiff arm. Skies are able to push a Kusei back as well. There was a gang angle for Kimin, but wasn't able to take it. A way better start for DxO to potentially keep that fairy tale alive in this lower bracket semis.
I sure hope so here. Right now, SkyZ hasn't really gotten to play the game in these past couple of matches at the very least. And this time around, he might have an opportunity, but Kusei is going to make it difficult, right? This is not exactly the most favorable matchup in the lane. Oh man, missed it from the side of ZK.
That would have been a huge catch if he was able to find it, but the DxO right now still doing a good job of making sure they don't give up too much early to AERO.
It was a blind fist break too. If that caught Kimin, that would have been just the unluckiest moment in this game. Ziska and DK will hit 4. Of course, Ziska will get to that point first. DxO now having intentions to contest the turtle.
Yeah, I don't think DxO should be contesting this. Rasi's not level 4. It's not like Nolan's going to be able to outpace it. Right now, even for AERO, right, they're really taking their time. They want to lean into getting the snowball early. They want Hazel to get that early level lead.
Kimin's not here. Rasi's able to dash away from ZK. Here comes Storm as well. Yin Yang reaction, but Reza able to tank quite a lot of damage. Grab, gonna land on top of Hazel. Pulls him back in. First blood to Rasi. And a fist crack going to find Kimin, but he's able to dash out of it. Yin Yang reaction once again. The duality melts them down. And now it is only Reza left in the jungle of DxO. It'll take some time, but the job is done. DX take 3 kills and the first turtle.
See what happens when you get priority in lane. See what happens when Siska unlocks himself. They're gonna get so close.
Traction pulse. Okay, Kimin's out. That was very close.
Sad. Did not have enough damage there. I don't think he had the lethal ignition proc as well, which is a little awkward. But hey, regardless, great plays coming in from Siska. Got to use the spread multiple times. Got to use his ult twice in that fight. Usually the first one is more than enough.
Yeah, but if you get a takedown, it goes on a 5-second cooldown, which is pretty ridiculous. And now he gets to sandbag Hazel a little bit. And sure, you're gonna get the camp, but you know, Hazel. Diversion.
Oh, they're looking for him. Oh, 3 members. But he's able to dash
that
away.
Was so close. A fraction of a second earlier, Hazel would have been dead for sure.
Yeah. I really thought that Siska might have gone for like a bit of a chase, you know, a quick
just root him for a while?
Yeah, root him for a while, maybe even flicker on him, just to kind of show dominance. I don't know. Something to get into that mind. Either way, haven't really seen Rasi grab anybody just yet. He's unlocked his ultimate for a while now, but we haven't seen much really happening other than Siska pushing, poking, and prodding.
Just what you say is the flicker. Tsunami Slam pulls him right into the jaws of the beast. Kim is down.
Good stuff. No Purify for another 10 seconds. Rasi once more pushes ZK away. They should see Hazel just about now. So DxO, they establish control over that mid lane. Another divergent play.
Stome as well as Keemin gonna be sent in the jungle. Oh, he was outside the bush. Did Zeke spot him there?
Just chill.
No, Zeke finds two-man fist crack right into Hazel. Tracks and pulse, finishes off Stome. But Keemin will be able to escape with some help from Siska.
This either is unfortunate or it's a good game sense for Zeke. Either way, it's a good punish on the Storm. Although I would say DxO, at least they didn't lose Keemin. He still gets to claim his purple buff, still gets to heal up a little bit. Might put themselves in a position to contest for the next turtle, but AERO Esports this time, Hazel has shown himself in the top lane. Let's see what DxO's response is.
Yep, Keemin, he's very close to level 9. He's pretty even with Hazel at this point.
Flicker forced out from Sky there. Tsunami Slam pulls in the Badang. Zeke is just gone. Melted. Removed from the earth entirely. Reza forced to use Flicker, but Grab just pulls him back in, and the artillery fire finishes him off. Hazel comes in though. Steals the turtle away with electrifying beats, and Keemin gonna be traded away. Rossi now realizing, uh-oh, I should not be here anymore. He backs it off, cuts their losses.
Man, Hazel still makes it there in time for the turtle?
He does. I mean, to be fair, DxO was dragging out considering how many they actually caught, right? At the end of the day, they still walk away with more kills. Siska, okay, he still had his ult. What are you gonna do about it? Can't do it. CZ immune for that point in time. Able to purify out of the way. Create just enough distance. Regardless.
Oh, they found Skyset.
Oh, that's a Flicker commitment too from Zeke. AERO Esports, they again willing to throw bodies at DxO. At one point, DxO has almost close to a 2,000 gold lead that has evaporated. Just like that, bottom tier 1 goes down. AERO Esports equalize the economy.
Oh, alright. At least Zeke isn't losing confidence, right? After getting pulled first into the fight, ended up losing the fight overall for his team. He makes up for it by using that flicker on the bot side to crack open that tier 1. And Gusei, finally unlocked from the lane, can start to participate in a lot more fights.
Yeah, things are now starting to look a bit problematic for DX. They were able to play a really fast tempo initially, and that's exactly what we were wanting from them in order to maintain some control on the map. But in just a few short moments, AERO has already evened up the net worth difference despite having half the kills.
Yeah, I think one of the sources of that stems from not this diversion, stems from the fact that AERO Esports is just a lot more low commitment compared to DxO in terms of the resources that they have to start a fight, right? With Zeke, Kim, they can keep on fighting, but for DxO, they're waiting for crucial cooldowns, crucial timings for their abilities. Some of them have to land. They need to have purple buff for the Nolan, or he needs to at least have full energy without the purple buff. A lot of things that DxO needs to take into consideration. But for AERO, they can fight on a dime. Zeke finds the cash, Kim can follow up easily.
Either way, I still think that itemization is a lot easier for DxO at this point, right? Everybody wants to get a Radiant Armor. Everybody wants to make sure they also have the Blade Armor too.
Oh, another pick! Hazel secures the turtle, but Reza gets picked up. He's able to flicker away from the mid lane. And that means no casualties here.
Yeah, the Goblins actually blocked out the...
Oh, diversion! They appear behind the Irritel, but Kosei just dashes through the tower instead. Really well played by AERO Esports.
Easiest escape of his life.
Hey, when you're driving on the road, always be looking for escape routes, right? Exactly what AERO Esports need to be doing. They have a composition that moves really fast. Their anchors are going to be Kim. Oh my god!
Wow!
Definitely has not lost his confidence. He's willing to make those plays.
Hazel's in the backline. Electrifying beats. He almost kills Stone, but now he is stuck. He's been stunned. He tries to dash away. Grab on top of him. Fist crack on ZK, zoning out the rest. But Hazel is pulled back into the eye of danger. And he is taken out. ZK has got well, but Stone can be traded. Reza's in backline. Tsunami Slam pulls him in the tower, and Keemin finishes him off. It is a 1-for-3 trade with DxO coming out on top.
Bit of overcommitment from AERO. Not gonna lie, Hazel trying to 1v5. Almost takes out Storm, but at the cost of his life. You cannot disrespect that blue like that. Running through all of his abilities, Siska continues to do work as the front line, and now they will take away that purple buff.
Oh yeah, finally. Decent punishment from such a DXS. Really slapping the hand of AERO Esports. They still have a goal lead, to be fair, but mainly because of the missing structures that we've seen from the aftermath of some of these fights. If not, the fact that AERO doesn't really want to interact with DXS in the first place, right? So as this game continues to progress, we're 4-9 so far. DxO are the ones who are dependent on Rossi to find the engagement. At this point, how does AERO Esports deal with Siska? Because I don't see much of an answer. They kind of have to move around the glue rather than through him.
We're already seeing the difference in impact when Siska is actually allowed to play the game, right? We talked about the importance of EXP lane prio for DX. Ooh, Kim in engages up. Wow! The fracture! And Kim explodes in a single second, but Hazel looking for some revenge, dashes through Kim in, tries to escape, but runs into Reza. Tsunami Slam though, gonna pick up Hazel in turn, the jungler has been traded. Reza tries to go in again, at low HP, and gives the double kill to Skyzed.
And Skyzed is eating good, finally gets a piece of the pie for himself. Sky Piercer stacks are coming online. DxO instantly turns onto the Lord. Kim is still 10 seconds out. But DxO, they're not gonna wait. They're gonna whittle down the Lord as fast as possible. Here comes ZK.
ZK with conceal, gets the fist crack on Storm into the snipe. Kosei finishes off the Loyi. ZK sets it up, traction both ones. This guy's dead into the traction beam. Kim in some trouble, but he's able to purify out of it.
No,
Kosei playing time, but Skyzed with the mega kill. Picks up the snipe. Kosei jumps on with the grab into the shutdown. Skyzed, double kill.
I don't get it. Why didn't Kosei walk alongside Kim to take out Skyzed on this Granger, force out that flicker, at least reset, lose it, make him lose those stacks on the Sky Piercer. They went from split angles and somebody had to distract the tank, I suppose.
Skyzed now 5-1 and 4. Sea Halberd online. Right after that fight, DxO, another diversion. No, this one is just to bring the whole team closer to the Lord as they started off for the second time. Siska actually gets tracked down by the Listen Wanderer. Let's see if Hazel can make magic here.
I don't know if AERO Esports wants to contest it this time, but Reza is walking forward. Kimin will secure a traction beam. Gonna miss entirely. Tsunami Slam pulls DK in, but Siska has been abandoned. Looks like AERO Esports will be able to get one kill for free.
Small price to pay for a Lord and a definitive lead for DxO. Bottom wave will eventually be shoved up by Kimin to translate into a tier 1. DK with his immortality online for the next fight. But AERO Esports, they got some good lanes on the top side of the map, which DxO will have to attend to.
Is Hazel... Wait, hold on. Is Kim trying to buy a DHS or something? What's he trying to go for?
With some nature.
Seal play. Good disengage from DxO. Make sure no one is caught there, and even the minions are cleared up. Diversion play. The whole team's running. The fist crack locks them down. But Duality doing a lot of damage. It's a monster kill from Skyzed and Tsunami Slam purified away. Kosei able to escape. DxO respond in kind. They lose no one, but Reza goes down.
Holy cow, that timing on the fist break from ZK is a pixel perfect. Lands it as soon as they landed. That I honestly thought AERO would have been able to turn that around for a split second. But the fact that they only lost Reza is the silver lining. DxO does not get any damage onto the inhibitors.
You think he pre-buffered it? You think he jumped into the portal with the break and then as a TP to just land?
Most definitely.
He just waited and then went through it. I can't. It's hard to tell when you don't see the starting point.
No, pretty sure it was the former.
Yeah, I think he just waited in the bush and then he primed his fist break on the TP timing.
That's crazy.
Holy cow.
I mean, there's no real way to react to that, I suppose. But luckily, you know, a couple of purifies get him out of the situation. And at least for the side of DxO, Rossi now a little more hesitant. You can see that he's like, oh, whoa, after that, we got to be careful about Loyi. Loyi is going to be a big player in this battle. ZK, however, I think at this point, right, if he is trying to disengage, I think he needs to look like a juicy target, right? He needs to get picked up by the Tsunami Slam, allow Reza and maybe even Hazel to jump into it while he quickly channels his ult to try and cancel it. Either or, it's going to be a battle to support at this point.
Positioning is going to be key now. DxO with a 4K gold lead is finally in a position where they want to be in. Siska also passing the 200 assist milestone in his very first season of MPL. This is looking to be much more the typical DxO that we know, and that means AERO Esports needs to be very respectful.
They've unlocked the hardcore mode. The full series DxO mode seems to be online for now, but it's only certain if they can close out this one for a start. And so far, Skyzed, he just got his Rose Gold Meteor, so basically decked out the items. And his team has been protecting him really well. Skyzed finally gets to find space to perform, to really dish out numbers.
He did. Now, just take our time with this. This Lord is going to be a make it or break it for either side. We're 14 minutes into the game. most of the time we would have seen teams rush this Lord, considering how many macro movements we've seen across the battlefield, and not to mention, at least for the diversion, is still in play for DxSoul. AERO is especially careful at clearing out these bushes.
And DXS is able to leave Siska alone, right? Like if he gets jumped on by 5 people, he's gonna go down for sure, but they have diversion, you know, to act as reinforcement, and Siska is tanky enough to soak up a lot of damage. So nice between Siska and Reza to see who can open up more parts of the map to create these safe angles for the team to walk past.
Definitely a lot easier for Siska this time around, though. This is one of his comfort picks, and we've already seen the difference that makes. Just draw a line in the sand. Don't allow AERO Esports to walk past a certain point, and that makes these engagements a lot more difficult. They've already used their diversion to get closer to the Lord Pit, but it's taken long enough that it will be available again, and AERO Esports are looking for alternative paths to victory here.
I think at least for this Lord take, DxSoul, they're just waiting for information to be deployed on the map, right? Top side is a slow push, bottom side maybe a slow push into their side of the map, but at least they can manage it pretty quickly, which is why you see DxSoul. It's all about just taking control over this side of the map and dragging this out. Eventually, somebody is going to show up with the waves.
Hussein and ZK tried to de-push the lane, but they didn't do it properly enough, so it's still a slow push up top. That's why we saw DxSoul walk up just a little bit to gain more control of the Lord, but still, they need more info on where AERO is. And for DxSoul, don't really need to force the Lord at this point, as long as they have a slow push in top lane, diversion play.
Oh, it might have been scouted out, actually. Yeah, ZK was in the bush, so Storm gonna decide not to take that. Probably the wise choice. They know now, though, that there is no diversion for DX.
So they can walk up a little bit more honestly. Upside still slow pushing at this point as DxSoul really trying to maximize their farm time, but AERO want to hold control over this so they can bait DxSoul out.
Good idea.
Here comes the conceal. ZK gonna find Keeman. He locks him down with the fist crack in the tri-brush. He has to dash away, and that means Hazel gets picked off. He's sniped. SkySet found him. The jungler. We all are
Keeman, come back! Come back!
Keeman, Rusty secures the Lord.
Diversion.
For DX diversion. They're gonna go forward. They cut them off midway. They jump on Kim right off the bat. Reza sniped off the map. Kim goes down, and another one will quickly follow. ZK can only pray and hope to buy time, but SkyZed is legendary.
There's no way.
How did... That was the best possible opening for AERO, but props to DxSoul for finding Hazel in the process. Now, they extend their best of 5.
He's the last one left. I don't think he's gonna be able to hold this. Hazel's back, but it's still 2v5 in this particular situation. They're gonna try and pull the Lord away, but it's on top of the crystal. The fracture finishes Kosei off, and the crystal is wide open. DxSoul keep themselves in the running by taking game number 3.
All right, we got a series on our hands, gentlemen. DxSoul pushes it to number 4, taking now AERO in a situation I could have sworn was the checkmate angle with how AERO found Keeman, but DXS, just for some reason, when push comes to shove, when their backs are against the wall, they just strike back twice as hard.
They really did. They really did. They clumped up a little too close together. They fell into the choke point, and Storm said, "Yes, Daddy, give me that choke point." So good. Well done for DXS playing throughout that game. Finally, we do see a mistake actually coming up from the side of AERO. They became very hesitant dealing with the duality, and more importantly so, Hazel should not have died there at all. They could have secured that Lord. Kuse could have reset the Lord. So many things could have went in their way had they just taken a little bit of time.
Yeah, they forced the move, they committed to it, but just some micro adjustment that didn't go their way. But DxSoul won their first game in this BO5. I wonder what does it sound behind the mic.
Don't worry about Niradel. No one.
Kan tahu lah.
Pada aku kira deh. Nice. Alhamdulillah. Nice one. Go Louis. See? Stop.
One step at a time for DXS. The young guns stay alive in this lower bracket semis. One more chance to right the wrongs, but of course they are still on the back foot with AERO having one more game ahead of them and needing one more to proceed to the LBF. So DxSoul, they've cleared out some some mistakes from game 1 and 2. They were able to match AERO's pace. They were able to create safe space and control Hazel, which became their target for game 3. Is that going to be the case for game 4? Do they continue down this route?
Well, at the very least, they know that this is a viable strategy to go for. Whether or not they'll decide to commit to it is still a question mark, because flexibility is still going to be very important, as I imagine that AERO Esports will be looking to fix what exactly they did wrong in this game as well. But at the very least, they have found that path. There is signs of life coming in from DX Seoul here, and we talked about this. They need to play for certain priorities. If you let Ziska play the game, if you give some space to SkyZ, it suddenly looks very, very different.
I agree, but at the same time, I think it came down to in-game decision-making more than anything else. I think that in terms of the draft, I would say that AERO had a slightly better draft. And I mean, the glue obviously was a problem, but when you find picks like, oh, catching Kimin on Tri-Brush, being able to have like a fully scaled Irithel ready to go, but you can't seem to find, unfortunately this time, SkyZ, which is why we saw in the mic check both Ziska and SkyZ. Ziska smiling ear to ear. SkyZ was like, that was a fun game. They actually got to play their side lanes properly this time.
And that has kind of been the theme that we expected coming into this for DXS. You play to win from the side lanes, and as long as Storm doesn't get dumpstered in his lane, you free up Rasi to help. And even for Rasi, on this Kalea, and also the MVP of Game 3, was able to finally right the wrongs of the first 2 games. On this Kalea of all people, what was that? Season 12 Krik, what you can do. Rasi makan terus, DXO with love. Dengan DXO, aku terbang bro. I believe that's what he said to Ansha when they made playoffs.
Oh, that is what he said.
It's an assumption.
It's an assumption.
But it's a good assumption.
A very good assumption indeed. Throughout this game, the fact that he was able to make it to that fleeting time, I was pretty surprised, right? Considering that the earlier stages of the game was like, all right, you want to go for something? First couple of fights didn't exactly look the greatest, but they still kept it relatively even. Then he made sure that he had the Blade Armor. Once that Blade Armor came through, it's like, all right, I am less worried about dealing with this mid laner. Like, actually, shoot into me. I don't mind.
Yeah, Rasi had a very important role in this game, not necessarily as the main initiator, but as the player that would ensure that no one is able to freely jump on top of SkyZ. There's a lot of backline engagement coming out of AERO Esports from this draft, and there's only very limited tools for DXO to actually use to make sure that the Granger doesn't get blasted by the Joy when they're not looking. So the positioning from Rasi was definitely clean enough, and there was enough faith that Ziska would be able to hold the front line alongside him, that he's able to guard less of the space and focus more of his efforts onto specific targets.
We might not have time to point this out, but actually Hazel ended the game 1-5-4, which is pretty surprising because I thought he maybe had a couple more kills under his belt. But then when we think back into game number 3, Hazel was trading a lot of 1-for-1s, and most of the time it didn't end up in his favor, right? Someone else got the kill. So this game, despite the fact that it was 9-21, it could have been AERO's game at a drop of a dime.
Yeah, that's the thing. None of these fights actually worked out in their favor here. I think that DX Seoul came back into their old fighting style. They have a formula kind of set, ready to go. Everybody kind of understood what their roles needed to be, and especially for Kimin, right? Because I think out of all of the roles, Kimin and Storm probably had the hardest decisions to make in that game. Do I start splitting into the side? Do I need to show presence now? More so, can we get Storm in a position with the help of the diversion to get us in a position where we can actually punish our opponents? 2 times we saw that Zeke sniffed it out before it even happened. 2 times in a row in their side of the map, which ended up costing DXO a couple of souls, a couple of lives, but it didn't break them entirely.
Yeah, I think for Kimin also, he was a lot more independent this game on this Nolan, making great individual choices, getting solo kills as well, like the one on the Kim in the mid lane. So overall, despite that harrowing last moment when Kimin could have lost it all, it does not overshadow the overall performance that he had in Game 3.
You have to note as well that AERO Esports just actually doesn't have all that much crowd control. They're heavily dependent on Zeke to actually set things up, to lock people down, and since he is going to be the one initiating the fight a lot of the time, as long as the DPSs from DXO are able to escape that initial fight start, they basically get to do whatever they want for free. Reza, unfortunately, was limited in a lot of his capabilities since he wasn't really able to get as much of an early snowball as he wanted. And Hazel definitely overstepped his boundaries way too many times in this game, believing that he would be strong enough to walk in and get free kills and get out of his life intact. DxSoul had the tools to slowly dismantle the AERO Esports roster bit by bit.
I think the beauty of this match is the fact that DxSoul, in terms of just raw amounts of recalls, a lot less than AERO Esports. Their side laners didn't really need to go for these big recalls unless they knew they were going in for the or going to get dived upon. But that's where Rossi comes into play, right? That's where he comes up, tops up his side laners, goes back out, and still is able to maintain himself within that fight. That's something that AERO Esports can't really necessarily do. They're very, I drop my abilities, I move back out. The only exception to that was their mid laner on Kimmy.
Yeah, and even for DxSoul, they also have Diversion, which they use very generously, right? From base to Lord Pit, not a problem. Hall of Famers, this time all goes over the DxSoul, Rich Guy and Damage, and the carry both going over to SkyZ. We got a Sandbag with Siska, and Rasi as the best wingman.
And we gotta give some props to SkyZ though. His positioning was very, very clean this game, and we kind of see now how it can be pretty safe to lock in your DPSs early on in the draft. This Granger was picked third pick on red side. Not really a common position, but it's fairly safe to go for it because even if he does get countered in lane, as long as he's provided the space necessary, he will still become that late game carry. And by doing so, you free up the later picks that you can use for counters in more important lanes.
They still fulfill the condition of we give Siska a hero that can be self-sufficient, right? Either he's a nuke like the Marsha, or he's the split pusher like Bandetta, or someone like a Glue/Hilda where he can just stay in lane and he can keep frontlining for his team. As long as both Siska and SkyZ achieve the condition, I think all will fall into place.
I think this does force AERO Esports to kind of rethink what the second phase of the draft is going to start looking like right now. I think as long as Glue is in play, it actually really affects their plans, right? Not only is it a winning matchup in a lot of these cases, for Siska, but it also affects their own game plan, thinking of whether or not I have to keep a mid lane open pick for a team like Farm is just to counter it. And that's something that most coaches are going to be like, but Kimmy's available, but Loyi's available.
And we can see that play there. It was perfectly timed by Zkif to get that fist crack in, but they weren't able to lock down SkyZ long enough, and then he became a problem. And then here was a huge mistake as well. This was a chance for AERO Esports to turn things around. They found Keeman before the fight even started, but then Hazel ended up dying first, and then the Lord is just gone, and after that, there's no way of clawing back.
I can't believe it, right? Because like their only source of crowd control was away from the rest of the team, and Hazel ran straight into DXS. In fatal mistake for game 3, and that's how DxSoul came back. I don't want to say that DxSoul won solely off of the mistakes of AERO. They themselves also have made some good plays, but now DxSoul need to turn it up a notch a little bit, right? Take control of the game a lot more and try to win it out by relying lesser on AERO making some egregious moves.
Yeah, no, I agree, because the draft definitely may not necessarily be on their side all the way. It's a lot more even compared to the past couple of games, but you need a bigger advantage if you really want to chalk up the momentum coming up to a game 5. Because again, you're trying to start a reverse sweep. Winning that second game off of the first game usually is the stopping point for a lot of teams. So I'm hoping that at least from Coach Theo's side that he's got a plan coming into this.
But it's a good sign. It's a good start. I like the adaptations that we saw in the draft. I like that they were willing to bring in a new hero like the Nolan here because it really fit what they were looking for, to provide that independence as well as the movement speed to match up to the really quick tempo that AERO Esports was trying to play. We are now starting to see that for this particular matchup, that early game is very, very important. The snowball momentum really carries both of these teams. And so we might start to see the draft shift a little bit more into early game heroes.
Yeah, which is what I expect when we have AERO Esports in play. When you look at the teams that have dealt with them successfully, SRG, OG, HomeBois, and DXS in that game 3, AERO has not really changed how they approach the game, right? They want to go fast, they want to hit you hard with high mobility, low commitment heroes, but teams that stop them usually create a safe space for themselves, or they get priority onto the side of the map in the early game, which I think is what DxSoul achieve a lot more in game number 3. If they keep up this formula, if they decide to continue taking the fight to AERO, I can see us going to a Game 5.
But see, that's the thing, right? I think that DX Seoul need a clearer game plan of how they want to make things happen. Like, they cannot depend, as you mentioned, on just AERO making those mistakes. One of the few picks that I thought was a little iffy was going to be the Nolan. I think that could have been Ling, right? And I mean, comparatively in terms of just like raw damage, the scaling from Ling seems to be just a little bit better. But let's also look at the highest average damage per minute coming across the world right now.
Starting it off, we have Siggy Boom from Aurora Turkey with a 4.5k. We've got Xing from CFU, 4k. Innocent in third, 3.7k from SRG OG. We've got Tadera from Geek Fam and Ohab, the champions of MPL PH Season 15 in 5th.
Very, very interesting stats here. And it's nice to see that we are getting more and more representation from different regions as well in terms of highest DPM. It really shows just how much more international the Mobile Legends ecosystem is becoming and how much more dangerous it is as well, with every single region really stepping up to the plate in preparation for MSC.
But is this the premonition, right? Because 3 out of the 5 candidates won their region. And then we have Geek Fam and SRG OG. Maybe that's a thing. You know, SRG OG are the favorites after all. But we talked to Coach Bam this time regarding how he decides who plays the XP lane in the final lineup. And he says it depends on the strategy. If they have a specific strat against SRG OG, both times they did play Aaron, and Aaron will play because that playstyle is what they're going for. Because he's trying to maximize each player's strengths depending on the opponents. But he also lets the players know a week earlier if they're playing the series. Oh, I thought he surprised them, like, hey, wake up, Aaron, you're playing today. Huh, what? SRG OG.
He kicks his side, he's like, get up, Aaron.
Get up, SRG OG, it's your turn.
It was walk into the stadium and flip a coin. Heads or tails, call it right now.
So when the Marshal was making them do coin flips for side selection, he's also deciding on Aaron or Reza, right?
Yeah, he goes into the draft, it's like, okay, you're playing today? Starts texting Aaron on the side, hey, SRG OG next time, alright? That's the game you're playing up right now.
You guys can take turns.
Aaron's like, no, not again.
Why SRG?
Why you always give me SRG? Come on, give me something else.
Why do I always have to play Luigi?
Is my control connected right now? Either way, I think that... I'm guessing that AERO probably wants... Does he still want to be on the blue side at this point? I feel like they do want to be on the blue side, but...
I think so too.
But at the same time, I feel like that Joy is a pattern, right? That's something that DX Seoul was able to figure out. It's like, hey, you prefer this Joy rather than going into the Boxia opener.
Yeah, I think between Boxia and Joy openers, we've only have one sample side, right? That one game that they go for the Joy. But I think if you're AERO, you probably still prefer blue side? Just because...
I don't think so.
Because you don't think so?
No, I would think so.
Oh, you would think so. Because I feel like they have been able to force DXS into traits that make DXS play a lot more safer. And then it opens up power picks for AERO. Well, not this game. They go on red side this time.
Interesting.
Wow, Yi Sun Fanny and Lo Yi ban.
Your team is taken.
Ooh, okay.
Huh?
That does deal with the Joy.
Interesting.
Okay.
I'm actually all for this. I'm actually all for this now because Coach Theo is saying we're willing to sacrifice this Phobius, assuming that you want to deal with it in the mid lane. That actually works in our favor. If it happens to counter the Joy, that's also good. But if you want to win out this lane, you're going to have to do a lot more.
All right, so AERO shifts it up. They take a Boxia flex, but they also give Kusei one of his comforts.
Oh, are they going to force Reza onto the Boxia one more time against the Phobius?
And it wasn't bad. Reza played a pretty solid Boxia in game number 1.
Is it an Irithel angle for DXS? Do they just be like, let's go Irithel?
No, Harith is open, right?
Harith is open.
Harith is open, Moskov is open. I don't think they have to be forced to Irithel just yet. Also, curiously enough, Chip is actually still wide open. I wonder if both teams will just like ignore it all the way until the end here. But Haya Hari.
Rossi looked at Chip and Theo was like, no.
No.
Bad boy. No.
No more chips, they're unhealthy.
Not after what you did.
I promise. That game didn't happen, sir. No. You're gonna do push-ups when you get back. Second phase, what else do we have to worry about? Chip is still on the table technically, and I think that Coach Bam is thinking about it. He's like, ooh, do I fall in for this?
If you take the Chip, I mean, you have Boxia to roll through with you, but that's about it, right? mean, the Badang is open.
Badang is open, Glue is open. They go for the Farsa. Artillery gameplay revealed pretty early by AERO here.
Very safe. Okay, they ban out the Jushin.
By lantern's light.
Then where do you go from here?
Is the Kimi still open? Kimi is still open.
I mean,
it doesn't matter for DXS.
Yeah, but even so, even if you get Kimi, the Hayabusa is a bit of an issue to deal with. Do they want to position Boxy as a jungler this time around? Oh, they ban out Glue. Nicely done by DXS.
Who said there are no shortcuts?
There goes the chip.
I literally invented
I feel
one.
like there's a possibility that AERO might be setting up for a Fredrin. Because it feels like it would work with a Farsa Granger, but it's also not something Hazel gravitates to.
That means that Boxia... Ooh, but then who would be their support? Assuming that Boxia is still going to be flexed here. There's no guarantee on the lanes at this stage.
Why do you go for... I mean, there's Badang, there's Cho.
I think
maybe not Cho.
Cho's okay, but I mean, you're still forcing out forcing DXS onto Purifies. Is that what you want to do? I guess. I guess it's better for your gold laner if Harith is stuck on that Purify, so he can't just flicker on Ranger as soon as he gets his ult.
Good, Matilda ban.
Nicely done.
The high-lows got taught actually is still a pretty safe option for AERO Esports here. If they want to play for more zone control.
That's fair.
They go high-lows got taught. Oh man.
I think you get rid of Gatot.
Yeah, I think you get rid of Gatot.
Like at a bare minimum, you get rid of Gatot.
Your team
Badang. Okay, that kind of works in the same way. Does that mean that DXS wants to use Gatot as a way to deal with Farsa? Or are they just going to be like, Kimin, you'll get on top of the Feathered Airstrike one way or another?
I mean, they also have the Cho. It's not the best. I think not the best in this situation. What else does Rasi have left? He has his signature Khalid, which I don't think is good.
No, not this game.
Yeah, not this game.
Can't. There's too much. Especially when you're up against like a Badang potentially going roam. It's not in your.
Do you just go high-lows? But oh man, this Baxia. It's a bit of a problem.
I like that because I feel like AERO could have gone Lucas last pick, so they picked the Valentina in advance just in case, and then the Cho comes in for Rasi.
A flashy accompaniment.
Dang it.
Wow, okay.
Hopeful, but also interesting.
Wow.
Because he knows he has to play into both the Hayabusa as well as the Cho. Ideally, you want to get a 1v1, but that probably isn't going to be the case. And not to mention that he knows that Fulvius is on the other side as well. Man, he really doesn't want to play the tank junglers. He's like, nah.
I understand. I totally get it. When you are able to play the game as good as Hazel is, do you really want to play tank jungle?
Hey, you do what you gotta do, man. You do what you gotta do.
The job is to kill people.
Yeah, exactly. Going gets tough. Maybe consider switching your role. not for Hazel. He's too young for that. But man, this particular draft is interesting because DXS is very ult dependent, right? As soon as those are down, that's when AERO Esports can actually extend these fights a lot longer than it probably should be. In terms of raw invasion, the pushing speed is relatively the same between both sides.
There's a lot on the line right now. DXS have finally been able to put 1 point on the board, but they're gonna need more if they want to keep themselves in the competition and break into the top 3. Will AERO Esports finally be able to end their journey and take the series? We return once again to the land of Dawn for game number 4.
That kind of tells me that we might go to game number 5 just because DXS scored 0.1, but hey, Rasi on this show is a trip down memory lane. When he was back with the Niners, Cho was also very popular back then, but Rasi was one of the few that really showed off on this hero too. Didn't Helston get that priority mid. Stone's Valentina was also kind of a flashback, a throwback as well.
I mean, we could say the same about Stone's Cho.
Would he keep his break, catches Rasi. He dashes out, but that allows Hazel to secure the Litho.
Yeah, for now, I think it's just, again, both sides looking to sandbag each other, right? As much as possible. They're really hoping for these kills to land on their junglers because both junglers could, honest to God, get a single kill and win the game off of that alone. For the time being, though, in terms of battle spells, are seeing Impure Rage coming out of Storm. He's not looking for survivability. The extra bit of damage for the early to mid stages of the game is going to be useful, especially when you have to deal with Reza constantly in your face all the time anyways. Which, though, as we see the first rotations come by, they end up towards gold side, but then a quick rotation from Kimin down to the bot. bot side is going to be a dead lane, right? I don't see any gank angles actually happening there. Can they find an invasion later down the line? I don't think so.
Probably not. They're already on the case. Hazel's pathing very, very efficient. Get this Lizard Cam and the Purple Buff will be back on. Reza will hit forward just a little bit as the Shadow Wave in a bit late.
Dark Wave got 2-man knockup. Rasi also follows up with the Jeet Kundo. Kimin gonna be looking for Zkeev now. Not gonna commit the Ogi Shadow kill. Wants to save it for the turtle.
But I felt like if he hit his Shadow, he would have committed to it. He's gonna disrupt Hazel and taking his Purple Buff.
Rasi trying to stop Hazel, not gonna be successful, and he gets walled off. Reza also buying a lot of time. Turtle is reset, Better Destroy comes in, Hazel sets it with the blade, Ziska picks up the first blood! Rasi gonna be trapped in the backline. So far, it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade on the EXP laners. AERO Esports though, very, very low.
Ooh, wow, Hazel had to make a tough call. Who does he go for? In the middle of the Tempest, the Blades, does he jump right on top of Storm or does he look for an opportunity for a bit of Rasi? Both in pretty similar angles for a kill position. Didn't get either one. And also got chunked in the mid-time. However, I feel like the XS, they gotta be a lot more careful when they're playing these tunnel dances especially. Because Kimin, he could have easily just walked away from the tunnel entirely, gotten to level 5, and then come back into the fight after the buff.
Uh-oh, Fizzcrack catches Rasi. He shouldn't pose away, but he is basically out of the fight. Kimin secures the turtle. Better Airstrike does not succeed in stealing it away.
Yeah, good stuff from DXS. Kimin though.
Hazel's actually trying to fight this. Kimin holding onto his ultimate, finally pops the Tempest Blades, also used. Reza is stuck, and he's caught. Way of the Dragon finds Hazel! Knocks him out of the sky and picks him up!
Storm with the stolen Feather Airstrike to provide air support too for DXS. So well done. AERO really tried to catch Kimin without the shadows, but the shadow kill bought more than enough time for DXS.
Yeah, more than enough time. Honestly, really nicely done.
Trying to engage on Kosei, but Skyzit taking a lot of poke in return. Feathered Airstrike will miss him out. The Harif will be able to get away. Rasi goes in. Doesn't have the way of the dragon. Forces the flicker out. Boom! Chases Kosei and picks him up.
And Kimin, threatens him. He does have the shadow kill, but again, shadows didn't connect. Might be a bit of a communication breakdown on AERO. They were not communicating properly what abilities were offline. Rasi never had the kick to begin with.
Yeah, Kosei might have lived there had he just timed that flicker, knowing that Storm was going to jump. Because he saw Storm running up to him after Rasi made the initial attempt. Gonna save some lives there. By the way, the XS, they need something back here.
He commits the kick into the stolen Feathered Airstrike. And Storm finishes him off. Another Feathered Airstrike cancelled with the Dark Wave from Ziska! Infernal Pursuit is the end of Kim.
Nicely played.
This is not looking well for AERO. The game is starting to speed up for DxO. This is the complete opposite of what we expect to happen. But this Cho is making a hell of a lot of play.
I mean, Rasi's doing a very good job. Reza needs to get in front of his face constantly been punishing his life total. He needs to be uncomfortable as he goes in. If you want to make a super play, he better be at like 40% of his life total.
It's been very difficult to actually force him into that position so far, though. DxO have been positioning very, very well, and this guy even rotating over shows that he is in control. He's a full level up on Reza in the EXP lane as well. And they found Hazel again, dropping him to half HP before the fight even starts. Conceal gonna be used. Feathered Airstrike as well coming out of him. Doesn't really do a lot. Revitalize also spent as Kosei is chased away by Ziska. The fight officially begins. Way of the Dragon finds Zkeev, kicks him away. Tempest Blaze comes out as well, but the Yogi Shadow kill melts down. AERO Esports, they only lose one in return. And EXO take the turtle.
What was that? What was that? This entire time, Zkeev has not actually found the initial engagement. So why is Kim dropping his ult, especially without his first couple of items, to make sure that it hurts? I don't get it.
Yeah, first of all, Storm hurts like a truck. First item, glowing one. Second of all, Rasi and Ziska, they are doing a hell of a job. They just walk up and Kim plus Kosei have to back off. They didn't even need to use their abilities. Rasi is so patient with the kick. And even for Ziska, they realize we don't need to commit. We just need to be in front of AERO.
Yeah.
Another kick, this time onto Reza in the top lane. Hazel cannot really back him up, but they're not gonna full commit to it. Meanwhile, Ogi Shadow kill came in! Finds Kosei for free in the river!
Was that kind of unlucky or no? I felt like it was like kind of unlucky.
A little unlucky.
Yeah. Oh, he bounced off of Zeke and then just all the stacks on him. Oh, he might find another one here.
Rassi doesn't have ult, but his presence alone is more than enough to force Hazel off of his buff. This is turning from bad to worse for AERO.
And Skyzer just got free from his lane. Feather of Heaven online. Siska first item and TQ Raz. Another Feather Air trying to clear out the mid wave, but Storm steals the artillery strikes as he backs off.
Dude, Kim needs to calm down with the Feather Airstrike. He's using it a little. Oh, God.
Kimin,
No
he
shadow on.
does have ult, but not gonna be able to reach Hazel, so the lane will survive for now.
He keeps going bot.
Oh.
Oh, he still had the shadows. He came back off. Cooldown. Wow.
All right, he gets out of that scot-free. The bots are still back up, and I think the AERO, they need to go for another full clear.
Oh no, they forced the Fizz Crack out and it doesn't even do anything. Killing spree for Storm. AERO has lost their initiator, and now Rassi's just going in on it. Reza gonna get knocked up. Revitalized Force Staff, Feather Airstrike doesn't do enough damage. The X just walk away.
Yeah, they need to start babysitting the Black Alien, and I felt like they off of the moves of DxO and some errors from AERO, they are forced into this position where Hazel is their salvation. Hazel is the one that's going to bring them back, but even then it requires a lot of miraculous plays from Hazel. He has to play pixel perfect.
What? Reza? What?
Reza playing this dangerously. He's trying to set up. Saman Force comes out.
Oh!
Hazel! He steals the turtle away.
Kick.
Kimin picks up the killing spree. Kick on Hazel. Skyzen finishes him off. You may get the objective, but we will get your life. Rassi dodges away from Feathered Airstrike, and Storm is literally still standing there. 1v3 DX. They do not care that they lost the turtle.
All right, boys, it's time to play Who Made the Call. Do you think Reza was telling Hazel, hey, come over here, I'm able to bait them out? Or was Hazel like, Reza, I need you to die for me and I'll steal it? Which one? Who made the call? Because whoever did made a huge mistake.
The team was not ready, that's for sure. Kim was not able to participate thanks to Rassi once more.
I feel like it, logically speaking, should have been a Reza call. There's no reason to force that so far out when they're still clearing up the jungle. The EXO looking very composed. They're in their comfort zone here.
I mean, if Rassi can do that.
His crack connects on Rassi and the Feathered Airstrike. They blow off the jump. They punish him for styling on.
That's what you get, Rassi. That's what you get.
That's what you get. But also, you can see how hesitant AERO Esports. They've lost a little bit of confidence in these fights. They're not as snappy as we saw it. And it looks like there is a slight breakdown in communication because Zeke needs to communicate that Rassi didn't get his reset on his Shunpo and therefore is punishable. If not, Kim would have dropped that Feather Airstrike instantaneously.
Yeah, he's been really generous with how he uses his salvos for sure. Well, with Rassi out of the map for a while, at least they get to establish control once more on the map, right? They take control of their own side of the jungle, which is something. Some space for Hazel to farm up a little bit. Next Lord coming up on the top side. DxO just set up a push bottom just in time to contest the Lord.
Yep. You just have to play this dancing game, right? Because it's an awkward time when you have like enough items to find a couple of low life targets and execute them pretty easily, when you can't really chunk them out as hard. Maybe for Kusei you probably could, but getting into the danger zone there, especially with Siska Flicker active, could get engaged upon.
Kusei and Hazel haven't really been given enough space to really start scaling up on their late game heroes. But they still need to try and contest objectives wherever they can here. DxO just slowly forcing this Lord dance out against them.
AERO doesn't want to pull the Lord over to their side either. DxO, they don't need to rush this. They have plenty of time, they can be patient.
Reza trying to force the engagement. He's already melted down so fast. Revitalize. Delays it a little bit, but Storm picks up the mega kill. Away from the dragon. Rassi kicks Hazel. But Tempest Blaze comes out. He does a lot of damage. Oh, shadow kill. Keeps Kimin alive. Meanwhile, Siska's 1v3 against the rest of AERO Esports, and Storm is providing support. He actually survives all of it. Reza is the only casualty. So close. So close.
Woo.
Oh, 1 in 3 chance. 1 in 3 chance of finding him. So unlucky. So unlucky. I gotta give it to Hazel there. very bold move. He was willing to roll the dice on the Ogi Shadow kill, right? He knew that the purple buff was still up, so he's relatively close, able to use that finish poise to kind of close that distance, even though the Shadow kill was on top of him, able to pass it over to the purple before escaping. Really nicely done.
And now it's hide and seek between Kimin and Hazel too, both at the bottom lane. Kimin know this, he's bringing Rasi to the bottom too.
Yeah, both junglers are in the bot lane. This is allowing AERO to play a little more. Hazel gonna find Kimin, forces the fight. He uses Tempest Blade too early. He gets kicked, and Rasi picks up the kill. Hazel has been removed from the map. Kosei trying to do the same. The Rasi flickers forward. He finds it. He's really far out, but the rest of his team is making sure he is not in danger.
Okay, we still have a game on our hands. Keep in mind, Kimin still has his own
He rolls. Oh my goodness, they blow him up. Kosei picks up the touchdown, but Storm picks up the unstoppable. Now the Zaman Force, SkyZ finishing Reza off. They've traded one for another, 2 bodies. The EXO still in control.
Alright, Kimin didn't need to die there, but Storm with the stolen fist crack saves the fight, and DxO, sure they won that, but you look at the economy, AERO Esports, they're starting to find that gold swing back onto their side. They're getting it back slowly but surely. So DxO, you can't be taking these trades anymore. Any more trades like that down the road is going to start benefiting AERO.
Yeah, it's going to be a net negative if it does ever happen to be the case, especially with the lead that they have right now. They're very close to the next item power spikes, and I think that's what they want right now. With the help of a lore, they should be able to achieve it, or if they just drag it out, take their time with this, hit those item power spikes before committing to a full lore, then they've got an opportunity, but it almost guarantees that AERO Esports makes it to the late game.
For now, it looks like Kosei only has 20 Sky Piercer stacks, so it's not quite in the danger zone yet for DxO. But they cannot afford to let him continue building that up. This hero was what allowed DX to take back game number 3 in the first place.
What?
Wave of the Dragon used very early and on the wrong target there.
He probably was making the assumption that Zeke was going to dash into the bush.
DK not going to be able to find the wall up, and Ezra comes out as well, gets cancelled straight away. DX runs them down with the Summon Force. Guys, drops
him out.
Reload! No! Kosei! The sniper picks up the killing spree on the DxO goal laner.
Shouldn't be sticking together like that. SkyZ, if SkyZ got out, DxO would have won that 100%, but it gave Kosei his 3rd Sky Piercer stack as Kimin locks in his 100th kill in this rookie season.
Nicely done. 100 kills, hard to achieve, especially in your rookie season. But I think Ziska actually had a legitimate Dark Wave Flicker angle there on 4 people. I'm surprised he didn't take it, right? He's actually pretty far ahead of the curve. He's 4-2-7 at this point in time. He's a level ahead of Reza. He's pretty darn tanky too. So I'm not sure why he didn't go for it, especially seeing the Feathered Airstrike that close.
Kimi starting the lore is a bad choice.
AERO Esports are in control right now. Feathered Airstrike comes out once again. Rasi jumps into the backline. Hazel secures the Lord away. Wave the Dragon fights Kosei, but Rasi is left all alone. Reza has been surviving the entire time, and he is still in it. He finally gets picked off in the end, but Kosei walks too far forward. Kimin finds the shutdown.
They needed Hazel to be the salvation, and Hazel got the Lord to extend this game for a bit longer. DxO, I'm not really sure if that was the right call. Kimi starting the Lord all on his own just like that?
I mean, technically it wasn't the worst in the world, right? Because at the end of it, he still had the quad shadows. It's very obvious unless you see Zeke actually commit to a flicker. And even then, that's just a lot of resources wasted.
Hazel looking for the fight here. Tempest Blade's committed. He's looking for Kimin. He stabs him to death. Storm steals away the Tempest Blaze, but he turns Hazel.
What is this game?
Amazing.
It's a game. It's a game, I guess. Kimin does not. Man, I think that Kimin, if he does ever quad shadow, he's gotta know that he has to commit the ult before the quad shadow times out, because he knows that the Tempest Blade is gonna happen. He knows he's gonna get chased down, but I would rather him get chased down with a Fit Voice, no Tempest Blades, rather than Hazel having all the resources in the world and you slowly get chipped away.
Well, all things considered, DxO somehow has a wave advantage in the top lane. After all of that, there's only SkyZ and Siska were dealing with the Lord just now. It is the first one of the game. I can't believe we only have 1 Lord taken down.
Right? It feels like so much has happened this game.
So much
absolute chaos has descended.
You know what's more unbelievable? AERO only has 8 kills in total. It felt a lot more than just 8.
I mean, DXL coming in with the 20 here. They're dropping some big numbers, to be fair, but it's only a 1.9 game. We're coming to the late game where that lead doesn't even matter.
Oh, came in with the Ogi Shadow kill. Not going to be able to find his target. It gets shared, but they do bait out the fist crack from ZK.
That's a Purify too from Kim.
That's pretty funny. Pretty funny. But at the considering everything that's happened in this game, who actually scales harder here? I feel like to a certain degree, AERO Esports should have the multiplication factor. I mean, Kim, he's already going for like, what, a glowing wand, genius wand, on top of having a lightning truncheon as well. So he deals some significant damage. Storm, lightning truncheon, glowing wand for his sides. So he's not even thinking about cooldowns. He's thinking about just the raw burst effect onto the back lines.
Storm is 6-0-11. The only person who has not gone down on his team too.
Honestly, Storm has been doing some insane work this game. Damage, the presence in the backline, actually stealing some pretty good ults a lot of the time in these team fights as well. So far, he's been able to keep the DXL in it, but even with the massive kill advantage, the goal difference is not actually that much.
There's a conceal too. I'm not sure if DXO saw it. The neutral lane in the bottom, the long lane will be neutral for both ends. AERO, they have ZK parked in that bush there. This guy will have to be the one that checks it if ever.
Oh, they see the purple buff. They know they can technically start this right now.
They're gonna try and see if they can steal this away from Hazel. ZK gonna realize that they're here. Storm steals away the fist crack. So that's something to keep an eye out for in the next fight.
There's Kusei with the Rose Gold Media too. Storm will go to the bottom to set up that slow push. I think if you're DX, just want to let AERO start the Lord first. There's not really any incentive to rush it.
I totally agree. Not to mention that Storm doesn't have a feathered airstrike, right?
Oh, what? Collides with Ziska. The feathered airstrike comes out too early, Kim! He's just gone! What is that decision making?
What are you doing, Kim?
Yeah, they were eager. They were so eager. They're like, we'll take anything. Literally anything.
Well, here we go once again. Reza taking a lot of damage. Revitalize gonna be used very early on. And the Lord now in control of the Exol. I expect AERO won't try to force this, but Hazel could still sneak in a steal potentially. It looks like no, they're gonna decide against it this time.
If they lose that game off of this, Kim is gonna kick himself hard.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be fuming.
You can't be doing moves like that. You can't just feather airstrike in a long bush with no one backing you up. That's not how you do it.
Not to mention that he's running Purify and not a Flicker. At this point, Ziska already got the Twilight armor. He can tank some damage. He can really eat some shots from the side of AERO Esports. And so far, considering though it hasn't been as many shots as I was hoping for the side of AERO, DXS really putting their foot on the gas, right? They've got some momentum riding behind them.
This is morale at an all-time high for DXS for sure. All three waves synced up. AERO could easily disrupt that equilibrium. They just shove out the top wave, but it's an evolved lore too. This time you could not have been more perfect for DXO. No purple buff for Hazel for now, unless he steals the one on DXO side.
This could potentially be the final push here. AERO Esports needs to hold this for their lives to keep it. Looks like the inhibitor will go down, but the Airstrike comes out as well. Firm Pursuit doing a lot of damage. Guys there, melts down. Reza, Zaman Force gonna be used already. And he catches Kim as well for the double kill. Where's the dragon? Gonna lock down Kosei in the backline. Ladies and gentlemen, they've done it again. The Dark Horses of Season 15 will bring us to a full series!
DXO and full series is a synonymous thing, characteristic that you cannot escape no matter where you go, no matter which stage of the competition we're in. It's 3 full games in the regular season and 5 full games in the playoffs. The run is still alive, the fairy tale continues. And now we truly have entered the final chapter of this season. Game 5 coming up. And this time, we said we don't want DXO to just rely on AERO making mistakes. And Game 4, they did just that. They took control of the game and they forced AERO to play their game.
Hey, now to test the theory true, does DXS always bring it to 3 games every single time? Whether they take it or not is a different question, but it's got the arena livid up. Everybody shouting, trying to get their energy up on that stage.
And with that being said, DXS once more triumphs over AERO Esports. I wonder what this sounds like behind the mic now that they've gotten themselves game number 5. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, surprisingly a lot calmer than I thought that mic check was going to be. Especially from Rossi. All we got was like, yeah! And it was it.
Yeah. Can't overheat, can't overheat. They're very emotional players. You know?
That's one of the first things that they have to work on into the playoffs. Do not overheat.
Do not overheat. I can't. The debt of push-ups that Rossi has. He's like, when do I pay this back, sir? Coach, please.
I think we'll only see any pop-off when a team qualifies for MSC. That means winning lower bracket finals.
Oh, that's true. But hey, let's give it over to our MVP of the game. Coming in from DXS. Oh, Storm pulls it back. You know it. He wants to bring it all the way 3-2.
Yeah, his prediction is going to be right regardless. It just depends on which team wins that last game. But his Valentina is a work of art.
Oh, yeah.
6-0-14, full damage. He does everything. You want him to be a damage dealer? No problem. Feather airstrike. You want him to style on enemies? Tempest Ablaze. You want some extra crowd control? Fist crack. He does it all.
He literally stole every single ultimate that would have some value to DXSoul in that game and used them all to perfection. The damage coming in from this full damage build contributed heavily to DXSoul being able to melt down AERO Esports from the backline. And the fact that he did not die once the entire game showed that DXSoul were still in control, even though there definitely were mistakes being made here and there.
Well, I mean, we're talking about mistakes. I mean, both sides have definitely made 1 or 2 blunders. It's just that DXS had a much better recovery time. I think, you know, Rossi in particular was a huge instigator of what made this game so chaotic for AERO Esports. A lot of people were getting caught. 3-man G-Kundos here and there. A lot of good blocks with the shun pulls from Rossi into Zkeef, who felt like he was losing a lot of presence in that game. And it forced Zkeef just like checking bushes with just the wind blow, just making sure, hey, there's somebody in here. I can't just dash into it anymore blindly because Rossi has counterplay against it.
Yeah, Rossi and Siska were really on the same page this entire game, knowing which target to go for. AERO, they played the Botaz Gambit, you know. Kim, this is not his game at all. He got a decent pick. We talk about the Farsa third pick. Was it Farsa third pick? Yeah, Farsa third pick, right? Farsa third pick for Kim.
Yes.
And then it was like, okay, we can see the applications, but not this game. He was gambling a bit too much, and that last step costed them the game.
And this is what we were worried about when we saw that first half of the draft from AERO Esports as well. Revealing Granger and Farsa so early on already tells the opponent you want to play artillery. And that means that they're able to pick up heroes that easily dive the backline, right? They have Hayabusa, they have Phoveus, they have Cho, even the Harif can do it somewhat. And the only way they have to really stop it is Reza, which DXSoul can walk past, and Zkeef, which once he uses his cooldowns, then the rest of DX can just basically ignore him. They're very reliant on having that damage available to burst down DX before this happens. And Kim was using his Feathered Airstrike basically off cooldown for not much.
Yep. No, I totally agree with it. Because what it really boils down to is picking up patterns within the draft, right? With DXSoul starting off with a Phoveus first pick here. So again, a very dangerous opening considering how many power picks was still available. Chip was still available in the first phase of the game. And then eventually they got on and realized, hey, no matter what, it seems that Hazel refuses to play a tank. We should be less scared of this box here, knowing that I can only go into 2 positions if jungle is out of the question, which is EXP or Roam. If you don't plan on playing Kalia, that actually works in our favor. We're going to lock in a Cho later down the line, so let's make sure our side lanes have winning as well as comfortable matchups.
I am starting to wonder if AERO Esports are willing to ban Baxia, or either team ban Baxia. Maybe we see a Hylos or a Gatot, right? We fall back to a more classic frontline tank. Like Reza plays a very mean Hylos, and most of the time, before that Boxer XP was a thing, he gets put on high-loss duty. But right now, for 2 games in a row, the only source of reliable crowd control for AERO is Zkip, and that's a lot of load on his shoulders.
I agree. And I think that Reza, at this point, he should go on to the high loss. And I think that this Boxia, you need to show that he's a legitimate threat in the jungle. Had Hazel had his hands on this Boxia, he's able to free engage into pretty much everybody, right? Rossi, Keemin, he can absorb a lot of that damage while still having a lot of long-range artillery to support him. If he was immediately in the early game stealing camps away from Keemin on this Boxia, it would completely change how this game eventually looked like. Because Hazel, he's looking to 1v1 not only Keemin, but somehow get a 2-for-1 and stow him when that stolen feathered airstrike with IMU is popped out.
Hall of Famous for this game, even though Hazel is the richest guy, it didn't really matter too much. Carry goes over to Stoem's Valentina. We got Reza as the sandbag once more, and Stoem as the damage dealer also is the best wingman for his team.
I was feeling like this series Stoem wasn't really getting a lot of chance to shine, but finally he gets that opportunity on one of his most classic signature heroes. And Valentina is a hero in a state where it's very difficult to pick her into particular matches, and you really got to pick the right timing to show her up. And this was one of those timings, excellently done from the side of DxSoul and excellently played from Stoem as well. It's almost as if he never stopped playing this hero in the first place. Now we are down to a final game. Momentum very clearly on the side of DxSoul and AERO Esports needing to adapt. It is now a single game that determines who moves on to the next stage.
It really feels like this team performs the best under pressure. I'm not sure how true that is, but it seems to be the case right now.
Yeah, we'll see whether AERO Esports has that same mentality, right? We need to see that aerodynamicness coming out of them this time rather than trying to fake out their opponents in the draft any longer, because it's clear that there is a sign of communication breakdown, right? The fact that Kusei had to use more resources than necessary, knowing that Rossi didn't have the way of the dragon, mid lane as well, Kim not really getting much information from his side laners on that rotation in the first place. So many things could have been saved, so many resources could have been utilized better had they just talked to each other. So really, where is AERO Esports' head at currently causing this network breakdown?
I think this was also one of the few highlight moments, right, where sure AERO was able to stop a big moment from DxSoul, but we saw that Rossi Jit Kundo cancels Feather Airstrike and kicks Kusei. And then you have this one where Stoem once more just shows how good he is on the Valentina.
Actually getting that Terrify in time. This was a big mistake. They engaged on Siska, but the Feathered Airstrike was actually just out of range after the knockback, and he put himself in harm's way. AERO Esports is too heavily depending on multiple sources of damage, but is not really timing it correctly for themselves, and they're not giving themselves enough tools and utility to comfortably play around that damage. When you have 3 different DPSs, 2 of which need a long time to farm, you need to make sure your remaining heroes can really delay the game for you.
Yeah, I really felt like Game 4 was a classic example of just communication breakdown. A lot of messages wasn't going through properly, a lot of things weren't communicated clearly, and that's why we see all these weird errors from AERO Esports that started snowballing into more and more, right? They were just not able to recover as the game progressed. Now we go to Game 5, the ball is in AERO Esports court. It's their turn to make adjustments.
Yeah, I think what other adjustments can they make? It's a little late to be like, oh, are you going to fall for the Boxia bluff all over again? Or whether or not actually get a decent matchup into this, because I feel like Coach Theo now has a pretty solid read. And with that being said, does that mean that blue side now becomes a more powerful position for AERO to steal away from DXS, or do they want to just go back to back? Put me on red side one more time, we go back to traditional stuff.
I feel like if Theo gets blue side, for AERO to even it out, just ban the Boxia.
Just ban the Boxia?
I think you ban the Boxia on red side, and then you just play a game that you don't have to consider Boxia as a potential threat.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
It's tricky, because yeah, it's a good hero, but I don't think it's universal enough to warrant a ban a lot of the time.
I mean, we have some time to think about it, but now I want to hear what Poji has to say in his courtside report. Poji.
Terima kasih. Betul, saya takkan tersingkir. Tetapi salah satu daripada mereka. Sekarang ini saya bersama dengan manager daripada setiap pasukan kita. Ada Haki dan juga Ijat. Iaitu manager untuk DxSoul dan juga AERO Esports. Baik, saya ada beberapa soalan lah nak tanya kepada anda berdua. Kita mulakan dengan anda lah ya. Sekarang situasinya adalah 2 berbalas 2. Satu lagi permainan untuk menentukan hidup mati pasukan korang. Macam mana situasi dekat dalam player room sekarang? Dan juga perasaan anda sendiri?
Untuk perasaan saya masih aman sebab saya trust kepada teammate saya. Sebelum ni pun saya always remind dorang, and coach pun always remind dorang yang every game is our hard game, so just all out 100%. Itu je.
Nice, confident. Jadi untuk Abang Ijat gila macam mana? New blood ni. 2 berbalas 2 sekarang. Situasi dekat dalam player room sebagai pemain baru, pasukan baru dan perasaan sekarang dekat top 4 dan satu saja langkah lagi untuk dekat top 3.
Okay, perasaan saya of course bangga, happy dan prestasi diorang lah. So saya cuma kerap ingatkan diorang macam game 1-2 tadi kita macam belum bangun tidur kan. So saya remind diorang jangan takut dengan opponent. So kita main dia macam cara kita yang selalu kita main. Yakin pada team, yakin pada gameplay kita lah. So diorang buktikan lah benda tu.
Baik. Okey, diorang dah buktikan sekarang dengan 2 berbalas 2 kan. Tapi bila kita cakap pasal nombor 2 ni kan, ada 2 minggu cuti sebenarnya. Dalam tempoh 2 minggu ni kan, apa persiapan untuk pasukan DX? Sebab saya perasan juga dekat dalam TikTok kan ada live macam wow, confidentnya. Boleh kongsi tak macam mana persediaan tu?
Okay, persediaan kita macam biasalah. Kita mula-mula dalam 2-3 hari awal tu kita akan ada off day sikit. So lepas tu kita sambung macam biasa, kita scrim. Lepas masa scrim tu kita ada sesi live lah. Scrim semua untuk bagi release session lah daripada scrim daripada pagi sampai ke malam kita release session. So macam tu lah.
Macam tu lah. Okey. Untuk anda pula macam mana persediaan sepanjang 2 minggu?
Untuk 2 minggu ni tak santai, tak terlalu keras sebab kita tahu target priority kita di mana. Dan juga bercakap pasal kita persiapan, kita orang pun ada buat lagi sekali bonding session sebab sebelum ni kita dengan jungler lama kita. So dengan Hazel ni barulah sempat buat masa 2 minggu tu. So di situlah kami untuk orang panggil menguatkan ukhuwah lagi antara mereka bertujuh.
Faham. Jadi maksudnya diorang ni dah pun mencapai kata sepakat, mencapai kata chemistry yang selayaknya untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Dan kita pun dah dengar pendapat dan juga sedikit input daripada kedua-dua manager. Harapnya banyak memberi impact untuk mereka untuk game kali ini. Nyawa yang terakhir, kalah balik, menang final lower bracket. Dan tanpa kita melengahkan masa, jom kita tengok apa lepas ni.
Thank you very much, Poji. Yep, we heard from both team managers. This is the last game for one of them. And for the other one, they continue this marathon into the lower bracket finals to face off against HomeBois later today. But AERO goes back onto the blue side, which means they get first pick and they push Coach Steel back to where we started in this at the beginning of the series, where AERO gets blue side and DXS gets red.
I think this is the first time we're seeing that Hazel's face. He's not smiling anymore. He realizes this is crunch time, right? 4 seconds left on the clock in that draft. What is he willing to do to make this work out for him? Not only his team, if not individually, he cannot make any more mistakes. That's 2 games in a row where he goes negative KDA.
Yeah, 2 games in a row where Hazel just went from the Yi Xunshin guy, the jungle carry, to not having much of an impact. And we're seeing the Yi Xunshin ban start to pay off 2 games in a row and now make it 3 as Dio takes out 3 junglers.
Also shadows.
Ooh, but for the first time this series, Loi gets picked up by AERO. This hero has been denied by DXS every single game so far. They respond with the chip. We are seeing some global gameplay. Wow, Redrin!
They know they want to force them onto Link, but then but the fact is they're also linking the Kalian as well as the Kimi through.
Badang is also true too.
Badang is also through as well. I agree.
Magic is it's time to get pretty scrappy. Harith now picked up.
Okay, deny it off of their opponents. Because so far, we've seen that the biggest performer has been Kuse when he gets that Harith. Anything else hasn't been as impactful.
Kuse Granger is also like overall pretty decent.
It's okay, but it's not as good as his Harith. I feel like his Harith, that's where he can truly be like, oh, I'm in front, I bait you out, I dash backwards after a Purify, and now you're all out of position.
I think you're talking about the hero being good.
He was doing did that at 2 items. Come on. He didn't have the whole... Oh, Matilda?
What?
Wait, that could open up a couple more options. Hazel can technically go alpha if he wants to at this point. And that, I guess, blends up with this assassin playstyle.
That's the Masha. Yes. Yes.
We are witnessing a brawl not just in-game, but in the draft itself right now.
I would have called a Kaja jungle if the Fredrin wasn't taken.
I think that's a little too soon.
That would be the Coach Yep thing.
Oh, man.
That's the Granger ban.
Okay, Granger banned. 1-1 also banned out. So we've already got the classics out of the way. How do we deal with this Harith here?
How do we... I don't know, Moskov.
Moskov is still there. I think that would be the safest choice unless you want to go back to the Bruno.
Depends how much scaling you actually need. Let's see what mid laner DXS wants to go for in the first place. I'm making a hard assumption that
Valentina.
Hey, let's not get too ahead of ourselves now. The Valentina, I guess you could steal
the
diversion, but you've already got chips, so I don't see the point of it. I think it's stronger.
You could also go to classic Novaria to scout out the map against Loyi.
I was about to say Lucas is a potential for AERO because they have Matilda, but good read from DX.
Very good read indeed. Oh, dude, how wild would it be if they want to go for like Selena?
Oh,
ooh,
it's a Storm hero.
It's a Storm hero, but at the same time,
damn
it! God damn it!
It would give a lot of vision.
Damn it, Bam! He's got me. He's got me beat. DXS, where do we go for now?
It depends if they want more utility or if they want like more team fight potential. If you want the former, Novaria's there. If you want the latter, then you could go into something like the Eve that provides zone control and AoE, but
Zusin, okay.
Zusin is much better because the main issue here is that no matter what artillery mage you pick, Matilda does very well into them. It's not about who the X is, it's just Matilda alone gets you out of Eve ult, able to kind of stop Feather Airstrike as well. So Zusin is a much better pick than Beamer and rest of the lane. Eggsborg, alright, fair. Esme, I don't agree with.
Esme?
What shield are you taking? Oh, I like that.
Esme in the first couple levels actually lanes pretty well into Mash. Oh! Whoa!
Actually, this is not a bad idea.
Beat him up in lane.
This is actually not a bad idea. You get Malefic Gun. What you gonna do, Harith?
Yep. What you gonna do?
And then, boop. Oh, Matilda, you don't want to fire Brody.
Okay, I take it back. Now, I think Esmeralda might actually have some use this time around. Because getting into that back line and being able to tank a lot of that damage is going to be A-okay. But I think that taking the Starlium Scythe might just be the way to kind of push through.
If he's able to win out that EXP lane, then we already know how important that lane priority is for these two teams in particular. Hazel actually not on an assassin this time, bringing in the Exborg jungle to counteract the Fredrin as well. It all comes down to this. A single game is the difference for AERO Esports and the EXO. One's journey will continue to face off against the HomeBois, and one will end their path in MPL MY Season 15. Who shall it be?
Man, this is a very bold choice from Storm to go for a sprint of all things too. Usually you go for Flicker. I think Flicker would have been the go-to choice, but Sprint, I can see the application in this game.
I think Sprint is going to be a lot better in this game. I think Storm made a much smarter choice this time because no matter what, you basically use your ult as a means of a flicker, right? And now we see the early game dominance from this Zushin, trying to make sure that, you know, get as many pickups, hurt your opponents. Wow, Inspires all the way through, just to make sure that they have the extra CDs to make these plays happen. Luminous Blessings on both mid laners and as well as the supports. A very similar build. However, we do see that Zeke actually prefers the Quantum Charge to maintain that distance against his opponents and the extra movement speed in case he needs to clutch save somebody.
And DxO, they have someone to run through the chip portal every time Rossi drops it, right? He puts it down, Siska's gonna come through and try to clap someone. The longer this game progresses, the bigger of a threat Siska is once he gets his hands on the backline. Like Kusei, DK, they are not going to survive a fully decked out Masha.
I agree, but at the same time, that's kind of the job of Reza to try to sandbag him, right? Keep him in that lane, deprive him of that farm, really make him go through the long progression of expensive items.
Well, Hazel's gonna be dragged into the mid lane. So, wait, that was a flicker from him?
I don't think that was necessary.
Kim is really getting the jitters.
Yeah, I think...
Is that a misplay? Did he press that on accident?
I think he just wanted to be too safe.
Yeah.
Just too safe.
I'm with Husky on this one. I think it's really, really safe. You could have waited until the very last second, but at the same time, there are times where it's like this, where you see the butterfly and you still get picked up sometimes and you just don't react in time.
And he doesn't have Purify, so like your Purify timing has to be used before you get lifted up.
Exactly.
That's why that flicker has to be used.
Alright, I see where you're coming from, but yeah, it definitely felt a little bit premeditated. Oh, Heemin's all by himself here. Export's gonna be knocked down. Fraser's Wrath! Heemin secures the turtle. Here comes the shortcut, and they've stunned Hazel inside the turtle pit. First blood to Siska.
Uh-oh, getting baited just a little bit. Heemin appraiser's Wrath, gets turtle, Hazel dies.
Invade.
Just go into the jungle. Okay, they try.
Oh, they don't want to, actually. They realize that SkyZ is not exactly in the best position possible. Topside, Siska is actually losing out his lane, so they instead decide to put resources to make sure that SkyZ is able to get the farm. Doesn't hit anybody. Oh, I really hope he didn't miss out that one minion. Pretty sure he was in range for it. But back on top side, we see that Siska, still, he's losing the lane pretty hard. He's still able to at least maintain his farm. With a kill under his belt, it's going to put him in a better position, but he's heavily relying on everybody else, especially Storm, to kind of do the heavy lifting.
As long as he doesn't die, that's good enough for Siska.
Oh,
just wants to stay in lane.
Gotta live!
Here comes Heemin, touches top lane, gets the energy eruption, diversion gonna be used to provide backup, bringing the rest of AERO Esports. Stove will scout them out. Appraiser's Wrath does some good damage, keep Heemin alive.
Bottom lane though, there's a gang go.
Rassi.
He's got it.
Oh, he's walking into it. Shortcut comes out, but he's able to summon Force away. Uses the Purify. The rest of DX come through, but they're not able to make anything happen.
If Kusei went down, that would have been a tier 1 for sure.
Absolutely, but now because of this... Oh wait, they took a long way back. The TP ends up getting shot down. Oh man, that means Reza is able to get a pretty decent amount of gold plating off that top side. That's a little unfortunate.
Oh, hold on, they found Kim, but he is able to dash away. For now, what AERO Esports wants to do is just slow down these fights. Having an X-Borg around and a Matilda means that they just have generally more sustainability even when they're up against a Fredrin. So as long as they control the engagement better, it should be in a better spot.
Yeah, player have to seize out for Siska too. The next shortcut, Siska is going to be able to do a lot more damage for sure.
Gonna go for the rush. No surprises here.
Turtle down to 40%. Guiding Winds into circling. Eagle gets pulled back. But the EXO taking this flow, playing it safe, grouping together. Hazel secures the turtle, starts burning away at Rassi. He has to flicker out. Siska comes in with the Thunderclap on ZK, forces him back. Rassi very, very low from the left sanity, gets burned down, but Hazel is way too far forward. Heemin finishes him off, gets pulled back as well. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but much more worth it for DX.
Very, very worth it here. Stow-up. Oh my goodness. He had a lot of... Okay, so most of the time Jushin doesn't build enough stacks on multiple people to lift multiple people at once. This time around, he actually had a choice on who to max stack, whether it was going to be Reza or Hazel. And in this case, he actually waited to save extra mana to guarantee that he can pick up Hazel to ensure this kill for DX Soul. So nicely done from Stoem's side. However, these fights, the way that they need to be managed, you gotta have some expectations. Number one, the damage. Where is it gonna be coming from? It's from long, prolonged, extended fights. You already got Storm to use both his sprint and as well as his ult. AERO Esports, they don't necessarily need the turtle in the first place.
Summon Force comes out, Kosei engaging on SkyZ, but he flickers away. Shortcut also forces AERO on defense position. And the EXO will just take it back. They're just completely zoning out the gold lane.
Yeah, they made lane prior to the wave was served very early on. Diversion
coming in, Reza coming through. They're bringing the rest in. Hazel gonna do a lot of damage with the Slash Insanity. Rassi gonna glow up. Heemin buying a lot of time, but he is 1v5 in the front line. SkyZ comes in, but his ultimate doesn't do enough damage yet. AERO Esports walks out with all 5 alive.
If he hit one more person with that ability, he would have gotten enough stacks, at least on one of them, to kill. Like Kusei was in the red zone, but hey, Siska gets top tier 1, and now this Masha is unlocked from the lane.
Alright, he's unlocked from the lane. Luckily, ZK's shield is able to kind of keep everybody as well to mitigate the amount of damage of that SkyZ. Probably well-deserved
Went Malefic Gun first, I believe.
Yes, Malefic Gun. It looks like he's building up to his second Heptaseas. We'll see in just a little bit what he ends up completing. Glowing Wand, finally finished up here. Now Storm start burning away some of these shields.
Rassi goes in, gonna drop the shortcut on top of Hazel. Already lost his armor. Hazel still steals the turtle away, but DxSoul in a better position. Storm buying time, picks him up in the backline, gonna run away. Meanwhile, Reza also delaying the rest of DX. Still, no casualties. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. Diversion catches Storm.
I think you back off right now if you're DxSoul. They're gonna come back mid. Rassi just spotted them. Ziska.
Reza taking a lot of damage from
Clap him, clap him!
Ziska not able to get the thunderclap. Reza will fall, but Kimin going to lose his life in exchange. And then uses the stun on Kosei to get over the wall. The flicker forward, but Kim misses the duality. Rassi is able to escape.
Dang, that could have reached over the wall? Wow. I thought he only had the target in front of him and not Zeke.
That was a fancy footwork from SkyZ. AERO Esports finally gets mid-tier 1. And Storm just now, he been ambitious to try to go for Hazel without the Sky Piercer. Keep Hazel away from the team, but also his team was separated from one another. DxSoul, I feel like that fight could have been handled a bit better, but hey, SkyZ still got out.
Yep, he still got out. Oh man, so many questions that need to be answered here. Because again, it's really difficult. Zeke can't protect everybody. He needs to kind of maybe sit one person, one or the other, either Hazel or Reza. Everybody else is kind of a plus and minus whether or not he has the guiding wins. DxSoul stole him. He's been kind of running at the tanks, right? Whether it be Reza or Hazel, pops that sprint, jumps right on top of him.
Thunderclap gonna be used. Rassi looked for a chance to engage, but literally everyone from AERO Esports is in the bot lane right now, so they're definitely not gonna be able to find that. For now, the gold difference is still only 1k in favor of AERO Esports, so it is still anyone's game.
Yes, Sky Piercer next for Storm. If he wants to go full more defensive, that's a Winter Cross an option. I feel that Sky Piercer will probably be the choice. So far, we've only seen like one impactful diversion from Kim.
Yeah.
They take this bot tier 1, they could do more.
In terms of items, notice that the anti-heal is built by SkyZ as well as Storm. Everybody else, and especially for the tanks, they're probably going to need some real tank items. We're seeing Radiant Armor already purchased by Kimin. I'm only going to assume that they're going to stack up with everything else. Wait, hold on.
Hazel's losing a lot of his armor.
Yeah, like I mean, SkyZ is hitting it from 10 miles away.
And all the while, Ziska is actually split pushing top lane. AERO Esports being out macroed a little bit, and the diversion didn't really do anything either.
Just reset the Lord. Reset the Lord.
Punch it, Ziska.
Let AERO make the choice.
Die for this T2, Ziska. Ziska, come on.
The devil on Ziska's shoulder.
Yeah, he's just whispering to him. It's like, you're gonna get it.
Nah, he timed it perfectly.
Nice. And he still gets to set up the push.
Yup. This is a tough one for AERO Esports to get their hands out of. Wow, even going for the Sky Piercer. God, he knows that his marksman is going to start chunking people out.
It's truly one way to do it with Hazel. Reza cannot walk up like that.
It's gonna chunk him out a little bit. He's still fine though. Lord now at 50% HP. Rassi looking for a chance. Pops the conceal. Gonna eventually go in. Drops the shortcut right in the backline. Here comes Ziska with the thunderclap. Pops the Viraga armor. Came in. Secures the Lord. And now AERO Esports have to walk away with their tail between their legs.
Holy cow. If not for the guiding win, at least 2% would have died from that.
Alright. Saved by the bell. But the Lord is still on the side of DxSoul. It's a very small goal lead, but right now their composition, especially as 5, is a little tough to get through for AERO Esports. It's just not, they're not pumping up close enough for Kimin to get max value out of his duality. And I think right now, against DxSoul, they need to find these choke points to fight around because they're a team that peels backwards or pushes forwards. They can't really stand and hold their ground, which Kim is realizing very quickly that he shouldn't be holding on like an anchor. He needs to peel back with Zkeep as well.
Even Hazel getting the jitters, right? His retribution came out so early. First Lord push, top lane.
This top inhibitor going to be targeted, lifted on Hazel into the taunt, but AERO Esports are able to hold a effective enough defensive positioning to prevent DX from getting any more than that.
Remember before the series started, I asked you, Gideon, what are the odds that DXS wins 3-2? I think it's looking pretty probable right now.
It's looking
a reverse sweep of all things.
Oh man! AERO Esports needs to lock this in. They almost caught Kimi. Hazel, you're going really far here. He gets diversion in. Diversion gonna be sent in the backline. But down. Hazel gonna be picked off. It's a double kill for SkyZed. This guy also gonna be losing his life. It's really dreaming roar. Triple kill. SkyZed clearing it out for DXO.
That was unreal.
It was, Storm knew that it was coming.
That was so unreal.
The one time Kim made the call for an off-tempo play, the chip portal saves DXO.
They're committing once again. The shortcut comes out. Keemin gonna go through by himself. Will be able to dash over the wall. They're not committing to this one just yet. Guys, in trouble! Shut down by Kosei!
Oh my
but he
God!
does find a killing spree to pick up. They find a return shutdown, but they will also lose Rasi.
All right, no inhibitors go down. Best case scenario for AERO. That was the fleeting time of Rasi. He picked that up fresh out the oven. That's why you get 2 portals. So AERO Esports gets saved by Kusei's hero play at the cost of his life. And that's why they get another shot. Second, Lord, 25 seconds in the bottom side of the map. DXO didn't get any inhibitors. So AERO gets to play this slow and steady. They got one more shot.
Dude, Storm, he's probably thanking his lucky stars like, oh, thank God I purchased the Sky Piercer. I needed to kill Kusei from not just taking away our gold laner and walking away with it. No way in hell he was going to let that through. Oh, 1.7k gold lead for DXO at this point of time. AERO Esports, I think after seeing what had happened, they're going to be a little bit more hesitant. I think they're expecting Rasi to make that initial play first, which begs the question, where does Kim need to stand? He is the main anchor for the side of AERO Esports and the least mobile amongst the members of his team comp.
Rasi just spotted them too. Kusei.
Cut comes out on Kusei. Here comes the rest of DXO. Thunderclap chases him into the diamond for ZK. Flickers over the pit. He's going to be able to get away as Reza provides zoning. AERO Esports again able to disengage with no casualties.
Diversion play.
Oh, they're going for it. They're trying to cut them off. Keemin Kosei gonna be sending
SkyZed!
Last Insanity comes out. SkyZed! He's been isolated. Keemin comes in, but he's even too late. They got the 4-man taunt. The EXO trying to chase them down. Keemin gonna be melted away. Keemin's still alive. Salmon Force comes out.
The prison trap!
Finishes Reza. The Thunderclap. This guy's able to get away. He's a triple kill. Now they're chasing the rest.
He does a help back.
Goes for another one. It's a maniac. It's a summit. Oh, wipe out from DXO! History has been made! DXO in their first season of MPL!
Look at Keemin right now! Hands up!
They are making it to the top 3!
The fairy tale! The fairy tale continues for DXO! A reverse sweep onto AERO Esports in the lower bracket semis. And the icing on the cake, that's my candidate for Rookie of the Season, Siska's Marsha, to end it all and draw the line in the sand. This is where the journey for AERO and the Black Alien stops as DXS crusade to stardom continues. And they'll get a rematch with HomeBois later on. Heart-shattering for AERO Esports to come this far, this close, only to fall at the finishing line.
Wow. Unreal. An unreal best of 5. Well done to both teams. Jeez, man, Keemin, 4-man taunt. 4-man taunt to set that up for the whole team, despite being flanked and sandwiched.
I can't believe it. A reverse sweep. The Dark Horses truly living up to their title. They are repeating the miracle run.
Had Kusei not been caught by that very last taunt at the end, I think he clears everybody there.
Yeah, they fought DXS when SkyZed wasn't around, but they forgot that Siska was the one true threat. Let's talk to the teams after the series. Rose, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, dengan ini perjalanan AERO Esports, satu pasukan yang kita semua panggil underdog untuk musim ini akan ditamatkan untuk MPL Malaysia musim ini. But still, ladies and gentlemen, mari kita bagi tepukan kepada mereka. Itu adalah satu perjalanan yang sangat-sangat hebat sepanjang musim ini. Kita boleh nampak macam mana mereka actually bounce back daripada kekalahan, hampir tak layak playoff, perubahan daripada transfer window, and selepas tu dapat top 4. Is there anything yang AERO Esports nak cakap di pentas ini?
Bismillah, untuk fans AERO, sorry, kita orang kena comeback. Untuk DX, patutnya korang bangga dengan korang punya team. Walaupun ini first season dorang, tapi dorang still boleh dapat top 3. Tahniah. Untuk next game korang, good luck supaya boleh MSC nanti. Untuk AERO, kami minta maaf sangat.
And we would like to give the opportunity untuk AERO Esports untuk membagi final bow mereka in 3, 2, 1. Once again, stadium juara ini adalah AERO Esports. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you guys come back stronger next season. Dan pasukan MAL yang dikira dark horse untuk musim ini akan layak ke upper bracket finals untuk jumpa HomeBois pada petang nanti. Stadium juara. Give it up for DXO! Wow, maybe we can start with Storm. What an intense series. Maybe you can take us back a little bit. What happened in the first and second game?
I think we just woke up, so we really don't know what happened in the first 2 games, but we don't know also.
Then what did you guys talk about backstage that led to the win in game 3, 4, and 5? It's literally a reverse sweep.
I think just really all in because there's nothing to lose. In the first place, we're the dark horse and we're top 6 in regular season, so like there's nothing else we need to prove. So we just played our all in game 3, 4, and 5.
Yes, betul tu. There is truly nothing to lose. And I know that you guys have probably been on social media this past few days, and actually a lot of the players outside of Malaysia, a lot of them were expecting AERO to get the second ticket to MSC. And this time, you guys actually sent them home. So what does this win mean for you guys?
Really exciting because I think our preparation was a bit off also. So the mood of this prior to this match, I think really off. So I think all of us really determined to win no matter what. So that's why we able to reverse sweep.
Yes, kita boleh nampak hasil reverse sweep tu tadi lah kan. It was quite intense to watch, but it was a very good series overall. Korang yang beli tiket mesti rasa macam best kan? Mesti kita suka tengok game penuh, lepas tu seru. But with that, I'd like to talk to SkyZ. SkyZ, ramai kata DX Seoul yang akan jumpa ataupun bertemu HomeBois pada petang nanti adalah DX Seoul yang bukan fasa pertama playoffs. Adakah itu betul?
Apa tadi?
DX Seoul yang akan jumpa HomeBois nanti
betul,
dan lain dah dengan
betul.
DX Seoul dulu.
Lain.
Okay, apa yang lain?
Kita orang semua.
Tak, muka macam sama je.
Gameplay.
Oh, gameplay. Lain kali bagi tahulah. Okay. Now that you say gameplay is different, apa yang berlaku sepanjang 2 minggu off ni? Apa yang The Exo buat?
Tak buat apa, makan sama-sama je.
Makan sama-sama.
Manja sama. Tak ada. Gurau. Bonding.
Apa korang buat?
Kita buat apa? Bonding apa kita?
Makan je lah, I rasa.
Kita bonding apa je?
Okay, tak ada. Tak apa.
Makan je.
Tak apa. Makan tu boleh menang lah. Alright, stadium juara. Kita tengok full 5 games. Tapi, siapakah MVP anda? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... MVP Siska! Okay, ini adalah satu MVP yang memang well-deserved lah orang kata. First Savage daripada EXP laner untuk musim ini. Apa yang jadi tadi?
Saya pun tak tahu.
Tak tahu. Memang mantap. Memang mantap. Masuk je.
Tiba-tiba dapat Savage pula. Tak perasan kan dapat Savage? Tak perasan. Tiba-tiba dia kata, Savage.
Siapa yang buat call tu bila suruh masuk ke apa? Siapa yang buat keputusan?
Buat apa kan tadi tengah hype lah.
Storm tengah lompat-lompat dah ke belakang ni.
Siapa yang bagi call lah dia?
Sebab tadi apa ni SkyZ matilah kan. Lepas tu tiba-tiba pula Savage. So siapa yang suruh masuk? Ke awak yang masuk je?
Tadi manager saya suruh masuk tadi.
Manager kat belakang, tak apalah ya. Tak apalah. Okay, hari ni main 2 perlawanan yang berturut-turut. Macam mana you guys akan, freshen up sebelum lawan HomeBois nanti? Sebab kejap lagi dah nak lawan dorang dah.
Okay, nanti kita orang bincang lagi lepas ni. Kita orang preparation nak lawan HomeBois apa nanti kita orang fikir lah habis ni.
Rasa perlawanan tu akan jadi penat tak? Ataupun memang adrenaline rush kau-kau dah sekarang?
Rasa penat ke?
Penat. Okay, tak apa. We'll hope for the best. So you guys better rest up. I won't keep you guys long. So sebelum I wrap up this interview, Rasi. Come. Now. Sebelum ni korang pernah jumpa HomeBois. And it was a very close game. 3-2. So, kali ini ada benda ke yang sepatutnya HomeBois berhati-hati dengan DxSoul?
Macam penat ketemu HomeBois terus. Jadi main je lah.
Main je?
Erpang. Betul draft. Baru boleh menang.
Oh, so you suruh Erpan draft betul-betul Tu je message untuk mereka?
Ya.
Alright then. Thank you very much. I won't keep you guys long. Ladies and gentlemen, sekali lagi ini adalah DxSoul. Pasukannya akan teruskan perjalanan mereka ke Upper Bracket Finals pada petang nanti. So obviously, jangan pergi ke mana-mana. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to break down apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan ini.
Thank you, Rose. Commiserations to AERO Esports as their journey in MPL Malaysia ends. No more road to MSC, but that road stays alive for DxSoul. MVP of the match going over to the XP laner and one of the candidates for Rookie of the Season, Siska. On that glue, Phovius and Masha, all 3 games, he played various different roles, but he popped off in all of them.
We talked about this in the first 2 games. Siska not allowed to play the game at all, basically denied of all farm, denied of all presence on the map. And we said, hey, if the X are able to create some space, if Siska is given lane priority, it should change things. And boy, did it change things. Zoning, providing vision, canceling out the backline, and then in the final game, the final play, getting the first ever Savage on an EXP laner for Season 15 on a Masha, no less.
Oh yeah. I mean, I gotta give it to Siska. He played some strong games. He played strong Phovius, he played strong Glue, and especially strong Masha. Despite having a majority of these matches not actually be in his favor in the laning matchups, and not to mention, this went all 5 games. There were 2 games where he didn't get to play the game at all. So coming back into this with a very strong mentality, and more importantly, somebody who's able to deliver him straight to the opponent's faces, Rasi, as a very good tool with the fleeting time, ready to go. He sells it right at the end. Rossi's dirty little boy.
This guy.
He
did the thing.
You gotta hit the crystal faster, just in case. If Kusei comes back to life again, they're probably gonna lose that game.
Dude, I gotta give props to AERO Esports, right? This team, I really counted them out for a large majority of the season. Hazel comes in, sure they look better, but one person can't save an entire team. And coming into the playoffs, I thought AERO was looking pretty good. I thought they had a very decent chance against DxSoul. Fortunately, when push comes to shove, especially in a best of 5, you could see that unfortunately AERO Esports, the mentality and communication started to break down, which caused a lot of awkward fights in the game itself.
Yeah, I guess the team that almost played the entire regular season games actually, were battle-hardened. DxSoul played, 23 out of 24 regular season games. In playoffs, they basically maxed out the stats, except for the one against MV. And right now, they completed that reverse sweep against one of the all-time favorite AERO. Like a lot of Filipino personalities, players, casters, all thought that AERO was going to make it. They didn't. Even Arashi thought that AERO was going to make it. Well, that didn't go well either. And DxSoul might... I wouldn't say that they can do what Team Hawk or TLID did, but they sure as heck have left their own mark.
I mean, they got a lot closer than AE, I'm telling you that right now. Rossi is probably calling up Nino. I was like, hey, Nino!
Dengan DXS, aku terbang, bro!
Look, if they get honestly, I wouldn't mind if Rossi made that call because I know that they're close and tight like that. But if they get a ticket to MSC, I think that'll be one hell of a funny piece of content that he could do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be that pessimistic. They could go to MSC and get group. I don't care.
Yeah.
As long as they make it, you know.
I don't know, if anything, GXO has proven throughout the season, throughout every match that they play, they are tenacious. This is a team that has grown and learned from their short time here in MPL. They've become more composed, more disciplined, and they always keep their eyes on the prize. There is no more overheating. There's no more wallowing in defeat. There is only a single focus to play the game the best way they can. And by doing so, even when AERO Esports were floundering, DXO was playing the game like it was any other.
I can't believe that this is the same team that we all grouped together with Ocean Black at the start of the season.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And now they're in third place, guaranteed third place. Could go higher. They get a bit of break as Coach Steele continues to rip his hair out, preparing for the next match against HomeBois. But for now, one last time at the Hall of Fame for this BO5. We got the carry and rich guy on Kusei, Keemin as a sandbag, and Arasi as the best wingman. What a bittersweet way to once more to honor Kusei for one last time.
Yeah, Kusei was about to pull the pin on the grenade, and Keemin clasped the hand grenade together, didn't let him pull out the pin any further. He's like, nah, if I'm going down, you coming with me, boy.
He basically did the Captain America thing.
He did the Captain America.
He jumped on the grenade.
Yeah.
And it worked. It worked so well.
Dude, Kusei was about to 1v5. Literally, we all saw it. He had the reset ready to go. He already shot the empowered auto attack. That unfortunate timing of a taunt really.
We'll get to see it in a moment. But yeah, the highlights really show that DXO was playing super duper well with this chip. Hazel was trying to do his best, but oftentimes the fights were being split in half. Keemin seemed very comfortable on this Red Rin pickup, and Storm was being an ever-present threat in the backline as well. The way that they used these portals was so clean.
Yeah, I think this is the only fight where I felt like DXO probably had a bit of disjointed communication. The Stolen went out on his own, and then we see like divergent plays from AERO. One of the first good ones from Kim to punish DXO, and then there's this interaction.
Oh my god.
The timing, look at this.
CP, and then the portal drops, everybody disappears. Oh, it jumps back in, and then they're stuck in the meat grinder. Too close for comfort, and unfortunately too far away to make any value happen.
It's way too risky to go in there at that stage of time. DXO have already regrouped themselves, and then this was the end game. They thought they were cutting off AERO Esports. In fact, they had found the most important target by picking off SkyZ. But then Keemin with the hero play walks straight in, stops everyone, and stuns Kosei one final time before he goes down. Just long enough for Siska to walk to the side, get his HP bar back, and reset his thunderclaps.
And then there's Storm, right? The support system that made this Savage possible. Storm, how many lives did he get in that fight? It is unreal.
Literally the 1 extra second in every aspect of the game. 1 extra second with the taunt, 1 extra second for Siska to go into the side, 1 extra second from someone to close the distance and gain his mana back. Oh my goodness, that's got to be so frustrating for AERO. I feel for them,
Me too. But at least this series has delivered, right? I mean, like in the middle, like game 2, 3, we were like, okay, this is not going the way we expected it to be. But for the way it ended, I think DXS, they continue to defy expectations. They continue to silence doubters. Every single time they hop into the series that gets harder on paper, doubts start to resurface. But every single time they shut it down. The first MAL team to reach top 3. They have truly set the bar for Academy League in the upcoming seasons.
Yeah.
It truly sets the standard, because even when you look at Team Hack's Miracle Run, they didn't technically come from MAL. They were a qualifier team. So this is the first time this has been done in the history of MPL MY. Literally just an hour ago, we were thinking, I'm sure we were all thinking, is this going to be a clean sweep? Is this how it ends? DXO says no. It's such a heartbreaking way to end AERO Esports' journey, but this MAL team has proven themselves time and time again.
I mean, it also goes to show that coaching staff plays a huge part of it. Having veterans is obviously nice to kind of give you direction and instill some pretty good habits, but man, Coach Theo, well done. He picked up on the patterns, figured out Hazel, just refuses to play the tanks, no matter what.
forces him into an X-Borg jungle. And that got shut down very quickly. But maybe the militaristic, punishment also work for DxO, make them more disciplined last as the series gets harder. But for now, we're gonna go on a short break. And when we come back later on, DxO takes on HomeBois for the last slot to MSC and the grand final to face up against SRG OG. We'll be back in a bit.
Santai. Lu gunting kan? Pradinos guys. Ayo cicat me bro. Mati aku mati. Barang off. No benjan. Trade it cell. Kena bro. Go. Fury only. Nice.
Ezel pergi lot.
Biar aku yang push. Flicker barang. Santai. Aku aman.
Sorry.
No ulti GG. Don't run. Yeah, no ulti GG.
Just kill.
Nice one. Good game.
Nice one, guys. Nice one. Hey, watch Hazel, cok.
Aman. Bakal terjep. Can fight. Boleh.
Extend ayah. Endable. Just get always.
Lu kucel.
Sini.
Sprint. I can frog. No damage. Mati. Nice one.
A bit more. Chill.
One more. My phobia stop.
Lord, win. Don't it.
Bye.
Boleh.
No flicker Hilda.
Ini.
I got to give me guys.
Give me.
I'll take badang. GG. Nice catch Rasi. Nice. Kuasa kan. Kan tahu lo?
Boleh, aku kira deh. Nice. Alhamdulillah.
Nice one. Kau Louis.
See?
Stom. Terbaik.
Lepas hati kan sorry. Second hati tu kan.
Badang. Yes. Tor dulu guys. Nice. See? Kejar. Ling here. Aman. Nice grab kick.
Aku bilang kau juga.
George. Tahu. Tahu. Nice.
Alhamdulillah.
No doubt. Play together. Play. Brody. Kita down ni. Lui. Go. Lui. Aku dah lari. Lui. Nice. Lari lagi. Fighting. Boleh guys.
Go Diska.
Tarik. Stop.
Hari stop. Go. Hari tarik.
Chill. Mimi. Sorry.
Fokus. Mimi.
Chill.
Fokus. Lui.
Allahu Akbar. Boleh, Cok. Tak lihat. Nice try. Speed.
Alhamdulillah, ya Allah. Ada kemenangan.
Ini tak ada.
Nah, pulang AERO. Let's go. Tahu. Tahu Min. Tahu dulu. Tahu guys. Nice. Alhamdulillah.
Go. Santai.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 Switch. Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Rakan muda, coba kita munimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
Hiburan tanpa henti dengan Astro One.
Kini kami kembali.
Mega Live Show.
Wow.
Bergabung meletup. Komedi mencuit hati.
Tak ada ke pelawat yang nak tengok saya?
Drama memikat jiwa.
Abang janji abang takkan buat lagi.
Hiburan sekeluarga termasuk sukan dan animasi. Berita hebat.
Masih kena jangan tak.
Kini anda boleh akses Prime Video untuk 2 bulan tanpa charge tambahan. Stream dengan Astro One.
Stream segala terbaik bersama Suka. Semarakkan semangat dengan aksi bertaraf dunia.
Now is the time to go. Now is the time to attack.
Serta pemburuan kegemilangan wira-wira kita.
Saya akan buktikan pada awak saya layak untuk jadi suami awak.
Drama-drama terhangat terus memukau imajinasi anda.
Maafkan saya, kita dah tak ada.
Stream sukan live dan hiburan terbaik di Suka.
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When HomeBois won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because HomeBois has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trophy baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
Aku yang binakan roster HomeBois dengan Bang Abe dengan Bang Botak sekali. Sebetulnya aku ada try banyak di tim di MPL Malaysia dan time tu HomeBois lah yang paling bagus buat offernya kan. Cumanya waktu itu yang udah fix Izanami aja. So dari situ aku dengan Bang Abe hari-hari kita try out player. Terus yang kedua fix itu 2 EVOS, Veldora dengan Ivan, lalu Imal, yang terakhir Mel Kitty.
Saya pun season 11 rookie. After that season 12 delegate, kita keluar dari MPL. And then saya macam hilang dari scene MPL.
It's EVOS Legend.
Dari awal aku kan di EVOS kan awal. Terus aku langsung diganti ya. Terus di HomeBois, aku kan lihat trial potensial timnya, jadi aku try HomeBois. Yang gue tahu tuh Chessman masih bikin jadi analis dulu. Kebetulan Erpang tuh trial di kita juga. Pas kita lihat Erpang, wah ini kayaknya oke lah, oke worth to try lah.
To talk about it even more, we got 3 imports on one team that is currently undefeated in MPL Malaysia. 3 total. One of them, our boy Erpang, Veldora, and Van Strong. The 2 EVOS rejects, the 2 EVOS failures that have never really performed well on EVOS, but now are finding a lot of success on another team.
Kalau pendapat tentang statementnya Mirko, menurut aku mungkin terlalu jahat ya, bahasanya buangan ya. Di MPL Indo mungkin kita tak dapat banyak kesempatan, tapi sebab MPL Malaysia dan sebab HomeBois, akhirnya alhamdulillah aku, Erpang, dengan Vel, dengan Van Strong boleh buktikan lah.
Aku tak expect kita sampai sini, kita semua dibuangan semua rasanya. Aku, Veldora juga, Erpang juga, Chessman, Mel juga kan. Terus sebelumnya Izanami sama Emal juga, maksudnya recordnya juga nggak sebagus lah itulah. Kita banyak yang dibuang-buang lah. Kita juga realize lah ya, anjir kita semua hampir buangan semua. Cukup jujur, gue nggak expect sampai di titik ini. Ya semoga kita konsisten aja.
They said there's a limit in the women's league.
In MWI, we say limit. Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens, everyone knows. To the stars who came out from nowhere. To the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
With our lineup for the past 3 seasons, maybe this is the best one. On our first season, the crowd's favorite is HomeBois. Then the second one, we're kinda shaky. We go to lower bracket, we lose a lot of games. So I think this is the best one. My thoughts on this bracket is I don't really like it because imagine if we already secured our slot for MSC, then we need to wait 2 weeks again. We don't have momentum. We will only play 1 day for finals. Then our enemy that we're going to fight on finals, they have momentum, right? And we don't have much before that.
So you'll go to lower bracket?
No, we'll still take it. No choice. We still need to take it so we can secure our MSC ticket.
For AERO, kita orang ada beef sikit dengan korang. Sebab korang curi 1 point daripada kita orang kat regular season. Just careful lah dekat playoff.
Good luck guys! Just destroy each other. See you at upper bracket.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit. Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens, everyone knows. To the stars who came out from nowhere. To the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
To all the fans that never expected us to even reach playoffs in the first place, I think you guys shouldn't underestimate us because there's a reason why we're not getting swept by all the strong teams. So expect that we will be strong in playoff.
Untuk test yang 2-1, kita orang selalu dapat tu, saya tak kisah pun. Asalkan kita orang dapat menang first game tu, kalah 1, menang 1, kalah 1, dan menang game yang kelima.
Maybe it's a curse, but for me, it's a strength of our team. Considering that week 5 to week 6, we have the momentum of 3-win streak. Even though it's all 2-1 and not against the top teams, I think it's still really confidence booster for us. So anyone we meet in playoffs should be ready against us.
MPL Malaysia Season 15. These are the 6 teams. They not only want to become champions, right, but they want to go for the 2 MSC slots. So this is what went down.
Today, AERO 404 is going to be the starting lineup going up against Hazel. This is going to be very interesting.
Respect, bro. Hello. Padang first, bro. Start join.
Cuba untuk memanggil tetapi zon nyawanya. Hampir saja didapatkan namun flicker semua itu digunakan. Semua cuba dikejar. Hazel cuba untuk masuk tetapi Hazel dapatkan kedudukan semua sebentar tadi. Semua juga ditumbangkan.
It's obvious their weakness. The weakness is the jungle. The jungle is inexperienced. They doesn't think anything to the map. We pressure them, they cannot think next move.
Careful ya. Hey, what the heck? Leg outside. Go, coach. I'll take belakang. I go behind.
Kausai masih lagi berada ke kanan Reza. Teruskan di bawah Zaki jadi saja masuk. Reza dijaga oleh Revolvo tapi semua sempat ditumbangkan oleh Zaki juga AERO Esports. Dan AERO Esports berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan.
Dekat playoff memang akan kejam. Dekat playoff memang sangat kejam.
DX surprised me to the point where I feel proud of them. The discipline is there, the draft is great, but more importantly, the execution.
Kata to dash. Joksin. Badang. Badang.
Santai. Aku ulti badang.
Kata to ulti. Still a winter. Harit nomor ulti. And the ball. Hero.
Kemenangan bersih ke atas pasukan DX Zone dan membuktikan pasukan dari MLBB juga berbisa.
The real dark horse untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-15.
SRG is this season's favorite to win. Heck, maybe even for the next 10 seasons, who knows? They just put too big of a gap with every other teams.
Badang. D4. Boleh. Fedin, can go? Boleh. Just go.
Percubaan kali ini pasukan AERO Esports diteruskan juga sekali disadang oleh Hazel. Paksa diteruskan oleh pasukan AERO Esports untuk mencari kedudukan Yus tapi masih lagi ada immortality tidak begitu mudah untuk ditumbangkan begitu saja.
Boleh, bro. Boleh. Ya, boleh. Ayo, bro. They cannot tap, bro. Laporin. Go. Tahu. I start. Nothing, bro. One glass flow again. Mana. Careful barang. Buat barang. Sabar. Cannot. Cannot play. Boleh. Kiting, bro. Cannot say. One get ulti. Aku. Mana? Hai guys.
Mampukah mereka mendapatkan kemenangan sekarang ni?
Hilang terus untuk pasukan AERO Esports. Match point untuk SRG.
Don't kill two, bro. Yes, they will get pressure by this one.
They gotta clear it. They gotta force it.
-1 two. Sabar. Wait for the next wave. Lawan again.
You guys were very resilient, okay? So going to the next game, be calm, more calm, okay? More calm.
They want to fight. Ready. 3 seconds. Push ball. GG.
Posisi di kedudukan lot yang cuba untuk diberikan fokus. Yums tendangan cuba untuk mencari kedudukan Kim.
Tengok. Ulti. Patah. Aku mati. Aman. Jesse. Adik kata jangan mati lah. Alah bodoh.
Alamak Joy, why did you left Joy?
Kata aku tindak.
Why did you leave your teammates?
Bye.
Pasukan SRG yang akan terus marah ke final upper bracket.
HomeBois, if you look at last season and you look at this season, you feel like you were in a coma.
Oke, ketinggalan Popenya. Mau ditarik, Popenya dapat tarik, kau pegang belakang.
Guys,
Kau pegang belakang nih.
Banyak lo itu.
Aman. Aman, santai. Kau pegang belakangnya aku, aman. Santai boy, respect boy, boy.
Aku stun,
Sorry captain.
Boleh ni?
Saya rasa yang kami boleh 3-1 lah. Diorang punya performance hari ni memang seram lah.
Hitting the Lord. GC kah? Oh, DC. Can Lord. Pay dash out. No. Trust give me that 3.
No, aku give me.
Nice one, that 3.
Give me no one.
Tengok sis kah. Nice. Dapat third. Aku. Franco, vacuum.
Ayo kenapa blink low.
Back up Z.
Depan.
Balik. Jom. Simi. Tak ada one Kimi. And the ball. GG.
Makin nampak dulu basket ni sebenarnya agak sama. Untuk IGN tak tahu siapa yang tengah main.
Boleh. Deketan. Boleh.
ni.
Habiskan dan Kimet! Datang Kimet QT. Mungkin kali ini pasukan dia Zon berhasil untuk berundur. Skyzat terberangkat.
Ayo. Bisa.
No pressure, okay? Focus on the game, focus on how to execute. Just forget about the winning for now. Just focus on how to play the winning condition.
Pasukan HomeBois perlu untuk mencari cara sekarang ni. Match point.
Kalau bisa salahnya tuh as a team guys, jangan salah sendiri-sendiri guys. Serius, salahnya as a team nggak apa-apa Cok. Lebih bagus untuk kita improve-nya lebih baik-baik.
Ready nggak Mal? Ready Mal, cari Mal. Ada. Jom Mal.
Ini dia terus all out untuk mendapatkan lot tersebut. Lika bersama dengan satu penalti zone. Ivan menangkap terlebih dahulu. Innocent masuk. Disangkap oleh Mercury. Dan sekarang disekat berjaya dapatkan lot. Pada waktu yang sama meter ground digunakan oleh Val. Tapi start berjaya didapatkan. Di belakang Izanami. Akan diberikan perkara ini.
Ulang.
I think I will just remove Kalia because I think they are very good in countering Kalia.
Personally,
not sure.
Why are you thinking Sami? You got any hero that you can survive here?
I'm not really sure, Cok.
Odette or Barlier?
Odette sih. Odette.
I trust you. This is your
Wait.
Agak Cok dah. Odette Cok keluar. Dah Odette keluar.
Kenapa dia nak jadi raja?
Ui, dia pun jadi gila.
Sama-sama gila.
Let's go. Ayo, gak ada pove, jom kiri yuk. Jom. Ya, itu Van. Bisa nggak? Bisa. ML, connect Mel.
Tuh.
Tarik nih.
Nugeo.
Ready.
Ada benda dia.
Ready ya?
Sini, one track.
Sikit ni.
Action pass lalu dilepaskan. Ram terbangkan Krab dari arah belakang. Yum.
Izanami nampak ketibaan Yum.
Nolti.
That's one ten. Give me.
Sisa. Nice one.
Give me.
Okay.
Ada sekarang Oparata. Untuk pasukan HomeBois. Wipe out untuk HomeBois. Walau sempat menjatuhkan Sky.
Duit. Messi guys, let's go.
Pasukan pertama mewakili Malaysia ke EWC sekaligus menjadi finalis kita. Selamat
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 Swiss Watch.
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Rakan muda, coba cita munimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
Hiburan tanpa henti dengan Astro One.
Kini kami kembali.
Mega Live Show.
Wow.
Bergabung meletup. Komedi mencuit hati.
Tak ada ke pelawat yang nak tengok saya?
Drama memikat jiwa.
Abang janji abang takkan buat lagi.
Hiburan sekeluarga termasuk sukan dan animasi. Berita hebat.
Masih kena jangan tak?
Kini anda boleh akses Prime Video untuk 2 bulan tanpa charge tambahan. Stream dengan Astro One.
Stream segala terbaik bersama Suka. Semarakkan semangat dengan aksi bertaraf dunia.
Now is the time to go. Now is the time to attack.
Serta pemburuan kegemilangan wira-wira kita.
Saya akan buktikan pada awak saya layak untuk jadi suami awak.
Drama-drama terhangat terus memukau imajinasi anda.
Maafkan saya, kita dah tak ada.
Stream sukan live dan hiburan terbaik di Suka.
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When HomeBois won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because HomeBois has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga.
Allow me the honor of introducing the royal master.
But then tiba-tiba season 12 ni dekat happen lah.
Latih. Pedang ke Adi. Keadilan. Oh, betul.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion
Ke baru.
dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Betul.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya
tahu sekarang kau TV aku tak rasa.
Sorry Momo.
Aku tahu enemy je. Macam orang aku lah kan. Aku semua tak rasa TV.
Dominated that hard in quite some time.
Savage dog.
Time season 9
Korang bisa average kan? Okey kan?
Maria from the BTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya cakap saya boleh nak TV or be better than him.
Dia perlukan tiket.
Abang tidur tu
Pop
selamat kita.
Kak, jangan tengok abang tidur main. Jangan tengok abang tidur.
Abang kita
tengah game tu. Ya, abang tu nak gol. Ya.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice.
Abang tu buat kita orang jadi semangat.
For me, trophy baru ni adalah signal
Abang tidur siapa?
pada
Tak tahu, random ada tengah tidur.
Fokus.
Oh ni, block.
Bergerak dengan cara yang baik. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international.
Teammate next season, coach.
So pastikan you come very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up SRG Malaysia dekat international.
Ni je, ni memang kan. Yalah, tak aku tanya. Mana tahu tak. Mana tahu tak betul.
Aku yang binakan roster HomeBois dengan Bang Abe, dengan Bang Botak sekali. Sebetulnya aku ada try banyak di tim di MPL Malaysia dan time tu HomeBois lah yang paling bagus buat offernya kan. Cumanya waktu itu yang udah fix Izanami aja. So dari situ aku dengan Bang Abe hari-hari kita try out player. Terus yang kedua fix itu 2 EVOS, Veldora dengan Ivan, lalu Imal, yang terakhir Mel Kitty.
Saya pun season 11 rookie. After that season 12 delegate, kita keluar dari MPL. And then saya macam hilang dari scene MPL.
It's EVOS Legend.
Dari awal aku kan di EVOS kan awal. Terus aku langsung diganti ya. Terus di HomeBois, aku kan lihat trial potensial timnya, jadi aku try HomeBois. Yang gue tahu tuh, Chessman masih bikin jadi analis dulu. Kebetulan Erpang tuh trial di kita juga. Pas kita lihat Erpang, wah ini kayaknya oke lah. Oke, worth to try lah.
To talk about it even more, we got 3 imports on one team that is currently undefeated in MPL Malaysia. 3 total. One of them, our boy Erpang, Veldora, and Van Strong. The 2 EVOS rejects, the 2 EVOS failures that have never really performed well on EVOS, but now are finding a lot of success on another team.
Kalau pendapat tentang statementnya Mirko, menurut aku mungkin terlalu jahat ya, bahasanya buangan ya. Di MPL Indo mungkin kita tak dapat banyak kesempatan, tapi sebab MPL Malaysia dan sebab HomeBois, akhirnya alhamdulillah aku, Erfang, dengan Vel, dengan Van Strong boleh buktikan lah.
Aku tak expect kita sama sini, kita semua dibuangan semua rasanya. Aku, Veldora juga, Erpang juga, Chessman, Mel juga kan. Terus sebelumnya Izanami sama Emal juga, maksudnya recordnya juga nggak sebagus lah itulah. Kita banyak yang dibuang-buang lah. Kita juga realize lah ya, anjir kita semua hampir buangan semua. Cukup jujur, gue nggak expect sampai di titik ini. Ya semoga kita konsisten aja.
They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit. Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
With our lineup for the past 3 seasons, maybe this is the best one. On our first season, the crowd's favorite is HomeBois. Then the second one, we're kind of shaky. We go to lower bracket, we lose a lot of games. So I think this is the best one. My thoughts on this bracket is I don't really like it because imagine if we already secured our slot for MSC, then we need to wait 2 weeks again. We don't have momentum. We will only play 1 day for finals. Then our enemy that we're going to fight on finals, they have momentum, right? And we don't have much before that.
So you'll go to lower bracket?
No, we will still take it. No choice. We still need to take it so we can secure our MSC ticket.
For AERO, kita orang ada beef sikit dengan korang. Sebab korang curi 1 point daripada kita orang kat regular season. Just careful lah dekat playoff.
Good luck guys! Just destroy each other. See you at upper bracket.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit. Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
To all the fans that never expected us to even reach playoffs in the first place, I think you guys shouldn't underestimate us because there's a reason why we're not getting swept by all the strong teams. So expect that we will be strong in playoff.
Untuk test yang 2-1, kita orang selalu dapat tu, saya tak kisah pun. Asalkan kita orang dapat menang first game tu, kalah 1, menang 1, kalah 1, dan menang game yang kelima.
Maybe it's a curse, but for me, it's a strength of our team. Considering that week 5 to week 6, we have the momentum of 3 win streak. Even though it's all 2-1 and not against the top teams, I think it's still really confidence booster for us. So anyone we meet in playoffs should be ready against us.
MPL Malaysia Season 15. These are the 6 teams. They not only want to become champions, right, but they want to go for the 2 MSC slots. So this is what went down.
Today, AERO 404 is going to be the starting lineup going up against Hazel. This is going to be very interesting.
I mean, if they open the pan, I will take the Respect, bro. Padang first, bro. Esat Joel.
Cuba untuk memanggil tetapi zon jauhnya. Hampir saja didapatkan namun flicker semua itu digunakan. Semua cuba dikejar. Hazel cuba untuk masuk tetapi Hazel dapatkan kedudukan semua sebentar lagi. Semua jika ditumbaskan.
It's obvious their weakness. The weakness is the jungle. The jungle is inexperienced. They doesn't think anything to the map. We pressure them, they cannot think next move.
Careful ah. Hey, what the heck? Leg outside. Go, George. I'll take it back. I go behind.
Kausai masih lagi berada ke keadaan Reza. Terus lepaskan di bawah Zaki cuba saja masuk. Reza dijangkau oleh Fofo tapi semua sebab ditumbangkan oleh Zaki juga AERO Esports. Dan AERO Esports berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan.
Dekat playoff memang akan kejam. Dekat playoff memang sangat kejam.
DX surprised me to the point where I feel proud of them. The discipline is there, the draft is great, but more importantly, the execution.
Kata to dash. Zuksin. Badang.
Assalamualaikum, selamat sejahtera, tajahau dan vanakam. Selamat datang ke pentas kebanggaan. Hari ini special untuk anda, Astro X MPL MY season yang ke-15. Woo! Come on, Sam Jora Bukit. Kiara, boleh tak saya dengar suara yang lebih kuat? Wow, terima kasih kerana bersama dengan kita pada hari ini dan ada juga yang menonton kami di arena dan juga sekarang ini streaming live di TikTok dan juga YouTube. Dan kali ini kita nak bawakan pentas hiburan Pride Power dan ini adalah kolaborasi Astro untuk tahun yang kedua bersama dengan MPL. Tepuk sikit. Macam hari ini, good game? Yeah, okay. Baiklah, of course, dekat stream, apa yang paling penting sekali, kita nak bawakan gold standard entertainment. Kita combine together dengan gamers, okay? Mana tahu, korang gamers, you guys know how to have fun. Dan sebelum kita pergi ke persembahan yang lebih power, lebih gempak, lebih style, kita ada satu promo special untuk anda. Korang semua kan Alpha juga. Let's go! Yes, big stage, Alpha, come on. Masa korang main game confirm kena Alpha dan berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada Alpha Boys kita, Q, Carl G dan Awin Nit. Uratku agar bisa ku
perkasa, biar sampai ke pangkalengan. Aku seru mentera pusakaku, mentera semerah padi, 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 semerah padi, mentera semerah padi, mentera.
Terima kasih semua. Berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada Awinit, Q dan Carl G.
Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih
Thank you,
Mona Bella.
Yes, our alumni Big Stage Alpha. Apa khabar korang?
Baik.
Baik ya.
Sangat baik.
Macam mana persembahan perform dekat depan semua gamers pada hari ini?
Oh, sebenarnya agak rasa teruja sebab saya pun main juga ML sebenarnya.
Serius
So macam agak teruja dapat invite untuk nyanyi di MPL pada season ni.
Wow, so tadi sebelum nyanyi tu sempat tak tengok 1-2 game ni?
Sempat.
Sempat
Tengok live.
Macam Q pula?
Saya tak main ML tapi hari ni saya nak install ML. Boleh?
Yes. Cantik, betul. Kan there's always a first time kan, selalu.
Betul.
Kita kalau tak ada sebab kadang-kadang macam alamak. Macam Kalji?
Macam Kalji dulu alumni gamer juga.
Wah.
Tapi
Bukan macam biasa, dia gamer power
game
tau.
lain.
Ya? Game power
Dululah.
Main game on application je, okay?
Yes.
Don't play game with people's heart. Alah, Diva! Okay, but then apa pun korang, kalau siapa-siapa yang maybe belum join lagi ML, maybe this is the time, okay? Kalau korang tahu mana-mana kawan-kawan yang baru nak start. Ada yang macam teringin nak start, tapi macam malu-malu. Muna pun baru juga install and I love it, okay? Dan rasanya selepas ini, ada lagi persembahan hebat. Sebelum itu, ayo kita berikan tepukan gemuruh dulu untuk Awinit, Carl G dan Q.
Terima kasih semua.
And jangan lupa, okay, diorang punya OT Alpha. Yang lain pun akan bertanding pada Ahad nanti untuk the finale. Maybe you guys nak cakap short and simple untuk korang punya kawan-kawan yang akan berjuang pada hari Ahad nanti.
Okey, kepada kawan-kawan saya Alpha OT7, kita orang mengucapkan selamat maju jaya, all the best for finals which is tomorrow. Akan berlangsung di Royal Theatre Shah Alam. Jadi korang jangan lupa saksikan live di Astro Ria pukul 9 malam besok.
Cantik.
So memang OT7 lah. OT7 lah.
Confirm OT7.
Ramai yang request OT7. Kita tengok macam mana, guys. Kalau tidak OT6, OT7 ke, kita tengoklah Ahad nanti. Apa lagi, kita berikan tepukan gemuruh untuk diorang. Okay? Thank you so much korang.
Terima kasih Mona Bella.
Alright, terima kasih. Boleh ke belakang untuk sambung install Mobile Legend. Saya pun nak sambung kejap lagi. Tapi sebelum itu, kita ada video promo special untuk korang. Ayo, berikan perhatian kepada screen. Let's go. Yes, tu dia Prime Video. Prime Video. Kalau ada Prime baru power, okey? Mana tahu. Kalau korang gamers confirm korang suka bab-bab power ni, betul tak? Yang lagi power kalau kita gabungkan dua gadis jelita. Tapi dia punya vibe kan, dia macam yin and yang tau. Seorang suaranya lembut, ayu, manis. Tapi seorang lagi kalau dia rap, confirm memang power. Gabungan kedua-dua ni confirm akan buat korang semua macam wow. Dia punya persembahan bukan biasa-biasa. Ayo kita berikan tepukan gemuruh untuk Bunga dan Laila Sanya.
Apa khabar Stadium Bukit Kiara? Halo, tak dengar. Hello. Tak ada mic. Sihat? Hello, mic test. Mic test. Oh.
Suaranya.
Are you ready?
Apa khabar?
Baik. Cik nama apa
Bunga.
Oh, okay.
Bunga,
Nice to meet
bunga.
you. Hua tu betul?
Hua, betul.
Okay, nice to meet you. Okay, dah lah.
Okay, dah cakap
Anak payung, sintan payung, intan payung. Dipandang rendah setahun jago. Pelandayung, asal sampai ke ujung. Sampai ujung. Jelasan kaduk naik. Perasaan diri terbingit sebab tak percaya. Ini hidupku disiksa sebab tak percaya. Dari saat itu mencari kunci tiap pintu, tak peduli berapa lama janji tu pasti ketiba masa. Dan mana suruh sampai mana bisa berdalam ada kayu merata. Nak percaya mesti gagal dulu, tak percaya boleh cuba jangan malu. Jadi aku biarpun makan berbulan, kita capai hanya di awal. Sampai nama jadi sebutan dan tak lupa. Bunga tak akan layu jika kita menyamai bajak. Bagai si gadis ayu indah santun jadi jaga. Payung, sintan payung, intan payung. Dipandang rendah setahun jago. Belahan dayung asal sampai ke ujung. Sampai ujung. Jalan sandung kaduk naik. Bukan senang nak hidup senang. Ada sampan, sibuk nak berenang. Jaga-jaga, ada mata-mata. Ya hati tak tenang tengok orang menang. Cuba nak ubah cuma perlu satu. Cuba cemil rupa cuma ada aku. Tak hirau walaupun tak laju. Janji bukan wow yang putus seraju. Siapa kata ku tak boleh? Yang toleh-toleh dulu menang remeh. Diti jadi hendak dah berdola daleh. Telah jadi kata tak boleh tarik. Perlahan dayung sebagai hujung. Jangan disanjung kaduk naik junjung. Alah payung, sintan payung. Dipandang rendah setahun jagung. Pelan dayung asal sampai ke ujung. Janganlah sanjung kaduk naik junjung. Alah payung, sintan payung, intan payung. Dipandang rendah setahun jagung. Pelan dayung asal sampai ke ujung. Sampai ujung. Janganlah sanjung kaduk naik junjung. Sama-sama. Alah payung, sintan payung. Dipandang rendah setahun jagung. Pelan dayung asal sampai ke ujung. Sampai ujung. Janganlah sanjung kaduk naik junjung. Terima kasih.
Berikan tepukan gemuruh untuk Bunga dan Laila Sanya. Wah, 好久不见。
好久不见。
Antara persamaan mereka berdua adalah dua-dua pun boleh cakap bahasa Mandarin.
Betul.
Power.
Yes,
可以 sikit-sikit lah 可以 一点点可以 iyang lah. Okey, tapi yang paling penting sekali, kita tengok tadi macam korang punya collaboration Bunga dengan Laila dua-dua macam best je. Ada tak upcoming project together ke? Adakah ini teaser?
Projek terbaru kita mungkin kita pindah rumah sebelah.
Oh ya, berjiran.
Betul.
Oh, jadi berjiran ni selalu kenalah main game together.
Main game boleh sebab Lela baru.
Bunga cakap dia nak jadi streamer lepas ni.
Serius ah?
Jangan bagi tahu orang.
Korang setuju tak?
Lepas ni boleh?
Wow, okey tak?
Okey. Okey, kita tengok Bunga main ML. Okey.
Cantiklah. Okey, untuk tim yang akan berjuang hari ini, maybe korang nak bagi kata-kata semangat lah. Let's go.
Saya Lela. Saya ingin mengucapkan gula.
Gula, mana comelnya?
Saya pun ucapkan semoga berjaya dan menang. Dan menjadi kebanggaan kami lah.
Ya, betul lah. Ini kan pentas kebanggaan.
Saya nervous sebab saya pun main ML.
Serius tak?
Ya.
Okey, so apa favourite part awak pasal ML ni? Cerita sikit.
Tak tahu.
Tak tahu?
Sebab selalu kalah.
Saya rasa mungkin korang-korang semua boleh dah buat dah kot backup kelas lah untuk yang asyik kalah ni.
Tak, dulu main suka-suka.
Betul.
Sekarang main stres. Sebab semua nak jadi pro player.
Tapi sebab itulah kita tengok pro player hari ini memang betul-betul gempak, okey? Dan berikan tepukan gemuruh juga untuk Laila, Sania dan juga Bunga.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, share.
Bye, Muna.
Bye-bye. Dan rasanya selepas ini confirm bila ada pertandingan kan, korang yang tengok game pun akan rasa perasaan yang sama. Korang akan rasa satu perasaan ni, nama dia gemuruh. Ayo kita berikan tepukan gemuruh untuk Firdaus dan Syarul. Let's go.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum semua. Selamat petang. Selamat petang. Semua okey? Okey, kita nyanyi gemuruh sama-sama boleh? Tak cukup kuat boleh ke? Okey, kita cuba kita tengok Alright. Jom. Come on, Dos.
Nyanyi sama-sama okey? Rentak di kalbu, hasrat yang tersirat semakin kuburu. Bila bergema laungan gempita, harapan bernyala, nadiku berganda. Gemuruh jiwa, semangat membara, dari puncak ingin ke angkasa. Bergalungkan bintang berkelipat, menyerlah jauh dari yang biasa. Mana suaranya? Paling kuat. Bila berdaluran dari kalbu, hasrat yang bersirat semakin kuburu. Bila bergema laungan gempita, harapan bernyala, nadiku berganda. Semangat membara, dari puncak ingin ke angkasa. Bergalungkan bintang berkelipat, menyerlah jauh dari yang biasa. Ungkapan ini bukan sekadar bermimpi. Segalanya pastikan terbukti nanti. Gemuruh jiwa semua, semangat lebih kencang. Dari puncak ingin ke angkasa, bergalungkan bintang berkelipat, menyerah jauh dari yang biasa. Gemuruh jiwa, kuat lagi, semangat membara, dari puncak ingin ke angkasa. Bergalungkan bintang berkelipat, menyerah jauh dari yang biasa. Menyerah jauh dari yang biasa.
Wow, berikan tepukan gemuruh untuk Syarul Kamal
Terima
dan
kasih.
Firdaus Rahman.
Thank you.
Wah, style lah tadi. Kita nampak lah fighting spirit dekat situ.
Alhamdulillah.
Wow, untuk korang berdua, adakah korang main game juga?
Kita orang kaki game.
Kaki game?
Kaki game.
Bukan kaki game member datang tak lepak.
Bukan. Itu kaki kencing.
Lain, itu kaki lain. Okey. So korang macam korang sendiri, selalu kalau sekali main game tu berapa lama boleh spend masa?
Okey, Daus. Berapa lama?
Daus, come on lah.
Saya macam semua orang juga kot.
Macam mana?
Memang tak kenal pagi malam.
Ya.
Selalu kita main malam, dia dah pagi.
Dah. Syarul pula?
Saya selalu sampai sahur.
Sampai sahur. Wow.
Tu bulan puasa
Kalau
kan.
bulan puasa lah. Hari biasa sampai subuh lah.
Sampai subuh lah maksudnya.
Subuh lah. Okey, untuk sekejap lagi akan ada perlawanan yang mana DXO akan menentang dengan HomeBois. Maybe nak cakap something untuk player-player kita yang akan berjuang jap lagi.
Good luck
jangan lengah-lengah kan. Kalau nak serang tu serang je tower tu.
And dengar cakap coach.
Dengar cakap coach. Betul, betul. Semalam kita orang dah try dah pakai headphone tu. So kita baru dapat rasa macam mana player-player kat atas tu punya perasaan. Memang nervous.
Terus tadi vibe Siska lah. Dia rasa macam MVP gila.
Yeah, betul. Alright, good luck semua. Good luck. Enjoy guys, enjoy.
All the best.
Yes, okay, sekejap lagi kita akan saksikan perlawanan yang seterusnya. Siapakah antara mereka yang akan mewakili Malaysia nanti ke Riyadh? Wow. Yalah. Itu yang kita tak sabar, okay? And kalau korang nak epic skin, nak diamond, nak surprise merch Astro, semua ada dekat booth Magenta Astro. Boleh langgan Astro One hari ini. Boleh claim epic skin worth 899 diamonds. Follow TikTok Astro, download Astro Go dan kumpul diamond, claim reward dan unlock vibe. Okay, last but not least, Syarul, ada tak projek terbaru nanti daripada you? Sebab kita tahu kan kalau penyanyi ni mesti ada something je selain daripada sekarang busy berlakon juga.
Betul.
Yes.
Betul.
Kalau berlakon ke lagu ke ada yang baru?
Drama sekarang tengah tayang, Dia Bukan Syurga. Lagu insya-Allah soon akan release.
Tidak, Syarul. Saya dah confused tiba-tiba. Syarul.
Ya, saya Syarul.
Betul.
Saya Syarul, bukan Hafiz Rosdi.
Okay, so ada lagi projek-projek upcoming lah kan?
Ada. Pasti.
Ya, tapi drama sekarang yang tengah tayang tu memang sakit hati lah.
Jangan tengok lah kalau tak tahan.
Lalu FYP aku.
Ya, tu.
Kau ni buat hal.
Okay, mungkin boleh tulis lagu lah Firdaus inspirasi daripada
boleh,
ni. Cantik.
Mungkin next year punya MPL kita berdua akan nyanyi lagu tema. Kita tak tahu.
Who knows?
Kita tak tahu. Mungkin.
Betul. Okay, berikan tepukan gemuruh untuk Syarul dan Firdaus.
Alright guys, assalamualaikum semua. Saya Syarul Kamal. Bye.
Saya Firdaus.
Alright, terima kasih korang. Okay, sebelum kita akhiri, saya nak dengar dulu daripada penyokong-penyokong DXO. Tadi macam ada yang bawa gendang. Ada yang bersorak-sorak bangun-bangun. Satu kali lagi, can I hear your voice please? Semua introvert lah, malu-malu lah. HomeBois fans! Wow, kejap lagi kita tengok siapa yang akan menang sorak dan siapakah yang akan memenangi perlawanan yang seterusnya. And of course, jangan lupa untuk saksikan lagi MPL esok bersama dengan kami sebab kita ada persembahan yang memang menyala gila esok. Kita ada Mimi Fly, Lucy Rari, Aisyah Rendo dan ramai lagi. Nama saya Munabila, kita jumpa lagi esok. Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera.
menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan kelumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga,
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience 0 frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity A350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends Esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Welcome back to the MPL Malaysia Season 15 playoff phase number 2, the penultimate day. One more best of 5, 2 more teams. One last slot to Riyadh for MSC. My name is Husky. Alongside me, I have Sadafa and Gideon Q to bring you guys an upcoming best of 5 in the lower bracket finals between the hopefuls of HomeBois and the new bloods of DXO.
Man, to think that we have come all this way. The second to last match of the entire season. And the series that will determine our second Malaysian MSC representative. This has been a Cinderella run for DXO, who have risen against all odds to make it to the top 3.
I mean, they've been working really, really hard. They've been playing every single one of their games. In a very literal sense, every series has gone the full distance. But against the HomeBois, this one might be a pretty tough haul. I mean, they put up a decent fight, to be fair, but that was coming prior. 1 ticket left that they're fighting for.
Absolutely, and every time you need to secure the best possible chances for yourself, even when it comes to your scalp. That's where we have our official shampoo partner, Head & Shoulders, that provides up to 100% dandruff-free plus itch protection. It can wipe out every single speck of your dandruff, dermatologically tested, and it goes up to 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch get yours right now. Clean out every single part of your scalp, your hair follicles, just like how you would check your bushes if you play MLBB.
Yep, just like how you check your bushes, just like how you would keep it clean in terms of your gameplay. And I hope we get to see even more clean gameplay here. That first series of the day went very unexpectedly. AERO is leading 2-0. We thought that was going to be it. Then boom! Reverse sweep. DXS makes it one step further. But the next opponent is nothing to scoff at.
Nothing to scoff at, and it's a rematch too from the upper bracket where DxO took them the full distance, almost beat HomeBois, almost gave us a glimpse into an alternate reality, but here they get a second chance with even higher stakes. But if there's one thing DXS has proven to us across the entire season, is that whenever the stakes are at its highest, DXS performs at the best.
I mean, you can say the same about the HomeBois as well. Both of these teams have put up an amazing fight all the way throughout regular season, except we were counting out DXS for a large majority of it. I mean, let's look at the average game time, right? 16:55 compared to 15:51. A 70% win rate coming in from the HomeBois, who started off a little slow in the regular season, but then picked up very fast because they're head-to-head, and even their first blood rate trumps that of DXS.
Yeah, even in terms of objective control, right, that is also in favor of HomeBois by almost a full 20%. And that in itself is a shocking detail. Because coming into this, DXS, we've seen them come back from impossible situations. Multiple games where they lost the entire base, they won the game. We saw them reverse sweep against AERO. We saw games where it really felt like they were about to lose it against Todak. Then they pull off Savages to clean up house. But against HomeBois, the second time in the entire playoffs. What do you think is going to be different, Siddhartha?
It's going to be an interesting one. What I think is going to be different, most evidently, is how prepared DXS seem to be. I feel like this team had already shown us that they'd improved greatly when Phase 1 of the playoffs started. And I feel like they've gone up another level since the start of Phase 2 as well. HomeBois are definitely a strong team. They have been one of the favorites coming through the entire season. But even so, there's a part of me that wonders, are they really prepared? Are they ready to handle this team?
I personally think that they are, right? I feel like we've seen everything that DXS has to offer in their match against AERO. We've seen the potential, starter picks being changed around in terms of raw priority in the drafting phase, something of which I would like to see HomeBois actually address, because between both of these teams, the biggest difference maker is that HomeBois have won from positions that they are behind or compositions that technically should not work against or disadvantages against their opponents. I can't say the same for DXS, right? So to me, this is their final test, because we've seen it in their last rematch. Hey, if we start falling behind, the game is probably going to close out. When we are ahead, we can pull things back.
Yeah, and I think also for these two teams, there are certain similarities, right? They both want to play from the side lanes, but the core difference for me is that mid-jungle interaction, right? You much more feel comfortable with Izanami and Amal compared to Storm and Kimin that sometimes flip-flops a little bit, and that comes out to that mid-priority, which Ivan always provides for the team. Let's check out the Flame Boys' favorite HomeBois or the La Familia lineup, the main five. You all know who they are, but here they are once more. Izanami in the mid lane, Ivan, Rome, Amal jungle, MelQT as the gold lane, and Vel in the XP.
A squad consisting of familiar faces, new and old, all of which have been eager to finally find their place, to prove themselves on the MPL stage, and have finally found a home that they could push forward with full momentum to claim their spot as one of the top contenders in MPL Malaysia Season 15. Every single player on this roster has demonstrated insane flexibility and very strong micro mechanics. And let's not forget to mention the insane coordination of all 5 players. When someone makes a call, the entire team is ready to follow up on it.
That mid-trio synergy is really evident throughout the regular season, right? Not to mention that even Erpang has been at the head of their drafting phase, giving them huge advantages. But in comparison, when you're looking at DXS trying to make this Cinderella run with Skyze, Rassi, Storm, Kimin, and as well as Siska, a legacy is about to be born here today if they win this best of 5, and it all begins in the drafting phase. I think if DXS can push them all the way to that 5th game, that's when the mentality is going to break for Erpang specifically in that drafting phase. He might just, for all intents and purposes, overthink it, and that's where I think that Coach Theo has that team beat.
I agree. We've seen it multiple times when SRG OG pushed HomeBois to a game 5, when HomeBois had their backs against the wall, even in the group stage, right? Not many situations that they were in that spot, but you can see that drafting, that overthinking kind of seeps its way through a little bit. So maybe this is the best way Coach Teo can approach it. Let's bring those two teams on the stage in a bit. I forgot that we have something that we need to also address, which is the last ticket to EWC. And if anyone has watched EWC, you all know that the team that competed in EWC, you get something very special at the start. That golden triangle, 24 carat.
The key.
The key, as they call it.
The key to victory or defeat here. We all know that SRG OG is still going to be holding on to that. They got a whole trophy. They got multiple keys stolen from their opponents as well. And we all know that if you're not able to make it far enough, MSC, your key just...
A crushing goal. I can never bring myself to do that, but that's the weight of this competition. Let's throw it to Rose as she takes us to the next part.
Selamat datang ke Lower Bracket Finals MPL Malaysia musim ke-15. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. And of course, perlawanan yang kita saksikan hari ini bukan sahaja perlawanan untuk mendapatkan slot ke Grand Finals MPL Malaysia musim ke-15. Tetapi perlawanan semua adalah perlawanan yang berlaku sebab pasukan itu nak mendapatkan last ticket to MSC 2025. Is it going to be HomeBois ataupun DXOL? Tapi sebelum itu, actually Rose ada special surprise kepada semua orang yang hadir ke Stadium Juara. Sebab di saat ini, sesuatu yang baru akan bermula. Satu legacy dari dunia perlumbaan akan menyatu ke dalam Land of Dawn. And of course, untuk merasmikan detik bersejarah ini, sama-sama kita jemput individu yang merajui MPL Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Fikri Rizal, Moonton Games Malaysia Esports Lead. Dan seterusnya, mewakili jenama yang telah lama menjadi simbol prestasi dan kelajuan. Sama-sama kita sambut Mr. Lee Chan Wee, Senior Manager Marketing, Motorsports Communication, Hong Leong Yamaha Motors atas pentas kebanggaan kita. Untuk audience yang hadir ke venue, mesti korang nampak ada something special kan dekat pintu? Tak dengar, betul ke tak? Sebab benda ni akan berubah MPL kita in the upcoming season. And of course, sebagai simbol rasmi permulaan kerjasama ini, kami ingin menjemput wakil daripada MPL Malaysia dan juga Yamaha untuk menyempurnakan upacara pertukaran cendera mata. Satu tanda ikatan antara dunia perlumbaan dan dunia esports. Sekarang, Mr. Fikri Rizal dan juga Mr. Lee Chan Wee akan bergambar bersama bagi memperingati detik bersejarah ini di mana Yamaha secara rasminya menyertai keluarga MPL Malaysia. And of course, with pride and joy, ladies and gentlemen, mari kita saksikan pelancaran rasmi kerjasama yang menyatukan para juara sama ada di litar perlumbaan dan di Land of Dawn. All together, count with me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Your next destination is Pentas Kebanggaan.
Buat pertama kalinya, Yamaha melangkah ke dunia e-sukan. Bukan sekadar menyokong, tetapi untuk memberitahu apa makna hidup dengan berani, berlumba dengan bersemangat dan bermain dengan penuh jiwa. Yamaha akan menjadi rakan motor rasmi untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-16 dan 17. Menyatukan gaya hidup belia, semangat perlumbaan dan budaya permainan digital di bawah satu tema. Spirit of a Champion. Kepada semua orang yang hadir, mungkin season depan boleh menang motor? Nak ke? Lagi semangat! Alright, inilah semangat yang kita nak. Sekali lagi, jutaan terima kasih diucapkan kepada kedua-dua tetamu kehormat kita, Mr. Fikri dan juga Mr. Lee Chan Wee atas kesudian menyempurnakan pelancaran rasmi kerjasama ini. And now, the moment that we have all been waiting for. The stage is set, the stage is ready. Siapakah yang akan mendapatkan tiket terakhir ke MSC 2025? Inilah dia perlawanan antara pasukan kuasa muda DXO dan the new legacy HomeBois. Inilah the next Gen Derby.
Returning stronger after a narrow 3-2 loss to the reigning champions. They're just one step away from bringing HomeBois to MSC. What strategies will the coach unleash today to take down their final obstacle? Ladies and gentlemen, make way for the soaring owl, HomeBois!
Defying the odds and shattering all expectations. From 6th place in the regular season to top 3 of the playoffs, will they make history as the first rookie team to qualify for MSC? Presenting you Malaysia's new generation of pride, DXO!
Introducing the coaching staffs of the two teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. From the side of HomeBois, we have Coach Erpang and Jesven. For DXO, it's Coach Theo and Backdoor. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between both teams. A true sign of professionalism. The armband will also be given and worn by both team captains, who will always lead the team's movements and strategies in the game. This is how we roll. This is Malaysia's sportsmanship. Ini gaya kita. This is MPL Malaysia. One last ticket to MSC. One last best of 5. Let's rock and roll.
Let us rock and roll indeed. As the motorcycle revs up the arena, we see what is at stake. A key, a valuable reminder and marker of the distance these teams have traveled and the potential that they may display on the international stage.
The stakes are extremely high, and first pick selection has been obtained by the HomeBois. Their most comfortable spot, 57% of their games have been won on this side throughout the regular season and including the playoffs. So far, DXO, I wonder how prepared they are for the HomeBois. They can fall back on previous homework, but at the same time, they have a little bit of new information after their defeat against SRG.
Yeah, you can say the same with HomeBois having more information on DXO, right? This is just half of the marathon that they had to run, but this is the final lap, the hardest final lap for DXO. When we take a look at the rookie standings, we have Keeman sitting at the top of the chart with 83 points, followed by Siska, Zekif, AERO 4-4, and Reza. And I think this is a very fair assessment. Keemin and Siska have been delivering on all ends. Sure, a lot of times I say Siska is my candidate, but sometimes I also forget that Keemin has his moments when DXS needs him.
He is one of the keys to victory for the side of DXS, living up to that name, Siska. Both of these players have really popped off, and now they will have one more opportunity to demonstrate what they have learned throughout the season of MPL in the lower bracket finals. It is unfortunate that the other rookies are no longer here. They've already been eliminated earlier in the playoffs, but this is a chance to show what rookies are capable of on this stage as well.
You know, speaking of rookies, from MAL to MPL, top 4 is a wild achievement for some of these players. I mean, from Pixel Esports, Young and Dangerous, and Torak Legions, now evolving to AERO Esports, DX Solas, HomeBois, the same faces over time grow and just get more mature. Like fine wine, these players have become nearly priceless, and if they can get their ticket to MSC, that really cements themselves within the local community.
Yeah, and I think regardless of how this lower bracket finals end, it's not going to be an easy one to swallow for the losing team, right? You got so many legacies. We say that DXS, they're the up and coming, the new era, but then you look at HomeBois. It is an organization that spent almost 3 years to earn their first trophy, losing out on the previous season, had to go through a rebuild, and now comes in with a fresh chance, the best chance to reclaim the title back with a different roster. Even for a player like MelQT, Pixel Esports, then he joined Red in Season 12, got relegated, goes back to MAL, plays with MAL, and then still has to wait another season before he finally rejoins HomeBois this season to make it to top 3.
It's been a long journey for MelQT. It has been a long journey for many of these players. HomeBois is comprised of many faces who have not had the chance to truly demonstrate their potential with the right lineup on this stage, but this is the season where they finally broken through those limits and have stood out as one of the favorites to take home an MSC ticket. There is only one step left, and that is winning out this best-of-5 series against DX Seoul.
Dreams will be made to come true today, as these players have been dreaming of the moment that they get to represent Malaysia for an international title, especially one which we need to defend of MSC. It's going to be a tough. EWC ain't going to hold itself down, but with that being said, let the battles begin on the battlefield. But before then, it's time to get straight into the drafting phase.
It's going to be a very, very tough one. I think as much as we say, if DXS goes to Game 5, like you pointed out early on, they have a good chance of winning. To get to Game 5, you got to get to the first 3 games first. And I think this is where Coach Erpang has the best chance of dealing with DXS, right? You look at the first 3 bans, these are all heroes that DXS have found success with in that reverse sweep against AERO.
Oh, dangerous already. Coach Theo has decided, you know what? Let's get rid of the Boxia this time. Again, these are not targeted bans. These are more of the meta picks coming in from Theo this time, getting rid of the Chippin as well as the Fanny. Erpang deciding to get rid of the Masha, the Hayabusa, alongside with the Kalia. Kalia out of the question, and as well as Boxia, Kimmy and Loyi now come into play.
Kimmy and Loyi are going to be some of the more obvious options.
Joy.
We've also seen Joy, Phobius being picked up very early on in the draft when most of the other meta picks have been removed. Harif a little less obvious as the first pick, but it is possible. But Loyi going to be the answer for the HomeBois.
Yeah, right off the gates, HomeBois have already put one of their cards out, right? We're gonna play Loyi, we're gonna play the map off tempo. And now it's up to DXS to find an answer to it. There are certain options they could go for. Badang is open. That's one of the ways to deal with it, albeit slightly less effective than when you're dealing with a chip, but still it's one of Rasi's hero that he could go for, which is Siska played at Badang too. Or they could pivot into an early jungle pick like the Joy. Phobius now gets picked up.
Yep, they don't want to lock in the mid laner just yet. They are a little worried about whether or not Glue is going to get picked up early on for the side of HomeBois. At least then, they still have time to respond. So I think generally, this is an okay start from the side of Coach Theo. We come back to Erpang one more time for the HomeBois side. They don't go for the traditional Kimmy pick this time, but they're also pairing it up with the Harith. In terms of their damage, it's very magic heavy right now. And now they also lock in the Fredrin too to try and set up for more.
Yeah, I had a suspicion that Fredrin was going to be the pick for the HomeBois. They are one of the teams that like to default back into tank junglers when they have the opportunity. And this is one of the heroes that will have a better matchup into the Joy on the opposite side. It's interesting that they're willing to lock in the Harif when there is already a Phoveus on the opposite end as well, as the XS finish off their first half with Granger.
This is more of the kind of drafting I wanted to see between DXS and AERO early on. Just a very more default, a very more straightforward drafting pattern from both teams. Matilda banned out from DXS, just covering all the bases. You don't want that Matilda Fredrin. I think now you have the Granger on your side. You also have the Fredrin to contribute to the Phoveus dashes, but more importantly, with a Skypiercer holder on your end, Fredrin is going to become less of a problem if you can get Skypiercer stack up.
And I think this is where it gets a little awkward, right? Because Erpang has to make a couple of decisions. Number one, technically this Fredrin can be flex picked into the EXP lane. Into the veteran, it's actually not that bad. You can sustain pretty hard, right? Getting rid of the mid laners is interesting because now that means they don't want backline access. They don't want to have that free artillery if they lock somebody down.
Does the Drusin get banned out here?
That's what I'm thinking.
Because they're still open and Stone could easily go for that.
It is a possibility you would be able to outrange the Loyi as well. With HomeBois banning out the Pharsa, I am suspecting that they will most likely play this Fredrin into the jungle position. Getting rid of artillery means that you are more likely leaning into a front-to-back positioning, because if we saw an assassin come out at this point, it would be a solution to heroes like the Pharsa.
Wow, deep pockets. I like it.
Yeah, very, very deep pockets here. They want to make sure that all bases are covered. Theo doing a very good job of being very thorough with his bans. Erpang, I want to see whether or not he's decided to put Fredrin in the EXP, or is he going to double down and to make sure that there are no artillery mages? The only one that's currently left, well, it depends on how you look at it, right? There's Jushin, who technically could kind of fulfill that role, but Yve is the more likely target.
Yeah, I think even for Yve, probably, I feel like it could work, but picking Yve 4th would be slightly dangerous, right? Because then HomeBois 4 and 5 could basically minimize what the RWM could do.
There's also Selena.
That too. So it's a Kimmy ban out.
I'm all for it.
I'm all for a Drusin now. I think... Or they could leave it for 5 if they really dare.
Leaving it for 5 would entail picking Rome here.
Yeah.
They go... Frank? No, they need something that kind of... They could go for a deny pick. On Badang, I think it's totally fine. At least it does decently well if the opposite decides to go for Tigreal to try and counter this Joy. Find some counter engagement with their own, maybe catch the Phoveus alongside it. Badang can look for a big cancel. That would be optimal. Boys, at the same time, who comes in with the physical damage, right? Do they want to diversify their damage profile, or do they want to just say, Fredrin, you sit in front, Harith, take your time, and we're going to look for a flank with the help of this Loyi?
Yeah, I mean, if you want physical damage, there is only, what, CC left in the pool?
Benedetta?
Benedetta, I guess, is another one.
But then you're up against the Phoveus.
Yeah,
up against
it's not ideal.
The third one will be Hilda.
Hilda's actually okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. It depends on whether HomeBois needs a secondary tank or if they want to go damage XP in this case. That sounds like a CC. I said they'll lock that in alongside the Cho.
Okay.
Okay, so at least from this perspective, mid-priority is a lot easier to manage now, right? They got Kimmy out of the way because they don't want them to hard push and maybe get a free chunk onto their boy Loyi. But at least with the Cho, with Concussive Blast, they're able to clear it up very, very effectively and start moving across the map fast. They're expecting Vel to kind of be by himself against the Phoveus, so he's got a winning matchup in his side as long as it's left on an island.
Yeah, and these heroes are not the easiest. Well, except for Loyi, the rest are not the easiest for Drusin to just catch, right? Like they all have some sort of mobility to get out of that Lantern Flare range. I still don't think Drusin is too bad of a pick, but I guess a second one would be that Selena that was brought out early on to check where the Loyi diversion might be.
I think take the Jushin here, right? You've got a lot of ways to slow down your opponents. You've got Hove to keep in place, Granger to slow them down, but Dang also a good combination if he gets a flank. Jushin, really optimal pick here. I like how both of these teams have drafted. Very well done.
Yeah, I think you keep it simple. Keep it simple, keep it straightforward, keep it low committal. You already have low cooldown ways to fight. That Drusin helps that.
Yeah, I think the only volatile lane is the side laners, right? It's really between MelQT and SkyZ how they play out that lane, because Harith will eventually outscale everybody in this game itself. However, that Granger has a lot of utility purposes coming early to mid as soon as he has Death Sonata. As I'm expecting the early game to actually go maybe a little bit more into the favor of DXS, really depends on where the jungles start, because if they're moving to EXP side, Vel has more incentive to trade against Siska.
And we already know that he should be able to win out that lane pretty well if Siska tries to force things out. But both teams bringing very balanced compositions to the fray here. Game number 1 of the lower bracket finals between DXO and HomeBois. It's time to test the waters and see who will draw first blood.
As much as DXS has continued to defy expectations coming into this series, another doubt arises. Can they perform when the stakes are at its highest? When you see the EWC key on that podium just now, I think for DXS, they've already finished one part of the race, right? They've played a long best of 5 just now. The momentum should theoretically be on their side.
I agree. I think that DXS, nobody's going to be disappointed with their performance no matter the outcome in this best of 5. I think the onus is a little bit more on the HomeBois to try and clean this out to really show that they are cut above the rest. DXS obviously going to make that difficult, but looking at the emblems, right, we do see Mystery Shop coming in from MLQT, and just to make sure that he gets his items on time.
Looks like there's already a bit of a commotion being made just from the 1v1 duel between the roamers in the first minute here. I imagine Rasi has ruffled some feathers with his spam recall.
It's the Kung Fu against... What's the Badang's fighting style?
The Silat, technically. It would be the Malaysian, I suppose.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Oh, that's Japanese. Well, very different fighting style.
JoJo Silat.
The JoJo Star Platinum, man.
Hey, look, can't spell Silat without Stan in it. Look, as the teams continue to rotate, they did actually start moving towards the EXP side of the map. Obviously, HomeBois will get the first.
Oh, I'm in trouble. The double yin-yang reaction. Ivan picks up the first blood and even taunt Rasi in, forcing out a flicker.
Holy cow, that combo came out of nowhere from Izanami.
Dang, really nicely done by Izanami. Baits him, tags him first, baits him with the second one, doesn't realize that he actually has it ready to go, instantly pops it.
Oh, Vel commits curtain call, picks out the vengeance to try and distract Heemin as long as possible. Manages to bait out the ultimate. Heemin should still get his purple, but this should be a free turtle for the HomeBois. They will have to lose Vel in exchange though.
Very nice punish. Very, very nice punish.
Diversion. No, he flickers back into it. That was close. They almost pulled him out.
Amao should get a pat on the back for that. He secures a turtle so Izanami could hit 4 in time for the diversion. If not, I was sure he was going to go down.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think Stolen technically could have played a little bit better. He had to hold on to him just a little bit longer to guarantee the timing, but he quickly pushed him away, forces out a battle spell. Regardless, it is still a win for DXO. With Izanami flickerless, Heemin has an opportunity to get on top of him if he sneaks by Emal.
Yeah, DXO still, despite getting first blooded, they still have that minor gold lead, and I do wonder where is that coming from. Maybe it's in the gold lane where Skyzer got the crab. That could be a possibility. He may even go for an invade. I think got the camp.
He did, yeah. He's slightly ahead in EXP compared to Amal, so I believe he did get that camp. So even though he lost the initial turtle, not gonna let that stop his momentum.
For now, it's about priority. It's about making sure that each step of ground that HomeBois take, DXS is in position to look for a punish. Yes, you lose a camp here and there, but that's not how Amal likes to scale, right? He's on this Fredgen, he just needs to be a front line. He needs to stop Heemin from getting into his back, and more importantly, if Siska gets a little too far, peel back for his team.
Rasi gonna use the Fist Crack to cancel out the Wave of the Dragon. Heemin dives in with the electrifying beats. Ivan just barely dashes over. Retri comes out. Boom! Picks him up and smashes him down. The EXO get one.
Good comms.
Yeah, good move from Rasi too with the Fist Crack to deny the kick. The CC immune really buy time for HomeBois, for DXO.
Yeah, and not to mention that technically Heemin, you could see it in his eyes. He wanted that initial kill onto Ivan, but Storm was like, I already got the stacks, I can guarantee it, don't put yourself in danger.
Uh-oh, this guy in danger himself has to use the flicker to get away with the curtain call out. Here comes Rasi, gets the fist break, but doesn't have his ultimate. But the pickup gonna drag Vel back into the fist crack. He's able to dash away just in time.
Cisco didn't dare to commit.
1v1 up top, MLQT and Skyzer. Oh, MLQT! With the Wave of the Dragon locks down Heemin, but but he will finally get the revenge kill.
Diversion.
Ivan dropping real low. He's trying to bait them into the bush, but it's not quite enough. Storm's too late. Kimin gets blasted with the yin-yang reaction.
That's the kind of game we want from these two teams.
Dude, where was this DXS last game? Like, what is this? These are sharp, clean movements, really good communication. We're not seeing them blundering and even taking full advantage on the overextended HomeBois.
We asked this question about DXS every single game they play. When was this version the previous game? And then they do it again, and then we're like, when was this version the previous game? But it's the constant evolving, the evolution of DxO. And that's been apparent since week 1 of the regular season, and they keep on evolving. How is that possible?
I think they woke up too early. They had to use AERO as a warm-up.
Either way, DxO are looking very, very well put together, especially against the HomeBois in this technically the second time that they've met each other in the playoffs. Oh,
Ivan, bit deep here. Fist break will connect, but he shouldn't pose out. Now Rasi is the one in trouble. Electrifying beats used to disengage. Amal gonna walk forward. Doesn't manage to steal the camp though.
Yeah, like Skyzer is starting to back off a little bit. The communication is very clear from DxO. They are getting all the right information across and they're making sure that their laners are staying safe. So far, MLBB has an edge over SkyZ because of their earlier kill, but MLBB's death contributed to Kimin's economy, right? So DxO, they're still winning somewhere. Even in terms of goal difference, sure, SkyZ went down, but he didn't really fall behind.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think a majority of the goal lead is actually coming, if I look at this correctly, the supports.
Does seem that way. Oh, they found Rossi though. The fist break not able to come out. Wave the Dragon locks him down. Zaman Force diving SkyZ. MLBB finds it.
Wow.
HomeBois find their prize.
Dang, MelQT, he's kind of smurfing right now. SkyZ cannot get clean lines of sight against him as MelQT is just ducking under these punches.
Holy cow, that Zaman Force right beside the wall so he can dash in and out. That is some crazy placement.
Really good stuff, really good stuff. I mean, to be fair, it's expected because Harith is able to be so mobile and can change his trajectory of attack, especially against SkyZ on range who only wants to kind of keep you in front of his face.
Oh, here comes another one.
Whoa!
He goes in. Kimin secures the turtle in exchange for Rasti's life. Siska now diving in. Has to flicker out, but he's still stuck between 4 members of the HomeBois. Gets locked down. Kimin looks to the backline. Chases down Ivan. Gets kicked into the air and taunted by Amal. Used by Izanami to escape to the mid lane. They're able to get out. HomeBois teleported to safety.
He's dancing. Look at this kid dance, man. He's got some happy feet. Oh my god.
Give Izanami a 5-star review for that ride out of danger.
These clutch, oh man, these clutch ults, I don't know what to say. I've seen already too many of them succeed here already, especially against DxO who have displacement.
We are looking at a really, really impressive exchange of blows right now, though. The micromanagement, the coordination from these teams are on full display. They know what is at stake.
DxO are locked in, that is for sure. All these movements, right? You trade a body for another. They always make sure they try to get the same, the equal, or if not more value than what they gave over the HomeBois. Look at that! This entire game, DxO has never fell behind in economy, no matter how minuscule it is.
Yeah, honestly, really proud of DxO, right? Again, a crowd like HomeBois is intimidating to play in front of. Every single move they make, you hear the Flame Boys cheering at the top of their lungs.
Oh,
now,
here's a diversion. They're looking for a Siska. Walked into the wrong push at the wrong time. SkyZ gets taunted as well. He's not able to purify out. Ivan picks up the kill. Siska tries to buy time, but it's a mega kill for Vel. And Rasi is a bit too late to save them. He falls as well to the double kill.
No.
The first big move from HomeBois, and it pays off big time. And the saddest thing was Rasi was just a fraction of a second late. That could have made all the difference. And HomeBois finds the lead for themselves. Top tier 1 goes down. A big push set up for the top tier 2-2. And sadly, Stone will not be able to hold this.
Yep, HomeBois is going to plunge the knife a little bit deeper. They made the first cut, and now they're trying to tear a hole. Oh my god. I mean, you can try. Okay, thanks. Bye. They're gone.
They almost kill Stone on their way out.
God damn. Izanami. Wow, what a delivery system.
This man has always been known as a foundational player for any team he plays on. One of the best supports and DPS options you can have in the mid lane here in Malaysia. And he is putting that on full display.
There's a slight 1.1k lead at max. HomeBois now work on the Lord. Kimin still ahead in terms of experience compared to Amal, so there is technically that's still angle if HomeBois are not careful, but to get to the objective with Amao and Ivan in front is not easy.
Yeah, Kimin, he's already got his Holy Crystal, and that's a really big item power spike for all the squishies on the opposite side. MelQT also wants to get his Holy Crystal. He's a little bit off of it for now, but HomeBois not going to risk giving out of that Lord over to DX Soul, right? They still need just a wee bit more time to get those item power spikes to guarantee this fight.
Playing it safe right now, since neither team really aware of where most of the manpower is hiding. HomeBois is going to be sending Vel up top to get the split push going, and Izanami with him so that he can be diversioned back into the fight.
They're going to have to take their time here. Really slow push. As much as I want to see HomeBois get those kills onto people like MelQT to accelerate him, Vel has picked up a majority of them throughout this fight. 10 kills for the side of HomeBois, 4 of them taken by Vel.
There it is, control of the Lord, possession for HomeBois. But Kimin, I think he read there, right? He just softly touched the wave. It's not fully pushed out, but DxO are in position to contest.
MelQT, Holy Crystal in play. DxO, hopefully they realize this. They just have to drag this out.
One of the scariest power spikes for one of the scariest heroes in the meta right now. MelQT has already been playing out of his mind on this hero, and now he's even scarier.
DxO are playing this perfectly. They understand they've hit an item power spike, but our biggest advantage is that Kimin is 2 levels ahead of Emal, right? Emal could catch up, but by then, Kimin will already have hit level 15.
Conceal.
Oh, they're gonna try and force it. Ivan comes in, goes for the way of the Dragon Stone, being zoned away by Vel. The HomeBois is kicked into the rest of the HomeBois, and MelQT melts him down with the Zaman Force. Here comes the rest of DX with the Conceal. Rasi not able to find the fist crack that he's hoping for. Only Ivan caught in the wall. Despite that, they're gonna start playing it safe. HomeBois still have control over the Lord. It is down to 30% HP. Kimin secures the purple buff. Come on in, Amal! Picks it up with the Appraiser's Wrath while MelQT drops another Zaman Force. Now Kimin in trouble. He picks up a kill on Izanami, but he is gonna be abandoned all by himself. That's 1 kill, and Vel even chases SkyZ down through the mid lane.
I gotta say, that's a pretty good attempt from DxO.
Yeah.
It ended in vain, but you could see the idea in their eyes. Kimin probably losing out to the Appraiser's Wrath plus Retribution, but overall, with that, HomeBois now finally get the first big lead in this game. DxO, I don't think they're out of the game just yet, but it makes Ivan even more scary. We saw how Siska just evaporates once he got kicked back into HomeBois. Now this Lord pushing in, DxO needs to keep at least inhibitors up.
Yeah, they were putting the rock between a rock and a hard place. Not much you can really do here. Now it's just trying to protect these inhibitors for as long as they can. Amal, I mean, he's caught up in terms of levels. From 2-level lead, now only a 1-level lead. As long as DXS keeps their inhibitors alive, they've got a chance.
DXS definitely need to try and delay the game now. SkyZ hasn't really gotten the stacks he needs yet, and HomeBois still extending their presence. They take the top inhibitor. Do they actually want more? I don't think they should.
I think it's fine. Losing your top inhibitor, honestly, isn't the worst when the Lord is spawning on that side. It's still within your realm of control. You sacrifice a T2 bot side, you sacrifice all your T2s, who cares? You have a lead, sure, fine. We just need to live for 5 minutes.
First, and they're going into the base, right into the backline. They send Ivan. He goes for knockup on Rasi, forces out the fist crack. Rasi barely survives, gets out with Conceal. Siska buying a lot of time with Infernal Pursuit. Pops Winter Crown, Kimin looking for Izanami, but he gets tossed away. But they're still able to trade it. It is now 2-for-1 MelQT with the mega kill.
Man, guys, just did not have the energy for the Death Sonata. Maybe you could have gotten one out on the way out. Now they might lose the entire base off of that one push. DxO desperately trying to clear out the waves, and they were successful. SkyZ, he needs Skypiercer stacks because all these low health profiles on the HomeBois are surviving because SkyZ couldn't finish the job.
The biggest problem that they're having right now is the fact that, unfortunately for Storm, he only has so much mana, right? These fights are very quick, very, very fast. MelQT instantly going straight for the turret as soon as the fight began, while everybody else is trying to pull the resources away from him. As soon as this inhibitor opens up, it creates a lot of macro plays for the HomeBois. So that's why their priority was get rid of the turret first. Whatever comes after, if we're able to get a kill, that would be perfect. And that's when DxO, unfortunately for Storm, just doesn't have the mana to continuously pick people up.
Yeah, HomeBois have scaled up to the point where they can take fights so quickly. The members of DxO melt so fast that their battle lines completely scatter just a couple seconds into the fight, and that means that it's every man for themselves. And in that situation, HomeBois are much more comfortable.
Not only that, the past few fights, Vel has just been hopping to the backline and pressing Vengeance every single time a fight breaks out. And no one can DXO could handle him because they are all preoccupied with other members of HomeBois. Kimin wants Izanami, but the rest of DXO cannot keep up.
I mean, Vel's playing an extremely strong game, and so far DXL has not been able to kind of isolate him because usually HomeBois are coming in with a two-pronged attack. I'm sit on top of the objective, Vel. You can go and start disturbing them, right? Don't go too far away, of course, because that way I can bail you out of some tough situations if you get picked up by the Lantern player.
Don't even have the ice cream one. Okay.
Well, having some control over the team fight will be useful if they can slow things down. Another diversion. They're looking for the backline once again. They TP into the base! Right behind the EXO! They don't know what hit them! They left Amal to secure the Lord, and they've already picked up Skyzed, the most important target. Siska misses the flicker over the wall, and MLQG is unstoppable! Where did Kimin go? HomeBois in full control! With a direct path forward! There is nothing DXO can do! They can only watch as the crystal falls! MLQT goes ahead and gets shut down, because why not at this point? Minions are streaking in. Game 1 should go over to the HomeBois!
Oh, you can see MLQT, he's just like, you know, it's just me. It's the regular marksman. Not like I didn't completely outplay the laning phase 3 fights in a row after that against Skyzed.
Yeah. And you can't even be mad nor be sad that you lost this game 1 if you're DXS. HomeBois just demonstrated pure macro understanding, the creativeness, the off-tempo plays with this Loi first pick, and most importantly, most impressive of all, is the connection between those two plays. You know, we didn't even see the diversion. We saw Ivan consider and we're like, okay, what is he doing? But there was already a diversion to the flank angle to pincer DXS. What a masterclass from HomeBois in this game 1. Starting it off strong and reminding DXS that the upper bracket fight was just a thing of the past.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that Rossi's getting a little passive here, which is not what you want to have. We need Rossi to actually create that space and go for the initial attack, right? Solidify yourself, especially during choke points, so that Storm can actually do something in these fights, rather than to have to look at two-prongs attacks and choose one side or the other.
Fortunately for DXS, they're very dependent on certain conditions here. Either way, we'll continue this in a little bit. Let's see what they had to say towards the end of game number 1.
Wow.
Wow, short, easy, simple, and precise. I like it. Concise communication is the key to victory. And even in their winning moments, HomeBois know this is just a step forward. They're not there just yet. But it does give them a big confidence boost. We say that DXS came into this, they should come into this series with momentum, but this, again, could be that setback, right? A blow towards that momentum where HomeBois just ran them over.
Oh yeah, I think that at this point, there needs to be some serious consideration when you are doing the Kimi Loi trade. I think right now, especially considering all the potential flex picks that can be put into HomeBois' side, you got to double down on something here. And if Baxi is out of the question, I think there's more than enough reason to just go, hey, I need Kimi, give me that priority, and we'll make sure that this Loi doesn't have a good time.
Yeah, the Loi caused a lot of problems for the side of DXO because Izanami was just so efficient with those diversions, being used to escape early on and then being used to cut off the flank at the end of the game. Like you mentioned, Gideon, Rossi ended up being pretty passive throughout this game, but I can't really even blame him because he always has to be wary of where the engage comes from the HomeBois. There's not a lot that they can do to protect the flank, so they can't afford to overextend to start fights when they're not aware of where everyone is. But because of that, the game becomes slow, and that is where HomeBois wants them to be.
Yeah, and I think one of the breaking points was when they realized that Siska gets blown up when he gets caught, right? He's not able to buy time, and it gives DXS a bit more jitters. MVP for game number 1 goes over to Vel on that CC, completely dominating, untouchable even this entire game.
Pretty ironic considering that his laning phase honestly wasn't that great, right? He goes for the initial invade, ends up dying, happens again, still dies, but in each of those interactions, he's at least walking away with at least a pick, right? Or at least a trade from the rest of his team. And then he collected all of these kills, and I was thinking, okay, what now, right? You're going to be playing this CC, you're looking for your backline targets. Sure, you can hit the front line, I suppose, but into the Badang, there's a very good chance you're going to get hard engaged on, and that's where you see Mr. Vel kind of play that beautiful balance of the in-between, right? On the tightrope of just enough to poke you out, but not enough for you to fully commit on me.
Yeah, Vel is able to play a very comfortable position in this game, even though he's diving into the enemy team most of the time. That's because HomeBois have so many options of how they want to start fights. They can literally come from any direction, and DXs are always in defensive mode, waiting for something to happen so that maybe they can counter engage. And Vel takes advantage of this chaos, plays sort of a middle ground, be where he can be the most annoying in the fight and lock down the most important targets with that curtain call. And amount of damage he can output as well is nothing small.
I think for good like 8-9 minutes, this game was dead even. Both teams were just trading bodies, trading blows. But that's where the Loyi pick really pays off, right? These off-tempo plays, Izanami's, Loyi from their mid to late game was so efficient that it started breaking DxSoul down. And that also gives a lot more confidence for Ivan to just go for solo picks, for Vel to dive the backline. Not to mention, at one point, Aimao was near indestructible.
Yeah, near indestructible, very difficult to deal with. I don't know, do I necessarily agree with Rasi going for a brute force breastplate? I feel like it's a little greedy, but at the same time, it might just be necessary if he's going to face Vel the entire time, right? With both of them having pretty much equal in terms of movement speed, alongside having brute force breastplate that kind of double that, especially in these non-committal fights. It could prove useful later on, but Ivan, honestly, with the way of the dragon, the fact that he held it for so long sometimes, really made the difference in this game.
Yeah, it's really, really unfortunate for Rasi, but this is already a tough spot to be in. I think he did go for that brute force so that he could maybe match the mobility of Ivan and Vel in these circumstances, but then there's a bit too many people that he needs to keep track of, and if he's the one initiating, then no one's defending the backline. It's a very similar dynamic to what we saw earlier between DX and AERO, where if all your frontliners are focused on starting fights and stopping the front engage, heroes like Cho and CC just get a free path into the back.
And it's not even DXS's fault, right? It's just how the draft is built. Like even Keyman, sometimes he was really trying to get creative with how he goes to the backline. He's been making multiple attempts to catch Izanami, to catch Ivan, but these two are not easy targets to even go on, and yet Keyman, despite having multiple deaths this game, has been able to make those trades happen.
I totally agree with you here. I think, you know, the crucial point was on that very first lore take, right? The fact that both sides were a little hesitant to do it, knowing that Keyman is like 2 levels ahead of their current jungler. The fact that Aimao was able to secure that really goes to show that they're here to play, right? And DxSoul, they need to put some protocols. Number one, if you are going to play a composition like this and you have a lead like that, it should be a guarantee Lord for your side. So Rasi needs to prioritize. Number one, if Harith walks up too far, we punish. If we are looking for these Lord takes, I specifically need to get in front of the face of the Frederick.
I would say when Rasi is playing some hero like Badang, he's less active when compared to when he's playing Cho, right? Cho, he's going to go up in your face, flick a kick, but for Badang, it's slightly harder to get the engage off that snap fist break into crack, but sometimes I feel like it's necessary. When they get in range, when you have the tools to do so, I feel like it's a risk that is worth taking maybe once or twice in that mid-game and see how that fares out. Because the entire game, again, Rasi has just been reacting to where HomeBois might be.
I would have liked slightly more proactive movements, but this is once again a reason why the Loyi was so heavily contested in the first match of the day as well. The amount of macro play that the hero provides you is very difficult to handle. And then all this while, you have MelQT, who is playing one of the best games of his life on this Harith as well. It's just too much for DX.
Yeah, really great stuff here. I mean, you can see all the synergies actually coming into play. The fact that Ivan walked back towards Pixel Brush, knowing that the diversion was coming there. The angles of attack, Ivan holding on to his way of the dragon to allow the rest of his team to capitalize on this. And then the exit afterwards from Izanami. Like, really, HomeBois played a strong game against DxSoul, and it was a matter of inches more than anything else.
Just, again, the connection from HomeBois, you can see very, very clean, right? Everyone on the same page. This moment was one of the big turning points in favor of HomeBois, because Rasi, he got a nasty counter engage. It was just a fraction of a second too late.
After that, every time the diversion came out, it was an absolute disaster for DX. So once the base is broken open with a Loyi on the opposite side, it just becomes that much more difficult to play because you can place that diversion outside the map and you just have no idea that it's coming. Your base no longer becomes a safe haven for you.
I think at this point, you got to deny MLQT. Get him off of that Harith, right? You can't. It's clear that Skyzet cannot handle MLQT even in a 1v1 scenario, especially against the Harith. Yes, the matchup is hard to begin with since you're up against the Harith, but at the same time, the Granger just doesn't scale as hard, and we didn't see enough damage being put onto the right targets because, once again, diversion, you get flanked, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, and then they were aiming for mid-game too, right? Keymin, use the damage, and maybe you have Skyzet that becomes the cleanup crew, but they were not able to achieve that. And sadly, game 1 goes over to HomeBois, and FlameBoys will rejoice. And one of the reasons that they always look so energized, especially DxO having to play another best of 5, is because of 100+. Refreshed with 0 sugar, 0 calories, and the same great 100+ taste that you've always loved. No matter the occasion, sugar-free, free, and calorie-free 100+0 is here to keep it replenished so you can get the most out of every moment, just like our players on stage.
They're being present right now 100+%, and as well as our fans here in the arena. It's starting to get hot with the amount of bodies in here. Luckily, our sponsor is going to keep them hydrated throughout. Regardless, match number 2. The real questions are whether or not we're going to see Theo actually switch sides, because I don't think the draft was too bad. Maybe a couple of minor adjustments here and there to get some favorable matchups for Skyzet specifically, because I think that Siska, he did okay early to the very early parts of the mid game. Towards the later stage, I think he took too much of a deficit after that.
I agree. I don't think Theo had much problem with the drafting phase on red side. I think he has some very good ideas, right? We saw that Zusin 5 come out as well that we sort of anticipated. Maybe you could give red side another shot, because Coach Erpang, he's willing to make trades, but it's not a trade that really puts you on the back foot, right? Like, he gives you an even chance to kind of balance out the odds, and it's up to Coach Theo to see which one he goes for.
I think it really boils down to the percentile your team needs of an advantage in the draft. Let's say a team gets 55% chance of winning with a decent draft, right? That's all HomeBois really need. And I would say that arguably even a 45, not in their favor, right? A 45% chance of actually dropping the game. And that's still okay odds for HomeBois to actually kind of close the margin due to just raw skill.
Yeah, historically, throughout the regular season and the playoffs, HomeBois has always been a team that is able to come out on top through execution. They like playing these compositions that allow them to death ball, but they're also willing to skirmish a little bit. Their hero choices are very flexible overall. And I think that one of their biggest weaknesses throughout the season has purely been in macro play. When they go for death ball comps, they will usually lose out a little bit in terms of housekeeping and wave management. But when you have heroes like Lo Yi around, that just immediately gets handled.
Yeah, it solves a lot of the problems for sure. Let's talk about Siska a little bit, because we saw them reverse sweep AERO Esports, and we instantly asked Siska what happened. And he said, after game 2, we sort of figured out AERO's weaknesses and mainly focusing Hazel first to win the team fights. And as for his Savage to close out the series, he didn't even realize it until his teammates pointed it out. And it's pretty unexpected for a rookie to achieve it in his first season, so Siska feels very, very blessed.
I'm pretty sure in his custom layout, he got rid of the notifications for everything that's happening across the map, and probably also turned off the announcer's voice as well. So that way, he's just purely focused on the game and nothing else.
Just locked in.
Hard lock. I mean, you don't even have to have all that turned off, Sometimes when you're really locked into a game, you just don't even realize what's happening, especially in game 5 of a series, which determines whether you move on to the next stage. The only thing you're going to be focused on is what do I do next? And I think Siska did that very, very well on the Masha. Some very small, minute conditions that he was able to hit to win out that last fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And also here we have the top 3 highest unique heroes across each region, from Malaysia to Indonesia to the Philippines. And so the top one for us is HomeBois, 45 unique heroes total, 27 of them in playoffs. For Team Falcons in PH, it's 54 for them in total. For Bigatron, 53. Top 2 for us is AERO. Compared to Philippines, it's Onyx PH, and then Navi. Of course, that one is pretty dirty. They didn't play playoffs. Come on, you don't have to do this. I mean, we have JP, right? Yeah, we did the JP. 40 unique heroes. Aurora in Philippines, 52, and then Onyx ID with 54.
Oh my goodness, that's honestly pretty wild. Pretty wild.
That Navi one is pretty dirty.
I think there's a lot of really, really unfortunate things that have happened throughout the season, not just in MPL MY, but in other MPLs as well. But it is nice to see that the meta has reached a point where there's actually quite a lot of viable heroes that you can pick up. There's a lot of flexibility in how you want to approach the draft and the game. And the focus now becomes how do you balance it out?
Yeah, I think last I checked the stats for, was it ID? And like a few days ago, before they played a playoff, they had, I think, 70 unique heroes picked across the entire regular season.
Yes, yes.
Like Florian, Yi Shun-shin, I think they played like one game of Yuzong like us. I don't know how that happened, but they did it.
How was that allowed? Was it Navi?
Yeah, 0-18.
0-18, boys. Look,
big oof.
DXS has now opted to take blue side this time, especially against the HomeBois on red side. I would like to see how they're going to change that performance, because now they're getting rid of the family alongside of two of the big tank junglers. They're going to fight. They're going to force out an assassin matchup here, right?
Yeah, let's fight. Mano el mano. They challenge Aimao to assassin fight. Okay, Joy's open once more, but there's Hayabusa. You know, game 1 it was made by Erpang. Now it's given up. But then there's Kimmy too. There's also Phoveus.
Oh.
They go for Phoveus again.
Another Phove opening? Okay, okay. Did they go? I wonder whether HomeBois is trying to set up a Kimmy Franco like they did before. If they go Kimmy Franco, it disincentivizes DXS from actually going Joy. But HomeBois, I don't think Aimao minds the Joy too much either, but it kind of is annoying against the Phoveus. So it really depends on whether the jungler Aimao likes dealing with the Phoveus in the first place.
Because if you take Kimmy Franco away, it eliminates one of the bigger threats for the Joy. And you also threaten whoever is on DXS's side, right? And also, you guys know that after Momo, Siska is the second XP latest in MPL MY Season 8 to score a Savage.
Wow. Been that long, huh?
God damn.
But yeah, looking at the draft here, last game, Coach Erpang was already willing to pick the Harif into the Phoveus, and it worked out pretty well, so why not do it again? And this time have an even better option for lockdown in that Kalea.
Kalea can still be flexed into the EXP if necessary, but we need to see what the rest of the draft is going to look like. I think that Harith is a really good call from Erpang, seeing Mel QT's performance against it. More than worthwhile, more than worthwhile. The question is whether or not they're going to get Rasi back on the Badang one more time to try and disrupt the Harith. If not, force Harith to take Purify by locking in Cho.
I personally would dig Cho a bit more. I think that makes Rasi a bit more active somehow, but at least they get mid prio for now. And the 1-1 now gets whipped out.
Payback.
Okay.
Icy pick.
Wow. Very early revelation of both marksman cores on the side of DXS. There's basically no room to hide anything now. This is every laner revealed for DX Soul's composition. We know that SkyZ loves the 1-1. It's the hero that gave him 2 Savages in the regular season. But is it risky to show this early on?
I think... Is it risky? I feel like we're seeing 2 iterations of what the meta was eventually progressing to, which is what DXS is trying to show, and then a little bit of the reliable side of the HomeBois utilizing the Kalea, right? Farsa and Kalea, really nasty combination here. Kimmy as well as Wanwan, pretty difficult to catch, but it also incentivizes HomeBois to go more into the assassin junglers and arguably even the Ling, which it could be a linchpin to succeed or fail.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Ling for HomeBois too, because so far for DXS, they don't really have the best way to deal with the Ling. Even the Hayabusa isn't too bad.
I mean,
Hayabusa is already banned.
Yeah. Ban out the Lucas, ban out the Ling. Yes, they're on the right track.
Yeah, now they should ban the Ling. So you go back to something like Nolan, Suyo, Joy.
All of which can be outplayed by Kimmy and as well as Wanwan. They both got really useful tools to kind of peel for themselves. Both of those heroes also have dashes that Phoveus can take full advantage of.
So the XS would be very happy if something like the Joy does get locked in the end for the HomeBois here. Also, surprisingly enough, we're not seeing a lot of contention for Chip in this matchup compared to the first game. It's just
totally
being completely ignored.
Ooh, you're totally right, actually.
Rasi has room for it, and if HomeBois flex this Kalea to XP, they also can have Ivan play it. So they ban the Badang first.
They want the Joy.
They want the Joy, yeah.
They want it bad.
Joy Chip, if they ever pick the Chip.
I mean, I feel like Chip might just be a final pick worthy sort of thing, right? You show, oh wait, but then you have, okay, so you have to show your jungler at that point. You could threaten Matilda.
And then you have to put this Kalea XP.
Yeah, so the safest jungler at this point would be the Suyo for aim out, assuming he doesn't get the Joy.
If you pick Suyo, then Joy goes to DXS. Does it make the Suyo's life slightly harder? That's quite a lot of...
Honestly, it's really tough to say, right? Because who can really like reliably catch the Kimi in as well as 1-1? Unless DXS is like, I'll make this easy for you. Let's ban out the Joy, force you onto a Ling or something.
What are we missing? Hellcurt.
Hellcurt? Okay, finally the glue ban does end up going through. To be expected here. Now, HomeBois, what's it gonna be? Do you give him the Joy? Do you say, you know what, let's just make our lives slightly harder, add a little bit more burst, a little bit more Swiss Army knife in that jungle, put him on that Suyo, pair it up with Farsa and Kalea, and roam around the ramp?
Yeah. Xborg is not too good of a pick either, so I don't expect that to go to HomeBois.
It's got to be able to chase. It's got to be able to burst.
Nolan's
okay, but I feel like you'd still pick more the usual
right? If you want to chase and burst.
Exactly. I think that
Joy
and Suyo are probably your best bets, both of which kind of like
I don't actually mind Ling either. Oh, there's also the Hanzo, I guess, but we haven't seen that in a while. Yeah, they go for the Joy.
Oh my god, there's so much magic damage.
So much.
Woo.
That's wild. Somebody's got to get a Genius Wand at some point, right?
Izanami will 100% buy it. He has done it multiple times.
He has done it. That is fair. That is fair. All right. Second phase, DXS need to finish off their comp. Right now, it's about Peel. With no Badang left, you go got on
the edge of the void.
That is Nolan.
Will instruct
Nolan and Tigreal.
Wow,
okay.
That is bold.
This is one of the classic counters. Back when Joy was first starting to be a big issue in the jungle, the usual picks would be Belleric or Tigreal to deal with it. But in the recent days, Tigreal has been having a lot of difficulty in the meta.
Yeah.
It's such a all-in thing, you know? Like, you press your combo, if you get a bad keyboy moment, the fight just ends there. And even then, teams can actually punish you by poking you out before the fight even starts, so you don't really get to do much.
You're actually right about this, because Tigreal, unfortunately, actually does well into AD matchups compared to Magic matchups.
Because you can block basic attacks, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Whoa! Akai?
What a classic.
Akai EXP?
Good job, Erpang. As always, with the flex.
That's really smart. If things go bad, even if Akai gets hit by the implosion, he can just make sure that he uses his heavy spin to get out of it, because it comes with a free Purify inbuilt into the kit. Ridiculous stuff from Erpang. Well done.
Akai matches up pretty well in lane into the Phoveus, and it's just a direct hard counter to Tigreal. If this Panda is around, you are not getting an implosion off.
Man.
Val is getting to play whatever he wants.
Absolutely.
First CC, now Akai.
I think so, but I think this game is really going to come down to the support and mid laners, right? As we see that Kalea basically is going to go untouched, except for the counter engages coming in from Tigreal. You don't want to pull Tigreal in, but if Kimi can't follow it up, or nobody else can follow it up on your side, there's a very high chance that you're not able to disengage.
And that would be a terrible situation for them to find themselves in. The most ideal would be to avoid that entirely. But the draft that their opponents have conjured up for game number 2 have provided many solutions that they will have to find an answer for. Let's see if DX Soul will be able to even it up as we return to the land of Dawn.
Yep. Both junglers starting on the same side of the map, so they will end up go side after this. And right off the bat, the hustle for mid priority, thanks to just big burst damage from Izanami and the concussive blast 5 when they Stone was not able to free himself from the lane to have any impact.
Both Ivan as well as Izanami understand what the assignment is. We need to minimize the damage from Stoem, and we need to hurt Rossi as much as we can. If we can get battle spells out of him, even better. Doesn't really matter as long as he doesn't have access to them, because he's extremely immobile without his push. And so, when we look at the battle spells here, a lot of pull yourself togethers from the side of SkyZ, as well as Rossi, obviously, with the Inspire and a couple of assists, you can start popping off very, very quickly. But at the same time, we start looking down towards the bot side of the map. Mystery Shot purchase coming in from Storm. He wants to get his items a little faster compared to the Wilderness pressing.
Good go Weakness Finder, so this Kimi wants to be a secondary late game carry alongside the 1-1. Also very interesting of Rossi to go Brave Smite instead of the usual concussive. Purify already forced out from Izanami down mid, but so far, nothing too notable happening on the map.
Which is actually why we are seeing Ivan as well as Izanami actually contest this lane pretty easily, right? As soon as they have Concussive Blast, they can start walking up. Izanami doesn't have to walk up too far to actually get his damage on the wave, and Ivan can heal back up, top himself back up from a jungle camp, right? All of which works out well for the HomeBois and kind of devalues both Rasi as well as Storm, who technically want to win out this early game as hard as possible.
We hit level 4, Izanami will go to the bottom lane just to soak up some XP. Hit 4, well, missing out on one. It's gonna get it pretty soon. Thing is, DxO, even though they have a Nola, they don't want to be the first one to go onto that turtle first. Oh. You need Rasi to hit 4 too.
No, Rasi missed it. He missed the second minion as well. He's a little bit off. The timing's not there. I think they go back to their regular lanes, right? They just have to position themselves here.
Yeah, both roamers are level 3. Izanami actually didn't manage to hit level 4 in the wave either, so I don't think either team is going to be committing to Turtle too soon. Especially with Vel in the area, it's going to be hard for DX to make anything happen.
Oh my god, Ivan is so deep in here. Wait, Rasi has no idea.
Ooh, Kimin nearly one-shots Izanami, but he is able to fly away.
Wait.
Vel gonna be sprouted out. Sacred Hammer pushes him in. Traction falls. He's able to dash out of it. Meanwhile, here comes Amal from the flank. They didn't know. He's been there the whole time. Ivan drags Kimin off the turtle, secures it for the joy, and he's even able to pick up first blood, killing off the enemy jungler. But the Dark Wave 2-man mock-up, Ivan able to flicker away. Oh! Sacred Hammer flicker from Rasi sets it up for DxO, and they're able to trade one more. Siska, unfortunately, left behind. Amal will get his second kill.
And Vel just punts him in the face. What a play coming in from Rasi. Just the edge of that Sacred Hammer was enough to buy just enough time for Storm to catch back up and pick up so many kills for himself. Even so, that's glowing wand purchase already. Let's see how fast the HomeBois can play.
Purify up from Storm too.
Hey, yo.
No Tsunami Slam.
Ooh, it's a bit too deep. Traction Pulse is gonna lock him down, and Kimin is here to get a fish for free.
That was a little
overzealous
here. Yeah, a little overzealous for sure.
There's a Storm actually took the weakness finder too, so something to keep in mind. You know, these early skirmishes, you can find yourself caught out in a bad position and not able to walk away. That slow can get pretty nasty.
This rotation from Vel, specifically to try and disrupt Kimin on that purple buff to buy a little bit more time for Amal to actually catch up, not only catch up, but start to surpass Kimin by 2 levels, ideally, right now, has already achieved it. Kimin should hit level 8 off of this buff, right? Let's see. He's going to clear it. No! Wow! So it's a very clean 2-level lead for Amal.
Yeah. Even in terms of gold lead, Amal is 700 gold ahead. What's the offset? The offset is mid lane, where Storm just has a lot more gold compared to Izanami, thanks to the earlier kill too. But aside from that, there's really no substantial advantage. Amal forcing Kimin out of his own jungle.
This is really some great laning coming in from Izanami, showing mastery of not only his own hero, but understanding how Storm wants to work. He double checks his items to see that he has a glowing wand. Without Feather in Heaven or even Concentrated Energy, you're not going to be getting as much health back from the wave as you would like to, and that's why he wants to hold him hostage. If you can poke Storm out of the fight, he's going to get his ult back faster than Storm actually trying to participate for the upcoming turtle fight.
Ivan's gonna get pulled in with the Traction Pulse. Tsunami Slam though, counter engages on Rasi instead, pulls him into the tower, but Rasi just pushes him back instead. Better this strike, not gonna do much here. Ivan has gone down before the fight has even started. Siska zoning out Vel and Amal, but the implosion cancelled by Heavy Spin. Really well timed, Amal! Seals the turtle away, but Vel will give up his life in exchange. It'll be traded for Rasi. MLQT looking for 1v3. He's stuck, he's been pushed back. Siska punishes him.
Finally, we see a good clapback.
First big blunder for HomeBois. MLQT overcommitted just a little bit, ends up dying, and SkyZ reaps the reward. Top tier 1 plus a fresh wave, but I gotta say, good play from Vel. We saw the interaction. Heavy spin against Implosion, and even commits a flicker to push Kimin away so that Amal could get the turtle.
You could see it in his eyes. Kimin was just going, no, as he slowly gets pushed away by the heavy spin. Even his retribution didn't even come remotely close to the neutral objective here. And Amal continuing on with his lead. He's going to scale very nicely.
He'll be able to dash away just fine. Even Feathered Airstrike to continue pressuring the mid lane from Izanami here. The EXO currently have double the kills of the HomeBois, but the net worth difference is even. I imagine MelQT is still farming very well.
He is.
Yes.
Levels up 2-0 and 1. You do see a Feather of Heaven purchase coming in from MelQT. Would have been nice to have in the previous fight.
Oh, top side.
They're trying to go from the back line. Rasi gonna be dodged away. Heavy spin used very early on though. Vel just gonna spin away to avoid the crossbow of tank. Tsunami Slam gonna pull one back into the feathered airstrike, but Rasi is purely fine. And the Zound Force not able to do enough damage. Skyzen now playing very aggressively. He's not able to get the last weakness point, but he sets up the Dark Wave! And a knockup gives the kill to Skyzen.
Very well done from the side of Siska. Amao is going to have max stack. They see him, but there's no angle for Amao to enter the fight. Third turtle coming up in 15 seconds. The least that the HomeBois can do is to protect the top tier 2. There's a soul wave that's been building up in the bottom for quite a while. The EXO, another attempt to push down mid, but HomeBois, they're there.
The airstrike comes out just to deal with the wave. Had to sacrifice the purple buff in doing so. Extending Heemin's reign of terror for now. He's definitely been going for the squishier targets on the side of the HomeBois, but at the same time, it's tough, right? They have their ults, no Feather Airstrike just yet.
HomeBois still wants to contest this, even though they have lost a little bit of map control so far. They do succeed in zoning out DX. Siska's holding on to the turtle for now, but they're not really able to full commit to it. Here comes Amal, who wants to set it up. And Tsunami steals the turtle away. Heavy spin cancels out the Sacred Hammer, but the implosion gonna be denied with the killing spree on Amal. And a two-man lockdown. Feather Airstrike doesn't do anything. Tsunami Slam on the wrong target. Heemin picks up killing spree by blowing up MelQT. And the EXO come out on top once again.
Wow, even when it was played to perfection, HomeBois only ended up trading 1-for-1. Heemin goes down to Amal, and that is the trade that makes it all worthwhile for HomeBois. A solo kill for the Joy, but once more, Skyzen reaped some reward, taking down the bottom tier 1.
I mean, Amal should be able to take this top tier 1 as well. At the end of the day, HomeBois are still walking away in a positive manner, right? Siska, he's been doing a good amount of work. He at least gets to play the game.
Oh, comes to Rasi. He's not going to commit Implosion yet. Retraction Pulse going to pull Amal back into Dark Wave and Implosion. He cannot move. That is a shutdown for Storm. And Ivan realizes he's in the wrong neighborhood. Another 2 kills for DXO.
The 300th total assist achieved by Storm in MPL Malaysia. HomeBois really getting ahead of themselves, right? These trades, they don't look as advantageous as it feels. Like, Amal, sure, you have a mega kill streak, but that's only you. DXO still on the same playing field, and now they walk into HomeBois jungle.
I mean, a testament right now for DXS and the way that they're layering their CC. Siska was making sure that he was constantly chaining it against Amal, knowing that Rasi could implosion at basically any moment.
Just a Kai pick so far. Hasn't actually had that as much success keeping Rasi away as they would have thought. It worked pretty well in the early game for keeping objective control and preventing a big implosion, but the EXO have switched up their approach to the game.
I agree, and I think that DXO actually prefer the prolonged fight in comparison to the HomeBois, who are very ult-reliant. Without their ults, they kind of just back away from these fights, right? It's not like Bell provides extra value rather than Siska, who basically has an infinite ult.
Yeah, and Storm can fight forever. He can fight forever as long as he's alive. First Lord up on the top side, so long wave. Actually, in DXO's favor, there's a wave pushing in, and it's gonna be right in front of the inhibitor too.
This guy gonna find Bell, forces him over the wall. Dark Wave locks him back in. The Panda has to use Heavy Spin, and even then, he cannot escape.
They haven't used Implosion just yet, and Rasi has Flicker. This is gonna be tough to contest.
It should be free for DX, HomeBois. I don't think you want to try this. Feathered Airstrike with some good damage. 2-man title strike. Siska flickers away. Amal tries to chase him down. Zound Force comes out. Electrifying Beat burns Storm down and picks up Heemin. He's looking for Siska. Can he find a turn? He's gonna be locked down under tower. Siska. Siska! Siska! With the killing spree on Skyzen as well!
Oh my god.
That's my rookie of the season right there.
The knockup just put him into the range of the tower, and that made all the difference. Siska playing with the big boys in the big leagues here. 4-1-6 after having an abysmal game #1 against the HomeBois. He wants revenge.
With the same hero too. The passive giving him that extra shield just to eat one hit from Amal. But I gotta say, Amal, he did the best he could, but this part, look at that. That extra shield that he got was more than enough.
Dang. 3 punches in a row into a dark wave and a single tower shot when he was basically 0 HP. What an outplay.
And that is why Phobius is such a scary boy right there, especially against these dash heroes. The Lord will be cleared up, but Holy Defense will be expended in exchange for it. HomeBois will keep all their inhibitors intact, but DX Soul are definitely in the lead now.
Yeah, honestly, the best case scenario for DXO was the fact that Siska solo killed Amal under the turret. If Amal survived, he could have done some serious damage on the map. But now Amal might have another angle. His flanks have been great so far, and he might find another chance here. Siska sees him.
He's not going to be able to play from that angle anymore. He's been chased away, but heavy spin. Oh, Skyzed is inside the base. He's locked down. It's a shutdown from LQT. Keyman has been found. A 1v1 won by Amal. Rasi uses the conceal, but he's not able to escape. He has to flicker out, but they will just chase him down to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, just waste time, Rasi. Just waste time for your friends to come back. Buy as much time as possible.
Oh, backline. Amal unable to get enough beats to make it count, but it's still 3 dead, which is more than enough here.
That 2.5k goalie evaporated in an instant. But good news for DXO is that there's no objective to be contested, only waves to be shoved up by HomeBois. The Lord is still 35 seconds away, and it's going to be spawning in the bottom side of the map. DXO, they just need to clear out the top side, which HomeBois have set up a potential ambush.
26 more seconds left on the clock, and you see that the HomeBois are positioning around this purple buff. They want to deny Keyman a valuable resource just to make sure that he doesn't have enough energy to get in and out of these fights without some form of punishment, or at least force him to use his retry.
Like they will decide not to stay for too long there. They don't have eyes on where the rest of DX are, but now they will see that most of them are in the mid lane. HomeBois in control of the Lord Pit for now.
It's not going to be easy because that top wave is neutral. HomeBois will start to aggro the Lord right now. DXO up, clumped together, but Vel is blocking that off.
Conceal play, gonna be scouted out and cancelled by Vel straight away. We can see Ivan all the way in the back line. He gets found though with Dragon Pulse. Skyzed looking to chase him down. Meanwhile, Rasi and Siska providing vision over the Lord. Ivan gonna flicker away. Skyzed zoned down by the feathered airstrike, but Storm gonna lock down Izanami and go to town. Amal chases down, but the implosion goes in! Rasi steps it up into the crossbow of Tang! And Skyzed takes flight! It is a shutdown! It is a triple kill! It is a team wipe for DX Soul!
HomeBois let their guard down for a fraction of a second, and Rasi finds the implosion of the game. DX Soul comes back swinging, and they find an equalizer.
Wow. Taking advantage of HomeBois' synergy to protect their teammates to the very end and punishing them. Your power of friendship is your biggest weakness. Well played from DX Soul. They're really turning this into a full series to give the money's worth to the people in the stadium here today.
We might get all full 10 games if this continues, but I gotta say, that fight was played, it was a magnificent dance by DXO. The way that they chased Ivan away, the way that they told each other, do not commit to the Lord. Rasi was just toying around, and then HomeBois slipped up. Amal committed to try and get stolen, and Rasi came in to save the day. Back and forth, this game too was what we expected when both teams played at the optimal condition, and DXO, they've awoken, they are finally locked in.
What a performance from DXS. This is the momentum we were waiting for. This is what we wanted to see. We'll drop to a short mic check for a moment. We'll be right back with you right after this.
So, pakai term. Wait. Yes.
Storm putting back on his headphones just to randomly yell into the mic. Technical spirits for sure.
Oh, that's so funny. That's too funny. You can even see him just like, put your headset back on.
Almost got the red card.
almost got the card for that one. I mean, you can tell that he's been speaking a lot, right? Snowman's taking a sip of water, making sure that everybody seems to be coordinated on top of everything that is happening in the game. So far, I have to say, this is one of the cleanest games we've seen coming from not only from DXS, but even from the HomeBois. Nothing is being let through.
Yeah, the veterans, they show their experience again, right? The game sense, not just for Rasi, but for Storm to check for blind spots. If he hadn't found Ivan, that game could have gone a lot more different.
But we are seeing a match. We are seeing a series on our hands here, folks. And this is exactly what we hope for with the top 3 teams of MPL Malaysia. It honestly feels like it's been a while since we've gotten games of this quality. And we, of course, have to award the MVP for game number 2 to Rasi on that Tigreal.
Rasi, just because you got MVP, we can't say that on broadcast, even though it's not the same language, but Rasi on this Tigreal finally paid off. I honestly was slightly skeptical of how well he can pull it off. First of all, plenty of magic damage on HomeBoi's side, a lot of ways to really disrupt his movements, but he is just sharp on those implosions, right? Courtesy of Siska and Storm to help him set up from time to time, but that big implosion was in the last moment for the crossbow tank was all Rasi needed. And that's the Tigreal effect. You just need one good ult.
Game changers, right? Game changers. And that's why Rasi is most comfortable with looking for those big game-changing moments to turn things around. Because the early game, technically, he kind of did nothing. He was trying to live. He was trying to hope for the best here. For the most part of it, his early game was going back to base to top back up 90% of the time.
Basically, right? And we already pointed this out during the draft itself. Tigreal as a hero has been having a lot of difficulty this meta, and HomeBois specifically drafted to counteract the hero with that Akai last pick. Under any ordinary circumstances, that heavy spin should deny any chance of an implosion happening. But Rasi was aware of this. He knew he couldn't be the primary initiator, so he always waited for the off-tempo timings, the situations where a heavy spin would not be ideal, or Vel just happened to not be in the area, and that is where he gets the highest impact.
And sometimes this also kind of brings out the question of, is it really the best idea when you go for these one-to-one count, one-to-one answers, right? Like this Akai, if it's just a sole answer to the Tigreal and maybe the Phobius, would there have been a better choice?
Would that have been a better choice? It's really tough to say, right? Because it's not like it was Vel's fault in the first place. He helped them secure a bunch of the neutral objectives. He cancelled out of the 5 implosions that we saw. I'm throwing a spitball in like a random number here. Out of the 5, we've guaranteed seen 3 of them being cancelled out. The last 2 really was kind of on the HomeBois when they started to tunnel vision and pay most of their attention, seeing where this 1-1 was eventually going to end up going for the crossbow of Tang.
Yeah, he technically did cancel that last one too. It was just slightly too late because the crossbow had already happened. So it really came down to the wire in a lot of these situations. DxO found their flow, found that confidence, and were able to take the fight to the HomeBois. And even though Akai as a hero is actually pretty effective here, not just against the Tigreal, but against heroes like Nolan as well, it's kind of a two-way street. It's very difficult for Rasi to implosion when there is the threat of the heavy spin, but in the same way, Vel cannot freely use his ultimate because it is the best way they have to deny the implosion.
It's a really big deterrent.
Yeah, it's a big deterrent. It's a two-way street. And with this game, DxO finds another win on the 1-1. It does make you wonder what is Coach Erpang thinking right now, right? Do we get rid of the 1-1 again in the next game, or do we give it another shot? Because I feel like just like game 1, it's not like one team played poorly, right? It's just DxO edging out HomeBois.
I think at least for the side of HomeBois, Erpang, his big takeaway from this is, okay, at least I understand what your priorities are going to look like, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be Kimin. Their main win conditions is always going to be, as long as our side laners do well and our mid trio has relatively strong synergies, that should be enough to get us over that finish line. The question is, when you break down the entire compositions of both sides, who was supposed to pick off SkyZ? And I think the only person who could technically do that was Izanami, which is why Storm was so in his face. I don't mind if you're using the Feathered Airstrike towards me. I don't mind if Amal tries to jump towards me as well because I got Rasi by my side. Therefore, SkyZ gets to play the game for free.
It was very well thought out plan from the side of DXOL, but even so, it would have been difficult to execute without the skill that we saw from these players in game number 2. SkyZ will be the rich guy, having the highest GPM. He was basically allowed to farm for free, only got picked off once, and that was Bell committing the entire heavy spin to lock him down. Amal ends up being the carry, and then Rassi is the sandbag with Storm as the best wingman.
And Storm, even as the mid laner, almost always gets the best wingman title for some reason.
Yeah.
Right? The Roma DNA never really left him, even though he started out as a mid laner. This is so far following the pattern of the upper bracket where, you know, HomeBois take games of odd numbers, DXS takes even number games. Following that, we might get a game 5. But let's look back at the highlights this game, because just like game 1, these two teams, I'm surprised that, especially for DXS, this is their 7th game and they have not slowed down.
Yeah, they really haven't slowed down at all, which is rather surprising. You would have expected DXS to kind of slow down in their pace, to really think about and learn some of the habits like HomeBois, but right now they're fighting toe-to-toe, right? They have nothing to be scared of. They faced this team before, so they understand the power level that they're dealing with, and they nearly won that game as well. So I feel like a lot of that veterancy experience from that last battle is kind of trickling down to this.
Yeah. One of the interviews that we had with Storm, he did say that for all the teams that are underestimating them, there's a reason why they didn't get clean swept by all of the top teams. Well, except for SRG OG, but for the rest of the teams, they went 3 games against all of them. And this, we're seeing it in full effect. There's a reason why most teams have not been able to clean sweep them.
Oh, so good. So very, very good. That final implosion as well. Vel, a little too slow. And a crossbow of Tang that just melted down every member of the HomeBois. So unfortunate. I mean, it was at a point in the game where you don't even bother buying the Winter Crown just yet. You're still trying to complete your last core item before you even start thinking about securing the rest of your build.
Yeah, because they've never had to deal with the crossbow tank until that very last moment. Again, just a fraction of a second, they let that guard down just for a little bit, and that was all SkyZ needed.
Literally up until that point of the game, SkyZ was not able to get a crossbow off. So because of that, there's going to be this subconscious intention from the HomeBois that we will have ways of dealing with SkyZ. We do not need a Winter Crown yet, you know, and even if he does get a crossbow off, we should be absolutely fine unless we get team wiped, but that's exactly what happened, right? That's sometimes things just happen like that, and you need to be ready for it.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy series, and DXS, the fact that they've equalized the series means we've got another best of 5. We just shrunk to a best of 3 on our hands. For now, let's see what Poji has for all of us in the crowd with his side report as we get ready for game 3. Poji, take it away.
Terima kasih. Dan sekarang kita berada dekat dalam segmen khas kita, itu Beyond the Meta. Itu segmen khas untuk kita bincangkan tentang lebih lanjut apa yang berlaku dekat dalam game kita, luar negara dan pelbagai lagi. Sekarang kita ada tetamu istimewa, iaitu Diablo. Hi Diablo, how are you my friend?
Hello.
Alright Diablo. Okay, good. So Diablo, I have got a couple of questions to ask you. Is it okay with you?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. So how do you feel about your team qualifying to MSC again? And for you, personally, do you think we will get any chance to see you play on MSC stage?
I do hope to play, but we shall see by then. But I'm also happy that my team qualified for MSC because it's one of the biggest prize pools, and I think we do want to make it to MSC and get a better placing than last year.
Alright. And speaking of your team as well, Team Flash itself is consistently always going to international stage. Do you have any secret to share with us? How come your team is so strong and so, always be there? Is there anything special about your team that you can share to other regions as well?
I think it's about constantly improving and looking for ways to work together more as a team. Because in Malaysia, there's SRG also, right? They are also consistently at the top of the league. So I think it's all about bringing the region to another level. Because I think SRG is also helping in Malaysia to improve a lot. So I think Flash is also doing the same to Singapore.
I see. And also, I have one more question that I want to ask you. So, on your opinion, did you see any of the match for MPL Malaysia?
Yes, I've been constantly watching them.
So, for your opinion, based on the matches just now, do you think who from this both team that gonna be the next team that qualify to MSC?
I think both teams have equal chance because judging from the games, I think it all comes down to the drafting. But also, me maybe a bit biased, so I will say HomeBois.
All right. But speaking of HomeBois, actually, it's kind of bit of reunion with you and Izanami actually, because the last time you and him is on with RSG actually. And the last time you have a reunion is back in MSC 2021. So do you have anything to say to Izanami?
I hope to see Izanami there because it's been quite a few years since I last saw him. But I'm confident he can win. Yeah.
All right. So, if there any last word that you want to say to your fan that is in Malaysia and also in other region as well?
To the Malaysian fans watching this, please continue your support because I think every Go players out there, they get their motivation from the fans. That's me. I think all your support is very important, and also thank you for those that supports me because even though I'm not from Malaysia, but I feel the warmth and the love from you guys. So that helps me improve my gameplay every time. I want to show you guys better plays when I go into the stage. So as well as fans from all over the world, keep up your support because I think everyone needs it. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, Diablo.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Hey.
Have fun games.
Terima kasih kepada Diablo. Dan sekarang kita bakal meneruskan perjuangan. Korang semua dah bersediakah untuk game kita? Dan tanpa kita melengahkan masa, let's go untuk berehat dulu. Bye. Kita jumpa lepas ni, okey?
Welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 15 Playoffs Phase number 2. You guys are tuning in to the last best of 5 before we find out which 2 teams between HomeBois and DxO will proceed to MSC. So far the score is 1-1, which means we are now down to a best of 3 instead. My name is Husky. Joining me on the desk, I have Sadafa and Gideon Kill with me. This time I'm going to start with you, Sadafa. We've seen DXS bounce back. The next game is their 8th game of the day. This marathon continues. Are there any more expectations that you have for these 2 teams?
Well, under normal circumstances, I would expect DXS to start showing signs of fatigue, you know? Under normal circumstances, any team, especially a newer team, shouldn't have much experience being pushed this far, and yet, DXS somehow feels like they still have that energy. They're still pushing forward. They're still playing every single game like it's their first game of the day. I think HomeBois are just as clean as before, but there are definitely still gaps in the armor. It really is anyone's game right now.
Hey, honestly, considering the amount of effort that we've seen DXS put, their scrims, all of their efforts are put on this stage here today against the HomeBois, and it shows, right? We're seeing how clean they are. They've scaled to the level of the HomeBois, which is something we wouldn't have mentioned during the regular season, but here today, Erpang, he's probably sitting there as like, okay, game number 2, bit of a fluke. We made a mistake, we got punished for it, big whoop. Now, we need to put the brakes on DXS so they don't get any more momentum.
Yeah, because DXS has been making some very smart decisions, right? Again, every trade has its purpose. Every trade has its yield for both teams. Of course, I think game 1, even though HomeBois ended with a massive lead, but it didn't come with, it's not like it didn't come with any cost, right? HomeBois also had to pay a lot of taxes to get to that point. I think going into game 3, we can assume that DXS, they're going to be full speed ahead, right? No fatigue that we can notice. Now it's up for HomeBois, like you said, to shut it down. But we also need to take a look at some of the prior picks for the MSC team. For SRG OG, so far we see that 1-1 go Far Summit, Hayabusa Jungle, Padang XP, Kalea in the roam. But if compared to other regions like MENA, Latam, and PH, it is actually pretty different.
Ooh, Latam, Corinthians as well. I mean, Hesso obviously on the glue, no surprises there, of course. But they actually go for the Kimian as well as Granger here. I'm looking at these pairings, right? Wanwan Loyi, Granger plus Farsa, Wanwan plus Farsa. We are getting every iteration of it.
Hold on, what is that, Phoveus? What? Ultra Legends? Is that old Phoveus?
Yeah, old Phoveus.
Good old Phoveus.
Good old Phoveus. Reach past into the past to grab old
They're like,
Phoveus.
man, we can't, this new Phoveus ain't good enough. Old Phoveus.
Hey, we're bringing back a new skin for Phoveus, his old default skin.
They forgot to update the game.
Honestly, we better than nothing, considering that we haven't had any Phoveus cosmetic.
Soon.
Dude, that'll be so
Phoveus
funny.
will get some new clothes soon, guys.
They're like, oh, download the HD, HD resource.
Our minions are about to get their second skin. Phoveus hasn't gotten any.
Well, technically he's got a redo. You know, he's a bit of a makeover himself for both of his skins that he currently started with. So technically,
if we count all of that, but we don't have access to all of them.
That's a pretty low bar. Glue also got a makeover.
True, yeah.
He has way more skins.
I need way more skins.
To be fair, he did get a Starlight skin as well.
Yeah.
Like, do you really count Starlight skins?
Some are pretty cool, like the Drusin one. I like it.
Cool. That one's pretty good. I use that very often.
All right, let's hop into the draft for game number 3. I wonder if HomeBois will go to the blue side again. Seems like that's the case. Everyone loves that blue side. The picks, the bans once more. Almost the same as the game 1, so no Haya, no Masha, no 1-1.
I think very smart of Erbang to get rid of the 1-1 because they know that at least for the side of DXS, they're willing to give up the joy. And now that question comes to it, right? DXS, how much do you prioritize the joy now that the 1-1 is gone? Does that force you to put Kimin back on a tank? And even so, there's plenty of options that MelQT can play, especially when it comes down to Trinity build marksmen to punish these heavy tanks.
We haven't seen a single Moskov today.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
So like 1-2 Irritels, but no Moskov. Oh, that's a Harry ban. No.
This is very smart. I think if the 1-1 gets banned out, you gotta get rid of the Harif. They were okay letting it through previously because SkyZ was on the 1-1, and it's a comfort matchup for him. But without that hero, you do not want to allow MelQT to play the same game he did in game number 1.
Yeah, like you punch me in the gut once, I gotta punch you back. You remove my pocket pick, my comfort pick, I do the same to you. So
Thought you were going to say you remove my gut.
you remove my gut. If you remove my gut, I'll probably be dead. I can't remove yours.
You take my appendix, I take yours. Excuse me, what now?
That sounds more plausible. Kalea is open.
Kalea is open, Kimmy is open. Loyi, Chip, all global alts are in play here.
Wow, that's another. So Coach Dio is willing to take that gamble again.
Oh, he's a pretty
you go
scared
Chip?
hero.
I mean, they did it against AERO.
Not a bad option.
You go Chip now, Rasi? Huh?
I mean, Kalea is also pretty good.
That's true.
Chip's good, Kalea is good. I think even if they don't lock in Chip, there is the option for the Valentina to show up a little later on. But no, they go for the Chip with the Fredrin. This is the same opening they used in Game 5, but this time they don't have access to the Masha.
They don't have access to the Masha, but they take away 2 of the picks that HomeBois otherwise would have probably gone for.
Oh yeah.
But at least the Fredrin, which they have really liked. That's why when they play against SRG OG, Coach Arcadia always bans the Fredrin no matter what.
Yeah. Okay. I need to think about this for a moment because now, with Loyi as their first pick, Chip and Fredrin has already been shown. You can't afford to give Kimmy away, can you, right?
I get Badang.
They get Badang. Do they pair it up with the Kimmy? No, they're going to go straight into the Granger. They don't mind DXS actually having access to it. So interesting.
So do you take Kimmy here? I mean, you get lane priority, sure.
I think the question is why not, right? What are you afraid of now that Boxia is kind of out of the question? Technically, Kalea can get banned in the second phase, so you can actually look to protect it. Unless you're thinking about flexing it into the bottom side of the map for the gold lane, but you're up against a Granger as well, so you just push the lane, right? You don't really interact with Granger for the most part of it.
I personally am looking at Moskov, because that's what I would be thinking about, even though there's the threat of the diversion, but the Moskov and the Chip gives you some flexibility along the map, but whoa, this is a forgotten pick for sure.
They're going with the exact same rubric from Game 5 versus AERO. The Chip Fredrin first into the damage EXP with no Masha. They go for the Benedetta instead, but I mean,
the Masha is a lot more understandable, right? But this Benedetta, I guess you get the same flexibility of the Moskov, but I think the margin of error is slightly larger.
I agree, but at the same time, the fact that they're banning out the Phobias just goes to show they're not trying to flex this at all. It's going into the EXP no matter what. And if I need a split push and so happens I get TP'd on by Loyi, I have counterplay as long as I have both the eye for an eye and as well as the Electro Final Blow. You can get out of any situation with those 2 abilities alone.
Yeah. Maybe the whole idea right now is, since this guy's our win condition, it's been proven time and time again, we give him that space to work with.
Oh yeah. Even if glue comes into play, it's not really going to matter at the end. The most you're going to get is on top of Chip, maybe even Fredrin. Really depends on what their mid laner is. I would imagine something a little bit more bursty, something that can consistently fight clean.
Let's fight to our heart's content.
Your team.
Ooh, Lucas ban as well. Wow, really covering all the bases.
I feel like there genuinely is a possibility we might see a Stone Valentina towards the end of this draft here. If you steal away the diversion, you also have access to Fistcrack. It is a possibility, and it's one of the heroes that can be fairly safe even if you take the portal compared to something like Farsa, for example.
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing too, that they could go Valentina, and if we know HomeBois, there's a couple of defaults for Izanami, right? Farsa is one of them, Valentina is the second. If push comes to shove, there's always the Fire Mist that they could go for, but then the Valentina kind of answers a lot of that.
Yeah, I think here they go Moskov, right? They go Moskov, they wait for that very final pick to lock in their mid laner. Because at the end of the day, it really depends on what kind of assassin HomeBois decides to play. Unless, wow, Irithel, really? Okay, I mean, it's a counter matchup to Granger, sure. And I guess he's taking Sprint too, in case he plays Joy. Okay, I just run out of there.
I guess. Irithel hasn't had the best success rate so far.
Oh, there's the Rizla. Okay, so what do we get for the jungle? We haven't seen Suyo at all. Hanzo?
Go Ling as a counter to the Chip.
Well, Ling and Loyi is going to be a tough one.
Oh, they go Joy.
Yep, right. They're gonna go Joy one more time.
Man, Hazel catching strays even though he just got eliminated. The crowd is not forget.
They don't forget. They don't, and not to mention that they're giving out a lot of those templates for free. So it's like you could be like, I support this team, and then if you want to start BMing other people, you can get a new one.
Or you could just cross out the team.
I love those.
Someone said if Homeboys loses, he will shave his head bald.
I can't wait.
We never get follow-ups on these kind of bets, you know.
Maybe we're just gonna have to do it live if it happens.
Yeah, we have to make him shave his head bald live. After this, right? After this, if the game ends, if the XS wins the series, we shave his head. That's the Valentina.
All right.
Even better, we have a Terizla.
Really good call here, Sadafa, on the Valentina. Yes, you can steal the Terizla ult. Most likely, you're going to steal the low. You're going to kind of keep pace with everybody else. But honestly, Terizla ult works well if your chip is ready to set up for you. Regardless, Homeboys, it's really on the performance of Amal here. If you can sneak away a couple of kills and affect how the gold lane actually works, then I think they've got a fighting chance.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now game number 3. The score is tied up between Homeboys and DX Seoul. This is a best of 5 series, so this will not determine the winner just yet. But remember, at the end of this path is going to be that golden ticket directly to MSC. The curtain draws open once again upon the land of Dawn, as both teams are eager to prove their mettle and gain an advantage moving forward in our lower bracket finals.
And that's what I call a crowd, as they all get excited for Game 3. This is the midway point of this best of 5. Both teams reverting back to that game on one side, with Homeboys on blue, DXS on red. The parallel jungling, both junglers starting on the bottom quadrant of the map.
All right, pretty decent start, but however, they're not getting much of a leash from either side, right? I don't even see the supports on the opposite end to try and make it happen. They're fighting straight away for priority over the mid lane as soon as possible. Looking at the emblems as we check them out, no surprises here. It's going to be, Tenacity actually coming in from Ivan this time around. Wilderness Blessing, but we do see that Vel not even taking movement speed, right? Knows that he can't catch up with Siska, takes some extra vitality.
One thing that DxO is going to slightly lack is that crowd control, right? To lock down Amal. It's not like game number 2 where they have an implosion, where they have the Phobias to constantly ram his monolith into the Joy. This game, they're probably relying on a stolen penalty zone or the Fredrin taunt to keep him controlled.
Don't forget about the Terrify coming in from Storm, actually, right? It is the perfect distance, as Amal needs to... well, the Shadow Strike is about the same distance as Amal's dash, so it's actually pretty easy for Storm to trigger that Terrify. But again, this under the assumption that maybe he makes a mistake, Amal makes a mistake, or Kimin actually lands the taunt in the first place, then it's an easy follow-up.
Like Ivan gonna lock down Rasi with the fist break. There's gonna be quite an exchange happening in the mid lane, but while both these teams tend to be a little more on the aggressive side, neither is really actively searching to make anything happen before that first turtle.
Okay.
Oh, Rasi.
He's gonna have to use Flicker there.
Yep.
If he didn't, he would be dead.
Yep, for sure. For sure. I don't know why they were holding that position anyways. It's not like they needed this key position over the turtle to make the difference. Storm's not even 4.
Yeah, they can't really threaten the Badang just yet, so Ivan can just walk up and just fist break you when he sees you.
See how they play this out. The Siska, he's going full damage here. He needs to make sure this Electro Final Blow works.
Stolen penalty zone from Soam. Amal has that advantage.
Penalty zone used by Vel in response. We're gonna see the same one from Storm. Kimin secures the turtle, but the Fistrak comes in the backline. Amal picks up the first blood, melting Storm away. Kimin buying space for as long as possible. Will be able to dash backwards, but they've already lost 2. And Homeboys uses their numbers to contest the purple buff.
Way too late here. Wait, hold on.
Rasi's coming in. He does have a potential shortcut. Homeboys are aware of it. They're gonna avoid it. Eye for an eye. Keeps it alive, and the shortcut drops down. Picks off Amal.
Another good punish.
Really?
Ocean would not been able to do this.
I mean...
To show up from base at your portal, Ivan now is gonna get punished.
Ooh, smashed into paste by the Abraser's Wrath.
They get 2 out of that.
And suddenly, Homeboys' earlier trade is worth nothing.
Oh my goodness.
They lose turtle, Rasi comes back, new passive, takes the portal, punishes the jungler of all things.
Wow, what a hefty punish that was. And not to mention that Siska, he's kind of unlocked in this lane, right? He can look to proxy, he already has vision over Amal, like, he can contest with his purple buff, no problem.
Yeah, Kimi started the turtle fight 1 level behind Amal, now he's the same.
So so wild. Wow, what a heavy punish. What a heavy hand that was.
I do like the idea of HomeBois to try and translate their victory into stealing buffs away, but they do have to respect the presence of Rasi on the map. This chip is capable of extending your team's presence so much.
It seems like HomeBois play front hand, backhand with DxO and caught backhand twice. Didn't know what hit him, got blindsided. This is a way better showing of that chip than the very first game Rasi played. This is the third chip game today. Really a luxurious day for him.
Yeah, I mean, I have to totally agree here. Okay, Haas Claw already purchased him from Rasi. A really good item purchase here. Now, the previous turtle fight, the big problem was that Siska didn't find an optimal angle to Electro Final Blow to stop the initial engage from HomeBois. He's playing like a pure assassin right now. He's only looking for key targets to trade out.
His job is most likely going to be to chase down MLQT or Izanami here, since it would be kind of a waste of resources to try and keep up with heroes like Amal here. The next turtle gonna be spawned. Right now, Vel zoning off Keeman.
Another stolen penalty zone, but this time it's gonna be a 5v4 because Skyza isn't here.
Siska with the flank. He's gonna try.
Rasi's coming in, but the penalty zone cancels out. Keeman steals the turtle. Shortcut comes down. Rasi will fall, but they find Amal, and Skyzed is running down to HomeBois. Vel gonna be cut off with the Electro Final Blow. Just barely gets out, but they've lost two and the turtle once again.
The diversion play from Izanami.
Oh no, Skyzed! He walked into the wrong area. HomeBois wins out the macro play.
But I think DXS can still punish bottom.
Siska, he doesn't have the ult to actually jump in further than this, and I'm pretty sure his eye for an eye is still on cooldown. Either way, is really good stuff coming in from DxO. They're walking away with another neutral objective, and I just love the patience coming in from DxO. They know that they don't have to be the ones who initiate this fight. They need HomeBois to start throwing things at the wall first before they can react to it.
And Stone's penalty zone once more secures them the fight win. Second turtle for DXS. Now they have to lead. Bot tier 1 goes down. Siska officially unlocked from the lane.
That is excellent as well. This Vendetta was picked up so that Siska could start affecting the map. Even though the Terizla was drafted to try and keep Siska in place, you're not really going to be able to do that against a Vendetta. That means the map opens up so much more for DXS.
How many more outplays do they have inside of them? That's what I'm curious about.
The difference maker for HomeBois at least is going to be Izanami's diversion. That's what's been keeping them afloat, at least after the previous fight. But it doesn't really solve the full problem of DxO just being a lot more technical with that engage. This stolen penalty zone is yielding a lot more value than HomeBois initially thought it would.
He's catching out the right targets. He's catching out the right targets every single time. Steals the penalty zone one more time. And now that Siska has been unlocked from the lane, oh no, we lose priority over mid. Siska is here to assist. Not to mention that Rasi just babysitting here. Trying to... Oh,
they have no idea.
The conceal just popped. Even wait, no, he's not going to show himself at all.
They're going to start the engage down bot. Already poking out Vel quite a bit before the turtle even spawns. Diversion can be used. HomeBois coming over to the turtle pit, but still playing it safe. They don't want to reveal their position just yet. Seal, they'll look for it. Oh, Ivan misses the fist break. Stone able to avoid it.
Good smother. Good.
Here comes Rasi. There's a flank angle.
He's taken the skill 4. He's waiting for it. Drops down the shortcut inside the turtle pit. Keeman picks up another turtle. Electro Final Blow comes out, but Amal's able to dash away. Storm gonna be chased down with the flicker from Vel. He's actually buying a lot of time. Will eventually go down, but MelQT being chased. No, the yin-yang reaction actually locking everyone down. Ivan looking for a re-engage, but he is all by himself. He has to flicker out the safety. Amal not able to re-engage on Rasi. Storm still the only casualty of the entire fight.
Wait, hold on.
Wait. Where's this going? Into the back line? They found Skyzed! A two-man fist break! He's able to dash away, but they lose one, and Todd actually buys enough space for Keeman to get out!
Holy cow, Keeman is so good. I think he can go for a bit more.
He's gonna try!
Setting it up, gets another taunt. Siska waiting for his misses! But it's still enough, and a penalty zone! Vel makes a mistake! Electro Final Blow finishes him off. Double kill Siska! But Amal will punish him. Finally picking up one with the electronic beats. They're actually still trying to dive him.
Oh my god.
And DX still wins that. They get mid-tier 1 and they take purple from HomeBois.
I thought Ivan outplayed that so hard.
And I gotta say, even though Stone went down, his earlier penalty zone kept Izanami and MelQT away from the fight long enough to stagger the death timers. I cannot believe it. that DxO still won the overall big picture.
Oh my goodness, where was this team during the regular season? Why put us through all of that just to get to this? Oh my god! All right. Gotta calm down for a moment because now looking at the items so far, 2 items already complete from SkyZ. Siska, this guy, he was basically non-existent for the first half of that fight and then shows up towards the end and still makes it out alive thanks to Keeman. His positioning so far, immaculate.
Cut again. Ivan walked into the wrong neighborhood. He gets a fist crack, but the rest of his team cannot follow up. DxO have them surrounded.
Look at this guy.
Keeman does such a good job. He shows up, he just walks straight into HomeBois. He's like, you're not saving Ivan. No way in hell. And I think Rasi, he almost got his fleeting time, I think.
Very close.
He's about to get it.
Dude, Keeman is the fun police right now. Did I detect somebody having fun? Where's the warrant for your fun? Stop right there, sir. You don't get to have fun on my watch.
I have an injunction. Stop having fun. Stop the party.
Oh my goodness, and now the split push is going to be activated again. I don't know how HomeBois is because right now Izanami, he's not proactively using his ult anymore other than to extend and maybe look for a trade or try to set up against DxO because they know that Keeman is just such a big anchor.
The 2 times he did it, they ended up on the losing end. It's pretty disheartening. It's a minor slow push on the top side. Siska, he can clear top and mid at the same time.
They gotta kill Keeman somehow, right?
So tough though, I don't know.
He's a big boy.
So much they have to deal with at the same time. They go in, shortcut comes up, Pelly Zone catches Amal! Secures his first objective, picks up the Lord as well as Storm. He'll trade his own life in exchange. And looks like Vel will be the only other casualty. All things considered, I think that's not too bad for the HomeBois.
Yep, not too bad. It's not too bad of a price to pay. You deny DxO from getting a fatter lead, and you won the retreat fight 1 level behind Keeman, but you still ended up going down. You lost Vel in the process. That Lord should be easily taken care of, no problem. Rasi just got his fleeing time. So I don't think HomeBois can get away with the same stunt in the upcoming fights. So they have to somehow make use of this Lord.
Yeah, they definitely learned because again, Vel also having to throw himself into that fight to make sure that Rasi isn't able to kind of turn the tides that fast. It does allow MelQT to finally get his situational item. He finally has that winsome nature to maybe keep himself alive against Siska, who's been a major problem in these fights, and not to mention the raw burst from SkyZ.
Yeah, waiting for Amal down here.
Don't do it.
We'll see him, but
don't do it.
Pretty far away. Amal also aware that there is a risk in this position. Oh, hold on. Rasi teleported behind the mid lane.
There's a diversion prepped as well.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a game of chess.
Catch him. Are they trying to catch him on that top side?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, it's worthwhile because they know that Keeman is on that top side. And Rasi, you just, oh, look at him. He's playing guerrilla warfare, dude.
The macro play this game is terrifying.
Okay, to be fair, he did use his shortcut, right?
Yep.
So it's on cooldown for all intents and purposes. He's going to be stuck there for a while. If a fight breaks out now, he's not going to be able to be a part of it.
Yeah, Keeman just got immortality too, so even more ways to stay in the fight longer. And I mean, throughout all of that whole sequence, HomeBois getting the Lord, getting 2 turrets, there's no shift in gold. It's still almost the same as when it first began. Oh, Keeman's gonna reach 15 first too.
This is quite the game. This is quite the game. I'm expecting Siska to be the one who actually starts to find these split pushes on the opposite side of the map, right? I think he should be pretty self-sustaining overall. The only person who can really chase him down is Amal, but he might have to commit his retribution, which is a bit of an issue. But at the end of the day, if you get Amal to like use his ult on top of all of his abilities, that is pretty much a win in DXS's book.
Yeah, Rose Gold Media for the AERO cell. So no Malefic Gun yet. Here he comes.
Oh, here comes the shortcut. They engage on Vel. Rasi takes a lot of damage, flickers out, but SkyZ is in bad place. Finally pops a heavy crossbow. Rasi will go down, but HomeBois surrounding them. Amal looking for the back by MelQT, snipes him down, but Amal loses his own life in exchange. 1-for-2 trade in favor of HomeBois.
Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Izanami was able to get a yin-yang reaction to go off because Siska completely whiffed the ult and nearly escaped had it not been for Izanami. This is going to be a T2 down on bot side. Lord is about to spawn in about 4 more seconds, and Keeman, there's a bit of confidence in him securing this objective, but not without Amal's intervention.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the most important Lord fights as well. Divergent just to bring the rest of the HomeBois closer to the Lord pit. That's one of the first minor blunders from DxO coming to the portal. They all had to end up using Flicker to reposition, not really what they need to do, because with this lore coming up, it's more than a minute without Flickers on both Rossi and Stoem. Skyzen needs another 45 seconds for his sprint to come back up.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Vel's going to be the first to pull as Rossi's on the bottom side of the map. I'm expecting DxO to start pulling the attention of the HomeBois, right? And that's what Siska is doing right now. What a flank angle that we have from Rossi. He's really deep in there, sitting by mid T2.
Waiting for the best opportunity. Even better if someone rotates down bottom to deal with the wave being pushed, but HomeBois are not by. He's going for it. He gets scouted out by Amal. Ends up hitting the Litho instead. That is very unfortunate. But they're still buying time. Diversion, where are they going? Goodness. They're going behind. They find Rossi. Meltstone misses, but he still managed to drop down a shortcut in time. Siska! Long enough, Siska comes through. They're managing to burn people down, but Skyzen too far from
Oh my God!
Siska! He's able to find two, but MelQT is the final survivor, the most important member. He was not able to kill him. DxO are now 2v3.
The Winds of Nature made all the difference. MelQT should have died if not for the Winds of Nature, but still DxO gets bottom tier 2 and they deny a lord take from the HomeBois.
Izanami was not expecting the damage Siska could pump out. He had Flicker available the whole time. He could have used it, but he just tanked it and died for it. Oh my goodness.
This crack lockdown came in, ensures that HomeBois will get the Lord. Rossi is here, though. He's looking for a MLQT.
There's no Winds of Nature.
With the shortcut, that is a shutdown for Storm. And they'll find Ivan. He takes the portal through.
Oh my God.
Trying to chase it down. Gonna be responded in kind. EA reaction doing a lot of damage in return. Amal finds Skyzen. DxO are getting punished in return. And Keeman falls as well.
Diversion play is not done just yet.
Mid inhib.
It's the... Oh, thank God they recall on time.
He's gonna get out of this. Oh my goodness. Swaps back the rose gold. Back into the Winds of Nature. What? Dude, Storm had no idea he was in the bush in the first place. I can't believe it.
My heart.
This is still a neutral game. Can you believe this?
I really can't. I really can't. There is a level of, wow, that's a lot of skill. Wow, that's a technical play. Wow, so much macro. And then there's the element that nobody talks about in all sports across the world, whether it be E or without the E, luck. How crazy was that?
Oh, I don't even know how to feel right now, guys. I don't feel very good, Mr. Stark. This game is taking a lot out of us, taking a lot out of the crowd, everyone on the edge of their seats, and it is only game 3.
How does this guy have so much money, dude?
HomeBois
has been farming the whole map.
I mean, HomeBois is getting saved in crucial moments by Izanami, those dualities, right? They're really starting to punish DxO for sticking together, but aside from that, DxO, when they don't trigger the reaction from this Loi, they are running down HomeBois.
This is such a problem for them. As much as HomeBois wants to keep a traditional front-to-back, DxO says no every single time. They're making sure that they can play from, they can hit from multiple different angles. They want to be able to pose different threats. If they can split the eyes and the attention span of the HomeBois in 2 different directions, that's when we see that HomeBois, clearly these teamfights not as clean as it should be.
I think the linchpin right now is Skyzen, right? He's like 2 times in a row in the past 2 fights. So Skyzen can stay alive. If they can get MelQT, DxO has a very good chance of winning.
Dude, just look at the HomeBois. They're just calming down. They're like, whoa, where are they going to be coming from? We got to stick close enough, but not too close. Keep that traditional front to back. But if we show up in the side lane, there's a good chance that Siska just 1v1s you.
Storm has a Winter too. That's what I expected. If you want to steal the penalty zone, that penalty zone Winter Crown has so much value. And he's been landing the money shots most of the times.
Honestly, at some point, I feel like Storm needs to consider using the diversion as a way to just send Siska in for a split push. I feel like that could be a possible play once we get later into the game, but it still comes a lot down to execution here. While the DxO still holds somewhat of an advantage in the map, MelQT and Amal are reaching power spikes that are very difficult to handle.
And Izanami has been doing a very good job of just not getting diversion stolen.
He's been trying to make sure that DxO never really get to see. They don't mind them taking away these penalty zones, even though it's been costing them. But Rasi back in position. Yeah, beat Keeman up, beat him up.
Taking a lot of abuse, but here comes Rasi. He's coming through the jungle, playing it slow, conceal, flickers in. Storm, shortcut. Storm gonna be the next target. He's able to get away with the fist crack. Amal pops the electrifying beats. Nothing much has happened from this engagement.
So Ivan picked up a fresh immortality, so that's something that HomeBois can work with. Bottom wave needs to be taken care of by the HomeBois too. Siska was holding that pixel brush but realized he can't do it alone, so he ends up shoving out the top wave just to create pressure on the side lanes.
This is good. This is good from the side of the HomeBois. They've adjusted to what DXS has been putting on the table, right? DXS has to come up with a different way to find this engagement. They can't go through that mid-tier 2 path anymore from the
Wait, there's a diversion. They're going into the jungle. They oh no! With the crown at 1 HP, but he will still fall. Very important member of the EXO has been taken out. Keeman trying to buy as much space as possible, but he is 1v5. He loses his immortality. Electro final blow comes in. Rasi also with the short cut. Keeman will fall. They get the stun, but this guy is locked down. The HomeBois have broken through. They have found their target and the flicker into the double kill for Bell. That is the final blow. HomeBois have wiped out the EXO, and they will be taking their well-deserved victory for game number 3.
This series has just delivered time and time again as HomeBois, just like the last time they met the EXOs in the upper bracket, takes game number 3. We still got a long way to go, but it's a sign of respect from the HomeBois. If we cannot beat DXOs in a conventional way, we play dirty, we play diversion. And once more, that Loi going over the Izanami was the key for HomeBois to win the game.
Whew, that was one hell of a play here. They adjusted well to Rasi's flanks and as well as those shortcuts, and they made sure 2 times is enough. A 3rd time, that's a shame on me. We won't let it ever happen again. Well done to the HomeBois for game number 3. And now DXS, they shouldn't be disappointed. They really pushed that to the limit with the comp that they had, with the tools that they needed to use.
This is such a competitive match right now. Both these teams are playing at the peak of their game, showing things that they have not shown throughout the entire regular season, but throwing the entire artillery at the wall to make sure that they are the ones who are able to claim that MSC ticket.
Yeah, this is one hell of a series we got. I don't think I've ever seen HomeBois being pushed to this limit, not even compared to the last time. And I wonder, what's the atmosphere like for HomeBois when they took this game?
Santai, relax. Boleh. Let's go, santai lagi. Santai lagi ya. Nice.
Alright, there's one takeaway. I think Loi needs to go.
Yeah, Loi needs to go. I don't know about that one. I feel like some better protocols need to be put into place, but for the most part of it, I feel like DXS, how would you have predicted that, right? I don't think you could. I don't think that you could, and I don't think rechecking the bush would have been an option or a thought in most people's minds.
Yeah, not really, because you don't want to get lose control of the Lord Pit. And it's not like they didn't cover their angles. They actually spread up their manpower, just not for that one bush.
The one bush, because they think like this bush is so far back that
no way
it's very
that
unlikely
crazy, you know?
they're going for it.
Yeah.
But the moment it starts, Storm gets taken off the table. Then they segregate Keeman, and then Rasi's a bit too late, and they just get picked off one by one. This is why Loi is still such a dangerous opponent.
Dude, that was a 50-50. If Storm managed to have enough money to go switch his items while the rest of DXS, especially Keeman, is able to get on top, they might have been able to actually turn that around, to be fair. Well, this is under the assumption that, you know, we also get the penalty zone on top of everything that I've already mentioned from Storm, but even so, that was a fabulous game. I think one of the more technical games we've seen in a long time here at MPL MY.
Yeah, so far, so bloody. Both teams trading blows, just like the first game. We gotta look at backstage MVP. It gotta be Izanami, man. The Prince of Mage. Both games on the Loi, he has delivered the victory to his team on a silver platter, and he does it more and more creatively every single time.
Don't deny it, man. He is the Prince of Mages for a reason. He has been an up-and-comer for a long time, but has now kind of taken his spot in the spotlight and honestly, really wants it. Ever since he has joined the scene, the one thing that he's been requesting, make it to an international, represent Malaysia, and I think he's got one hell of a chance to do so with this team.
It's pretty crazy that since his debut in Season 7, he has not been able to achieve it. And this is not the first time that he came close, but this feels like the closest he has been.
One game away for Izanami, for HomeBois as well. This is a player that has a long retinue in MPL MY, has had experience playing multiple positions, multiple different heroes, and he's able to draw from that experience, his macro knowledge, his awareness of habits, and where his opponents are going to be on the map lend themselves so well to a hero like Lo Yi that you just never predict the angles he's going to come from.
It's probably one of the best Lo Yi performance overall we've seen in the local scene. And compared to other majors, no Lo Yi has come close to the level that Izanami has kind of brought out. Not even Stormy, I dare say. Stormy, slightly different characteristics.
Yeah.
But yeah, for someone like Izanami, this is special.
This is gold. This is some golden stuff. We're really seeing the full extent here. I think Keeman played an incredible game this time. For all 20 minutes of this series, he was always in the perfect position at the right time and peeling like he should be as a tank jungler. Rossi was also finding some really good engages. Siska, unfortunately, one item, Winds of Nature, outplayed him. Can't do much about it, right? It's a cooldown that you must keep in mind, and Mel QT made sure if he goes on me one more goddamn time, I'm gonna be ready for it. And he was.
Well, QT still continues to be such a pillar for the HomeBois, man. He only died once the entire game, even with all the shortcuts flying around. And that was a big problem for DXS because SkyZ was getting picked off pretty consistently. Every time he tried to engage in that shortcut, he had to immediately run away and not really able to do that damage necessary. So DXO were lacking a very key component.
Yeah. Not to mention that because HomeBois have the Lo Yi, there's always a way to match Rossi's movement, right? They can always play this cross-map make cross-map plays. DXO, as much as they have a draft, they can move around pretty fast and, you know, segregate HomeBois. HomeBois could do exactly the same, and I'd argue even better.
And I think with the... man, honestly, I was really hoping that DXO was going to take this game. They were playing so very well, but a super play coming in from Izanami, a really good call with his Emperor's Eye to catch Storm on his way back after chunking him out. Again, most people wouldn't see that angle, especially with half the map just completely blind, right? He was putting everything on this gamble and it worked out. I think that DXO, the only thing they need to adjust is the way that they engage. They have a good formula, but the angle of their engages must change. Rossi cannot be doing the same tricks over and over again. He got sniffed out the second time he tried.
And not to mention that you catch someone who just went for the recall, right? There's no way they knew that too. So, Game 4 coming up. It's going to be another test for DXO. This push and pull continues until one team eventually drops out of the playoffs. But for now, Hall of Famers, Mel QT as the rich guy and the carry. We got Keemin as the sandbag, and Ivan, the Badang, is the best wingman.
So Keemin, again, standing out so much in this game as that Fredrin. The game probably would have ended a little sooner. It would have been easier for the HomeBois if not for this player, if not for this Fredrin specifically, zoning out literally 4 to 5 members of the HomeBois by himself every single time. But once that damage really started to lock in, once the EXO had to start splitting apart their resources to try and get these flank angles, it became easier for HomeBois to dispatch them one by one.
We'll see how game number 4 is going to pull out, right? Because DXO, do they lose confidence off of this? And based on their performance in that game itself, that's nothing to be disappointed. It's oh, oops, an unlucky moment. We've done that to many, many teams. It's our turn to take one of those L's this time. Let's try and pull this back in game number 4. Because their draft was extremely bold. 3rd pick, Benedetta. Who does that?
Only they, right? Only DXO does that. You look at this goal swing, this is insane stuff. Like DXS had control of the game for majority, for the most important part of the game. In fact, that mid game, but it's just the 2 lures that Ama was able to out-retry Keemin that really kept HomeBois in the running. I think if one of the lures went over to DXS, this game would have been so different.
It would have been. It would have been. I mean, at least then they would actually have to worry about like looking back at their base, you know, having to deal with the waves for once, because half the time their wave clear management. Their wave management from the side of DXS, spot on.
It was pretty good, all things considered. And I think we've seen that both these teams are capable of holding that macro. That's why it's very important to actually get that early momentum so that you don't have to deal with it quite as much. It's very difficult to handle. And I feel like DXS could have actually leaned into that a little bit more. I feel like they were setting up a bit too much for team fights. Storm was not really stealing the diversions away to make map plays, was instead trying to go for the penalty zone so that they could actually team fight together. But this composition is really good at splitting apart your opponents, and you're not really maximizing that.
Well, I think that with the way that the game was played up until the 12th minute, right? I think DXS, that formula works out well. Splitting your opponents out, great. I think the big problem is that they lose out in one of their threats in Siska because, again, it's not only difficult to open up that map, right? But at the same time, there's a very high likelihood. If he makes a single mistake, he ends up throwing the game as well, right? Which is why we're seeing these movements coming in from DXS to make sure that Kimin is going to be the center point of the comp. No matter how they're going to engage, unless it is Rossi with a shortcut, Kimin must be in position of all the members nearby so that he is able to peel and, if not, trade when the time comes.
Honestly, maybe like one minor adjustment that I would have made. Maybe instead of Airtel, it's a Moscow, but it's a very small detail, right? They could have worked out either way. It's more of these off-tempo plays, these diversion that is really making life for DXO hard, making them check the side mirror every single time. This was a defining moment. If Siska killed on MelQT, it would have been lights out for HomeBois. I think DXO would have gotten lore off of this and probably ran down one lane.
Yeah, that would have been so crazy. Man, look at this pick, right? They finally get a little bit of space. They see that Kimin is positioned completely on the opposite side, and that's when they find the big punish. So well done.
I feel like Kimin could have actually tried going in the opposite direction here. It would have been counterintuitive to try and run through the opponent, but he was still max HP, and it would have been easier for his team to catch up with him to maybe help him a little bit sooner. Hard to say if it would have really made the big difference here, but minute things like this really count when it gets to this stage of the game.
Maybe. I think the only thing he didn't know was that Rossi's passive was up to actually close the distance really quick. I think that wasn't communicated because he was too busy in the middle of that fight. If not, I think that might have been the way to go. Run it down the opposite way and then pincer them with the shortcut to try to get the SkyZ back into the fight. But then at that point, we did see that Vel was kind of like getting in his face as well, on top of everything else.
Yeah, SkyZ didn't want to take the portal because he would die, and he ate a penalty zone at the end. So yeah, pretty tough, but second time that Loyi has fooled or outplayed DXS. Let's see if they can learn anything from that going into game number 4. But here we want to remind you guys that the MSD 2025 Tournament Pass tickets are officially on sale. Get your pass for knockout stage and grand finals now at webook.com to watch the world's best clash in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Don't miss your seat. Be part of the moment. Remember, it starts from 31st July 2025 to 2nd August 2025 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Webook.com, get your tickets.
It's going to be a whole month of esports perfection. Some of the best teams across the world over many different game titles, but the one you're watching is going to be MLBB. It's come into Riyadh to battle it out, to make sure one of those teams at the very least is going to be meeting up with the pressure cooker, the hydraulic press.
The hydraulic press, and it's not just MSC. We also have the MLBB Women's Invitational that's going to be happening in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh as well. So if you're into more MLBB actions outside of MSC, MWI is also what you want to watch out for as well.
Yeah, I think we all know, if we've been keeping up with all the MPLs happening across different regions, that the level of MLBB has been increasing a lot this year. So MSC is going to be exciting, MWI is going to be exciting. Not to mention, if I remember correctly, MWI is going to be free entry. So if you get your tickets for MSC, you'll probably have a chance to go and catch that as well.
Yeah, it's back-to-back-to-back action, right? MSC wildcards, then MWI, then MSC group stage, MSC playouts. You can spend a 1 month holiday in Riyadh and watch the best MLBB teams clash. It's a festival, it's a celebration.
Who wants to go on a holiday?
Who wants to come to the Boulevard?
Hey, the Boulevard's a pretty cool place now that it's completely furnished. Everything has been set in place. Woo! Woo! Good times, good times. Now, coming back into this, we still need to see who books in that ticket because HomeBois, match point, 1 more win away against DXS. Is this where we finally see DXS completely deflate? Or, I don't know, considering how full the arena is right now, is this more motivation?
I mean, they played with a slightly lesser crowd early on, but now it seems like they're more motivated, right? Again, like Zafa said early on, it doesn't feel like they are fatigued at all. In fact, it feels like the bigger the stakes, the better they play.
Well, I mean, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. I did see a couple of yawns at the beginning of the drafting phase earlier. Apparently, it wasn't, you know, their fatigue at all in that game. We'll see whether or not in the drafting phase, what their faces, how they're looking, how motivated can we see the fire in those eyes.
Maybe they're just bored of what Coach Steele is saying. Another push-up, all right.
Oh, man, another game. We're going to go to Game 5 again. Oh, man. Already preparing for the full series, but they really do have to lock in. While we said initially that no matter what the result is, DXS should be very, very proud. When you're this close to that MSC ticket, to that key sitting right there in the middle of the stadium, surely you do not want it to end here.
Yeah, surely. I think you can say the same for HomeBois too. Like one of the key figures that we just saw on screen, right? Daddy Hood also been through his portion of the lowest of lows. This is also his redemption arc. This is also, you know, something that he built from the ground up. He has been to M5. He's been to the Philippines. We got grouped, all right? HomeBois got grouped, and then afterwards it was a downhill. They went to MSC, lost to Team Flash. Right now he can go back there and make it all right. And on the back of Izanami and Amao, who both played in Season 14 when HomeBois were at their lowest, and right now is one game away from making it to MSC, chances are pretty good.
Yep, the culmination of 3 years worth of putting an esports team in as a esports organization is a very, very tough deal. It costs a lot more money than these stats put together. So, looking at the stats, right, Izanami has always been a stable player, but Amal was a big question mark. And I think that Amal finally gets a team that actually allows him to play the game. Similar to Sutsujin when he came back to RRQ. He just needed the right components to make him pop off.
It's no longer the Mr. Wrong Team guy, right? Like Amal has had that moniker for such a long time. And then last season we were like, okay, we're given the benefit of doubt. Clearly that HomeBois roster wasn't exactly a team. For Season 15, he's proven that this is the right team.
It really is an all eyes on him situation because both Amal and Izanami have been in the position where people believe they have the potential and just haven't been able to reach it. In comparison, Izanami has won a championship before, so people tend to gravitate a bit towards him more, especially since he's a more consistent player. And a lot of us were doubting Amal when this season started. Is he the right piece for this HomeBois lineup? He has proved us all wrong. He has shown that he is capable, that he can be the linchpin for the HomeBois. Let's see if they can close it out.
All right, Coach Steele back on blue side again. This time Erpang bans out the Loyi, and if we do go to Game 5, and if Tio goes onto the red side, please ban that Loyi. Clearly, it is doing good for the team that bans it. Well, I mean, HomeBois still lost Game 2, but at least you don't have Loyi, you know?
We'll take what we get. We'll take what we get. Ooh, see the 1-1 ban for Erpang to kind of change things up. Do we get the chip first pick coming in from Theo, or nah? We going for Kimmy. We going for something in your face, something with high damage in the earlier stages of the game.
There's a lot of good first picks open. The Phoveus is there. The Harith, the Kimmy.
Kalea.
Yep, the Kalea, the Joy as well.
Chip is open too.
Chip will be so good. I mean, Rossi played a strong chip, but I don't know whether he's got any more tricks up his sleeve. With the Phoveus, I don't know if the Phoveus opening would be that great. Considering Vel's hero pool, I think he has a lot of ways to deal with it, or at least, at the bare minimum, sandbag it, right?
I literally invented
Okay, Masha is open. But is Erpang crazy enough to pick the Masha?
Just blind pick it?
Just blind picks a second. I mean, most of the time it's a blind pick. Most of the time, I say.
I think not yet. I think you still have a buffer game even if you drop this. I think you play standard for now before you whip out that Masha. Because right now, I think you need to see what exactly DXS is going to lock in for SkyZ, right? Previous game, you and me both agree Moscow probably would have been a better shot there, at least then against the Assassins. You feel a little bit better. All penalties don't knock you back. Things like that.
Okay, let's see what's gonna be. Wow, they do! They do blind pick it with no global presence on their side. They still go for the Masha first pick alongside Badang.
That is insane. I thought they would have at least considered a Masha. So, look! He agrees!
Even the fans!
Even, see, he agrees! Ban Loyi, please!
Also, that is very nice font.
It is very. He has good handwriting. I could never write like that. He's his anniversary gift if the EXO wins. I would say, a part of me was thinking maybe HomeBois would just go Masha Matilda.
I was thinking that as well, right? Whether or not you want to utilize the Matilda, but now with both tank junglers and you only want to play around the Masha to make that happen, I don't think it's enough just yet.
To the jungle. Let's see. It's okay. Granger, Joy. All right.
Keeping things pretty open.
Harif is open.
Yeah.
Ew.
Go for the Harif.
Go for the Mel Harif.
Mel Harif.
That's a Harif, alright. I mean, why not? This is a great hero for this particular situation. Is able to lane pretty 50-50 against Granger. Is one of the few marksmen that is actually able to hold their own against a Joy. And if he gets jumped on with the shortcut, actually has ways of getting out if he has his cooldowns.
Hey, don't play truant, alright? Don't skip class. You have class on Sunday? Saturday?
That's why he said it was extra class.
Ooh, thank God.
One of those like replacement day nonsense ones.
Alright, good on you, right?
But that means he probably missed the day to need a replacement class.
I mean, he's missing the day where they just sit around and do nothing and have extra PE.
That's true.
Class is temporary, alright? This BO5
MPL is eternal.
We might not get this ever again. At least not this matchup.
I mean, he's getting full bang for buck, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's not like he's come here, it's a full sweep, everybody walks out, it's like, well, I go back to school, I guess.
Yeah, missing one day of class is not gonna stop you from earning that 10 ringgit back, okay? You will still have that skill. Firearm is banned out. Firearm is banned out.
They want the glue.
So they want glue then.
Where do they put the glue?
Good point.
They put it on
Very good point.
Who jungles? Harif?
I
guess the Faramis is just to make sure there isn't an extra health bar to eat the Thunderclap.
I guess. I mean, sure. I suppose. I don't know. This is a really tough call.
It opens up glue for DXS.
It does. It does open up glue for DXS.
Never mind.
Okay, well, no, not anymore.
That is kind of funny.
Dang it, Erpang.
Erpang's like, nah, I'm not gonna let you have
Erpang best Paramis and realized that, wait, we cannot pick glue, so...
Imagine if Erpang gives Izanami Valentina to steal shortcut.
It's something that I could see Izanami doing.
Yeah.
He could steal Death Sonata.
He could as well. I mean, do we have any better peel here other than just the Badang?
Wow.
Oh, it's already set in stone, right? With Badang as well as Masha.
You could ban another jungler, but...
If you're Masha EXP though, you ideally want a tankier jungle.
Alpha... Export?
Export's not good anymore.
Yeah, not good anymore here, not here.
Wow, okay, Alright. Just in case.
Absolutely.
Just in case.
Cover their bases.
Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Is it even good to go Kimmy here? I feel like no matter what, you're kind of in a really awkward spot. Can't really get the Masha in these fights very effectively.
I wonder if there are any other delivery system. Hylos is... Okay, I want to say Hylos, but there's no space for Hylos.
Exactly, right? Because you've already kind of taken up the two most important slots that kind of get you into that delivery system. And then even the jungle is like a big question mark. Where do you kind of go with this, right? It feels bad if you go into like Suyo, especially if you get caught out by yourself, unless you're able to make something happen in the mid game. But again, the laning phase is kind of pretty set in stone for Granger.
Yeah.
BTR's game 5 against Alter Ego 4 pick Barat.
Okay, so they're gonna go with Zushin first. I think Zushin super safe. I'm down. I'm all down for it. Yes, it does struggle a little bit against the Joy, but that's why you got the Badang to buy you that bit of time.
Do you take Yif? I mean, Yif outranges Tusin.
Yeah, you just go. Oh wait, hold on.
He's still a bit tricky though.
I want to say yes, but Masha is still a bit of an issue.
Okay,
I'm surprised Phobia's made it this far, actually.
That is Phobia's.
I mean, Masha. Once again, Masha.
Okay,
alright.
Go back for the Kimmy. Alright, standard.
It's a very solid composition from DXS, actually. A lot of damage, good amount of mobility. Granger and Kimmy will have trouble taking the shortcut because it puts them in a really risky position. But otherwise, I do like what DXS is playing here.
Hanzo lane.
Yeah, with Susan mid, you can actually afford to go for a damage jungle. Okay.
Okay, so they do
somewhere in between.
I actually don't like this. I really don't, because it now is very dependent on the side laners creating opportunities, if not winning out their lanes. For the most part of it, Amal, I mean, I guess he could farm, but if he gets caught out by Chip even once, he's in a lot of trouble. Zushin as well must protect herself in a lot of these scenarios, right? But at least can open up the map in case Chip tries to go for these big flicker engagements. Either way, Man, it's a tough call to say whose composition is better. I think there's just a couple more tools for DXS, but I think that HomeBois, if they start to snowball, they must snowball extremely quick.
I agree. I think there's going to be a phase in the game, especially that mid-game, where that power dips a little bit.
Yes.
And then you have to wait for the Marshall and Harris to start farming up again, hit the last item before you overpower DXS.
Could be a very important timing because that's about when Chip starts to be really annoying as well. So there are definitely dynamics that both these teams can play around here. But this is game number 4. Match point. MSC point for the HomeBois. Can the Dark Horses pull it out one final time? Or will this be the end of their Cinderella story?
It's a damn good Cinderella story, even if it ends here. I gotta say, it's gotten more chapters, more sequels than a lot of people expected. Both junglers, again, starting on the bottom side of the map, will end up in the gold part, the gold lane part.
Oh, good freeze by Izanami. Yes! Ooh. Lock him in here. Lock him in here for as long as you can. As we see, let's do a quick check on the emblems, right? Okay, Festival of Blood, Wilderness Blessing, Mystery Shop, okay, Beast Slayer, alright, whatever. Everything's pretty much normal from both sides. I think the only thing is Izanami going for double the movement speed here, natural mobility, as well as the Wilderness Blessing to get across the map. He knows that he must keep this sector of the mid lane under wraps.
Yeah. Once more, just freezing Storm out of the lane, but thankfully the wave is pushed towards DXO, at least in the mid lane, so Storm shouldn't be too worried about it. Siska will also just have to play back, and even with Rasi helping it out, if Amel is around, it is still dangerous.
I can't figure out what HomeBois is trying. Who are they playing for exactly? I guess they're playing for MLQT, I guess, in this particular case.
MLQT is definitely the end goal. Val could also be quite the threat. We've already seen a Masha Savage earlier today in hands of Siska, so the heroes can still be pretty dangerous. Rasi in some trouble here potentially. Spear of Alpha comes in, locks him down, forces the flicker back to safety.
Very patient from Rasi, really holding it until the very last second. Ivan would take control of that bush just in case if DXO wants to back up that XP lane, and now Siska will be under pressure.
Yeah, I think Emal should be able to take this away if he tries to rush it. Keyman, unfortunately, a little slow on his clear. Oh, that reset. Okay, all right. Keyman should hit level 5 more time.
HomeBois still holding the bottom side of the pit. Traction Pulse gonna be used to back Izanami off a little bit here. It's still gonna be mainly a 4v4. This guy gonna get picked up right into Val with Thunderclap. Dark Wave knocks up 2. This guy going ham with the Infernal Pursuit. Actually still alive. Eventually falls, but he's the one who picks up first blood. Amal also gets traded away. It is 1-4-2 in favor of DXO.
Siska basically took on the entirety of HomeBois minus MelQT. Sure, he went down, but this is a well worth it trade. Keyman will get the turtle, no problem. There it is. Gets the turtle. Might go for more.
They get the stun. Izanami Flicker isn't able to get over the wall here. He's in trouble. Siska crushes him. And here comes Vel once again. Looks like they've learned from their mistake. They're not going to challenge the purple man this time.
So much value. Siska gets a kill, comes back to life, shortcut, gets another kill, and now they threaten the purple buff. They won't get it, but it slows down Amal. And that full plating mid, look at that. Stoa cashing in on gold.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not like they have the best burst damage in the world in the first place. I'm surprised they even opted to even try to go onto Siska. He's not exactly like a priority target. And the fact that they got a Dark Wave onto 3 as well, I mean, HomeBois, they gotta open their minds, you know? They have to take their time with a lot of these engagements because when it comes down to raw scaling, they win out that scaling game. So every minute they spend in this game against DXO is actually a big bonus point for HomeBois.
Also, how is MelQT 1 full level behind SkyZ?
That's what I'm trying to figure out as well.
Like, what happened?
I guess Guys has just been controlling the lane well enough. He did also get some EXP from that 1 kill he was able to pick up.
Oh, that's true.
Right now, a 2.5k lead for DXO. Ooh,
wow.
Nice ultimate to get away. Fear of Alpha misses Rasi. Amal not able to push him into the tower.
Yeah. More than enough. Force the Crimson Beacon out. High cooldown at early levels.
Yeah, but then this could be a gank on the top side.
Rasi takes the White Walk into the shortcut. You're not getting out of it this time, MelQT. That is going to be a pickoff. Oh, they take the portal through. Val comes in and bursts down Stone using their own weapon against them.
That is so unlucky. The portal, the portal was on its last legs. If that turret destroyed slightly earlier, maybe DXO would have gotten away.
gotta be a little frustrating, but hey, whatever. They still have a 2.7k lead, and now turning into a near 3k lead against the HomeBois. At this point, with the next turtle available, they know that Rossi doesn't have the ult. Shortcut, nothing to do. Amal can basically hold this turtle for as long as he wants to, as Izanami and more importantly, MLQT can actually absorb the farm.
I think for your HomeBois, Val's gonna take that recall first. The EXO can't really rush down the turtle anyway. Storm with the Traction Pulse forces another Crimson Beacon out from Izanami, so he's not gonna have it for this next fight.
Take his time. Izanami gonna slowly try and open up this map here, but I think that should be an argument for Little Wander. Wait, hold on.
Ivan gonna enter 1v1 with Siska, and Izanami gonna zone down. Lantern player picks up Rasi. Amal secures the turtle. The EXO not really interested in contesting. Keeman is in the bot lane.
Very honest default coming in from the HomeBois, right? Don't need to press the advantage onto... Oh!
Fist break, fist crack combo. Rasi getting melted down with the Summon Force, but he's able to drop the shield in time. He gets the shield. He survives. 2-man Dark Wave knocked up into the Traction Pulse. Spirit of Alpha pushes him backwards, but Siska's still alive. Melkuti gets knocked up. It's a double kill. It's a triple kill. The DX Sniper is going to be able to pick up 2. And 1 more goes to Storm as well, because why not?
Oh my goodness.
What a really great call from DxSoul. Everybody was ready for that TP. Everybody was ready for that shortcut. They made sure that there was no way, because they made the mistake before. I dropped down the Home Beacon, summoned down the shortcut to get everybody, and then all of a sudden HomeBois take the portal afterwards after finding their initial kill. So this time, DxSoul, side laner, Siska, making sure, hey, I am in a bush right now. He cannot see when this TP comes out. He has no idea whether or not he'll find it. But in the meantime, while he's confused, I can make things happen.
The fact that Rasi survived, recalls, goes bottom and disrupts Vel, right? So many things happening. And it's another fight that Izanami does not have the Crimson Beacon because it got forced out very early on. And now bot tier 1, side lanes open up. DxSoul almost a 6k gold lead in under 7 minutes. This is the biggest goal lead that either of these teams has ever gotten in the series so far.
Oh boy, this is a nerve-wracking one. It's going to be such an emotional win for either one of these teams, especially securing their slot into EWC's MSC. At this point, 18 more seconds until the next neutral objective spawning on the top side of the map. It's scary to even see Storm by himself, right? But he knows that the HomeBois must clump up. The only person who's technically allowed to be by himself is Vel.
And Rasi is there to see him, to catch him. So Val can't really move around. And that's kind of one of the main problems all of us pointed out, right? No Matilda, no Chip, no Loi. Where's the delivery system?
He's just got to sense it.
He has to walk.
He's got to feel the force. He's got to detect them.
That's a very, very tall order considering the state of the game right now. Next turtle gonna be controlled. Holy Crystal completed from Keemin. Conceal comes in, Rasi. Not gonna try and go for a flank play this time. They've already zoned out. Crimson Beacon forced out again. But the turtle, Dark Wave knocked up. Amal gonna be able to secure it, but Short comes out, stuns everyone. Zamanfor doing a lot of damage. Siska dropping in the Eternal Pursuit. Vel is in the backline, down to his last HP bar, but he's able to flicker out. There's no casualties, but the EXO still looking strong.
Dude, that was kind of scary.
Almost got ugly there. If Vel kills SkyZ, that would be a massive goal swing. And he's already quite a goal swing. Almost 1,000 over the HomeBois off of that interaction.
Not to mention that Izanami pulled Rasi back into his team knowing that he still had the shortcut available, and that stun almost making the difference to a certain degree, but at least HomeBois, they disengage out of it well. They don't want anything to do with the EXO, they just want to scale.
And I hope SkyZ tells his team that, guys, we cannot let this Masha slip past like that. Because he has no flicker for the next 75 seconds.
Like, please. Please.
Masha goes through like that one more time, he is straight up dead.
I swear to God, the amount of push-ups I'll make Coach give you.
This guy's it's worth a lot right now. He cannot afford to go down to Vel like this. This is a dangerous hero once he's got some items under his belt. And Granger is 4-0. It's a great spot for SkyZ to be. He cannot give up that momentum.
They take their time and they wait. No QT. Every bit of farm is going to be useful for him, but he also can't really show himself without the convoy. DxSoul, you can see how nervous they are. Moving around the map, they don't want to accidentally just blow up the Vel.
They can start breaking down. Even HomeBois have slowed down.
You have to pray, right? Take control over these portals. They got to know. They got to know when he takes it.
The fact that they have no info on Rasi and Keemin, it's pretty scary. Look at like Ivan is protecting Mel. And is hiding in the bush, and Mel is not even willing to push past the tier 1.
To be fair, he is pretty far down. What, 1.7k behind, 1.6k now? Sky Zed in a very good position, right? He's got 30 stacks in the Sky Piercer. He's already got some extra gold. Very close to getting that Sea Halberd as well.
Rusty just chilling. He can always show up when he needs to. And HomeBois, they're gonna check. They are not covering the portal bush. Rossi, here he comes.
Here comes Rossi once again. Gonna drop the shortcut on top of Izanami. Actually, doesn't commit to it just yet. He uses it on Amal instead. Rest of the EXO come true. Keeman gonna use the electrifying beats. Goes for Bell. Make sure he's not able to jump on top of Sky Zed. Being split completely. It's a killing spree for Keeman. They go in. Rossi will sacrifice his life. But this guy is not able to land the final hit on Ivan. He's able to back off. That means it is a 1-for-2 trade. And HomeBois gain control over the Lord.
Not bad. Izanami, ice in his veins, literally trying to see whether or not Rossi was going to drop the shortcut on top of him, whether he needed Lantern Flare out of there. Held it.
Once more, Vel making the difference. He slips past the front line, and DxO were not able to commit to the fight. And HomeBois getting the first Lord of the game. This could be the turning point. That goal lead that DxO worked so hard for in the first few minutes, starting to dissipate into the wind. This is the pace that we want DxO to start playing fast before HomeBois hit critical mass, but HomeBois have been able to stop it.
Oh, this is... I mean, how can they even speed this up, though? I mean, every single attempt is really just how many resources, how many reactions can you get out of the HomeBois as soon as you engage.
Oh, they found Bell! I guess they used the shortcut. No, Rossi still has it. They just ganked him in the bot lane, 1v2. They'll lose their mid tier 1, but it's pretty worth it at this point.
Yeah.
They get a bot on tier 2 in return too.
Now with Vel off the board, that means they can kind of walk up for free now. Every time they see a member for the side of the HomeBois, it's almost guaranteed that they're going to be in that convoy. The DxO, they get a free push off of this. All right, sure. This Lord, especially with Lord Empowered minions, not going to get much value here.
And DxO's bottom wave is still going to push back in. Because HomeBois didn't deal with it enough. I think there's a... Hold on, is that a full wave? I could have sworn DxO had a bigger wave. Either way, so it's another minute and a half before the next Lord spawns on the top quadrant of the map. DxO just needs to play on the bot side, and that's where Rossi is.
Sure, taking their time with this. These opportunities don't present themselves. And right now, I think the only person who can make that difference is Ivan if he tries to go for a big flicker play. Anybody else would probably be Bell at that point, but for DxO, right, they've got playmakers of their own. Storm so far hasn't been throwing out those traction beams as a means to scout their opponents. He understands it's such a valuable resource, especially when you're up against people like Amal on Alpha, the Masha as well. You have a natural peel tool for yourself. There we go, the Wishing Lantern complete inside of Keeman as well. That's going to help a lot in dealing with some of these bigger tanks, especially if he's only going to play touch and go.
Yeah, the game has boiled down to just, we wait for objectives, we get the objectives, and we get a lead from that point onwards. And that means HomeBois find a lot more comfort in it. Getting the farm off for MelQT and Vel. We see that BOD for this Masha. So even Keeman might think twice about going on him 1v1, right? You can get killed by Thunderclap.
Oh, traction falls, but Izanami holds on to his Crimson Beacon this time. He's learned from past mistakes. Rossi goes in with the conceal, pops the shortcut, but MelQT is able to dash away. They use the distraction for Keeman to get a free tier 2 top.
Wow, the fact that Izanami used nothing and walks out of there.
Yep, he's trying to be very, very conservative with his resources. Can't afford to be using them at the wrong time. Can't afford to be giving that information away to DxO. We've seen how these teams punished each other. And now it's just about raw reactions, right? Slow fights for position. More so, they got a bot wave actually in their favor. They could get Stoem to solo push him. They've got no info on the map.
Yeah, but Rossi has no shortcut, so HomeBois are less scared about an ambush.
They're gonna be whittling down Ivan a fair bit. Vel waiting for a chance to maybe go on the flank. Traction Pulse won't find anyone this time. Vel gonna be spotted out. Keeman already melting down that first HP bar. They're full committing onto it. Zaman Force comes down. MelQT gets blasted backwards. Izanami on top of Sky Zed. He picks him up. Sky Zed is so low, but he's able to survive. The Lord has been reset. There are no deaths yet.
What a team fight. A two-pronged attack, but a fight on two fronts, and unfortunately, none of which walk away with an initial kill. And I think HomeBois, yes, they got chunked pretty hard, but not as hard as DxO. This just goes to show how dependent this engagement from Rossi actually is.
Like, DxO hardly committed anything, right? No battle spells, no ultimates except for a shortcut. They could do it again. Vel is bot side.
Fraction Pulse gonna be used yet again. Doesn't quite connect, but Storm gonna chase down his Tsunami! He's blasted! Unstoppable 3 gets a double kill for Skyset! They also found Valkyrie! Unstoppable for Kimin! They lose their marksman, but Amal is all alone and they will pick him off! DxO have a free pathway directly into the base! Bel's trying to get a split push in, but he is all by himself. He has to go back and hold the base to make sure that HomeBois do not drop game number 4. But can he do it all by his lonesome? He is 1v4. He goes in. The crystal is wide open. I think they're doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to game number 5.
Kimin with the flank onto Izanami. My God. DxO always pulls something out of the hat when push comes to shove. Game 5 it is then. A battle to the death to see who goes to Riyadh.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Adjusting even the slightest angles of your engagement in these wars, in these fights, makes all the difference. Izanami, the one thing that he didn't consider was the extended range of which Joy can actually get on top of him with the help of that mid-wave. That's not something he was thinking about, and unfortunately that costed him this game.
Oh, we are getting the full experience in the MPL Stadium today, ladies and gentlemen. 2 best-of-5s, all 10 games. The Dark Horses are not ready to go without a fight.
Not gonna lie, I think I woke up early for this and it was worth it, for sure. Well, DXS flipped the script again, and I wonder how they feel knowing that they forced a game number 5.
Boleh. Okay, nice. I have one, guys. Yes, double. Last one, guys. Dominate. Last one, guys. Take me. Tahu. Tahu. After a minute. Alhamdulillah. Come on.
Dude, this team is so calm.
This thing's something else.
Yeah, right?
How are they so calm?
What happened to Coach Theo scolding them? Why are we overhyping, you know? Why are we getting too ahead of ourselves after game number 1? This is a very toned down, a very mature looking team right now.
Very stoic.
Yeah, very stoic.
Because of that, Coach Theo is probably the most hyped one.
I think he's allowed to be the only hype one there, to be fair.
So let me take over your hype. I will do it for you. Just focus on the game.
They are 1 game away from earning that right. That's for sure. 1 more game.
Oh, I can't believe this.
It's these kind of moments that make you think to yourself, maybe DS can do it.
Dude,
how many times have we asked this question?
Too many times, to be fair, actually. Let's quickly go into the backstage and have a look. Who's the MVP of our game? Come on, show it to him. Show it to him. Yeah. Mog the camera, spin on the chair, take a breather. This man, there's a reason why he's sitting down. He's had 8 long games today.
9 actually.
Oh, 9 actually. You're right. Dang.
Oh. They're going to have 10.
Deathless. This is he didn't die this game. Great.
Insane.
He was nasty with it.
And he was running down Vel, literally one of the most dangerous heroes on the map. Could one-shot anyone. And Kimin's just saying, fight me, bro.
Try me again. Try one more Thunderclap, I dare you. One more is all I can ask for. Even so, he's showing off, right? At this point, we haven't seen any missed mechanics coming in from him. Something that was very evident in the earlier stages of his career. But now, especially in front of a huge crowd, he knows how to put on one hell of a show.
I think the most important improvement for him is that the confidence, right? In regular season, there were clearly moments in the early stages where he loses a game and you can see that confidence just dips, right? He keeps making more and more mistakes. He's just not confident in his pocket picks anymore. We see very subpar performance on heroes that he was known for, like, Ling, Hanzo, Suyo. But right now, this is the epitome of just peak performance. DxO beating HomeBois in a pretty dominant fashion. Could have been more dominant for sure, but that's also because HomeBois clapped back accordingly.
Oh yeah, I mean, both sides are throwing punches. This is a very technical boxing match. It's not just a slugfest between two teams. It really is starting to become an art form. It took them this long to get to this stage, and it's great to see. I hope that a lot of other teams here in MPL MY can follow their example. But that's just MPL MY playoffs. It could just be one of those things where it's just like, it's just a regular season, and then come playoffs is where we actually play the video game.
That is true. That's always a possibility. You never know with some of the players around here, but I will say I am very happy. I am very proud with what some of these players have been able to achieve this season. This has been one of the most satisfying matches that we have seen, not just because of the gameplay, but because of the history of the players involved as well. DX Seoul are now one game away from potentially denying HomeBois. HomeBois are one game away from fulfilling a legacy that they've been waiting for so many years. I just cannot wait to see what happens.
I don't know. I don't want to give... Maybe we should go into a tech pause, you know? Before the 5th game starts, let's get some more time to recollect our thoughts, because you look, DxO, for some of these rookies, right, we say that this is their first MPL season, but they've been competing in Tier 2, Tier 3 for way longer than most people would have imagined. Keemin and Siska, no brothers in arms for what, 4 or 5 years?
Yep.
Only after that they make it to MPL. And here they are, 1 game away from EWC.
1 game away. Fun fact about Siska, you know he holds and plays MLBB, similar to Diablo. Literally same holding position. 3 fingers on the back with the palm. 3 fingers on the back with the palm, and he's just playing with like 2 fingers like this.
Oh.
It's really weird. It's really weird. Most people do the L, which is like just that.
Interesting.
3 on the bottom.
I mean, he does play heroes that Diablo plays. You know, Venedetta.
Fulvia.
Maybe that's the key.
Is this the actual EXP laner meta? Is this a phone hold I need to learn?
That's what I asked Diablo last EWC and even during the M series. And he's just like, no, it's just something he does. I don't know. Maybe he's got like longer fingers.
Now it makes me wonder, how many people out there actually has DxOs in the final?
Oh, just ruining their pick'ems.
Yeah, like you look at MPLPH, right? Remember the stats, like the teams have with the highest chance to win.
Yeah.
Who has 2%? Was Falcons, right?
Yeah.
Falcons were the one with 2%. They almost defied that one. But DxO and EWC, not in a million years I would have imagined this to be a possible result.
It just feels like too fresh, you know?
Yeah, it's like it happens too fast, you know. Like if a relationship progresses too fast, you will back off. You're like, no, this is, I'm not ready to get married yet.
Gotta get calmed down for a moment, you know, collect ourselves. This could be anybody's game. And I think the HomeBois, the pressure is on. If you could lose a game off of that one initial pick, what more could happen in game number 5? And HomeBois, I think they're going to be harsher on themselves. And remember what we talked about at the very beginning. Are they going to overthink the draft? And is that going to be the big advantage that DX Seoul achieve here in game number 5 to close things out?
That's the win condition, right?
Yeah.
The potential win condition that Gideon said, if we get to game 5, is Coach Erpan going to overthink? And if he does, is this it for DXS?
The thing is, I feel like we're already seeing a little bit of that here in game number 4, where I think all of us were a little bit confused about the draft. Weren't really sure whether this was the right play. They picked up the Masha very early on just to deny it away. Then they went for the Alpha last pick, which doesn't really provide anything specific that you're looking for in this particular position. And I feel like that resulted in really awkward interactions in a lot of the team fights.
I totally agree with you there. I think that their draft this time around is very dependent on like Bell and Mel QT to get something done. And I think unfortunately you can't ask of them so much when you don't have the set for it. I think a lot of it just really boiled down to whether Ivan can actually find the engagement in the first place. But when you have Chip on the table, there's too big of a clapback to guarantee something.
You're only as efficient as the tools you're given, right? You're only as strong as your weakest link. And in this case, HomeBois have a very limited way of, they were not able to unleash the full potential of the picks they were given due to, again, the lack of cogs in the machine. And DxO this time, they had like 1-2 fights where HomeBois were able to, you know, outmaneuver them a little bit. But aside from that, it was almost picture perfect for DxO.
Here's the thing, right? That's why I'm curious to know whether was Vel just not wanting to play, didn't want to actually go for the Badang, or did they have to be like, it's got to be a very obvious EXP pick to kind of influence the way the draft progressed?
We haven't seen this either, like the whole series.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
That was one of the picks that I thought HomeBois might pull out. According to the pattern, High chance Erpang goes back to blue side. And I hope to God Theo bans Loi.
Please do.
Just ban Loi.
It introduces two men.
He won't.
Ban Loi, man. Come on, please.
Like, in the last game?
What better trade can he offer Coach Erpang for Erpang to not pick Loi first?
I
don't think there's any.
They won't even bite on chip, to be fair.
Yeah.
If they're not willing to bite on chip, what are they willing to bite on?
I feel like Loi is the top pick.
I don't think there's any other pick that you could bargain with Coach Erpang and he'd be like, hey, you take this, I take Loi.
Boxia.
You think it's a gambling chip?
Thoughts?
I don't think so.
I actually don't think so.
So you think that Boxia is not an innate problem at all? Because it's just about
difficult to handle, but compared to Loi, what Loi gives you compared to Boxia?
Well, I mean, there is one here that's been consistently banned out in all of these games, and that has always been the Boxia.
Oh, I thought you want to say Fanny.
I mean, Fanny as well, but we all know why nobody gets Fanny here. Nobody wants to throw games.
I mean, we'll see. For me, I want Loi to get banned out so we get a normal game. Games DXS have won have no Loi, alright? Normal games. I want to hear what Poji has to say. He's with Melky's family on the side. Poji, take it away.
Betul sih, saya akan call seseorang. Dan sekarang saya Poji akan call keluarga daripada Sandakan Sabah, keluarga Mel QT. Jadi kat sini kita ada adik bongsu dia dan juga ayahnya, Papa Mel dan juga Sis Mel. Apa khabar, Uncle, adik, sihat?
Alhamdulillah sihat. Alhamdulillah sihat.
Baik semua. Jadi, saya ada soalan sikit lah kan. Macam mana perjalanan daripada Sandakan ke sini? Semuanya okey?
Okey juga, cuma agak panjang sikit lah.
Agak panjang. Tapi seronok tak datang dekat pentas MPL?
Seronok, agak nervous sikit.
Agak nervous, okey. Jadi, soalan lah kalau boleh saya nak tanyalah kan. Apa perasaan masa dululah mula-mula Mel nak masuk main dekat dalam MPL, nak jadi seorang pro player, ada tak macam support ke ataupun macam mana? Weh, janganlah kau main nak, pilih kau kerja lain, ada ke begitu? Ataupun main kau sampai jadi ya?
Bagi saya memang dah ampak asal. Abang saya memang main ML lama sudah, jadi macam dia tiba pergi KL, memang ada intention.
Bagus. Positif supportnya. Jadi, lepas bertahun-tahun dia cuba untuk masuk dekat dalam MPL ni kan. Sekarang ni dia dah boleh digelar sebagai marksman terbaik ataupun pemain marksman terbaik di Malaysia dan juga dia digelar marksman biasa-biasa. Ada tak apa-apa respon ataupun perasaan nak luahkan selepas dia digelar macam tu?
Memang hebat lah. Sangat hebat. Hebat sangat.
Puaslah. Mungkin kita nak kongsi daripada Pakcik lah kan. So, ini game yang terakhir, penentu. Kalau kata dia menang, dia bakal ke Riyadh, main pasir, mewakili Malaysia di pentas antarabangsa. Apa perasaan kalau dia menang?
Alhamdulillah, syukur. Tapi itu semua ketentuan Allah. Kan? Kita ni cuma mampu berusaha. Tuhan yang menentukan.
Betul. InsyaAllah. Baik. Tapi kalau bolehlah Pakcik, satu kata untuk diberikan kepada Mel yang tengah ada dekat atas itu. Apa yang nak dicakap? Boleh bah kalau kau?
Boleh, tapi kalau boleh bukan lagi satu. Banyak. Sebab hutang dia banyak. Tapi hari ini tak apalah, satu pun cukuplah. Mel ataupun Adam lah, kan? Kuatkan mental. Relax. Sabar. Ucapkan bismillah. Alhamdulillah. See you in Riyadh.
See you in Riyadh. Inilah semangat yang kita mahu. Dan insya-Allah doa seorang ahli keluarga, doa seluruh penyokong yang ada di sini. Tapi kita doakan kejayaan untuk mana-mana sahaja kerana sesiapa sahaja yang menang bakal mewakili Malaysia ke pentas dunia EWC Riyadh. Dan tanpa kita melengahkan masa, korang semua dah ready ke? Penonton dah bersedia. Woo! Stay true. DXO. Tanpa kita melengahkan masa, let's go. Penentu perwakilan untuk ke Riyadh. Let's go.
Thank you, Poji. Last 45 minutes to an hour before we decide our second grand finalist to face off against SRG OG Esports tomorrow. and the second team that locks in the tickets to Riyadh for MSC. As expected, Coach Erpang and HomeBois back on blue side for game number 5 with DXS on red.
Back on blue one more time. God, the interview was so funny.
Blue side has won every single game in the series thus far.
100% win rate this series. The trend has continued, right? HomeBois wins the odd games, DX wins the even games. Can they break that trend?
The odd game. It's the odd game. Just saying. If we're getting superstitious here at this point, HomeBois has got him back, right?
Ban the lawyer, please. Please just ban the lawyer, you know? Ban the lawyer.
You gotta ban the lawyer.
No, let it through one more time. This time will be different. This time will be different.
Do you really want to bet your...
Yeah, you want to bet your EWC ticket on that?
Oh, yeah, he's willing to roll the dice, man. They've gotten this far. Come on, why not?
Look at this HomeBois fans talking.
We gotta see how this plays out because, again, the strategies haven't changed, haven't diverged too far. I think only for the red side, for the HomeBois, have we really see something different from these openers. But now we're going to the final drafting phase of today. Let's see what these bands are gonna do.
All right. Looks like it's gonna be pretty standard bands. All right.
Yes.
But that means chip is open. It has been picked by DXS basically every time it was left.
Oh, you think Harif? Nah, Joy's pretty juicy too. You know, HomeBois, Erpang, what do you want? Joy, Harif.
It's all good. It's all the good stuff.
Yeah, not the one that picks Phoveus first too.
Hey. Oh boy, how do they go on with this? They go, you take chip. Assuming you take chip, the excess then goes what?
Let there be rock.
So they go for the Fredrin. Fredrin. So remember what I was saying, that both Coach Teo and Erpang almost look identical?
When you point it out.
Older and younger brother.
Basically, yes. It very much does look like a Mario Luigi situation. Why is everyone's handwriting so nice?
Yeah, how is everybody getting their lines so symmetrical?
Is this going to be a chip +1?
I feel like it's going to be a chip +1. The question is why not, right? I think the last time we saw the mistake come out from the side of DXS was the fact that they didn't have any natural peel in their marksman, right? So it was difficult to get in on the fights. But that's because Loi kept getting into their backline, which goes to show that at least SkyZ does have a preference when it comes down to the marksmans.
Chip
the only one bound by these chains.
Okay, both Joy, so they let the chip go.
They let the chip go, they let the Harif go as well, willing to play a fairly risky game here. I will say, the few times when HomeBois picks Fredrin very, very early, it is more likely going to be a Vel pick than an AWOL pick.
That's the thing.
I'm not too sure this time.
Also, the Kalea is still open. Another bargaining chip, Kimmy, still up.
Is there any other better solutions here?
Probably. I mean, you either go Granger or Harif here, right? For HomeBois.
I think you go Harith. I want to say Harith, but at the same time, Velko T has like done well and also not done well as well. Kalea?
Kalea Harif. Okay, yeah. So very, very basic opening.
Okay.
Classic for HomeBois.
Erpang's keeping it simple here. Looks like he hasn't deteriorated just yet. He's trying to keep up.
He knows you can't really risk anything too unusual, especially in the first phase. If he's gonna pull out something a little bit stranger, second phase is where you have to do it because you can't afford to be outdrafted at this point.
All right. So we completely ignore the chip.
Okay.
One way to deal with the Kalea or the Fredrin is you go for the Franco, right? At least that's what HomeBois have demonstrated to us. Go for the Franco and get a Winter Crown. There's also another hero that Rasi plays that we haven't really seen the entire day, the Gatot Kaca.
Yeah, I was waiting to see whether or not Gatot Kaca might just be a ban for the side of Erpang because I think Theo is going to be focused mainly on making sure that Siska actually has a good time with that Phoveus, right? I think it's going to boil down to Phoveus versus Edith because they're going to ban out that glue alongside with the CC unless Siska is more comfortable with dealing with the glue, which is totally fine. Even so, we jump back over to Erpang's side. He still needs to make the choice. Where are the bans going to be dedicated to?
Yeah, Siska, Kimin, and SkyZ, the important pieces have already gotten their comfort picks, and now the only thing that he can punch down on is in Stoem and Rasi, and they choose Stoem.
Okay.
Look at what millionaires go over the HomeBois, except for Selena. It's good for Valentina.
Where do they go with this? Where do they go with this? getting rid of the Kimmy is it's a little awkward, but at the same time, Kalia, here's the thing. If they do decide to go for like, oh, I want to go for Zushin, I'm able to kind of peel that Phobius away, maybe I can be the anchor for the team, you run out of burst, because Fredrin as well as Kalia, not exactly very burst-oriented. They need people to either have hard sustain, can dish out damage over long periods of time and consistently, and can drop a fight at a time. But most importantly, just having a nice burst to work with the Tsunami Slam should be good enough. But dang, man.
I feel like they're relying, they might put a lot of the eggs in the Mel basket right now, right? Mid laner, there's no more Farsa.
There it is. I thought,
called
been
it
a while, but this is the perfect game to play it. Is the counter to the Kalea. Already a classic answer to the Harif as well with that AOG. So this is very, very good. Oh, the crowd going wild right now. You can see the support in the stadium for this very new team is honestly impressive.
They may be surrounded by HomeBois fans in the crowd, but their hearts still stay true. Gotta keep the Park Boys alive.
Yeah, surrounded by HomeBois, but they are at home anyways, right? Family members, you know, relatives, the whole residential area coming down to the stadium. You don't get that often. They made banners for them, I remember.
Oh, they did? Yeah, they still have them. They're still up there.
They've had those banners the whole season, actually. It is impressive. But all right. Oh, Zusin Khalid for HomeBois.
Even Indonesian fans are here for Rasi.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know about this one.
I don't know about the Khalid.
No.
Like Zusin, we've already addressed that. There's no burst. Khalid also no burst.
I mean, he kind of has burst, I guess. But even then, I don't think it's enough. And I think it's an even worse matchup to deal with against the Phobius.
Now the question is, where is Kalea going? Right? Is he still going to go roam? Or is he going to go XP? And then you have Khalid that's moving faster in a roam position. And even then, it doesn't solve the core issue that this is a Mal basket game, right? This is everything on Mal QT, and that Faramis that Erpang banned out 2 games ago finally got picked up. Oh boy. I love the XS strat.
Yeah, same. I really like what the XS has locked in here. The team fight is good. They have a lot of solutions, and they're able to keep fights going with this Faramis.
Is it fair to say that we all agree this is the first draft and the only draft this entire series, but it feels very lopsided?
I'm trying to...
I mean, game 4 was a bit weird.
Is this too... Have they overthought this? Is this too simple? I guess, okay. So at least with Izanami on the Zushin, what's great about it is that you can punish Rasi, right? You can punish anybody who tries to kind of fall within your zone. But at the same time, with the lack of damage, that means they are truly putting all the eggs into one basket, and that's going to be Harith here. Everybody else is a supplement to this strategy. It doesn't matter if Vel ends up losing his lane as long as he clears it.
It means that they are relying on a single linchpin, a single pillar, a single game, a single victory is all that stands between both these teams. HomeBois and the EXO enter the final game of the lower bracket finals for one final ticket to MSC.
Right off the bat, Harith with the flicker, MelQT. Full confidence given to him, full confidence required from him. The ordinary marksman has to play the extraordinary game of his career. Once more is the Miska stole him. Dangerous.
Oh, Ivan! Literally at the last second! And Ivan is on 1 hit! That's ridiculous!
This is game 5, baby.
Very dangerous. Let's do one last emblem check because Vel, full damage. He's gonna have the rupture. He's going to have the Master Assassin on top of lethal ignition. He wants to chunk Siska out hard, but is that really the way? You're up against a Phobius. He trades pretty good overall, and most importantly, he can stop your combo midway and just walk away from it.
I believe the Stone will survive because he took Quantum Charge.
Right? That's the difference.
That's the difference. And your Desert Tornado helps Siska.
Yeah, it is not the most ideal matchup. When you pick a lead, you really want to win out your lane hard. So maybe HomeBois are looking to put a little bit more pressure there?
I mean, I guess, but it's not like Vel is getting these Desert Tornadoes onto Siska anyways. Ideally, you get it onto the waves as well as your opponent and do both at the same time, but it's just Siska. He understands how to play it.
Oh, the Nidal Strike knockup. Rasi gonna survive quite a lot of it, but these 4 members of the HomeBois, they're wailing down. Rasi falls, first blood to the HomeBois. Came in, just barely escapes stays with his life intact. Ivan still holding the front line, gets pulled back with Shadows and P and Siska. He's not able to chase him, he dashes away.
The passive was a fraction of a second late. Kimi surviving is good enough, honestly. All things considered.
Oh, ooh. Hey, speaking of Malik QT in full confidence, he's winning out this lane, and I think he's winning it out decently hard.
He's destroying the lane.
This is exactly what we want to see.
Tsunami slam. Siska didn't realize there were 3 people waiting for him in that bush.
All right, DxO, I think you slow down a little bit. Slow down a little bit. Get your levels up and fight.
Get him!
Have the tools.
Oh, Purify. Dang it, dang it. Izanami had a kill angle there for sure. Good, fast Purify coming up from Storm's side. Either way, we're seeing that MelQT going to take full advantage of not only winning the lane, but slowly pushing it out, freezing it against SkyZ whenever he has the opportunity. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa!
Whoa, that's close. All right, every single player in this game has a vendetta.
Locked in.
Nobody can make a mistake.
They've entered the flow state.
Yeah, this is... Ooh.
MelQT still keeps his flicker. That's the silver lining. And now Stone gets control of the wave.
And we'll say there's a possibility HomeBois is just trying to go back to their core base gameplay style, which is hard aggression early with strong rotations. While Khalid doesn't directly win lane, he clears fast and he's able to move around the map. And so far that's been working out.
Hey, with the 2 assists and the fact that he got to the lane first before Siska does mean that he puts himself at a level lead. Oh, here's Kimi, but what is that going to matter? It's just going to clear the way path to unlock Siska out of here.
Oh, flicker title strike into the Tsunami slam, picks up Kimi, and here comes the rest of the HomeBois, and Tsunami slays the joy.
Beautiful punish from Ivan and Vel.
So I'm trying to challenge the 1v3. This could be a mistake. He comes out with another round, trying to buy time. This guy gets a good damage. AOG! The AOG gets the knockdown, but it's not quite enough. And Storm has already fallen. The Revitalize was a bit too late to back him up, and makes the HomeBois walk away with no casualties.
And MelQT cashes in on a double wave mid. Sky's in danger.
They can't be doing this. DxO cannot be falling for things like this anymore. It doesn't matter whether or not Vel gets ahead or not. He's just going to play off the Tsunami Slam coming in from Ivan. So, hit Ivan, force him to use his Gerasi position to AOG.
And they want Nether run to fight this too.
Controlling the turtle. MelQT is inside the pit. He's going for SkyZ. Amal secures the turtle away, but the Salmon Force is cutting the fight completely in half. Kimi trying to escape, just barely escapes, but no, Crimson Beacon. Oh! No, he's out. No, Izanami chases him down with Crimson Beacon, actually solidifies the kill, and the 2-man title strike knockout forces SkyZ back. Siska trying to buy as much space as possible, but the HomeBois are too powerful.
Coach Erbang is in the crowd as well with Jesven and DxO. That is the final strike. No more mistakes like that from this point onwards. They have to understand they cannot fight like that. Kimi needs Ivan off his back. Ivan is constantly grabbing him with the Tsunami Slam, and DxO, they are not ready to fight HomeBois head to head just yet.
Yes, they need to stop. DxO, they really need to stop. They are an ult-dependent composition. You cannot deal with these prolonged fights against Izanami when he's got a full team designed to not only sustain, but to hold you hostage for long periods of time. This 4K lead is not the worst in the world. We've seen DX come back from a lot worse. 55 seconds left on the clock. Their main focus right now is to play for their win conditions, right? Their win condition is going to be SkyZ and as well as Siska. Siska, the stronger he is, the longer he can actually buy time in these fights. HomeBois with a quick lane swap as well, able to get that tier 1. It feels like they're on top of the world.
Yeah, they need to create space for Kimin too. You gotta pick your poison. Kimin has been grabbed by Ivan every single time. Doesn't make it any better when HomeBois has a team comp that can stick onto you like glue, and the layering of crowd control. They don't give enough respect to the Raging Sandstorm from Vel. That is really making Kimin's life impossibly hard. DxO needs to change the approach.
Yeah, they need to slow down the snowball. The way that you do that is to play stagnation, right? Don't give them a lot of space to play. Focus on the wave clearing, making sure that you're clearing and rotating alongside with your jungler, ensuring that priority is met throughout the map. Even if you have to give up an objective, that's totally fine, because look at this. I'm going to protect my buff. We're making sure that our jungler can keep up in levels.
Difficult though, HomeBois are so far ahead. It's a 4K lead. Vel is nearly double the damage. Raging Sandstorm misses, but Tidal Strike gets the knock up, and Storm is melted away. He can't even pop the Nether Realm.
Right.
Press your Purify, sir. You cannot be...
Did it matter? No, yeah, he died before the Raging Sandstorm even hit, actually. He was trying to channel that ult, but died midway.
And that's another 1,000 injection for HomeBois. 5k, almost 5k now.
There's nothing you can really do here at this point. You have to just give up these objectives. You protect mid-tier 1. If you have to give up a buff, sure. Give the side waves over to Kimin and as well as SkyZ, wherever you can get those stacks. Because now that they're losing presence over the battlefield, that's when HomeBois get more comfortable to start wrapping around.
Hold on, this is a damage Khalid.
Yes, full damage.
That
I
explains.
think he's going BOD.
He's going BOD second item, yeah.
They're going to keep on pushing. T2 on both sides. They want to split DX Soul up. Somebody has to respond to this.
Red team turret has been
Game
destroyed.
already. Oh, that's the BOD complete by Val. That is scary. We're 8 minutes in. HomeBois with a 6k lead. This is exactly the win condition this team is known for.
The worst possible spot that DXO can be in. And the most one-sided game we've had the entire series.
They're not messing around anymore, man. They're not messing around. Especially after losing off of one mistake from the side of DX against DX Soul. They want to make them feel the same.
And DXO calm down for a 7k goal lead. HomeBois continue to balloon that advantage. And sadly, the wave play isn't there for DXO. At least it's not the best. They still keep the tier 2 up. But the main problem actually arises when that lore spawns. How is DXO even going to deal with it?
They've got a hostage rotation right now.
Oh, this guy just gets taunted. He gets pulled into another country altogether. There is nothing he can do to respond. He's just dead.
Man, I can confidently say that Coach Dale gave DXO the right tools, but they're not using it properly. And now, this game is spiraled out of control.
Why Farmis? That's what I can't figure out. Why did they have to go for Farmis in this position? They could have gone for Yve, a way to kind of like guarantee that Bell was going to use the Raging Sandstorm.
Even Valentina would have been a great choice.
Even Valentina would have been great here. It works really, really well. Oh, I don't know. When you're up against the Zushin, it kind of sucks. But other than that, these team fights, he could provide a lot of value.
I guess I was pretty okay with the Nether Realm, because DX Soul would be able to prolong a lot of these team fights, right? HomeBois already play a slower composition. If you have to deal with an extra bar of HP when you only have one source of DPS, then it makes sense.
I agree, but they've thrown this early game pretty hard, having to like force fights without the right ultimate.
Tidal Strike goes in, Purify on the Tsunami Slam, so Stome is fine, but he's not gonna have his Purify anymore.
And Kimin clears out the proxies the top and middle wave just to stall out this Lord push. So DXO are still trying to salvage this game, taking protocols, making sure that HomeBois doesn't deal critical damage to the base. If they lose an inhibitor now, I think it might be just game over for DXO.
I agree with you. But right now, dude, they've got top side basically. They can, there's no holy shielding for it. They can start sieging it right now and force Verasi to use the AOG clear.
Honestly, they're so far ahead that HomeBois could even look for the end game with this very first Lord push. That holy defense is something DXO needs to preserve. Bell actually dropping real low. He pops a quick tank guard. Kimin cannot finish off the Khalid. But it is enough time bot to clear out the Lord. HomeBois will try to get the mid inhibitor at least. Tidal Strike goes in, Tsunami Slam picks up the Phobius, AOG cuts them off in between. Nether Realm comes out as well. Zaman Force doing a good amount of damage. DXO trying to survive with the Revitalize, but is it enough? They're actually surviving. Tsunami picks up killing. Kimin! With the shutdown and double kill!
Get out!
DXO have turned it around! They have wiped out the HomeBois!
Once more, DXO pulls off the impossible. And all they needed is to wait. Be disciplined. Another round that we agreed that has huge impact. Paid off big time. Kimin finds the backline. First of all, takes away Vel's important resources in the top lane. And now this wipeout swings the goal in 5,000 in DX's favor.
Izanami, I can't believe he died there. I can't believe he died there. I thought that maybe Ivan was going to be able to get that another reset to try to get the sustain down, but unfortunately, it was just a little too much, right? As much as the front line was getting attacked, SkyZ was pumping out damage. He made sure that whoever Kimin is on SkyZ was at least able to just get a smidge in, but losing that mid inhibitor, not the biggest deal in the world. That's something that DXS can actually actually handle. But with such a huge swing from 9K all the way down to 3.4, this 6K gold swing allows DXO to achieve their second item, and we're even seeing Winter Crowns being purchased early for Siska as a cost-efficient way to start fights and still hold on.
I believe that's 3 consecutive Sky Piercer stacks for SkyZ.
Yep.
It could not have come at a better time. Keeman also popping off. Blood Wings online. Siska, Winter Crown, Storm, full damage. Ivan getting found out as well. Forced away from the bush. Lord spawning top. DXO, they just need to remember the formula that allowed them to win that team fight. Do it one more time and they'll be in control.
They gotta quickly start rushing to clear this bot wave, mid wave, and then start moving towards that top side. As much as you see Bell at the very end there, just set up that push. And honestly, I think they should have full cleared it here to almost guarantee that Bell will have to start resetting and doing it all over again. Because right now, ML, he's right on top of Lord, and DXO have no idea.
They will now. This guy's walking forward.
Slowly go over. Conceal. It's gonna be used, but HomeBois do not want to risk it anymore. They do not have the lead they had before. They're not able to just rush at DXO the same way. This requires finesse.
So smart for HomeBois. They see the Pyramis and now they try to look for Rasi.
Wow! Tidal Strike actually missed there. That would have been pretty big. Oh, the Flicker, Dark Wave. Siska trying to engage on this. They're trying to look for the fight in return, maybe contest the Lord. But HomeBois is not fighting on the bait. They're still clearing up the mid wave. DXO have to be careful, actually. A split push can happen. I don't think they can contest this.
Yeah, they have to give it. They have to give it. The mid is getting pushed out too hard, and Bell's... Oh!
AOG comes in, gets one knocked off. DXO is going all 5. The base! Bell is in the base! The crystal is wide open! HomeBois are just gonna hold them in place! And that is going to be one! Wait! No! Oh my god!
What?
Are you kidding me?
That was dead!
Are you kidding me? How does this happen?
Oh my god, it's one hit. It's literally one hit away.
The minion was out of range.
It pushed them out of here. Wait, do they have anything? They still have Izanami, Ivan, as well as Amon. They could look to recover this position, but no. Just give it up. Give up that Lord.
Amon needs to steal this Lord. If he wants to contest, he needs to steal the Lord no matter what.
It's not worth it. It's not worth dying for at this point. Just give it over. You can wave clear. You can defend this. It is better than risking it for the biscuit one more time.
I cannot believe it.
Oh my god.
You saw Bell. He even altered the wave, but they were 3 waves of catapult because they spawned at the midnight hour to take down that one last siege minion from HomeBois and made the difference. Say what you may, but those minions are here to win the game for DXS.
Oh, I cannot believe this.
My
the net worth lead is gone.
Oh my, so, back to the question, what are the odds?
Look, the odds have been reset at this point. Let's see how much DXO is going to get off of this, right? Because if they even the tides, taking away 2 inhibitors, because keep in mind, HomeBois don't have the best wave clear. Bell, he can kind of wave clear, but without majority of the tank items, sure, he's going to have to work with Mel QT to get an efficient clear.
And we see DXO, I think they have overpowered HomeBois. I think the numbers are not in HomeBois' favor anymore.
I mean, they can try. They can still try, but keep in mind, they cannot group too close together because when they do, Stolman's going to get so much value from the Ghostbursters.
2 Winter Crowns. One on Stolen, one on Keeman, one on Siska. Here we go.
The Lord's pushing in. Mid inhibitor will definitely fall here. DXO, they have a lot of siege potential. Rasi will walk in first. Tsunami gonna pull him backwards. He loses immortality. NetherRealm comes out to keep him alive. The crystal is open. Raging Sandstorm comes in. Bell lands the back line, but he's still going. The Lord is still alive, but they're dead. HomeBois hold the line.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, that's fine.
Bell almost ended the game, and now he truly has ended the game. 20 seconds for Rasi.
No, he can do it.
Only Storm is around.
Storm can do it. He can clear that wave. You gotta trust, he can clear this wave. He just needs to buy 8 seconds. Wait, Rasi still doesn't have his ult. If he comes back, does he have his ult?
4.
They will have SkyZ. Storm needs to buy time.
No!
No, he gets caught. It's a killing spree for Val. It's a wipeout.
Oh!
HomeBois! They have done it. They have taken the series. They will move on to the grand finals. They
will represent Malaysia in MSC.
A series of inches between the new legacies and the newcomers. Val won the game for the team when he almost did it the first time. DXS, the Cinderella story, finally ends here at the foothill of HomeBois. But there's nothing to be disappointed. DXS have made it further than anyone in any part of the world would have imagined, would have expected. They've shattered expectations, they've broken barriers, they've broken glass ceilings. And for it to end this way, they should be proud of what they've achieved.
DX Seoul, no one is gonna forget you. No one's gonna forget that game. Erpang even going over to the boy telling him, one hell of a game this was. Oh, what an emotional bout. A best of 5 here for an EWC spot. Well done to the HomeBois. GG, well played. Over to DX Seoul, the next generation of MLBB.
There is no better way that could have ended. It could not have been any closer.
Save your tears, be proud of yourself, young warrior. You have done everyone proud. You set the bar high. Rose, take it away.
DX Seoul terlepas peluang ke Grand Finals dan MSC 2025. Namun dalam rookie season mereka di MPL MY musim ini, mereka telah menewaskan segala jangkaan dan menematkan di tempat ketiga. Satu pencapaian sangat-sangat membanggakan bagi sebuah pasukan rookie. Stadium juara ini adalah one hell of a lower bracket Grand Finals. Once again, give it up for DX Seoul. Emotions are overflowing on the stage. But at the end of the day, mereka semua kawan. They were all hugging each other. Untuk kali terakhir season ini, I akan bagi peluang kepada DX Seoul untuk kata-kata terakhir di atas pentas.
For the MPL MY, thank you. I don't know what to say anymore, but yeah, we're here already, like rookie team, new team, but we reached top 3. Maybe just bad luck for us, yeah, and I don't know. Apa? Thank you for the support, like family of DX. Like the fans, new fans, thank you. Thank you so much. Good luck untuk SRG dan HomeBois di EWC. Semoga kalian buat yang terbaik. Yeah, thank you MPL MY.
I honestly think it is not bad luck. They've come a long way. They've written their own Cinderella story this season. And you know what? Dorang tunjuk kepada semua orang, rookie pun boleh pergi jauh. And kita semua tahu, di musim ke depan, DX Seoul akan kembali dengan semangat yang baru. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your third place this season, DX Seoul. And of course, bila ada perlawanan, mesti ada pasukan yang menang. Our last grand finalist, and of course, pasukan yang akan mewakil Malaysia di MSC 2025. Stadium juara, give it up for HomeBois! Mel, I rasa Mel dululah. Mel, how are you? Game tu I rasa terpaling intense yang I pernah nampak. Hampir kena comeback lagi tau dekat base.
Tak tahu lah, tak tahu.
Tak tahu. Okay, tak apa. I tolong you sikit. Tadi, Poji interview your father. Dia cakap, you kena menang sebab you banyak hutang. Betul kan? I tak tipu. So, sekarang dah boleh pergi Riyadh. Dah boleh bayar hutang lah tu.
Aib.
Happy tak menang.
Boleh.
I rasa sebab you ada buff sikit. Kan? Family fly kan dari Sabah?
Jauh.
Oh, is there anything you nak cakap kepada your family?
Untuk abah, umi, kakak, adik. Terima kasih sebab datang dari jauh. And Alhamdulillah menang.
Yes, ini adalah satu kemenangan yang sangat-sangat manis bagi mereka. Mel QT, sekarang you are the marksman biasa-biasa yang akan mewakil Malaysia ke MSC. Macam mana prestasi, you rasa prestasi HomeBois akan keluarkan di MSC?
Untuk prestasi dekat HomeBois, kami boleh janjikan yang kami akan buat yang terbaik lah. And akan bagi result yang okay, insyaAllah.
Itu dia, the entire Malaysia is with you guys. Betul tak? Betul. Alright, Val. Of course, Daddy. Val.
Hello.
Hello. Setiap kali I jumpa Val, dia memang happy je.
Apa?
Setiap kali I jumpa Val memang happy je.
Happy ya?
Happy. So Val, kita semua tahu Val mulakan career Val di MDL ID musim ke-7. And of course, Ivan pula debut di MPL Indo musim ke-5. And perjalanan korang in your career mestilah ada up and down lah kan?
Ya.
Finally, layak ke antarabangsa punya stage. Apa perasaan Val?
Perasaannya sih senang, tujuan pertama udah tercapai, cuma besok masih ada match, target kita tetap masih mau champion sih.
Wow, masih lagi untuk champion. So, is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada mungkin your Indonesian fans or your family watching online?
Itu family saya.
Oh, your family flew. Hello, oh comel. Is there anything you nak cakap kepada your family?
Thank you semuanya yang udah datang, terus udah support dari awal. Terus besok jangan lupa datang lagi, support HomeBois lagi lah.
Oh, this is so nice. So many family came down to watch and support their kids. And of course, tadi ada mention kan, Ivan? Ivan pula. Mula journey Ivan di MPL Indo musim ke-5. Dah 10 season. Dah 10 musim yang Ivan main. Sekarang finally layak ke level antarabangsa dah. Ke pentas antarabangsa. Ivan, how are you feeling? I'm sure overwhelmed with emotions. Tapi deep inside, are you proud of yourself finally?
Yalah, aku bersyukur sama Tuhan juga. Berterima kasih sama timku juga lah. Makanya yang pasti kita senang lah.
Now Ivan, kita tahu that actually outside, a lot of teams yang korang pernah play in, a lot of them don't really show your potential lah kan. How do you feel like finally finding home?
Aku feel-nya udah pasti kayak apa ya, nggak expect sih. Sama ya kayak terima kasih juga lah untuk mereka yang mau nerima gue juga. Dan gue juga trust sama mereka lah.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh my God, it's so heartwarming tonight, guys. And I'm pretty sure everybody yang tengah tengok live stream ni memang setuju. Tapi perlawanan yang intense macam tu, and I rasa satu match yang one of the most intense match. So, siapa yang MVP korang? So, apa kata kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini? In 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada the Prince of Mage, Izanami. Izanami, your last international tournament was in MSC pada tahun 2021. Dah lama tu.
Ya, betul.
Sekarang kembali dengan tim baru, nafas baru, semangat baru. How do you think HomeBois akan perform dengan lineup ini and apa you rasa prestasi HomeBois akan keluarkan di MSC?
Apa yang saya boleh kata, kami akan pergi saingan lah dekat MSC ini sebab saya pun tegas dengan tim saya sekarang ni, diorang the best lah. So thank you team.
Oh, they're giving credits to everybody. Now, Izanami, kita tahu Izanami dah lama main di MPL MY and of course, Izanami pun banyak fans, betul tak? Banyak fans daripada Izanami dekat RSG MY sampailah sekarang. Is there anything that you want to tell your fans?
Kepada semua fans-fans saya yang sentiasa support walaupun saya ada turun naik, thank you sebab support.
And of course, this will not be an interview kalau kita tak interview coach lah kan? So coach, siapa yang nak cakap? Coach Jasmine ke Coach Erpang? Siapa-siapa je lah.
Oh. Apa?
Okay, now coach, we know that lineup ni korang yang decide, korang yang build lah kan?
Bukan aku.
Bukan. Okay, tapi
Just one.
both of you guys, right? It's a
Just one doang.
Jasmine je. Okay, tak apa. So, coach, as a coach yang finally team is gonna represent Malaysia in MSC, macam mana you guys actually keluarkan potential of these players? Apa yang korang buat dekat gaming house?
Makan hakim.
Apa?
Makan mama maksudnya, makan mama.
Oh, makan mama. Oh, makan. Memang makannya hari ni?
Hakim tu restoran Hakim.
Okay. Faham?
Sorry.
Tak apa. It's okay. And of course, coach, apa perasaan? You guys are going to Riyadh. Your team that you guys worked very hard on this entire season.
Happy banget lah pasti. Soalnya sesuai target kita, tapi sekarang target kita adalah rebut piala dari SRG.
Wow, now that is a statement. That is a very big statement yang kita akan saksikan pada hari esok. Emal, thank you very much, coach.
Aku mau tambah satu lagi.
Mau tambah? Go, tambah lagi.
Pertama, thank you BTR udah ngasih meta. Kedua, semoga Geek Fam juga lolos MSC.
Bias.
Emal, sebagai seorang Malaysian, apa promise Emal kepada semua Malaysian dekat sini for your upcoming tournament in MSC 2025?
Captain, apa?
Emal, awak yang Malaysian. Promise ke nak buat yang terbaik, nak champion?
Dia kata champion.
Okay guys, itu promise dia, mantap. And of course, Daddy?
Yo, what's up? Assalamualaikum. Woo! Okay, let's go.
Actually, I tak ada soalan untuk Daddy sebab I tahu Daddy ada speech sendiri.
Oh ya ke? Okay, first and foremost, terima kasih Allah SWT bagi rezeki yang tak terhingga, rezeki atas usaha anak-anak buangan saya, kan? Kita orang semua dalam kondisi terbuang. The new era of HomeBois, thank you. Pak Yet ada, Reza ada, Sotong, Afiq, Wise, Kopa Group, my lovely Flame Boys. Thank you. Terima kasih semua partner, semua kawan-kawan baru, kawan-kawan lama, sponsor-sponsor yang nak masuk season depan pun boleh. Kita orang dah pergi Riyadh. Kita orang tak main kat Malaysia, kita nak kena main kat luar. Unta saya kat sana saya beli tadi. Tak sempat jaga lagi. So nanti saya nak jumpa. Tahu tak nama unta saya siapa?
Nama apa?
Angah. So saya nak pergi jumpa Angah. Unta saya bagi nama Angah dekat Riyadh sana. So kita akan main pasir dulu. Dan terima kasih. Sebenarnya doa ni banyak doa daripada anak saya nombor 3. Dia banyak doa nak pergi Mekah. Hari-hari dia doa nak pergi Mekah. Walaupun dia speech delay, walaupun dia ada kekurangan, tapi Ian, thank you Ian. Daddy love you Ian. Ian, I love you. Okay, alright. Thank you. Terima kasih semua. InsyaAllah doakan kami macam mana korang doakan kita orang since day one. InsyaAllah Allah Maha Baik. Allah bagi kita semua. InsyaAllah mudah-mudahan. Amin.
Thank you very much, Daddy. And of course, kepada HomeBois, you guys may now claim your EWC key. Sekali lagi tahniah diucapkan kepada HomeBois. Dan sekarang tibalah masa untuk mereka naik ke pentas utama untuk menerima EWC key, simbol kepada laluan rasmi ke MSC 2025. Lower bracket final kini melabuhkan tirainya dan 2 wakil rasmi Malaysia ke MSC juga sudah pun disahkan. Kami ucapkan semoga berjaya kepada kedua-dua pasukan yang akan mewakili Malaysia. And HomeBois, you guys may now lift your EWC key. pada hari esok kita akan tahu siapakah yang akan menjadi juara untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-15. Tapi sebelum tu, mari let's show it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi in that best of 5 series. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose. Commiserations to DXO. Every Cinderella story has an ending, and this one is bittersweet. But once more, young Padawans, be proud of yourselves. And I hope they stay together for another season, because this is a hell of a good roster. But now let's shine the spotlight on our MVP of the match. From HomeBois, it's the mid laner, Izanami. All the games he won on blue side, but most importantly, it's utility mages, Tusin and Loyi.
Fingers crossed, odd number wins only, man, in this best of 5. Izanami has been an integral part of their squad. Not only is he looking to just be the support to the leaders in Ivan, who is kind of calling the shots across the map, but he's even calling shots of his own, with the Loyi able to catch out great timings when he is playing something like Zhu Xin, positions perfectly. I'd say majority of the time, except for that one death, because he was dominating this game.
This man has such a good macro awareness, such good game knowledge. You can see the experience seeping through every cell in his body, the decision making so clean every single time. And even in the games where HomeBois wasn't able to win out, Izanami was always a solid foundation, a player that was trying to keep things tight for as long as possible. And I think this is a well-deserved position for him to finally return to the international stage.
Yeah, but this endgame score does not justify what everyone had to go through for HomeBois to win the game. It's 17-9, but 5 of those kills came from an almost comeback, from a base defense of DXO. I think overall it's just, I don't know, you could chalk it up to inexperience, you could chalk it up to desperation, but also came from the brilliance of HomeBois, right? DXO, they adjusted, they adapted, better late than never. They managed to pull it back. But it's always crossing the finishing line that is the hardest, and they could not do it.
They really tripped over their own foot right at the finish line there. They had an endgame angle that they tried, and even if they didn't get that endgame angle, they could have just walked back away, right? Their composition is well designed to actually take on the HomeBois from multiple different fronts, because HomeBois, again, as much as they want to persist in the fight, DXO can just walk away, literally disengage from the fight entirely, and then play this Lord dance consistently against them.
As much as we have praised DXO's skill and how much they've looked like a veteran, experienced team throughout the season of MPL, I think this is one of those examples where inexperience really reared its ugly head. Like you mentioned, Gideon, there was a chance for them to slow it down. They had already regained control of the game. They had evened up a massive gold lane disadvantage and finally got a Lord push into the base. There was no need to throw bodies. That's literally how HomeBois gave up their lead earlier, but they saw the prize in front of them. They desperately wanted that ticket to the grand finals, and that is what ultimately cost it.
You know what they say, sometimes when it's not your time, it's not your time.
Yep.
This season is not DXO's time, but I hope they stick around for another one, because they've set the bar high. I think the rest of the MPL team should look at DXO as an example going into season 16 and beyond. The numbers, despite HomeBois' overwhelming lead in the early game, the numbers in terms of damage are almost identical across the board. I'd say, actually, DXO dealt a lot more damage than HomeBois in total.
To be fair, they were tanking a lot of the damage. Like, Amal specifically was just eating shots after shots after shots. Same goal for Ivan as well. And coming back to your point, yeah, God told Vel, not this time. You're not going to go for the back door. You're not going to save the day. But I will give you a 5-man raging sandstorm right by your crystal to turn this game around.
That really would have been the worst way to lose if it actually happened. One hit.
I'm telling you, DXO has to be careful of this. We literally were watching the minions slowly creep up into the base, and honestly, not a big deal. It's just one. What can you do? And then the whole bot wave was also collapsing alongside with it.
Yeah, even the minions of DXO were saving the game for them. Right? I think the minions did their best. Again,
the video game wanted them to win
The video game tried. The video game really tried. That could have been the first and only red side win for this series.
God, it does break my heart. I was rooting for them a little bit. I wanted these dark horses, these young players, to get a taste of the international scene, to make this Cinderella story even brighter. But at the same time, HomeBois have definitely deserved this position. Vel actually ended up being the rich guy on the EXP damage Khalid. But MelQT still the carry, Siska as the sandbag, and Amal as the West wingman.
I like even Siska. I would assume that he also made some active calls on his own, because there were certain moves that Siska was the one that went in and then called the rest of the team to follow up. Overall, we still saw the eventual growth and evolution of a team that even though they bowed out here, that's the nature of competition. We are bound to lose a good storyline one way or the other. But on the flip side, we have a bunch of players who were labeled maybe rejects, maybe failures from other regions locally, now finally making it to the main stage. I think it's bittersweet either way, but at least we know we are in good hands regardless.
Oh yeah, I mean the level of performance that they put out here today definitely gives a lot of inspiring hope to a lot of the younger MLBB fans and even players, aspiring players from the Tier 2 scene. Maybe I could be me one day at the footstep of EWC.
And it was such a close match, the whole series as well. Again, one of the best lower bracket finals we've had in MPL Malaysia for many, many seasons. And to think that was a 9,000 goal lead at one point.
Almost 10,000, right? Almost bridging into 10,000. Look at this. It was like it capped at 9.9, and then the biggest turnaround of the century.
That is crazy. It's just a coincidence of things happening. Skyze getting the right amount of damage with the Death Sonata, the Ghost Bursters on top of the Shadow Stampede, not only clumping them up for the Death Sonata, but getting maximum damage. This is before even like the Lightning Truncheon.
Even Vel flickered, he committed, and then the minions wanted to win. Look at this.
It was just a one minion.
Wait, was the Raging Sandstorm why he lost? He missed out an auto attack because he Raging Sandstorm the way.
Maybe.
It might have been, actually.
And then he redeems himself. Look at this one.
Bow.
But this is such a
God!
Oh.
Look at all the health bars!
Of all the people he caught Skyz, who had Flicker. Skyz still had Flicker and he died.
Unreal.
So many things could have gone differently. So many things could have gone right or wrong here. But what a story day one of Phase 2 has been.
God damn it, man.
Wow. With the conclusion of the lower bracket finals, this is the final form. SRG OG Esports earns a rematch against HomeBois tomorrow in a best-of-7 to see whether SRG can make that three-peat happen, or will HomeBois reignite their legacy with a new squad. DXS, they fall short in 3rd place, but for a new team, for a rookie team, for players who have played 4 or 5 years to get to this point, once more, this is the best that they could have achieved.
Yep. DXS passed the torch over to HomeBois to give them one final chance in a best-of-7 against SRG. They pushed them all 5 games in a best-of-5, but maybe that's because there weren't enough odd numbers, my guy.
Whoever gets Bullseye first tomorrow wins the best-of-7.
Hey, who knows? I mean, considering how the rest of the MPLs across the world have gone the full distance, MPL MY following suit.
Yeah, we haven't had a full 7 games in...
Gee, actually,
pretty while.
Right? It was like
when was the last time?
Oh, actually no. Last time was season 12. HomeBois against SMG. We went
yes.
and it was 4-2 SRG HomeBois, 4-2 SRG Vamos, and here we are. Tomorrow's schedule, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals. But before the grand finals, we actually have the MPL and Astro Kepentas Kebangsaan starting at 12 p.m., followed by the award ceremony at 12:30. And at 1:35 p.m. we have a send-off ceremony, and then the opening ceremony will begin at 2:30 p.m. and afterwards I believe it would be our grand finals, 2:30 p.m. SRG OG Esports, 2-time defending champions against HomeBois.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long day tomorrow, but considering how today has went, how are you not excited for an SRG versus HomeBois matchup? Again, teams who have faced each other 2 times not only go the distance every single time, but have shown to grow and learn from the experience. And SRG OG Esports, they're down for the challenge.
Innocent did say he didn't really like this format because there's no momentum. HomeBois, they have hell of a lot of momentum going into tomorrow.
They really, really do. What a hard-fought victory this has been. And again, so much praise to both of these teams. So much praise to every single team that has walked through these doors in Season 15 of MPL Malaysia. But now it all comes down to one single series, a best-of-7 grand finals between our 2 MSC representatives.
And at least for the 2nd season in a row for our grand finalists, There's nothing at stake except for the trophy, some extra prize money, and a bit of pride on the line. They are going to MSC regardless, but they have one last chance to give us the best show possible before that.
Yeah, I sure hope that they become like really close scrim partners at this point, because we're going to need all the efforts going into EWC. That's some life-changing money down for MSC this time round. So hopefully they're going to be ready.
Any last words, Sadafa, from you? We'll start with you.
Man, I am so tired. I want to be excited for tomorrow, and I literally don't have the energy for it. These teams have not just pushed each other to the limit, they've pushed us to the limit. But what a great day it's been.
It has been a great day. I mean, glad to see the next generation is here, and glad to see HomeBois as winners.
Yeah, and of course, we want to remind you guys that you can have your own opinions heard by scanning the QR code and give us your feedback and what you think of MPL MY Season 15. Could be anything. The decor, the lighting, the game, the players, the team, more imports, less import, are we keras or not chopped? I don't know. But we are here to hear your thoughts. Thank you very much for tuning in to the penultimate day of playoffs. My name is Husky, this is Sadafa and Gideon signing off. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the grand finals between SRG, OG Esports and HomeBois. Until then, goodbye. Have a good night.
Granger. Pove aja. Keikat dua orang. Mati. Rata. Nice, aman. Nice, bud. Ya. Ayo, sini ikut aja, Mal. Nah. Itu lo, bro. Bro. Aman. Ada dulu, guys. Ya, di luar harus pasti TV, bro. Nice.
Woi, beli apa tuh?
Jangan.
Aduh, kena gil.
Nice, lo. Gua maju.
Aman, santai.
Aman, guys. Reset lagi ya, Let's go. Sini. Ayo, udah. Tiga. Play. Aku cakap. Tarik. Bawa. Tengok bos saya play back. So, pakai sum. Jangan. Wait. Yes. This one. Is it? Nggak ada ulti. Kamu ke depan. Ayo, gua ke depan nih. Slot gua nih, kiri tau. Poin tau nggak? Ayo. Mati ya, coba ikut. Sprint.
Ada dia banyak yang di belakang.
Aman. Aku aman. Coach aja.
Bawa sih.
Boleh enemy.
Boleh.
Aman ya, Phil.
Pesta bel.
Kelihatan.
Nice one. Kejar.
Kelihatan.
Let's go, santai lagi. Santai lagi ya. Nice. Nice, Mel. Itu Mel. Susin. Go. Mobilize. Nice one. Tarik. No masya. Mid. Masya kanan. Apa dia? Itu buatan. Tuh. Taruh. After minute. Kabida. Coba, mau. Sini. Balik aja. Kau tarik kasarnya. Makan ulti kak. Pelan. Tengok aku. Santai.
Aku mati.
Rata.
Aku mati.
Gua aman. Mati. Santai, guys. Ini. Santai. Let's go. Tiga taruh. Terus.
Dia mau tahan minion.
Dia pesan bel. Pesan Alin. Please. Aman, bro. Ronaldo, I'm coming, Ronaldo.